Imagine waking up and finding out you're the crown prince of a whole different country, basically speedrunning life without even trying. Look at our boy Ain here, staring down a Dullahan's magic stone like it's the last slice of pizza at a party. The king and some thick waifu are in the back looking stressed, but bro is just built different, ready to absorb that power. This is Maseki Gurum, where the meta is literally eating rocks to get jacked. If you thought protein powder was the move, wait until you see what happens when you snack on some monster loot. Everything starts in the white void with this floating waifu goddess who honestly has some top-tier riz. Our guy is just standing there wondering if he took a wrong turn at the afterlife. This divine waifu tells our MC his death was mid and pitiful, so she's letting him pull on a rare guaranteed gacha machine. Imagine dying and the first thing you see is a literal loot box for your next life. The gacha addiction is real even in the spirit world. Bro can't even remember how he got cooked in his past life. But the goddess is like, don't worry about the lore, just pull the lever and hope for an SSR. He's definitely sweating because his luck in his previous life was clearly non-existent. Watching the machine rattle, out pops a golden ball, which usually means your account is blessed with some high-tier loot. He's hyped for a second, thinking he's about to be the most cracked player in the server. Turns out he pulled Toxin Decomposition EX, which sounds like a total scam for a super rare drop. The goddess is trying to gas it up, saying it can kill bacteria and poison. But our guy is looking at her like she just gave him a pair of socks for Christmas. Without even giving him a chance to refund his pull, she sends him into a portal to a mainstream fantasy world filled with monsters and magic. Good luck surviving with your hand sanitizer skill, King. You're gonna need it. Fast forward 5 years and we find our MC living in a literal castle, which is a massive upgrade from being a dead nobody. The vibes are immaculate but lonely in this giant room. Waking up from his nap, he wonders if that whole goddess encounter was just a fever dream or if he actually got isekai'd into this privileged life. He's currently just a tiny dude trying to make sense of his new reality. Suddenly his head starts throbbing like he spent all night grinding ranked and lost every match. Using the skill seems to be causing some major physical backlash. Drinking some water to recover, he explains that his Toxin Decomposition EX skill is basically really intense immune system. It's not exactly the world-ending power he was hoping for when he saw that golden gacha ball. Our guy is out here acting like a scientist, using his skill to mold in a petri dish like he's in a biology lab. He's trying to find any use for this power, even if it's just cleaning the bathroom. Realizing that melting mold gives him a massive headache, he decides this skill is absolute trash and vows to never use it again. He just wants to live a peaceful life without feeling like his brain is exploding. Remembering he's got a date with destiny, or just a workout with his dad, he sprints out of the room because he's already late. Being a royal kid means you don't get to just rot in your room all day. Down in the courtyard, he starts swinging his practice sword while a group of knights watches from the sidelines. He's putting in the work, but you can tell he's feeling the pressure of his status. His dad, Logus, actually gives him some props for his form, which is a rare W for our boy. Ain is just happy to get a crumb of validation from the man in charge. This man Logus is a total Chad, acting as the great general for the biggest kingdom on the continent with a mustache that screams authority. He's the kind of guy who probably eats nails for breakfast without milk. Their family basically runs the most influential port city in the kingdom, meaning they are absoluted with gold and influence. It's a prime spawn point if you ignore the family drama. Ain thinks he hit the jackpot being born into this earl's family, but then the second wife Camilla shows up with his little brother Grint. The family tree is getting complicated, and you can already smell the sibling rivalry brewing. Dad immediately switches his energy to Grint, calling him a natural-born knight, while Ain just stands there like an extra. It's painful to watch the favoritism play out in real time. Logus tells Ain to keep doing his basic swings while he takes the prodigy off for some real training. The disrespect is real, treating the older brother like he's just part of the scenery. You can see the pain in Ain's eyes as his little brother gives him that smug look like he's already the main character of this story. Grint is definitely that kid who reminds the teacher about the homework. Grint is only a year younger, but he's already the golden child because he's the son of the second wife. Ain is out here swinging his sword in the background while the new family plays Happy House. The reason everyone is simping for Grint is because he pulled the Holy Knight skill, while Ain is stuck with his Toxin Decomposition, which is basically the L of the skill world. One gets to be a legendary hero, and the other gets to avoid food poisoning. Bro is feeling beyond frustrated, realizing that in a world of magic, being a human filter isn't exactly getting him any girls or respect. He's tired of being the underdog in his own house. Staring at an iron suit of armor, he feels the need to prove that he's not just some background character. He's looking for a way to break the limits of his current weak self. Glancing at the armor again, he wonders if he can actually make a dent in that heavy metal with just raw effort. The internal monologue is going crazy right now as he hypes himself up. Even though the guard tells him it's impossible for a kid his age to damage iron, Ain decides to send it anyway. He's down bad for some recognition from his father and thinks one big hit will change the narrative. Absolute disaster strikes as his sword bounces off the iron, sending a shockwave through his arms that probably broke every bone in his hands. The guard just stands there like he's watching a comedy skit while our boy is left crying on the floor. Walking back alone, he realizes that moping around isn't gonna get him a harem or legendary status. He's gotta find a different path if he wants to catch up to his brother. Banging his books down on the table, he decides that if he can't born a genius, he'll just have to outgrind everyone else. He's locking in and entering his training arc early. Transforming the library into his new dungeon, he starts hitting the books harder than he ever hit that armor. He's determined to find a way to make useless skill the most broken thing in the world through sheer knowledge. Look at our boy Ain pulling an all-nighter like he's cramming for finals at 2 a.m. Bro is locked in, grinding through books until the sun comes up because the grind set never sleeps. Just as he's about to pass out from all that knowledge, the resident old-school butler pops in to remind him that even future legends need to eat dinner. Startled doesn't even describe it. My man looks like he just got caught looking at something he shouldn't have, surrounded by a literal mountain of literature. Butler is out here glazing the kid, calling his dedication a praiseworthy feat like he's already the MVP of the household. This old man really thinks Ain is going to be the next big scholar or a top-tier general, and honestly, with that much studying he's definitely cooking something special. Mentioning that Madam is finishing up her work makes Ain's face light up immediately. He's a total mama's boy, and he's not even trying to hide it. The pure light in his eyes when he hears about his mom is insane. Bro has the ultimate best boy energy right now. Leaving the library behind, he's practically speedrunning through the hallways just to get a glimpse of her before the dinner bell rings. Adjusting his collar because he's gotta look sharp for the #1 lady in his life, he gives a polite knock like the absolute gentleman he is. And there she is. Meet Olivia, the ultimate waifu mom who has no business being this gorgeous, making Ain realize his past life memories make her feel more like a beautiful older sister. Getting pulled into a top-tier hug immediately, you just know the vibes are immaculate in this room right now. She's out here sniffing him like he's a fresh batch of cookies, telling him he smells like books while giving him those head pats that every man secretly craves. Sitting down for a little heart-to-heart, she explains how she's been carrying the entire merch association on her back like a total boss. Realizing his dad is basically a background character who contributes nothing to her workload, Ain starts to see who the real power player is. Look at this kid simping for his own mother. And the manga literally labels it a mother complex because the author knows exactly what they're doing with this dynamic. Reaching for a special surprise, she tells him it finally arrived, and you can see the anticipation building up in his little eyes. Handing over a mysterious card, it's finally time to see if our boy is actually built different, or just a mid-tier protagonist. It's a status card. Ain Roundheart is officially on the board, rocking some wild skills like toxin decomposition EX and a gift of training that sounds absolutely broken. Humble as ever, he's not even sure if these numbers are good, while his mom just smiles because she knows her son is a literal cheat code. Dropping some lore, she mentions a normal 5-year-old has a stamina of 10, while Ain is sitting at 55, proving he's been hitting the gym since the womb. Breaking down his gift of training skill, which basically means he can't pain or get tired, making him a perpetual motion machine of pure gains. She acknowledges all the secret training he's been doing solo, and you can tell she's the only one who truly understands his grind. Getting all emotional because having a supportive baddie mom is basically the ultimate isekai perk. Suggesting a stroll together after a quick errand for grandma, Ain's face goes from 0 to 100 real quick. Confused why a servant isn't doing the heavy lifting, he questions why his mom has to handle the tea selection herself, but she's got that discerning eye riz. Doubting himself and feeling like a failure of an eldest son, Ain starts spiraling into his own head, thinking he's the reason his mom has to work so hard. Calling him her wonderful knight to snap him out of it, she asks if he'll protect her on their little adventure. Accepting the quest with zero hesitation, his face lights up like a Christmas tree because he finally gets to be the Chad he was meant to be. Rolling up to the tea merchant like royalty, they're greeted by a guy who knows exactly who signs his paychecks. Watching his mom do her thing, Ain notices something shiny in the corner of his eye that looks way more interesting than tea leaves. Spotting a box of magic stones, you just know things are about to get weird because the kid is staring at them like they're forbidden snacks. Getting a quick lesson on how these stones are basically crystallized monster juice that can be super dangerous if they're high quality. Handing him a low-grade one that's safe to touch, Ain immediately notices it smells like condensed honey, which is a dangerous thought for a hungry kid. Wondering if it tastes as sweet as it smells, he's staring at this glowing rock like it's a legendary tier jawbreaker. Fighting the urge to do something incredibly stupid, he knows licking a magic stone is a one-way ticket to the hospital, but the temptation is too real. Bro actually lick it. Taking a cheeky taste while nobody is looking, he's out here risking it all for the flavor profile. Screaming internally because it's actually sweet, he's seeing colors he didn't know existed. This is absolute cinema. Trying to play it cool when his mom notices his weird face, he immediately asks to buy the stone like a kid who just found his new favorite toy. Merchant is such a Chad that he just gives it to him for free as a thank you gift, not knowing he just fueled the kid's new addiction. Heading out for their stroll, Ain is still clutching his new treasure, but something about the stone is starting to look a little different. Realizing the yellow magic stone has turned completely colorless, bro literally drained the battery of a rock just by licking it. Fast forward to the next day, and Ain is back on the training grounds swinging a wooden sword like his life depends on it. Feeling an insane surge of power coursing through his veins, he ignores the guard's warnings because he's about to show everyone what he's really made of. Dashing forward with speed that should be illegal for a 5-year-old, he lets out a swing that carries the weight of a freight train. Connecting with the target in a blur of motion, the air itself seems to scream from the impact, creating a massive dust cloud like he just set off a grenade. Ain is hyped that he didn't get pushed back this time. Looking down at his shattered wooden sword, he realizes he might have overdone it just a little bit. Standing there in the aftermath of a total BAM moment, the guard in the background is absolutely questioning reality right now. Look at the armor. Bro literally sliced through heavy iron plating with a piece of wood. That is some top-tier Chad energy right there. Guard is losing his mind, stuttering because he just witnessed a toddler commit a felony against physics. Slicing through iron with wood is basically the ultimate flex, and Ain is just standing there looking confused like he didn't just break the server. Checking the stats one last time and seeing those massive jumps in power, our boy is officially cooked, but in the best way possible. Starting off with the ultimate goal of any cultured protagonist, our boy Ain just wants to be spoiled by his beautiful mother Olivia. This is basically the I got reincarnated, but my mom is a total baddie starter pack, and honestly I respect the grind. Rolling up to the capital in style, but someone forgot to check the vibes because Olivia is looking absolutely heated. Trying to play peacemaker, while trapped in a carriage with a ticking time bomb is a bold strategy from our boy. Meanwhile, the main carriage is filled with pure Father of the Year energy, as Logos prepares to announce his second Songrint as the heir. Bro is literally 4 years old and already getting an arranged marriage to a Marquise daughter. This whole kingdom is actually cooked. Seeing his mom this sad is making Ain's blood boil, but he's keeping it low-key for now to avoid a scene. Look at this face, guys. If you don't want to protect that smile at all costs, you're officially a hater. Swearing to work harder just to get noticed by a dad who clearly doesn't care is peak shonen struggle, but we know Ain is built different. Stepping out of the carriage, Ain is still thinking about that weird stone-licking incident from earlier that gave him his powers. Arriving at the Archduke's mansion, and it's basically a 5-star resort for the elite of the elite. Check out this statue. The author definitely knew what they were doing with those curves. Absolute cinema right here. Logos tells Ain and Olivia to kick rocks and go to the hall while he does important business with the second wife. Watching his dad walk away with the golden child is a tough watch, but Ain is taking it like a total Chad. Getting hit with the no entry sign at the door is the ultimate disrespect for a noble. Apparently, the party has a 1-child limit, and since Grint is already inside, Ain is officially banned from the lobby. Realizing this was a total setup by the evil stepmother Camilla, Ain's internal monologue is just one big bruv moment. Seeing the receptionist sweating from the awkwardness, Ain decides to be the bigger person and suggests a different plan. Pivoting to a garden stroll because why deal with snobby nobles when you can vibe with nature and a thick waifu? Dropping a top-tier smile that has the staff practically bowing at his feet is how you handle disrespect. Reassuring his mom that the flowers are just as beautiful as she is, this kid has unlimited riz in his DNA. Holding hands, walking through a field of roses is basically a date at this point, don't even at me. Getting a massive hug from Olivia in public is the peak of the episode. Look at that pure motherly love, interrupted by the receptionist who brought a special guide for their little detour through the greenery. Seeing just a glimpse of the hair, and we already know a new challenger has entered the waifu wars. Turning around with that slow-motion anime sparkle, our guide is looking like a main character in her own right. Introducing herself as Klon, the Archduke's granddaughter, Ain just hit the jackpot without even trying. Staring at her like he's never seen a girl before, Ain is officially down bad for the first time. Stammering through his introduction like a total nerd, but she seems into the mysterious vibe he's putting off. Catching her staring back with that "who is this kid" look is honestly hilarious. She can't figure him out. Klon taking charge and offering to show them the sights like the princess she is. She's got that main girl energy. Walking through the garden with 2 baddies is a life I need to live. Ain is living the dream. Spotting some glowing flowers that look like they belong in a fantasy RPG. This place is magical. Admiring the view while the sun sets. The atmosphere is getting way too romantic for a 4-year-old. Klon starts thinking about the rumors she heard regarding the Roundheart family and their trash son. Everyone at the party is talking trash, calling the eldest son a rude, arrogant brat with 0 manners. Realizing the rumors were a total lie, Ain is acting like a total gentleman Chad. Dropping a casual, "you're beautiful," to a girl you just met is high-level gameplay from our boy. Switching back to the flowers, to hide the fact that he just broke her brain with that compliment, learning that these blue fire roses are incredibly rare and basically impossible to grow normally, warning him that the thorns carry a poison so lethal it could wipe out 1,000 people in an instant, explaining that the poison makes you feel like your body is burning, hence the name blue fire rose, discovering that if you drain the poison, the flower turns into a literal jewel, which is some top-tier lore, hearing that the process is nearly impossible and costs a fortune in magical resources. Looking at the star crystal, which is supposedly the prettiest jewel in existence, we know where this is going. Finding out it would cost half a year's worth of taxes just to make one is absolute insanity. Remembering his broken toxin decomposition skill and realizing it's finally go time to show off, preparing to do something absolutely reckless for the sake of the grind and the girls, asking Klon if she wants to see a dream come true right here, right now. Reaching out to touch the lethal rose while everyone else is screaming for him to stop. What a madman. Activating the skill and getting surrounded by a literal aura of power that would make Goku jealous. Experiencing a mental trip that feels like drinking a cold Sprite on a summer day. Pure refreshment. Realizing the drawback isn't hitting him this time, bro. Is officially leveled up and ready for anything. Olivia and Klon are having a midlife crisis watching him play with death like it's a toy, confirming that his skill is the ultimate counter to anything toxic in this world. Unleashing a flashbang of light, probably blinded everyone in a 3-mile radius. Absolute cinema. Waiting for the smoke to clear while the girls look on, in pure shock and awe. Popping out of the light looking completely unfazed like a boss who just finished a shift, holding a literal star crystal in his bare hands. He actually did it. The absolute madman, getting scolded for being a maniac, but the results speak for themselves. Look at that shine. Taking a knee like he's about to propose in the middle of a garden, this kid is a natural, presenting the legendary jewel to Klon like it's just a common rock he found on the ground. Asking her to accept his gift, the Riz levels are breaking the scale right now, leaving everyone speechless with this absolute power move. His mom is literally losing it, internally screaming because he realized how corny that line was. We've all been there, bro. Waiting for her reaction, while his heart is doing backflips in his chest, smiling through the pain of his own cringe while she hesitates to take the treasure, seeing her heart start to race as she realizes this kid is a literal legend in the making, reaching out to take the crystal with trembling hands. She's never seen anything like it. Accepting the gift under the moonlight, this is basically a marriage proposal, guys, lock it in. Look at that dress detail. The author is flexing their art skills in this chapter, doubling down and making another one for his mom so she doesn't feel left out of the Riz. Gazing up at the moon after a night of pure chaos and high-stakes jewel crafting, saying goodbye as Klon has to go deal with boring noble speeches and party politics. Getting ordered to drop the formalities and just call her Klon. We have a winner in the waifu race. Waiting for the father to show up. But the vibes are feeling a bit off in the main hall, finding out the father of the year already dipped to go to another party without telling them. Realizing his dad didn't even bother to say goodbye is a total gut punch to our boy's heart. Olivia sensing the sadness and stepping in to drop some truth bombs about their situation, asking the big question, do you actually like your father? And the answer is obvious. Aang keeps it real and says he can't forgive how the old man treats his beautiful mother. Seeing Olivia light up with joy is the best ending to this chapter. She's so proud of her boy. Deciding right then and there that they are done with this toxic household and trash family, leading him away to a more beautiful place, while looking like a literal goddess in the moonlight, heading back to their true home, leaving the trash family in the dust where they belong. Straight up, Mom just dropped the biggest bombshell of the century by mentioning her fatherland while standing in front of this massive castle. Watching her slide that ring off like meant absolutely nothing has me questioning everything we knew about her. Suddenly, the ring just crumbles into dust in her hand, and my boy Aang is looking like he just saw a ghost. Giving off major, I'm done playing nice vibes, she tells him she doesn't need that piece of junk anymore. Grabbing her earrings and flashing a smile that says she's about to reclaim her throne, she tells Aang it's time to head back to the port. Relaxing in the carriage, our boy is just happy they're making good time, completely oblivious to the chaos about to go down. Passing by these giant stone pillars, the atmosphere is getting heavy enough to crush a man. Realizing the carriage isn't stopping at the house, Aang starts panicking while Mom just gives him that trust the process smile. Looking out the window, the whole city is in an absolute uproar like the local team just lost the championship. Terrified citizens are screaming for the knights. And then we see it. A literal triple-barrel cannon pointing right at them. Holy mother of based, it's a massive futuristic battleship just chilling in the middle of the harbor like it owns the place. Staring at the sheer scale of this thing, the crowd looks like ants compared to this metal beast. Aang is out here doing the math like a nerd, realizing this ship is over 200 meters of pure intimidation. Stepping out into the crowd, everyone immediately recognizes her as Lady Roundheart, and the hype is reaching critical levels. Watching a whole army of armored knights march down the ramp is enough to make anyone want to Alt F4 out of life. Standing there like the main characters they are, Mom and Ain face down a literal battalion of elite soldiers. Thinking he needs protect his mom, Ain steps up like a mini-Chad before a female knight approaches them. Dropping to one knee, this legendary knight introduces herself as Christina Wernstein, and she is serving looks. Looking at that armor and that ponytail, we've officially found the newest member of the Waifu Council. Bro is straight up down bad, staring at her and thinking she's the most beautiful thing he's ever seen. Turns out Mom and Chris are basically besties, and they've been planning this grand escape the whole time. Wait, did she just say this ship is here to pick up Prince Olia? Because my brain just short-circuited? Ain is standing there looking like a confused Pikachu while Mom promises to explain everything once they're on board. Boarding the ship, Mom is looking absolutely top tier in that dress, leading Ain into his new life. Shifting gears to the Archduke's mansion, things are getting spicy behind closed doors, meeting the head of the Auguste family, Graf, who's impressed that a 5-year-old managed to carry the whole plot. Clone is over here clutching the flower Ain gave her, looking like she's ready to risk it all for our boy. Grandpa is out here sighing because he knows the Roundheart family is about to get absolutely cooked for their mistakes. Telling Clone to keep this a secret is a classic move, but you know the tea is too good to stay hidden. Explaining the geography, he mentions a 2-day trip leads straight to the most powerful continent on the map. Behold the United Nation of Ishtalica, a kingdom so cracked in tech and military power that nobody else even stands a chance. Dropping the ultimate lore bomb, he reveals that Olivia isn't just a merchant's daughter, she's the literal daughter of the king. Say hello to the second princess of Ishtalica, because Mom was secretly royalty this entire time. Confirming her true identity, the Archduke is basically saying that the Roundhearts messed with the wrong family. Both Ain and Clone are looking like they just got hit with a flashbang after hearing the news, giving us that sweet, innocent smile. Mom is clearly enjoying the fact that her secret is finally out. Back on the ship, she finally apologizes for keeping him in the dark while they sail toward greatness. Ain asks the real questions, wondering why a literal princess would ever marry into a mid-family like the Roundhearts. Pouting in the corner, Chris is jealous of all the attention Ain is getting from Mom's assets. Seeing Mom act so relaxed and frank is a huge W for everyone involved, especially since she's been stressed for years. Protecting that smile is Ain's new mission in life, and honestly, I respect the grind. Noticing the star crystal Ain gave her, Chris starts sweating because that's not just a pretty rock. Apparently, giving one of those to a girl is basically a marriage proposal. So Ain just accidentally rizzed up a princess at age 5. Everyone is staring at him like he's the ultimate player, and my boy is just trying to survive the awkwardness. Clone back at the mansion is already accepting the proposal in her head. Talk about being down bad. Trying to change the subject, Ain asks about the water train they're going to take once they land. Explaining the mechanics of a steam engine like a total boss, Ain proves that having past life knowledge is a literal cheat code. Realizing the civilization in Ishtalica is light years ahead of his old home has Ain feeling like he just upgraded to a PS5. Mom is so proud of her smart little man that she gives him a massive hug, and the plot is definitely thickening. Realizing he almost exposed his secret, Ain plays it cool while Chris tells him to get some shut-eye. Sailing through the night, the ship looks like a majestic beast cutting through the waves. Enjoying a 5-star meal before tucking into bed with Mom, our boy is living the life we all dream of. Witnessing the water train in person is absolute cinema, looking like a steampunk masterpiece on rails. Staring out the window at the futuristic city, Ain can't believe how massive and advanced everything is. Seeing demi-humans walking around like it's no big deal has our boy's eyes popping out of his head. Learning that Ishtalica is a melting pot of elves and beastmen makes this kingdom a solid 10 in my book. Arriving at the destination, Chris puts on her serious face, ready to return to her duties as a top-tier knight. Looking at the capital city from a distance, it's clear that this place is the peak of high fantasy architecture. Gliding through the canals and gardens, the vibes are so immaculate I might actually cry. Announcing her return like a total girl boss, Chris tries to look cool in front of the palace gates. Immediately fumbling the bag, she trips over her own feet and ruins the entire cool aura she spent all day building. Mom is straight up laughing at her while Ain realizes that even elite knights can be total ditzes. Walking through the grand halls, the scale of this palace is making the Roundheart mansion look like a garden shed. Admitting she didn't actually tell the king they were coming, Chris is low-key panicking about the reception. Everyone was told to act normal, but you know seeing a long-lost princess is going to cause a massive scene. Thinking about the head-maid Marche has Mom shaking in her boots, so you know she's the real final boss. Imagining this absolute unit of a maid, Ain realizes that Ishtalica is full of powerful women. Standing in front of the massive meeting room doors, it's finally time for the big reveal. Barging in like she owns the place, which she technically does, Mom shouts that she's home. Interrupting a whole council of old men is a total power move, and the silence in the room is deafening. Gulping at the sight of the man sitting on the throne, Ain realizes he's looking at a literal mountain of aura. Meeting the king of Ishtalica face to face, The sheer Chad energy radiating from this man is enough to end the episode. Yo, we are back in the thick of it as our boy Ain finally makes it to his mom's home turf, and let me tell you, Olivia is looking like an absolute snack in that dress. Standing there like a final boss, Silvered is emitting pressure so thick you could cut it with a butter knife. Poor Ain is out here shaking like a leaf because he realizes he's standing in front of the ultimate power move. Thankfully, Mom Olivia is a real one and steps in to give him that emotional support buff. Taking a deep breath, our boy finally introduces himself and makes sure to mention that his old family name is basically trash now. Watching him with an intense gaze, the king is processing the fact that his grandson finally pulled up to the crib. Revealing himself as Silvered von Ishtalika, this absolute unit of a man is officially claiming the title of best grandpa. Suddenly a warm smile appears on his face, while some massive knight starts stomping over to join the party. Meet Lloyd Galatia, a certified Chad, and the Grand Marshal who looks like he eats boulders for breakfast. Shaking hands with the legend, Ain tries to stay cool while his grandfather asks about that previous family name. Olivia doesn't miss a beat and drops the nuclear bomb that she's officially divorced and never going back to that poverty kingdom. So shocked he can't believe his ears, the king literally asks his homie to punch him in the face to see if this is real. Standing her ground like a total queen, Olivia explains that Ain's happiness is the only thing that actually matters. Realizing this is some top-tier tea, the king shuts down the public meeting and tells everyone to keep their mouths shut or else. Ordering the inner circle to assemble, he demands to hear the full story behind this sudden life change. Veins are popping on his forehead because the disrespect from the old family has him absolutely heated. Gathering around the round table, the squad prepares for some serious high-stakes lore dumping. Lloyd is over there cracking his knuckles, looking ready to go send Ain's old man to the lobby for being a terrible father. Acting as the voice of reason, Olivia tells them not to waste energy on that mid-tier country anymore. Look at this adorable cat girl appearing out of nowhere. She's actually the first princess, which is peak culture. Warren, the prime minister, starts explaining that the whole marriage was basically a trade deal for some shiny sea crystals. Explaining the science, these aren't just pretty rocks but are made from monster bones and are essential for magic tech. While other countries use bootleg crystals, Ishtalik has the premium stuff that won't blow up in your face. Resources are running low though, and they've basically mined out everything in their own territory. Basically, the deal was protection for Haim in exchange for crystals, with Ain supposed to become a duke. Danger is on the horizon as a sea dragon is currently roaming the neighborhood like a bully. Showing off her boss babe energy, Olivia reveals she's been grinding behind the scenes this whole time. Finding a whole new supplier through her own secret merchant network, she proves she's a literal genius. Warren is looking at the report in disbelief, because she found a spot they completely overlooked. Crystals are literally floating to the surface at this new location, and even the cat princess is losing her mind. Realizing just how hard his mom has been carrying the team, Ain is stuck in a moment of pure awe. Flashbacks show her past life, where she was a saint to the people but treated like a nuisance by her husband. Feeling the heavy weight of her sacrifice, our boy is struggling to hold back the emotions. Sliding a hand onto his shoulder, she lets him know that everything she did was for his sake. Every member of the council is looking at Ain like he's the chosen one, ready to back him up. Olivia pulls him into a hug, proving once again that she is the undisputed goat of manga moms. Everything led to this moment, where she can finally see him happy and safe. Determined to reward her hard work, the king prepares to make a move that will change everything. Warren pulls out the legendary scroll like it's a contract for a max-level raid. Sign on this, Silvered says, as the atmosphere in the room gets incredibly serious. Everyone starts signing off on the document like it's the Declaration of Independence for our boy's future. Confused as a puppy, Ain watches as the big dogs finish up the most important paperwork of his life. Standing tall, the king prepares to drop a declaration that is going to shake the entire world. Official royalty status is granted to Ain right now, and the king is shouting it with his whole chest. Thinking back to when he was treated like trash, Ain realizes those days are officially over. Looking at him with nothing but respect, the whole squad acknowledges the birth of a legend. Appointing him as the crown prince, the king just gave Ain the ultimate promotion. Shocked and ready to start his new life, our boy has officially become the main character of this kingdom. Forwards. Welcome back to the channel, boys. Today we're diving into the capital city of Ishtalika, where the vibes are immaculate and the architecture is straight out of a AAA RPG. Gossip is spreading like wildfire through the streets because apparently, everyone's favorite royal baddie Olivia has returned with a secret son in tow. People are losing their minds wondering if this new kid is actually crown prince material, just some random commoner with good genes. Expectations are hitting the ceiling as the entire city prepares for an audience with the mysterious Prince Ain. Look at these guys acting like they're waiting for a new iPhone drop instead of a royal heir. Training arc incoming. Our boy Ain is already out here working on his swordsmanship, looking like he's ready to main character his way through any obstacle. Clashing blades with a literal legend, Ain actually holds his own until he gets sent to the floor by a masterclass parry. Getting complimented by the top general after getting washed is the ultimate participation trophy, but we take those. Meet Lloyd Galatia, the Grand Marshal who looks like he eats dumbbells for breakfast and has more aura than the entire kingdom combined. Despite the praise, Ain is feeling a bit of that imposter syndrome because his little brother back home was a certified prodigy with the blade. Thinking back to his old life, our boy remembers how hard he tried to get his father's approval, only to end up being carried away by his top-tier mother. Just look at Olivia in that panel. The author definitely knew what they were doing with those character designs. Staring at his own hands, the weight of the crown starts to feel a bit too heavy for a kid who was a nobody just a week ago. Doubts are creeping in faster than a toxic ex, making him wonder if he's actually worthy of the throne. Lloyd just stands there looking like a brick wall of support, probably wondering if he should give the kid a pep talk or just more push-ups. Noticing a tiny tear in the prince's shirt, the legendary general suddenly pulls out a sewing kit like he's a grandma on a mission. Stay still, kid, because the Grand Marshal is about to show you why he's the goat of the domestic arts. Pulling the thread with the intensity of 1,000 suns, the man prepares to do the most high-stakes tailoring session in history. Absolute cinema. This man goes full-on speedster mode, his hands moving so fast he's basically creating afterimages just to fix a sleeve. If you ever wondered what a level 99 tailor looked in an isekai, this is peak performance right here. Blinking in total confusion, Ain realizes his clothes are fixed before he can even process what happened. That's not just sewing. That's a literal glitch in the Matrix. Flexing his needle like it's a legendary sword, Lloyd reveals that his innate skill is actually just sewing. Imagine being the most feared general in the land and your secret weapon is a bobbin and some silk. Climbing to the rank of Grand Marshal with a non-combat skill is the most thing I've ever heard. Based on this, it's clear it's not about the cards you're dealt, but how you play the hand, which is a total Chad mindset. Grabbing Ain by the shoulders, Lloyd drops some ancient wisdom about how effort is the real national treasure. This is the kind of motivation that makes you want to go to the gym at 3 a.m. Just as the moment gets wholesome, we hear a Nanya from the shadows that can only mean one thing. Cat girl alert. Coming in hot with a literal flying tackle, Kadima-san decides that personal space is a myth and glomps the prince. This cat girl has zero chill and 100% chaotic energy, and I am absolutely here for it. Dragging the poor kid away like he's a new toy, Kadima ignores the general entirely because she's got science to do. Lloyd's just standing there like, that's my life now. Entering the nerd lair, we see a room filled with more books and flasks than a college student during finals week. Everything here looks like it belongs to someone with a very high IQ and very little free time. Sitting across from the feline scientist, Ain realizes he's basically been abducted for a checkup. Messy rooms like this are just how geniuses roll. Explaining things with a wink, Kadima reveals she's actually doing a favor for Olivia. Our boy Ain is just trying to survive the conversation without getting scratched. Tea time with the waifus. We've got the cat girl being adorable and the elf maid Chris serving drinks, making this the highest Riz room in the castle. Checking the status window, Ain sees his stats have gone through the roof since the last time he looked. He's got this weird absorb skill that's basically a cheat code for leveling up. Giving a big thumbs up, Kadima explains that his weird powers are actually proof he's a dryad. Wait, so our boy is literally a tree person? Imagining himself growing roots and leaves, Ain has a total existential crisis while Kadima laughs her tail off. Being a spirit of the forest sounds cool until you realize you might start craving fertilizer. Learning about the royal gacha system is wild because apparently the kids get humans, cat people, or tree spirits depending on how the DNA rolls. Talk about a genetic lottery. Diving deeper into the stats, Kadima notes that Ain growth is way beyond the normal curve. Something is definitely boosting his gains, and it's not just protein shakes. Dropping the bombshell, she tells him straight up that he's been snacking on magic stones. Imagine finding out your favorite candy was actually high-octane monster batteries. Normal humans would get absolutely cooked by the toxins in those stones, but Ain is built different. He's sitting there wondering how she figured out his secret snacking habits. Relying on his toxin decomposition EX skill, he's basically a human air purifier that turns poison into power. Kadima's hypothesis is that he's the only one who'd eat these things and actually get buff. Flashback to that one time he licked a magic stone because it smelled like candy. Bro is down bad for those rocks. The face he makes while remembering is pure comedy gold. Realizing something scandalous, Chris the elf maid starts blushing because she thinks Ain might have been absorbing her energy too. Explaining that all demi-humans have magic stones inside them, Chris basically reveals that Ain has been unintentionally draining her. This is getting dangerously close to a different genre of manga boys. Connecting the dots, Ain realizes that's why Wes was feeling so tired during the carriage ride. He's out here being a literal energy vampire without even trying. Deciding to test the theory, Kadima decides it's time for a live experiment. She's got that look in her eye that says, I'm about to do something expensive. Bringing out 2 boxes filled with magic stones, she tells Ain to go to town and eat the whole buffet. That's a lot of potential power-ups sitting right there. Flexing the kingdom's wealth, she reveals that the high-grade stone costs 90,000 gold. This is literally a pay-to-win mechanic, and Ain is about to swallow the bill. Starting with the cheap ones, our boy finishes the whole box like it's a bag of chips. Saying it's delicious is a major red flag for his taste buds. Moving on to the premium stuff, the girls watch as the stone literally loses its color. Ain is wondering what the expensive tastes like, probably expecting Wagyu but getting something else. Suddenly, the vibe shifts as Ain starts clutching his chest and looking like he's about to see the light. Panicking follows as the girls realize they might have just accidentally poisoned the prince. Sticking his tongue out in disgust, he complains that it tastes like walnuts. Bro, you just ate 90k gold and you're complaining about the flavor profile? Getting back into teacher mode, Kadima explains that there are actually limits to how much he can absorb. You can't just eat the whole mountain and become god in one day. Using a chalkboard to explain the meta, she shows that different stones have different stat caps. Higher qualones give you a higher ceiling, which means he needs to keep hunting for that legendary loot. Unlocking a new skill called Thick Fog, Ain realizes he's becoming less human by the minute. Kadima just laughs it off because being a monster hybrid is apparently just a Tuesday for her. Wondering why he doesn't have a massidic anymore, the kid realizes his body is adapting to the power surges. Entering the room with that best mom energy, Olivia arrives just in time to see the results. Look at the way she's drawn. The artist is definitely a fan of the Ara era aesthetic. Going straight for the hug, Olivia doesn't care who's watching. Ain is embarrassed, but honestly, who wouldn't want a hug from a legendary dryad queen? Leading him away to the next big event, Olivia has that mysterious smile that usually means something crazy is about to happen. Meeting the king in the hallway, the atmosphere gets heavy real fast. Grandpa looks like he hasn't smiled since the dawn of time. Standing before a massive, glowing door, the group prepares to enter the most secure spot in the castle. Insane detail on this door makes it look like it's holding back a final boss. Opening the treasure room, the king reveals that they aren't just here to look at gold coins. This is the heart of the kingdom's power. Rumbling like an earthquake, the doors finally give way to show what's inside. Darkness fills the gap before the true treasures are revealed. Walking past piles of loot and legendary weapons, Ain wonders why they're in the VIP section of the vault. Grandpa drops the news that Olivia requested a special apology gift for everything the kid went through. Points are made toward a pedestal that's literally glowing with ominous energy. Behold, the Dullahan's magic stone, a literal national treasure. This thing looks like it could power a small sun or end a civilization. Lore time. This stone came from one of the Demon Lord's top generals over 500 years ago. One swing of his blade could divide the sea. And now Ain is supposed to just eat it, reminding him that their ancestor was the one who clutched the win against the Demon Lord. Olivia looks at Ain with total confidence. Pressure is on and our boy's heart is doing 200 BPM. Feeling the heat radiating from the stone, Ain grips his chest as if his soul is trying to jump out. This isn't just a power-up, it's a destiny moment. Grandpa is still a bit hesitant about giving away the family jewels, but Olivia basically tells him to pipe down. When mom wants the best for her son, you don't stand in the way. Stepping onto the platform alone, Ain looks tiny compared to the massive pedestal. Absolute cinema vibes are coming from the framing of this shot. Warning Olivia to stay back, the king realizes the magic pressure is getting dangerous. Ain is the only one who can get close without getting vaporized by the aura. Standing face to face with the legendary stone, the air is crackling with pure energy. It's now or never, kid. Touching the stone, Ain feels a power unlike anything he's ever tasted. Shock hits the king because the poison aura just vanished the moment the kid laid hands on it. Hearing a voice from the void say, "You've returned?" Ain't eyes go wide. Is this a ghost or just a really weird recording? Processing the shock, he barely has time to react before things go from 0 to 100. Something big is about to go down. Exploding into a massive black vortex, the stone starts reacting to Ain in a way that looks like a literal hurricane. Fear grips the king and Olivia as they are nearly blown away by the sheer force of it. Swirling around him like a sentient shadow, the power is being absorbed, it's choosing him. This is some chosen one energy if I've ever seen it. Screaming for him to let go if it's too much, Grandpa is genuinely worried the kid is about to get deleted. Cracks appear in the floor as the pressure hits an all-time high. Closing his eyes, Ain embraces the chaos instead of fighting it. He's standing in the middle of a magical storm like a total Chad. Watching the vortex reach its peak, the onlookers can only shield their eyes as the room fills with blinding light. Energy is pulsing everywhere. Hitting the climax of the transformation, the entire treasure room is engulfed in a flash that would make a flashbang look like a candle. Pure power is the only thing left. Waiting for the dust to settle, the king and Olivia look on to see if the prince survived the upgrade. Quiet fills the room for a second, but you can feel the shift in the air. Sparks are literally dancing on his boots, showing they's overflowing with static energy. Electricity is popping off him like crazy. Looking at the back of his head, we see the sparks moving through his hair like he just plugged himself into the power grid. Our boy is fully charged. Staring in absolute awe, Olivia and the king realize that the boy who walked in isn't the same one standing there now. Aura levels are off the charts. Clenching his fist, Ain feels like he could punch a hole through reality. He's got that "I'm the main character" glow that usually means the villains are about to have a very bad day. Checking the final status screen. Holy gains. His magic power went up by over 2,000 points and he unlocked the Black Knight skill. He's officially the most cracked crown prince in history. Shifting the scene back to the Heim Kingdom, we see the moon shining over the place where Ain used to be treated like trash. Nostalgia is hitting hard. Holding a small stone and looking at the moon, the girl he left behind makes a vow to find him again. Little does she know, her childhood friend just became a literal god-tier warrior. Look at Klon over here, absolutely down bad for our boy Ain. She's staring at that crystal like it's the last of pizza, on a Friday night, totally lost in her feelings. She's literally blushing over a rock just because he touched it. That's some peak simp energy right there, but we have to respect the grind of a girl in love. In comes the maid to check on the homework, probably thinking Klon is actually studying. Little does she know the girl is lost in the sauce and daydreaming about her prince. My girl finished a week of work in just 2 days so she can be worthy of standing next to her man. That is a total Chad move and pure motivation right there. The maid is absolutely shook, looking at that mountain of paperwork like she just saw a ghost. Klon is on that Sigma grind set to level up her brain for Ain's sake. Oh snap, the Grandmaster wants her to write a letter to the prince. Klon's heart is doing backflips right now and you can see the visible panic in her eyes. She's tossing the homework aside like it's yesterday's trash because the letter is the only thing that matters. Decorative paper or bust, she needs that maximum riz for this message. Poor girl has never written to a guy before and she's already feeling absolutely cooked. Look at her flustered face, she's basically a walking tomato at this point. And she's off like a rocket to find the Grandmaster for some emergency advice. The maid is just standing there like, "Miss, please?" The man isn't gonna vanish into thin air. Walking through the halls, she's got a million things to say but zero clue how to put paper. The struggle is real when you're this down bad for someone. We get a beautiful shot of the moon while she wonders what Ain is doing at this exact moment. Meanwhile, Ain is probably out there getting more overpowered like the main character he is. Transition back to the palace where Ain is chilling with his mom and the king. That giant crystal in the middle of the room is looking like a whole snack for our boy. The king is losing his mind over Ain's status jump because the kid is officially a walking cheat code. Olivia gives him a hug, and man, we love to see the thick waifu mom support. Grandpa King is giving him the "don't let it go to your head" speech so he stays grounded. Ain is just nodding along like a professional Chad, ready for whatever comes next. Suddenly the vibe shifts as the king asks Olivia if this was all part of her master plan. Ain is looking back and forth like he's watching a high-stakes tennis match between royals. The king basically calls her out for planning the divorce just to get Ain to this point of power. Olivia is just standing there with that mysterious energy, not denying a single thing. She starts dropping some serious lore about the Roundheart family and why she felt so unsure about the future. You can see her gripping her hands because she's been through some real trauma. Here comes the massive bombshell. She wasn't brave enough to root on that loser Logos. The king's face is pure absolute cinema right now as he hears the truth. Olivia reveals she gave birth to Ain as a dryad, meaning she's been playing D-chess this whole time. She's sorry she hid the truth, but she had to protect her boy from that toxic family. The king needs a private chat with his daughter to process all this madness, so he sends Ain away. Ain is looking a bit confused, but he's a good kid, so he heads out without a fuss. Look at those castle spires reaching for the clouds, setting the stage for some heavy conversations. This kingdom is honestly looking like a total vibe today. Now we're out on the terrace for some tea with Ain, the king, and a cute cat girl named Kadima. This is exactly the kind of meeting I want to be invited to. The king admits that marrying Olivia off to those Roundheart bums was a massive L on their part. Kadima's just chilling there with her cat ears, being adorable while the tea is poured. Ain is completely lost in the sauce and asks what root actually means in this context. He's about to get an education he definitely wasn't prepared for. Kadima just blurted it out. It means making a child, and the king straight up spat out his tea. That reaction is top-tier comedy and absolute peak fiction. She explains that dryads are strictly one-person-for-life types when it comes to rooting with someone. Ain is looking like his whole world just got flipped upside down by this biology lesson. But wait, if she didn't root on his dad, how is Ain even standing here right now? Kadima explains that dryadsically cloned themselves once without any help from the opposite gender. Bro, Ain was literally made from a part of his mom's stump. He is 100% pure Olivia, which explains why he's such a natural-born Chad. Apparently, she used some dryad hypnosis skills to avoid servicing her trash husband for years. Olivia's officially the GOAT for faking it that long to protect her lineage. Ain is actually relieved his mom didn't link her soul to that fraud Logos forever. He's happy as long as his mom is safe and didn't have to sacrifice her life for that loser. The king mentions how the Roundhearts broke the contract anyway by not making Ain the head. They really fumbled the bag on the greatest talent in human history. All this talk about birth and destiny has made our boy extremely hungry for some reason. His stomach is growling like a beast, breaking the serious atmosphere perfectly. The king mentions there's a Demon King's magic stone just sitting in the audience hall as a decoration. Ain's eyes are probably turning into dollar signs at the thought of eating that. He can't believe they just have the first Demon King's stone lying around like it's nothing. That's like having a nuclear warhead as a paperweight. It's absolutely wild. Kadima warns him to stay far away because he might suck it up by accident if he gets too hungry. Imagine the chaos if he just casually absorbed the Demon King's power during lunch. They start talking about the first king, who was basically the ultimate hero and champion of this world. Ain is listening like he's hearing about a literal god amongst men. Our boy is getting inspired, gripping his fist with that legendary protagonist energy. He wants to be that strong. He wants to be the next big legend in the history books. The king confirms that every country in the world knows the glory of the first king. Ain is sitting there thinking about how he's going to top that legacy. He reflects on how much his mother has sacrificed for him over the years to keep him safe. He really wants to pay her back for all that love with his own success. Even though he's a prince now, he still feels like he hasn't done enough to earn his status. That's the humble king mindset that makes him a real one. He wants to show the Roundhearts exactly what they threw away when they treated his mom badly. Revenge is a dish best served with insane magic powers and a royal crown. Look at that determination on his face as he vows to match the power of the first king. He's not aiming for second place, he's going straight for the top spot. He literally stands up and shouts his goal out to the entire world like a boss. Talk about a main character moment, the hype is reaching critical levels. Then he realizes he might have been a bit too loud and gets all embarrassed and shy. The king is just like, nah bro, that was based as heck, don't even worry. Grandpa King offers to personally oversee his studies from this day forward. Ain is sparkling with joy because he's finally getting the top-tier training he deserves. Kadima isn't waiting around though, she lunges at him to start analyzing his right now. This cat girl has zero chill and I am absolutely here for it. Ain is just laughing it off, probably getting used to the chaos of his new life. He's finally in a place where people actually appreciate his existence. The king watches him go, thinking about how much Ain reminds him of the legend himself. The foreshadowing is hitting like a truck and I'm ready for the time skip. Quick look at the city being all peaceful and lively under the summer sun. Ishtalika is looking like a top-tier vacation spot if you ignore the monsters in the woods. 8 months have passed and it's officially summer in the beautiful land of Ishtalika. Ain has been grinding his levels and looking like a proper young knight in his armor. He's out in the woods with Chris and Lloyd for some real-deal monster hunting training. These monsters aren't holding back today, it's a real fight for survival. A giant rat pops out of the bushes looking like it hasn't eaten in 3 weeks. Ain is just standing there like, is this the best challenge you can find for me? Chris explains it's just a forest rat, but Ain wants to take it on all by himself. He's tired of being protected and wants to show off his new skills. The rat is snarling and ready to pounce, but it doesn't realize it's facing a cheat code protagonist. This is going to be a total slaughter for the poor rodent. Chris is cheering him on like the best big sister and night waifu ever. Ain is staying focused, watching those sharp claws and fangs with total calm. The rat lunges with a screech, but Ain is already moving before it even gets close. Look at that speed, he's practically a blur in the middle of the forest. He dodges the attack like it's nothing, moving with that effortless grace he's been practicing. The boy has definitely been putting in that work over the last 8 months. One clean slice and the rat is absolutely cooked and sent back to the lobby. Ain is just standing there like it was a minor inconvenience to his day. He doesn't stop there though, he starts tearing through the rest of the monster pack. It's a literal bloodbath in the forest right now as he cleans house. Look at that massive pile of monster bodies he just created in a few seconds. Ain is standing on top of them like a true boss while Lloyd just laughs. Chris tells him not to let his guard down even if the first wave was easy. Suddenly, something else starts twitching in the pile and looking dangerous. Ain unleashes his phantom hand and it looks absolutely terrifying and cool at the same time. It's like a shadowy whip that just shreds everything it touches. He's swinging that thing around like a total pro, clearing the entire area in seconds. This Dullahan power is seriously broken and I need in a video game. He explains that it's the only Black Knight skill he's managed to master so far. He can change its length and toughness just by manipulating his magic power. He uses it to stab another monster and it's just an instant game over for the beast. The precision on this shadowy limb is absolutely insane to witness. He calls his new move the pitch black straw, because it literally sucks the magic stone out of living targets. That is some dark hero energy that would make anyone nervous. Ain says it tastes better if he licks the stone directly, and the look on Chris's face is priceless. She's definitely worried about his strange dietary choices and monster-licking habits. Later on, they're riding through town in a carriage and Ain spots a very interesting shop. He's got that look in his eye again. He's definitely hunting for more stones. It's the famous Majalis Magic Stone Shop, the place where the palace gets its high-end supplies. Ain is looking at the window like a kid in a candy store. Chris can't go in because her full armor would draw way too much attention in public. Ain puts on a cloak and sneaks in like a little royal ninja. He peeks through the door, seeing a very fancy and expensive-looking interior. Someone is inside waiting for him, and they look like a real character. Meet the shopmaster, and wow, talk about a flamboyant and fabulous entrance. This man is dripping with jewels and enough confidence to power the whole city. He gives Ain a wink and a welcome, little customer that is just peak vibes. That makeup is thicker than a bowl of oatmeal, and I am here for the drama. Starting off with a view of some absolute units, we are diving straight into the peak aesthetic of this series. Just look at those gains and that suspicious lack of a shirt. Stepping into the shop, we meet the man, the myth, the legend himself, Majalis, who is rocking suspenders and a vibe that says he definitely knows where the best parties are. This shop owner is looking like a high-tier JoJo character, and honestly, I am here for it. Chris is out here panicking, trying to explain that the owner isn't just a guy with strange tastes, but actually a renowned professional. Poor girl is doing backflips trying to keep things professional while her soul is clearly leaving her body from the sheer audacity of this man's fit. Majalis greets them with all the sass in the world, wondering if Chris is just here to play a prank on him today. Realizing he's dealing with a literal prince, he turns on the charm faster than a streamer seeing a tier 3 sub. Ain is just a little guy looking for some shiny rocks to snack on, and he's not even fazed by the owner's energy. Bro is focused on the grind and wants to see what kind of magical buffet this shop is serving up. Seeing the kid's interest, Majalis gets that look in his eye like he's found a kindred spirit. He's ready to become best friends with our protagonist because apparently, having a hobby of eating expensive rocks is based as hell. Before the shopping spree begins, the owner drops a warning to not touch the merchandise directly unless you want to get cooked by magical energy. It's all fun and games until a sea crystal decides to send you to the lobby permanently. Looking around the room, we see prices that would make a crypto bro weep in his mother's basement. 20,000 for a single rock is some serious gourmet pricing, but Ain is looking like he's ready to spend it all. Thanks to his specialized training, our boy is finally able to control his hunger without his brain turning into mush from the scent of all this power. He spots a specific stone priced at 45,000 and wonders if it's actually a steak in disguise. Majalis notices his sharp eye and confirms it's a white wyvern magic stone, which is usually used to make the highest quad monster steaks imaginable. Imagine being so down bad for a snack that you start identifying magical artifacts by their flavor profile. Without even a second thought, Ain pulls the trigger and buys it immediately. Chris is absolutely flabbergasted, because bro dropped 30,000 Gs faster than a simp donating to a VTuber. Explaining his financial situation, Ain reveals he got a massive allowance from his grandfather the other day. Chris realizes there's no stopping this tiny whale, so she just tells the owner keep the prince's identity on the low-key. This shopping trip quickly turns into a total spending spree as Ain starts pointing at everything like he's at a buffet. Majalis is probably seeing dollar signs in his sleep after the bill hits a cool 100,000 Gs. Walking away with a bag full of goodies, Ain is hyped to go back to the castle and start his mukbang session. Meanwhile, something else in the catches his eye, radiating an aura that screams important plot item. Tucked away in a special corner is a stone that looks like it belongs in a final boss's throne room. The way it's glowing tells us this isn't just your average snack. This thing is massive, and looks like it could hold enough power to level a small city if you looked at it wrong. Majalis steps in with a serious face, identifying it as the accursed jewel, which is a name that definitely doesn't sound like a red flag at all. Apparently, this stone is haunted and screams at its owners in their dreams, telling them they aren't the one. That is some top-tier hater energy coming from a literal rock. Even with the display case sealing its power, Majalis treats it like a spooky urban legend that nobody should take seriously. Most people would run the other way, but our protagonist is built different. Thinking it over, Ain realizes he doesn't feel anything evil coming from the stone at all. He's wondering if his special connections can figure out the mystery behind this cursed paperweight. Dropping the ultimate bombshell, he asks if the owner will sell him the stone and the case together. Everyone in the room is losing their minds because buying a cursed item is usually how horror movies start. Chris is practically begging him to stop before he accidentally summons a demon or something. She is stressed out of her mind, but Majalis is just standing there looking like he's about to make the sale of a lifetime. Sold for 300,000 Gs, the deal is done and Ain is officially the owner of a haunted rock. Bro is paying in cash with a smile on his face, proving that he is the ultimate Chad of this kingdom. Majalis tells him to bring it back if things start getting weird, while Chris is just standing there in total defeat. She's giving him the sad stare, because she knows she's going to have to explain this to the king later. Unbothered by the drama, Ain just skips away to look at more stones while the adults deal with the financial trauma he just inflicted. This kid has zero chill when it comes to his magical diet. Majalis is actually impressed by how daring the new crown prince is, while Chris is having a full-blown existential crisis in the background. Her face is absolute cinema right now. Realizing she accidentally said the king would approve of this, Chris gets called out by the owner for being a terrible liar. She's dug her own grave and now she has to lie in it. Desperately begging for the secret to be kept, Chris is at her limit while the shop's bells jingle in the background. They've finished their business, but the emotional damage to Chris's career is permanent. Walking out of the shop, Ain is having the time of his life while Chris carrying the bags like a defeated bodyguard. The contrast between his joy and her trauma is peak comedy. Looking at her red eyes, Ain wonders if she's okay, but she just blames it on some dirt. We all know she was definitely crying in the club over that 300,000 G purchase. Returning to the castle under the moonlight, our boy is finally able to flop onto his bed. Being a high roller in the magic stone world is exhausting work. Just as he's getting comfortable, Marcia the maid knocks on the door to help him change. She's coming in with that top-tier service energy and a smile that could heal 1,000 wounds. Ain tries to act like a big boy and change himself, but Marcia isn't having any of it. She takes her duty as his personal servant very seriously, especially since he's the son of her lady Olivia. Giving off a slightly intense aura, she tells him not to worry about a thing while she does her job. This maid is definitely one of those "don't mess with me" types under that sweet exterior. Changing the subject, she hands over a mysterious letter that doesn't have a sender's name on it. Nothing says plot development like a secret letter delivered in the middle of the night. March drops the reveal that the letter came from a Heim noble house via another kingdom. The atmosphere gets heavy real quick because Heim is where all the toxic drama started. Looking at the map, we see how much effort someone went through to bypass the fact that Ishtalika has no relations with Heim. This wasn't just a casual message. This was a tactical delivery. Ain is skeptical, thinking it might just be more harassment from the people who treated him like garbage. He's ready to toss it in the trash, but something stops him. Suddenly, we get a flashback to a sparkling memory of a beautiful girl holding a flower. This is the kind of shoujo energy that hits you right in the feels out of nowhere. Realizing there is only one person who would send him a flower, Ain's heart starts racing. The realization hits him like a truck that this letter is from someone special. Look at this absolute waifu clone, looking like a literal angel in the moonlight. If you aren't rooting for her at this point, you're watching the wrong show. Ain is blushing harder than a rom-com protagonist as he reads the contents. He's completely forgotten about all the rocks he just bought. The letter says she'll properly declare her name when she arrives, keep a mystery alive while teasing a reunion. This is top-tier Riz via snail mail. Shocked to his core, Ain realizes that Klon is actually coming to Talika. This cliffhanger is absolute cinema, and the hype for the next chapter is officially off the charts. Rare. Bro. Look at Ain reading this letter from Klon like he's got secret Riz we didn't know about. Deciding to reply despite being worried about international beef is such a Chad move. International travel might be a headache for the Heim people, but Ain is just out here trying to be a good friend. Treating his mom and him nicely is all the reason he needs to keep the connection alive. Wholesome smiles are all over the place because Warren-sama would definitely approve of this link-up. Realizing that a good relationship with Olivia-sama makes anything possible, our boy is feeling himself. Staring at the moon like he's in a lo-fi hip-hop video, Ain is definitely deep in his feelings about Clone. The night vibes are immaculate as he prepares for whatever comes next. Flashbacks to the good times with the homies are hitting hard right now. Hoping to meet again is the ultimate mood for anyone who's had to leave a thick waifu behind. Time skips forward and suddenly autumn is in the air, bringing that chilly breeze to the kingdom. You know what that means? It is officially training season for our little king. Sparring in the courtyard while the top-tier mom and the squatch from the balcony is pure hype. Ain is out here dodging and weaving like he's playing Elden Ring, charging in with zero fear. The knight thinks he's finally going to claim a victory over the prince. Bro is rooting his whole soul into this overhead swing. Psyche! Ain hits him with the slick slide and trips the man up before he can even land. Bro got absolutely cooked and sent to the floor in front of the whole squad. Standing over the fallen knight with the sword pointed at his throat, Ain secures the easiest W of his life. The crowd is going wild because our boy is officially a menace. Running straight to his mom Olivia for those well-deserved headpats is the only way to end a fight. She's out here calling him cool while he's still catching his breath. Chris and Lloyd are low-key tearing up seeing how much the kid has grown in just a year and a half. It's enough to make a grown man simp for the progress of his student. Lloyd is a total menace though, sending the rest of the knights to run laps until sunset for losing to a kid. Ain tries to be humble about his magic stone buffs, but the teacher isn't hearing it. Yapping about how the gift of training is all about that hard work and grind set, Lloyd is basically the ultimate gym bro. Ain didn't get strong by eating rocks, he put in the sweat and tears. Everyone is nodding along because the facts are just too base to ignore. The team synergy is looking 10-10 right now. Watching Lloyd give that terrifyingly friendly smile while asking for a spar is the scariest thing I've seen all day. Ain's face said all he knows he's about to get sent back to the lobby. Suddenly the ground starts shaking and smoke is rising from the castle like a disaster movie. People in the streets are losing their minds thinking an earthquake just hit. Massive destruction everywhere as the courtyard literally splits open from a single exchange. Ain is out here resigning immediately because he knows when he's outmatched. Laughing it off like a true Chad, Lloyd is just happy to see the progress. Chris brings over some water to save our boy from dehydration because she's the real MVP. Staying back to save Chris from getting her magic stones accidentally absorbed is a high IQ move. Ain is basically a walking vacuum cleaner when he's tired. Shock and embarrassment hit Chris like a truck when she realizes she's being treated like a battery. Her face is pure comedy right now, absolutely down bad for the confusion. Sliding in to check the vibes, Olivia hears the report that Ain is finally ready for the next level. Lloyd thinks he can handle himself now, which is the ultimate seal of approval. Dropping news about the Academy Ents exam, Olivia looks like a proud mama. Ain is turning 7 this winter, which means it's time for the school arc to begin. Hugging him tight because she's a total helicopter parent who doesn't want to part ways. Chris is just standing there thinking about how clingy the mom is, which is peak humor. Nervous about being a crown prince at school, Ain is already imagining the drama. Going to an academy as royalty is basically asking for every NPC to challenge you. Showing up at the door looking like a total snack, Chris asks him if he wants to go for a stroll. We see you, Chris, trying to get that one-on-one time before he leaves. Hitting up a secret beach behind the castle that's normally an emergency exit is a top-tier flex. This place looks like a paradise hidden away from the world. Talking strategy for the entrance exam, Ain decides he's going full swordsman mode. Chris and Lloyd are already proud, but the pressure is definitely on. Asking the forbidden question about whether Lloyd could beat his own father, Logos, is a bold move. Even the crab on the sand is leaning in to hear the tea on this family beef. Surprised by the directness, Chris has to take a second to process the question. You don't just ask about the kingdom's strongest power scaling like that, bro. Dropping her sword to the ground, Chris decides to give him a live demonstration of what real speed looks like. She tells him not to lose track of her, and honestly I'm scared for him. Slow motion falling sword action is giving us all the tension we need. Ain is locked in, staring at the blade like his life depends on it. Blink and you miss it. The sword hits the sand and Chris has literally vanished into thin air. Our boy is left standing there looking like a confused NPC. Teleporting behind him like a total boss, Chris lets him know she's been there the whole time. The look of pure shock on Ain's face is worth $1,000. Explaining that while Logos is a power monster, she's all about that speed. Basically, the whole family is cracked and Ain has a lot of catching up to do. Realizing he has to surpass both of these monsters to reach his goal is a heavy realization. The grind to become stronger than the first king just got a lot harder. Gusts of wind start hitting the beach, and we're getting some classic atmospheric vibes. Chris is out here trying to ease his mind before the big test. Ribbons flying off in the wind as Chris turned to a full main heroine right before our eyes. This is absolute cinema. The hair physics are doing overtime. Flustered as heck trying to tie her hair back, Chris realizes she might have been a bit too crafty. Ain is just standing there blushing, because he's officially a simp for the sensei. Heading to the capital on a massive steam train is the ultimate steampunk aesthetic. The departure is officially happening and the hype is real. Crowds of people are filling the academy district as they arrive. It's like a massive festival where everyone is either a genius, a researcher, or a guard. Undercover in full armor, Chris looks like a total boss while she guides Ain through the chaos. Our boy is wide-eyed seeing so many people in one place. Royal Kingsland Academy reveal. This place looks like it costs more than the kingdom's taxes. It's massive, it's grand, and it's where the real story begins. Giving him the final pep talk before he heads into the test hall alone. Ain is peeking around the corner like he's about to enter a boss room. Launched out of the hall like a literal projectile, some kid just failed his exam in the most painful possible. This isn't a school, it's a war zone. Crying on the floor while a drill sergeant voice screams about motivation is the worst vibe ever. Ain is realizing the examiner might be a total hater. Enter the examiner, a man who looks like he eats raw iron for breakfast. He's out here telling kids to go home to their moms, which is just straight up toxic. Figuring out that this is a mental test as much as a physical one, Ain stays calm. No names allowed to keep things fair, which is actually a based rule for once. Roasting everyone and calling them failures, the examiner is just absolutely cooking these kids' dreams. He's saying even the lowest level monster would beat them, declaring that any skill is fair game as long as it's not a projectile. The examiner prepares for the final student. Ain is the last one left in the lobby. Stepping up to the plate with his sword drawn, Ain is ready to prove his strength. He's not here to play games, he's here to pass. David vs. Goliath vibes are hitting hard as Ain stands before this mountain of a man. The height difference is insane, but the aura is even bigger. Telling him to come at him like a brat, the examiner has no idea what's coming. He's got that smug smile that's just begging to be punched off. Charging like a missile, Ain closes the gap in a heartbeat. He's not holding back anything for this opening move. Clashing with the enemy, Ain actually forces the big guy to acknowledge his strength. The examiner realizes he's not dealing with a normal kid. High-speed trading blows is making sparks fly all over the hall. This is the kind of action we subbed for, absolute cinema in the exam room. Cuts and sparks are the only things we can see as they move at Mach speed. The examiner is actually starting to break a sweat. Slipping through the guards and using his small frame to confuse the big guy is a high IQ play. Ain is looking for that one opening to end it all. Struggling to predict the next move, the examiner is being forced to actually try. The difference in figure is becoming Ain's biggest weapon. Reality check time as the examiner lands a hit and tells Ain he relies too much on stats. He says there's not a spef technique in his movements, which is a brutal roast. Officially a menace, the examiner proves he's on a whole different level than the Royal Knights. Ain is starting to realize he's in deep trouble, starting to talk trash about Ain's masters, calling them petty and poor teachers. Bro, you can insult the kid, but don't insult the legends who raised him. Telling Ain to resign while he still has his dignity is the ultimate disrespect. The examiner thinks he's already won the mental battle. Insulting the mom is the final straw. Calling Olivia a foolish parent is how you get your life subscription cancelled in an instant. Going dark mode, Ain lets the shadows cover his eyes as his aura begins to shift. You can feel the black Air Force energy radiating off the page. Checking the rules one last time just to make sure he's allowed to go all out. It's not magic projectiles, then anything goes, right? Claiming he can let insults about himself slide, but his family is off limits. Ain is gripping his sword so hard the ground is probably shaking. Remembering the support from Olivia, Lloyd, and Chris, our boy is tapping into something primal. The examiner messed with the wrong prince today. Pillars of dark energy erupt from Ain's body, shocking everyone in the room. The examiner's face is pure, I messed up energy right now. Terrifying manifestations are forming behind him as the power peaks. This isn't just a skill. It's a nightmare coming to life. Black Knight reveal with the Phantom's hand. Ain looks like a literal demon kindling in the middle of the exam hall. This is peak fiction. Shaking in his boots, the examiner is demanding an explanation for the giant monster arms. Ain is just walking forward like a silent protagonist. Glowing eyes of doom and a cold stare are all the examiner gets for an answer. Ain says he has no memory of a rule against demon hands, so it's time to prepare for the smoke. Look at the absolute determination on our boy's face as we kick things off. This chapter is literally titled Awakening, so you already know things are about to go hard. Standing tall against this absolute unit of an examiner, Ain is ready to show what he's made of. Tension in the air is thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. Check out those massive shadow tentacles sprouting from his back like some kind of eldritch horror. Bro, whole boss fight to a simple entrance exam. Instead of being shook, this examiner just laughs it off and calls it an insect skill. Watch him charge in with that massive sword like he's got something to prove. Dodging like a literal god, the examiner makes these shadow hands look like they're moving in slow motion. Holding down main character energy even though he's just here to gatekeep, the veteran is slick with it. Scratches on the floor and high-speed maneuvers are the name of the game right now. Ain is throwing everything but the kitchen sink at him. Smashed rocks and debris are flying everywhere as the examiner shows off his raw physical power. This isn't just a test anymore, it's a demolition derby. Panting like he just ran a marathon, Ain realizes his current output just isn't cutting it. Standing there looking too comfortable for my liking, the examiner hasn't even broken a sweat. Feeding his magic power directly into the skill, our boy decides it's time to stop holding back. Atmosphere is literally sparking with his desperation. Seeing the hands get even more jagged and menacing actually puts a smile on the big guy's face. He's probably thinking he finally found someone worth his time. Absolute carnage follows as the floor gets shredded into literal confetti. You can see the examiner actually having to put an effort now that the speed has ramped up. Clashing steel and shadow hands create a whirlwind of destruction that would make a construction crew cry. Admitting the kid is fast, the examiner is finally forced to step up his game. Jumping high into the air, Ain prepares for a vertical strike looks like it could split a mountain. Focus is the only thing on his face right now. Sparks fly as their weapons collide in a massive display of force. This isn't just a spar, it's a battle of wills at this point. Pushing down with every ounce of strength he has, Ain uses those extra hands to pin the examiner's sword. Look at the shock on the big guy's face when he realizes he's being overpowered. Asking if it's okay for the examiner to use both hands is the ultimate flex. Our boy is really out here trying to humble a veteran. Rocks are exploding under the sheer pressure of their struggle. Gritting his teeth, the examiner is actually getting cooked by a literal child. Swings and parries are happening so fast I can barely keep up with the action. Screaming out in frustration, the veteran tries to regain control of the situation. Blocking a heavy blow like an absolute Chad, Ain stands his ground against the veteran's assault. Shock is written all over the big guy's face in the corner. Grunting and straining, both of them are reaching their absolute limits. You can practically hear the ground screaming for mercy. One final massive impact sends a shockwave through the entire arena. Dust cut by the blast is enough to hide an entire army. Standing in the aftermath, Ain looks like he's about to collapse from magic exhaustion. Those shadow hands are finally retreating after doing some serious work. Sent straight into the wall like a human projectile, the examiner is finally seeing stars. Bro literally broke the arena just to pass a test. Admitting that his opponent is strong shows that Ain has that true warrior's heart. He's being way too polite for someone who just demolished a wall with a person's body. Looking around at the wreckage, the examiner realizes they can't even continue because the testing ground is a disaster zone. Scale of the destruction is just insane for a 7-year-old. Bowing down and apologizing like he just broke a window is peak comedy. Bro, you just sent a high-ranking adventurer through a brick wall and you're worried about the noon class? Thinking he failed because he lost his temper is such a typical protagonist move. He's over there stressing while the examiner is just staring at him in awe. Transitioning to the end of the match, we see the dust finally settling on this absolute cinema. Tapping him on the head with the passing certificate is the ultimate sign of respect. This moment is actually kind of wholesome after all that violence. Passing the test because he got angry for the sake of others is a total W for Ain. Officially becoming a fan, the examiner gives the kid a huge win. Grinning like he just found a new rival, the veteran tells him not to worry about being arrogant. They both traded some trash talk, so it's all good in the hood. Watching the big guy walk away, Ain finally lets out a smile of relief. He's officially an academy student now, boys. Sweeping shots of the academy show just how grand this place really is. Perfect setting for some high-stakes drama in the future. Running back to find Chris-san, Ain is hyped to share the good news about passing. He's got that innocent kid energy back immediately after the massacre. Meeting a wall of pure fire and fury, Ain realizes he might be in more trouble now than during the fight. Chris is absolutely livid that he showed off his secret skills to everyone. Infuriated by the broken promise, Chris looks like she's about to drop a fireball on his head. Aura sensing is real and she's not happy about the attention he drew. Defending his actions by saying he couldn't stand people talking about her is the ultimate Riz move. Bro is a natural-born charmer and he doesn't even know it. Blushing harder than a tomato, Chris completely loses her cool and starts stuttering. Our boy just won her over with a single sentence. Discussing the healers at the academy makes it clear that injuring examiners is apparently a regular Tuesday here. She's trying to act professional again, but we all saw that blush earlier. Realizing the examiners are actually world-class adventurers makes Ain's victory even more of a flex. He really is built different than the average student. Warning him that the king is going to find out about this makes the poor sweat. You can survive a veteran adventurer, but you can't survive Grandpa's legendary lectures. Fast-forwarding a few days, we see the royal palace standing tall and majestic. Time for the reckoning has finally arrived. Getting lectured by the king himself like an absolute nightmare. Sitting there king the heat. Our boy watches his mom from the side while he gets grilled. Finally calming down, Grandpa decides to let it slide for now. Peaceful vibes return as the garden background settles the mood for a talk. Realizing he's already 7 means it's time for Ain to start taking his royal duties seriously. No more just playing around in the dirt and eating magic stones. Zooming in on the king, we can see he's got something big planned for the kid's future. Sending the kid to Port Town Magna for public affairs is a massive step. This is where the real story starts to pick up speed. Seeing mom so proud of him is the only motivation our boy needs to succeed. She's looking as lovely as ever while supporting her son's first official job. Thinking about the future, Ain looks out with a serious gaze. He's ready to take on the world, one port town at a time. Seagulls flying over the ocean set the mood for a grand adventure. Immaculate vibes are the only thing we're feeling right now. Sailing across the sea, we see a majestic ship heading towards their destination. Change is definitely in the wind for our young hero. Ending on a shot of a mysterious girl in a shining bracelet, we are left with a massive cliffhanger. Who is she, and what kind of promise is shining brighter than the sea? Look at this massive flex as our boy Ain, the baddie Chris, and the old head Warren overlook the kingdom's naval power. They have literal battleships lined up like it is a lobby waiting for the match to start. Chapter 10 kicks off with a view of the fleet. And man, Ishtalika is clearly not playing games when it comes to their military presence. Our boy Ain is low-key shook by how many large ships are docked at the Magna Navy base. Chris is just there being a total girl boss, explaining how these serve as the ultimate national defense. This port town is one of the big 3 in the country, and usually the market is popping with fish and sailors every morning. Instead of shopping for snacks, they are here to check out the sea crystals that just arrived from Euro. Look at the size of that crate being hauled in. Chris decides it is time to show the prince the goods, and starts reaching for her blade like she is about to drop a freestyle. Before Ain can even blink, she slashes the crate open with some insane speed and precision. That is some absolute Chad energy right there. Bro is wondering if that was even legal or if she is just using aimbots at this point because it was way too fast to see. Inside we see the sea crystals, which basically look like giant chunks of hardened salt. Ain is out here touching the merchandise like a true connoisseur. With the boring government work finished, Ain is finally free to be a kid for 5 minutes. Wanting to grab a souvenir for his mom Olivia, Ain asks for a bit more time. Apparently, Olivia was a full-on meltdown because she could not come along today. Turns out a letter from Grandpa was enough to fix her mood instantly, which has Ain wondering what kind of secret sauce was written in there. Since there is time to kill, Ain decides to wander over to the pier to watch the waves and catch some vibes. Instantly, Chris gets on that overprotective energy, but Warren steps in with a legendary loot drop to save the day, gifting him the Great Earth Ruby. Warren explains it is a magic tool made from a dragon core that protects the wearer. That is some top-tier gear right there. With the legendary defensive item equipped, Chris finally lets him go explore the pier on his own. Look at the vibes out here, just clear skies and seagulls. This is absolute cinema for a kid who has been stuck in meetings all day. Feeling the warmth of the autumn sun, Ain is contemplating just passing out right then and there for a quick recharge. Spotting some crates that look like the perfect makeshift bed, he starts plotting his ultimate nap strategy. Realizing that being a prince is a full-time job, he decides a sneaky nap won't hurt anyone since nobody is looking. Finding a spot in the shade, he is convinced this is his last chance for peace before the official crown prince announcement makes him world famous. Man is literally out here, sleeping on the job while a seagull watches his back like a feathered bodyguard. The sound of the waves is hitting different, sounding like a natural lo-fi beat to study and relax to. Just as he is drifting off into nostalgia about his old home, we see someone approaching his secret sleeping spot. Dreaming about his mom and some wholesome flower-picking vibes, Ain is living his best life in his head. It is all cute and wholesome until he has a sneezing fit in the dream world. Look at that little face, bro is struggling. Waking up, he feels something incredibly soft and wonders if his mom actually showed up to prank him. Everything is blurry at first, but that floral scent is a dead giveaway that he is definitely not alone anymore. Hold up, is that a lap pillow? Bro really has that main character riz even while he is unconscious. It is Klon. She is back and looking like an absolute gem, while Ain is just staring up at her in total shock. This reunion is hitting all the feels, and the eye contact between these two is straight up lethal. Smiling down at him, she looks like she has been waiting for him to wake up for an eternity. Shook to his core, Ain finally realizes she is actually there. She just hits him with the line that she wanted to meet him, which is based as heck. The blushing is real for both of them, and you can tell they are both down bad for this moment. Meanwhile, the chaperones are watching from the ship like proud parents witnessing a rom-com unfold. They take a seat on the pier to catch up on everything that has happened since they were separated. Admitting her surprise, Clone tells him how shocked she was to find out he moved continents and became royalty. Pointing out her grandfather, the former archduke, she shows Ain that she is not traveling alone. Apparently, the old man retired and passed the family lead to Clone's father before they made the trip. We get a quick lore dump about their journey, and how Ain's mom helped them secure a ship to Ashtalika. Feeling bad about the trouble they caused, Clone tries to apologize, but Ain is just happy to be in her presence again. Chris walks up to finally meet the girl who has been occupying the prince's nap time. Look at that polite greeting, but of course, she has to give Ain the legendary death glare for slacking off on his duties and napping in public. Chris invites Clone to join them on their trip to Magna City, which is a massive win for our boy Ain. Clone hits him with the formal request to accompany the crown prince, and look at that dress fanning out. The animation in my head is going crazy. She is doing the full princess curtsy, and Ain is just trying his best to look like a Chad and not fold. Fast forward to the night, and we have a fancy tea party happening in a room that looks like it costs more than my entire life. Thanking Olivia for the lodging, Clone is being super polite, but Olivia is just vibing with that motherly grace. Look at the author's taste here. Olivia is absolutely stacked and she is being the ultimate wing mom to Clone. Dropping the formal princess titles, Olivia tells the girl to just call her Olivia-sama. The bond is forming fast. The atmosphere is so wholesome, you can practically see the flowers blooming in the background of the room. But then Olivia gets serious and asks the real question that determines if Clone is wife material. She sets her tea down with purpose, and you know things are about to get deep in this conversation. Olivia wants to know exactly what Clone's plan is for the future now that they are reunited. Visibly nervous, Clone realizes she is basically being interviewed by the most powerful woman in the room. Olivia reminds her that they are alone, so there is no need to hide her true feelings or intentions. We see a flashback of Warren asking a similar question earlier, proving that everyone is curious about this girl. Crossing the sea just to see Ain is a huge statement, and Clone is not afraid to admit it now. Olivia asks the big one, does she actually intend to stay in Ishtalika for the rest of her life? This is the ultimate test. With zero hesitation, Clone declares she has been prepared for that since the moment she left her mansion. That is some queen energy. Seeing that determination, Olivia lights up with a smile that is pure absolute cinema. She decides right then and there to have Clone attend an all-female academy where the queen herself is the director. Olivia wants to polish this gem until she shines brighter than anyone else in the kingdom. She is basically adopting her into the inner circle, and the hype for Clone's future is real. Overcome with emotion, Clone realizes she is actually being accepted into Ain's world. Olivia promises to help her become the best version of herself. We love to see the waifus supporting each other. They share a heartfelt moment as Clone grips her dress, clearly trying her hardest not to burst into tears. Tears of joy are finally flowing as she accepts the offer. This is the start of a legendary journey for our girl. Deep in the library, we see a cute blonde just chilling and looking through the stacks. She's got elegant vibe that usually means she's either a princess or the most dangerous person in the room. Hidden away in the corner, our boy Ain is buried under a mountain of books. This man is grinding harder than a pro gamer trying to hit rank 1 before the season ends. Looking at this massive library under the moonlight, you can tell this family is loaded. Imagine having a private area this big just to do homework in the middle of the night. Grinding through the late hours, Ain is fueled by nothing but tea and sheer determination. His maid Marche is worried he's pushing too hard, but my man is on a mission to get those gains. scribbling away like a madman. The focus in his eyes is actually scary. Most kids his age are out playing tag, but Ain is out here trying to rewrite his entire destiny. Sneaking up behind him, Clone decides it's the perfect time for a jump scare. Bro nearly jumped out of his skin, and honestly, getting whispered to by a waifu like that would send anyone to the lobby. Giggling at his reaction, Clone is clearly enjoying herself way too much. She's teasing him for being so focused that he didn't even notice a whole person walking into the room. Checking in on his progress, she's surprised to see how much work he's actually getting done. Ain is built different, and even Clone has to admit his work ethic is top tier. Flashing a smile that could probably heal world hunger, Clone tells him she's gonna work even harder now. My boy Ain is blushing so hard his heart is literally doing backflips in his chest. Worrying about his official status, Ain wonders if he's even allowed to show up to the big party for his mom. Usually these noble events are a viper's nest of drama, and he's not trying to get cooked. Talking about taking a bath is a bold move, especially when the vibes are this cozy. Clone tells him the baths here are huge and he should definitely go relax his brain. Asking if he wants to go together is a level of riz I wasn't prepared for today. Ain't no way she just dropped that line with a straight face while my boy is fighting for his life. Stepping into the ballroom, we see the party is absolutely popping. Everyone is dressed to the nines and the whole place smells like old money and expensive perfume. Waiting by the side, Ain sees a flutter of fabric that catches his attention immediately. Someone is making a grand entrance, and the suspense is killing me. Coming out in a dress that's pure absolute cinema, Clone looks like a literal angel. Ain is standing there like a total simp, and honestly I can't even blame him. Complimenting each other's drip is the only way to start a night like this. They both look like a power couple already, and the rest of the nobles are definitely going to be jealous. Walking through the crowd, they overhear the local nobles talking about how crazy Eshtalika is. It's like these people have never seen a functioning country before. Riding on a water train and seeing the city lights must be a trip for anyone coming from a boring village. The scenery in this kingdom is basically a jewelry box that never ends. Staring at a massive magic stone on the dinner table, Clone is realizing just how rich this place actually is. They're using high-grade mana sources as table decorations while other countries are struggling to light a candle. Explaining that common sense doesn't really apply here, Ain tries to calm her down. He's used to the opulence by now, but for a newcomer it's like stepping onto another planet. Planning for the future, they talk about when the big announcement will finally happen. It looks like things are going to get real spicy around next spring when they enroll in the academy. Thinking about how to speak like a proper king, Ain realizes he might need to change his soft manner of speech. Clone suggests he find a Chad role model to copy so he can start exuding that Black Air Force energy. Spotted by some crusty-looking nobles, our duo is already being targeted for gossip. These guys are pressed that someone from a dirty country like Heim was invited to the party. Whispering behind their backs like a bunch of middle schoolers, the crowd is already toxic. You just know someone is about to do something stupid and ruin the vibe. Telling him not to worry, Clone shows off her inner girl boss by staying positive. She's not gonna let a few haters stop her from enjoying the fancy food and the music. Heading off to grab some snacks, Clone leaves Ain alone for 2 seconds. This is the classic setup for a disaster, and I'm already sweating for my boy. Approached by his grandfather, Ain hears that the king actually has a special gift planned for him. The old man looks proud, but you can tell there's a lot of weight behind those words. Looking over at the king, we see him sitting on his throne feeling bad about how Ain was treated in his old home. It's nice to see a royal who actually has a heart for once. Discussing the timing of the announcement, grandfather realizes that maybe tonight is the perfect time to drop the bomb. Ain looks a bit nervous, and honestly, I would be too if I had to dress a room full of haters. Suddenly, the sound of breaking glass echoes through the hall. Something just went down, and based on Ain's face, it's definitely not good news. Standing over the mess, a tall noble is looking down at Clone like she's something he stepped in. This guy really thinks he's the main character, but he's about to find out he's just a side villain. Calling her a country bumpkin in front of everyone is a massive L for this guy. He's really out here trying to bully a girl just because she's from another country. Reaching out to grab her, this creep is clearly crossing a line. Clone looks terrified, and the crowd is just standing there watching it happen like a bunch of NPCs. Intervening like the absolute Chad he is, Ain grabs the guy's arm and shuts it down. The look on his face says he's about to send this man to the Shadow Realm for touching his girl. Mocking Ain for being a guest, the noble still hasn't realized he's talking to the literal crown prince. He thinks he can just walk over anyone he considers lower status. Spitting more venom about how everyone hates Heim, this guy is really digging his own grave. He's talking about lines that shouldn't be crossed while he's currently sprinting over them. Feeling the pressure from the crowd's whispers, Ain realizes that the people are still judging his mom. It's the same old story of people being trash just because they think they're superior. Remembering the days when he and his mom had no place to call home, Ain's eyes go dark. This isn't just about a party anymore. It's about all the disrespect they've had to swallow. Blaming himself for not having the power to make everyone recognize him, Ain is reaching his breaking point. He's tired of being the powerless kid who just watches from the sidelines. Gripping his sleeve with enough force to rip it, he decides that this time, things are going to be different. He's going to use his own power to claim his place at the top. Staring down the enemy with cold resolve, the atmosphere in the room completely shifts. You can practically feel the mana starting to leak out of him. Telling the noble to aim all that hatred at him instead of clone is a legendary move. Ain is stepping up to take the heat like a true leader would. Twitching in surprise, the noble realizes that this kid isn't backing down. Even the grandfather is grinning in the background because he knows the beatdown is coming. Yapping about inheritance and the inferior country of Heim, the noble is still trying to justify his toxicity. He thinks he's defending the pride of the kingdom, but he's just being a clown. Silencing the man with a single look, Ain isn't interested in his excuses. The noble's face is becoming a total meme at this point because losing the argument to a child. Reflecting on how he was cast away and looked down on by his own father, Ain finds his strength. He realizes that meeting Klon gave him the chance to finally prove his worth to the world. Walking toward the giant magic stone, Ain ignores everyone's warnings about how dangerous it is. The noble thinks he's trying to commit self-delete, but Ain is just getting started. Touching the stone and letting his power flow, a massive shockwave of energy erupts. The visual effects are peak fiction right now as the mana starts swirling around him. Watching the blue stone turn completely transparent, the crowd losing their minds. Nobody has ever seen someone manipulate a magic stone with this much raw talent. Declaring that he won't lose to the power of monsters, Ain holds up the stone as proof of his bloodline. This is the platinum status of the first king, and he's wearing it like a badge of honor. Challenging the entire room, Ain asks if they still think the pride of Ishtalika is weak. He's standing in the center of the ballroom like he owns the place, and honestly, he kind of does. Looking at his grandson in absolute awe, the king realizes that Ain is the spitting image of the legendary first king. The resemblance is so strong it's actually giving the old man chills. Glowing with an aura that'd make a Super Saiyan jealous, Ain is the only thing anyone can look at. He's fully awakened his potential, and there's no going back now. Dropping the biggest mic drop in history, he finally reveals his full name, Ain von Ishtalika. The silence in the room is so loud you could hear a pin drop in the next kingdom over. Promising everyone that he is their new crown prince, Ain lets out a roar of pure authority. This is the moment the entire story has been building up to. Vowing to become a king that will guide the country just like the first one did, Ain looks like an absolute unit. If this isn't a certified Chad moment, I don't know what is. Gasps of Crown Prince and Highness ripple through the crowd as the reality sinks in. The noble who was talking trash looks like he's about to have a heart attack on the spot. Grabbing Klon's hand and asking the room to accept her presence is the ultimate Riz move. He's using his new status to protect his girl immediately, and it's beautiful to see. Realizing he just blurted out everything he was thinking, Ain gets a little embarrassed. It's cute to see that he's still a kid at heart even after doing something that legendary. Falling into a deep silence, the entire ballroom waits for the next move. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a sword. Bowing down in unison, every single person in the room acknowledges their new prince. The bee-bow sound effect is the sound of 1,000 egos being crushed at once. Seeing even the king and the prime minister bowing shows just how much respect Ain has earned tonight. Even the little animal-eared girl is showing her respects to the new boss. Looking toward the future, Ain officially accepts his role as the crown prince of Ishtalika. This is the start of a whole new era, and I can't wait to see how he cooks in the next arc. Opening up in the royal library, we see our boy Ain getting his study on because being a prince isn't all just eating magic stones and chilling. Look at this adorable cat girl researcher putting in that work with a magnify ass, probably trying to figure out how Ain's stomach doesn't just explode from all that loot. Fireworks are popping off over the city as the entire population gathers to witness the birth of a new legend. Waving to the crowd with that main character energy, Ain officially steps into his role as the crown prince of Ishtalika. Hearing the commoners gossip about how he's a total Chad for protecting a lady from across the sea is pure fuel for the ego. Glancing over at the king, you can tell the old man is feeling himself because his grandson is basically a walking debut. Sipping on some tea while surrounded by high-tier waifus, Ain is living the dream after a successful public debut. Dropping some heavy lore, the king admits he's giving Ain a pass on some rules because the kid already got cooked enough by his previous trash family. Witnessing a literal glitch in the Matrix, Warren realizes Ain's speech was a word-for-word copy of what the first king said centuries ago. Realizing that Ain somehow knew a speech that was never even written down has the king questioning if this kid is actually a reincarnated god. Planning for the future, the conversation shifts to Klon, who is gearing up to enroll in a prestigious female academy come springtime. Presenting 3 different paths for her education, the options range from being a pencil pusher to becoming a queen-tier influencer. Curious to see if she's got that dog in her, the king leans in to hear which path the young lady chose to walk. Declaring her intentions with total confidence, Klon isn't settling for just one boring career path. Choosing the ultimate path, she decides she wants to be an influential lady who can protect the king, which is absolute peak loyalty. Laughing his head off, the king realizes she basically picked all of the above, because why settle for less when you can have it all? Seeing the next generation looking this cracked, everyone in the room knows the future of the kingdom is in good hands. Watching them walk away, the king looks like a proud grandpa who just watched his grandkids win the championship. Shifting gears to the cherry blossom season, the vibe is immaculate as the academy entrance ceremony finally rolls around. Checking the luggage and making sure the vibes are right, Olivia is looking like a certified top-tier mom in this panel. Stepping out in their fresh school uniforms, Ain and Clone are looking sharp and ready to start their high school rom-com arc. Trying to be the ultimate helicopter parent, Olivia gets shut down immediately when she tries to follow them to the school gates. Escorting the prince is a serious job, and Crest to remind everyone that if Olivia shows up in public, it'll be a total riot because she's too famous. Saying their goodbyes, Ain prepares to leave the nest and face the horrors of social interaction with other nobles. Giving him that warm motherly smile, Olivia sends him off with a blessing that's honestly enough to give anyone a permanent stat buff. Arriving at the Academy District, the sheer scale of the place is insane, looking like something straight out of a triple-A fantasy game. Navigating through the massive crowds, it's clear that every noble in the country sent their kids here to try and get some of that royal riz. Feeling the pressure of the crowd, Ain realizes that surviving the commute might be harder than fighting a high-level monster. Doubting the hype, our boy can't even imagine finding peace in a place that's as packed with people. Sweeping shots of the campus show off some absolute cinema architecture, proving that the tuition fees must be astronomical. Looking at the layout, this place isn't just a school, it's a fortress for the elite of the elite. Noticing the fountains and the clock towers, you just know there's going to be a lot of drama happening near these landmarks. Approaching the final boss of gates, the duo finally reaches the entrance where the real journey begins. Handing off the torch, Chris explains that her escort duty ends, and a new bodyguard is taking over the shift. Calling out the new guy, a mysterious figure steps onto the scene with a heavy main rival aura. Focusing on the details, this new character is rocking a uniform that screams, "I have a tragic backstory and high stats." Meeting the prince with a respectful kneel, the newcomer shows exactly who is the boss in this relationship. Introducing himself as Dilgalatia, he reveals he's the son of Lloyd and Marche, which is a major name drop. Finding out that his parents have a massive height difference has Ain making the most legendary "what the heck" face in manga history. Look at this absolute Chad Dill Glacier stepping onto the scene looking like he just walked out of a high-end fashion show for bodyguards. Bro has that main character energy before he even opens his mouth, kneeling down like he is about to propose, but it is actually just that peak knight loyalty on display. Realizing his duty is protect the prince, he is basically saying, "I am your shield and your sword for the rest of this semester." Meeting up at the academy gates, and our boy Ain is already getting hit with the highest level of glazing from Chris. Apparently this Dill guy is the GOAT of apprentice knights and is far beyond anyone else his age, which is basically code for he is going to carry. Trying to process the fact that his bodyguard is a certified prodigy while Chris just smiles like she did not just drop a lore bomb. Look at that face, exactly what kind of elite talent she is handing over to the prince. Wait a literal second, because bro just found out that Lloyd and Marche are actually married and his brain is currently doing backflips. Imagine being the last person to find out the tuple you work with are a power couple, because that is some serious lack of situational awareness. Introducing himself with the most formal possible, Dill is making it very clear that he is here for business and not to make friends. This guy has zero chill and is probably going to be the stiffest roommate in the history of this academy. Reciting the king's orders like a total pro, explains that this is not just about protection but about learning how to lead people from the top. Basically told him to drop the humble act and start acting like a boss, which is the most based advice ever. Offering a handshake like a true homie, Ain is trying his best to bridge the gap and keep things casual. Seeing the prince be this humble is a vibe, but you already know Dill is going to make it awkward. Standing there like a statue, Dill looks like he is fighting the urge to stay perfectly still while the prince is just being a sweetheart. Bro is sweating bullets because his brain is wired for formality, and this casual energy is making him glitch, accepting the honor with a hand over his heart because he simply cannot turn off the night mode for even a second. This level of dedication is honestly absolute cinema, but someone needs to tell him to take a deep breath, asking to just be called Ain because he wants to keep the vibes immaculate while they are at school. Most people would jump at the chance to be on a first-name basis with royalty, but watch how this backfires, declining the offer immediately because he is just a bodyguard and has to keep that professional distance like a total buzzkill. Bro really chose the path of the ultimate stiff and refused to use the prince's name like he is allergic to being casual. Think to himself that this guy is way too rigid. Ain is starting to realize his school life might be a bit more boring than he hoped. Looking at that sweat drop, you can tell he is already wondering if he can get a refund on this bodyguard. Waving goodbye as Chris heads out, she tells them not to even think about coming back without each other. She is basically the mom of the group, making sure the kids do not lose each other on the first day of school. Feeling a bit unreliable because his own bodyguard is acting like a brick wall, Ain is definitely going through it right now. Dill is just standing there in the background looking like a background NPC that forgot its dialogue, walking through the hallways of this massive academy, and we can see that the budget for this school must be insane. Passing by other students who are probably all elite nobles, but our boy is the only one with a personal bodyguard following him like a shadow, arriving at the first classroom, and even the door looks like it belongs in a boss fight arena. Dill points out that this is the class for the top-tier students, which means the competition is going to be fierce, marveling at the size of these doors because they are absolutely massive compared to every other classroom in the building. Only the students with the best grades get to enter this room, so it is basically the VIP lounge for the big brains, explaining the philosophy of the Royal Kingsland Academy, where ability is the only thing that matters regardless of your social status. This place is a total meritocracy, which is great until you realize you have to actually study to keep your spot. Bracing himself for the academic gauntlet, Ain is trying to get his mind right before he steps into the lion's den. Dill tells him he will be back later, which is the first time he has actually let the prince breathe, looking for a doorknob but realizing there isn't one because this school is living in the future with magic technology. Suddenly the floor starts glowing, and we are about to see some serious magic flex, watching the door slide open automatically like he just walked into a futuristic mall in the middle of a fantasy world. They really put high-tech automatic doors on this room just to show off how much mana they have to waste, stepping into the room and it looks more like a coliseum than a place to learn math and history. The seating is tiered and the whole vibe is giving off serious pressure, like everyone in here is a future world leader. Scanning the room, we see a diverse cast of characters including a sleepy guy and some demi-humans who look like they are ready for action. It is a small class, which means there is nowhere to hide if the teacher calls on you. Realizing that if he does not get along with these few people, his social life is basically cooked. He is happy everyone is present, but the social anxiety is definitely starting to kick in. Meeting the homeroom teacher Rook, who looks like he has not slept in 3 years and is powered purely by spite and magic engineering. He is walking in with that classic cool teacher energy, where he is probably to be the most chill person in the building, adjusting his glasses while explaining that he was not even supposed to be their teacher but the previous one retired or something. He tells them to forget the details because he only cares about one thing and the suspense is killing us, dropping the ultimate truth bomb by telling them to just leave a result and dismissing the class immediately. This man really walked in for 30 seconds just to tell them to be successful and then dipped like a legend, closing his mouth after delivering the shortest speech in the history of education. Is definitely a mood, and I think we all wish our teachers were this straight to the point, looking around with pure confusion because the class lasted about as long as a YouTube ad. Everyone is just sitting there wondering if they actually learned anything, or if they should just go to the cafeteria, popping back in for a second to mention that do not even have to attend classes as long as they pass the semi-annual tests. This school is basically a paradise for anyone who hates sitting in a desk all day, getting approached by a wolf boy named Roland who seems like the most wholesome demi-human in the world. He mentions he took the magic engineering test to get in and he is already trying to make friends with our boy, sharing that he took the swordsmanship test, and Roland immediately starts wagging his tail with excitement. Seeing a demi-human this cute is a total win for the viewers, and he is definitely going to be a fan favorite, realizing that Ain is actually the rumored kid whose name has been spreading like wildfire through the academy. Roland's eyes are literally sparkling with admiration because he is standing next to a living legend. Hearing the rumors that an examinee beat a high-level adventurer and literally destroyed the test arena is wild. Ain is standing there like, please stop talking, because the attention is making him want to disappear, trying to play it off as a misunderstanding because the examiner got the best of him in the heat of the moment. Roland is not buying it though and thinks Ain is the most amazing person he has ever met, interrupting the bromance moment as Dill walks back into the room looking like he is about to arrest someone. The atmosphere shifts instantly because the son of the Grand Marshal has entered the chat, watching the students shiver as Dill walks past because his reputation clearly precedes him in this school. He is walking straight toward Ain and Roland is probably wondering if he is about to get cooked for talking to the prince, offering to show the prince around the academy because he forgot that the first year is basically just free study time. Roland's face in the corner is absolute comedy because he is realizing he just stumbled into high-level politics, extending a hand to guide him while the other students in the background are literally shaking in their boots. Dill has that aura that just screams, do not mess with me or my ward or things will get ugly, formally introducing himself to Roland after the wolf boy realizes he was talking to the literal crown prince this whole time. Ain is being such a Chad for trying to keep things friendly despite his bodyguard being a total vibe killer. Making a quick escape, Roland claims he has some paperwork to do because he is clearly too intimidated to stay. You can see him shaking as he backs away because the pressure from Dill is just too much to handle. Processing the fact that he was just vibing with royalty, Roland is currently having a midlife crisis at age 15. He is absolutely dumbfounded that the prince is so down to earth, while his bodyguard looks like a final boss. Taking a tour of the grounds, and we see that this academy is basically a city within a city. The architecture is top tier, and it makes sense why everyone wants to get into this place. Looking up at the library, and it is literally a vertical maze of books that probably contains all the forbidden knowledge in the world. This is the kind of place where you could get lost for a week and nobody would find you. Finishing the tour, Ain is impressed that the school is as big as the royal castle itself. He asks Dill if he is going to stay by his side the whole time or if he actually has his own life to live, confirming that the prince's safety is his top priority, but he will minimize the time he spends away for his own training. Dill is being so stiff that Ain is literally making a face like he is dealing with a robot, noticing some girls hanging out on the lawn, and it looks like a scene straight out of a slice-of-life anime. This is the perfect chance for our boy to try and break the ice and get some personal info, asking the most important question of all time, which is what kind of taste in women does this legendary knight have? Ain is out here doing the Lord's work trying to find out if Dill is a fellow man of culture. Seeing Dill get gloomy all of a sudden is hilarious, because he clearly did not expect to be grilled about his love life. Ain is determined to close the distance between, even if he has to use the most awkward topics possible, admitting that he prefers a lady who is actually stronger than him, which is a very base take for a knight. Most guys want to be the protector. Dill is out here looking for a woman who can bench press him, thinking of Chris immediately because she is the strongest woman they know and she definitely fits the description. Ain is connecting the dots and realizing that Dill might be down bad for the legendary knight lady, dropping the specific requirements that he wants someone at least 190 centimeters tall with a buff build. This man is not looking for a girlfriend, he is looking for a literal Amadian goddess, and Ain's face is pure shock, cheering him on despite knowing that finding a 990 centimeters buff mommy is going to be like finding a shiny Pokemon in the wild. Dill is grateful for the support, because his friends usually just tell him it is impossible, smiling for the first time because he finally feels understood by someone regarding his very specific tastes. This is the first real bond they have formed, and it is all thanks to the power of being a man of culture, feeling like the distance between them has finally closed because they shared a moment of true honesty. Ain is hyped because he finally cracked the code to making this stiff bodyguard act like a human being, suggesting they go grab some lunch because talking about buff waifus really works up an appetite. Dill agrees, and it seems like they are finally on the path to becoming true bros, realizing the reality is very different from his imagination because Dill is just standing guard while Ain eats alone. Bro is literally standing there like a gargoyle while the girls at the next table are whispering about how weird they are, shifting the perspective to the Lieb Female Academy, which looks just prestigious and fancy as the boys' school. This is where the real waifu energy is going to be concentrated for this chapter, showing us a close-up of a smiling girl who looks like she has the most pure and innocent soul in the world. She is definitely going to be a major player, and her design is already top tier, getting swamped by other girls who are all trying to get her attention and introduce her to their brothers and cousins. She is clearly the most popular girl in school, and everyone wants a piece of that high-level riz, maintaining her humble attitude despite everyone glazing her beauty and her connection to the Prime Minister. She claims she is just a commoner, but the other girls are not buying it because she looks like royalty, thinking to herself that she hopes they can all get along while maintaining that perfect public image. She is playing the social game at the highest level, and you can tell there is more to her than just a pretty face, giving a polite smile as the other girls squeal with joy because she is just that charismatic. This girl is a natural-born leader, and she is going to run this school within a week. Walking away with her entourage, she mentions that she won't be in this academy for long, so she needs to make every second count. She has a mission, and she is not going to let anything distract her from reaching her goals, vowing to do her best on what she can do right now while walking into the light like a true protagonist. The determination in her eyes is real, and we are definitely going to see her cross paths with Ain soon. Switching to the outskirts of the capital at night, where things are about to get a lot darker and more serious. The night station is looking extra spooky under the full moon, and something is definitely wrong. Finding in an empty jail cell with nothing but a bucket left behind, which is never a good sign in a high-security prison. Someone has escaped, and the guards are about to have a very bad night, panicking as the realization hits that they have a prison on their hands and the captain is losing his mind. You can see the sweat on his face because losing a high-profile prisoner is a one-way ticket to getting fired, explaining that the door was supposed to be impossible to open without a special magic tool, yet it is wide open. The knights are baffled because nobody saw anything suspicious, which means they were dealing with a pro, ordering his men to contact the castle and get a list of everyone who was stationed there recently. They need to figure out if this was an inside job or if the prisoner is just that much of a beast, revealing the wanted poster for a vile criminal named Fried the Sloth, who is actually a rare vampire demi-human. This guy has killed countless people for money, and now he is loose in the world again, looking over the city as the wind howls because they know they have to capture this monster as soon as possible. A vampire on the loose is a nightmare scenario for any city, and the stakes just got raised. Watching a dark figure perched on top of a tower surrounded by bats like a true creature of the night. He is flapping his cape and looking down at his next prey with that menacing energy, grinning with those sharp fangs as he prepares to make his next move, and honestly he looks like he is going to be a problem. This guy is definitely going to cook some DVS, and I cannot wait to see him clash with our boy. Back at it again with our boy Ain, who is out here living his best life at the Royal Academy while trying to figure out the mystery of some cursed rock. Checking out the vibes, it looks like he's finally settling into the school routine and hitting the books with his new classmates. Walking through the gorgeous campus, our protagonist is basically a celebrity already. Bidding farewell to his buddy for the day, Ain starts chatting with his bodyguard Dill about the latest school drama. Apparently, the teacher for the first class got the absolute boot on short notice. Reacting with pure shock, Ain learns that the man was a total fraud who had zero business teaching anyone. Diving into the tea, it turns out this guy Wolf Magnus was a royal pain who loved to discriminate against commoners. Hearing that he was sent to look after knights' well-being instead of teaching kids is honestly a major win for the school. Respecting Dill's strong sense of justice, our boy realizes he's got a real Chad looking out for him. Proclaiming that royalty shouldn't use their status to trample on others, Ain proves he's got that main character energy. Staring at Ain with total admiration, Dill is clearly realizing his boss is built different. Asking Dill to drop the formalities and talk casually backfires immediately because the man is too loyal for his own good. Suddenly, the beautiful Olivia pulls up and mentions she has to go talk to the guards on patrol. Ordering Ain not to move a single muscle, she leaves him standing there like a lost puppy in the middle of a crowd. Feeling totally out of place in the city, Ain tries his best to stay put while everyone stares. Noticing a group of girls in the same uniform as his sister getting harassed, Ain knows he can't just stand by. These generic thugs are out here trying to play bodyguard to girls who clearly want nothing to do with them. Stepping in like the absolute king he is, Ain asks them to politely stop being creeps. Mocking him for pretending to be a prince for the damsels, the thugs have no idea they're about to get cooked. Trying to throw a punch was the last mistake this big guy ever made. Catching the fist and twisting it like a pretzel, Ain reminds him that he was the one who attacked first. Panicking after seeing their leader get folded, the other two goons realize our boy is wearing the Royal Academy uniform. Acting all timid and apologizing suddenly, Ain puts on a masterclass in baiting these losers. Laughing because they think he's scared, the thugs prepare to jump a kid like total cowards. Getting absolutely deleted before they can even blink, the thugs find out that Olivia is not the one to mess with. Looking like a straight-up demon from a horror movie, Olivia is beyond pissed that Ain didn't stay where she told him. Realizing he messed up big time, Ain can only sweat as his scary bodyguard prepares to report this to the king. Fast forward to the palace treasury, which is dripping in more gold and legendary loot than a high-level raid. Walking through the vault, we see the whole squad gathered to check out some national treasures. Getting a light head pat and a lecture about his 50-page reflection essay, Ain is definitely feeling the consequences of his actions. Enter the Queen of Ishtalica, Laurel, who is a dark elf baddie with enough riz to stop time. Calling him cool while winking, she decides that her grandson deserves a special present from the treasury. Pulling out a pitch-black dagger that looks like it came straight out of a legendary quest, the hype in the room goes through the roof. Wondering if it's okay to take such a national treasure, Ain is encouraged to try holding it to see if it fits his vibe. Lifting the weapon, the aesthetic is just absolute cinema as the black blade glows in his hand. Feeling like the dagger is literally an extension of his own arm, Ain realizes this isn't just a normal piece of steel. Flashing a smile that could melt the heart of a stone giant, he thanks his grandma for the gorgeous gift. Getting absolutely smothered in a double hug by the two beauties in his life, our boy is truly winning at life. Showing off the new drip, the dagger looks perfect strapped to his side. Transitioning back to the lab, the catgirl teacher Majolique interrupts the cozy vibes to get down to business. Pointing at the cursed magic stone he bought earlier, she explains that this rock is way more dangerous than they thought. Admitting that even the Royal Academy library has zero info on this thing, the squad realizes they are stuck in the mud. Roasting Ain for being a useless crown prince leads to him grabbing her by the ears like a naughty kitten. Pulling on those sensitive cat ears has the teacher screaming for mercy while everyone else just watches the chaos. Sitting back down to brainstorm, the group realizes they only have one crazy option left. Telling Ain to try and suck the stone a little is the wildest sentence ever spoken in this manga. Realizing that Majolica called him here specifically for his magic gourmet ability, Ain knows there's no backing out. Asking the girls to step back just in case things go south, he prepares to release the seal on the cursed rock. Lifting the glass case, the dark energy starts leaking out like a broken pipe. Feeling something weird immediately, Ain's eyes go wide as the room starts to shake. Standing there for a second while nothing happens has everyone feeling a bit awkward. Suddenly the stone begins to throb like a heartbeat and Ain can't help but reach out to grab it. Hearing a creepy voice whispering, "I found you," inside his head is the ultimate red flag. Screaming for him to put it back in the box, The girls realize they've made a massive mistake. Exploding out of Ain's back, massive phantom hands start tearing up the entire room. Realizing there are 4 of these spectral limbs, our boy is completely losing control of his own power. Ignoring the shouts of his friends, Ain is physically unable to let go of the stone. Gripping the rock with everything he's got, he realizes his body is acting on its own. Absorbing the cursed magic stone against his will, Ain is literally vibrating with dark energy. Flying backward as the room gets absolutely trashed, the catgirl teacher tries to catch him but gets sent for a loop. Crashing through bookshelves and making a total mess, the power surge finally starts to settle down. Coughing through the dust cloud, Ain feels like his body weighs a literal ton. Noticing the terrified looks on the girls' faces, he realizes they are staring at his right arm. Looking down, Ain sees that he's officially evolved and gained a sick piece of demonic armor. Sitting in the middle of the wreckage with a massive black gauntlet, he has no clue what just happened to him. Staring in total silence, the girls are completely shook by the transformation. Looking at the empty display case, we are left wondering what kind of beast our boy has just become. Yo, we're back with our boy Ain, and things are already getting spicy because bro woke up with a whole new piece of drip fused to his arm. Realized body just decided to snack on a magic stone without asking. Everyone starts freaking out about the resonance of these items. Turns out that when you have unique magic stones, they act like soulmates that desperately want to merge into one big power-up. Our half-and-half hair merchant friend explains that this isn't just a random glitch in the system, it's destiny. Look at this man's face. He knows exactly what kind of chaos he just sold to a literal child and he's loving every second of it. He warns the prince to be careful because these stones basically have a mind of their own and are thirsty for connection. Staring at that cursed magic stone in the box, Ain realizes he's basically a walking magnet for every dangerous artifact in the kingdom. It's not just a coincidence that it caught his eye. It was practically calling out to his soul. The ominous rock just sits there looking like it's ready to end someone's career while Ain tries to process his new life as a magical vacuum. Just when things couldn't get more tense, a loud knocking starts at the door like the FBI is conducting a raid. Panic sets in immediately because Chris is outside and she definitely heard the massive ruckus coming from inside the room. Kadima is losing her mind and screaming in cat slang because they are about to get caught red-handed. Trying to hide the evidence is a total fail as Clone attempts to stall for time, but Chris has zero chill today and bursts in anyway. The room is an absolute mess with books flying everywhere and Ain looking like he just survived a tornado. The squad is just standing there looking like they got caught in 4K resolution, hoping Chris doesn't notice the literal armor fused to Ain's arm. It's an awkward silence that could be cut with a knife as everyone holds their breath. Chris is giving them the ultimate side-eye because she knows these kids are definitely up to some suspicious nonsense again. Ain is just standing there while his heart goes throb-throb, praying the armor stays invisible for 5 more minutes. Thankfully, she's just there to deliver a parcel for Kadima, who starts ripping into the box like it's a legendary loot drop. The cat girl is hyped because her special order has finally arrived after months of waiting. Behold the ultimate lore drop, a book with a cover so gorgeous it probably cost more than a small house. Everyone is peeking over her shoulder to see what kind of forbidden knowledge requires a year's worth of allowance. Kadima tries to act all cool and collected, asking Chris to handle some outgoing mail while she prepares to dive into her new treasure. Chris just sighs and agrees, probably used to these kids and their expensive hobbies by now. Ain is low-key shocked that a single book could be that expensive, but Kadima is grinning like she just won the lottery. She's been saving up forever for this, and she's not about to let a little thing like bankruptcy stop her. Turns out this masterpiece is all about the Demon Lord, written by an elf who dedicated their entire life to being the ult fanboy. It's basically the definitive biography of the baddest dude in history. Hearing that name makes our boy Ain sweat because he's already got enough problems without ancient demon kings being added to the mix. He looks at the book with a mix of curiosity and straight-up dread. Excitement turns into a massive L real quick when Kadima opens the first page and realizes she can't understand a single symbol. She was all hyped up to read the lore, but the universe decided to humble her real fast. Bro is absolutely cooked because the entire thing is written in ancient elf, making it basically a very expensive paperweight for her. The disappointment is immeasurable and her day is officially ruined. Searching for a translator is the next move on the list, but then Ain notices a portrait in the book that stops him in his tracks. They ignore the text for a second to focus on the visuals, and man, the art in this world is top tier. Check out this absolute Chad in the portrait, looking like he's ready to solo a whole kingdom with that massive black blade. He radiates pure main character energy, standing there with long hair and a cape like he's the final boss. Recognizing the face as looking suspiciously like Dullahan sends the group into a spiral of theories. Kadima decides she can't wait and bolts out of the room to find someone who can actually re-elf speak. Chris is left behind to deal with the aftermath and the heavy package Kadima dumped on her before running off. She watches the kids leave, wondering when her life became a babysitting service for chaotic royals. Noticing the expensive book just lying there on the desk like it's a piece of junk, Chris decides to take a little peek herself. She can't believe Kadima would just leave something that pricey unattended in a messy room. Reading the title Biography of the Demon Lord and His Aides definitely piques her interest more than she'd like to admit. She starts flipping through the pages, curious about what kind of secrets are hidden in the ancient text. She finds a portrait of a woman who is basically the definition of a thick waifu, and even Chris has to admit she's beautiful. She glances around to make sure nobody is watching before she dives deeper into the fan service. Seeing the elder lich looking this good is straight up absolute cinema. The author really knew what wanted to see. This isn't some dusty skeleton. This is a high-tier baddie that would make any simp lose their mind. Suddenly remembering she actually has errands to run, Chris slams the book shut and rushes out of the room in a panic. She almost forgot about the package she was supposed to send, proving that even the most composed characters have their moments. Switching gears to the academy, the professor is standing at the podium dropping news about a massive district competition. He's got that "I'm tired of my job" energy while explaining the details to the class. Ain is just sitting there looking confused because he clearly missed the memo on the school's version of the Olympics. He's staring at the paper like it's written in ancient elf too, trying to figure out what's going on. His catboy buddy Deal explains that it's an annual event to build relationships between the schools, covering everything from magic to swordplay. However, the big twist is that their specific class isn't even allowed to participate. Apparently, the gap between the top-tier classes and everyone else is so massive that it wouldn't even be a fair fight. It's basically saying Ain and his friends are too mid to stand on the big stage, which is a total roast. Accepting the L for now, Ain decides to head to the training grounds to blow off some steam and get those gains. He bids farewell to Dill, who is off to do some research while our boy prepares for some physical labor. Walking into the arena, the sound of clanking armor and swords fills the air as the students grind for experience. Ain approaches the instructor, ready to take on whatever training regimen is waiting for him today. Meet Instructor Kaiser, a total Chad who looks like he eats protein powder for breakfast and crushes boulders for fun. He calls Ain a brat, but you can tell he low-key respects the kid's hustle. Reminiscing about how awkward things were at first, Ain realizes that Kaiser was actually the examiner from his entrance test. Now they're back at it, and the challenge today is to fight a red bison from the summoning platform. Suiting up in some light armor, Ain notices that Kaiser is actually a pretty caring teacher underneath that rough exterior. He checks to see if Ain is warmed up, showing that he's not just there to watch the kid get cooked. Activating the high-tech summoning circle, the instructor preps the beast for a little one-on-one session with the prince. The panels start glowing with magical energy as the system initializes the monster spawn. Light starts flashing everywhere as the magic works its charms to pull a creature from the void and into the arena. It's a whole light show in here, and something massive is about to step through. Look at the size of this absolute unit. The red bison is out here looking like it could bench press a mountain and still have room to desert. It's got massive horns and a gaze that says, "I'm about to ruin this kid's whole career." Kaiser warns him that the bison can unleash shockwaves that will send him flying, but Ain is already thinking of a different approach. He's defeated this thing before, but today he's feeling spicy and wants to try something new. The bison charges at full speed, looking like a literal freight train coming straight ahead. This is the part where most people would dodge, but our boy is just standing there like a statue. Standing his ground instead of running makes Kaiser's jaw drop, because this kid has absolutely zero survival instinct. The bison lets out a massive roar, ready to stomp Ain into the dirt once and for all. Grabbing the horns like a total boss, Ain prepares to engage in a literal tug-of-war with a 2-ton beast. This is some peak Chad energy right here, taking the charge head-on without even flinching. Watching this power comparison is insane as Ain literally drags the bison backward while its hooves are sliding across the floor. He's matching the beast's strength pound for pound, proving he's built different. Every muscle in his body is screaming as he tries to hold back a monster that more than a tank. The bison is struggling and trembling, realizing it finally met someone crazier than itself. Unleashing his inner beast, Ain actually throws the entire bison across the room like it's a stuffed animal. It's a total get-out-of-my-lobby moment as the massive creature is sent flying through the air. Landing the win while panting for air, our boy is feeling himself after that absolute cinema moment in the training hall. The bison is down for the count and Ain is just glad he didn't get flattened into a pancake. Getting smacked upside the head by Kaiser for being a reckless fool is the perfect recheck for his ego. The instructor is yelling at him for trying to stop a charge barehanded, which is basically a suicide mission for anyone else. Kaiser is screaming at him to use his brain and come up with actual plans instead of just being a brute. The neighbors probably heard that Lycus from a mile away as Ain gets lectured on basic common sense. Later on, we find Ain cooling down at a cafe, probably trying to forget the massive headache his teacher just gave him. He's sipping on some tea, finally getting a moment of peace after wrestling demonic cow. Chatting with the lovely clone, he mentions that it's a shame he won't be participating in the big school competition. She's being a total sweetheart as always, praising him for his hard work at the training grounds. They talk about Dill getting an exhibition match, and Ain is hyped to go cheer for his bro on the big day. But then the vibe shifts as Ain notices a group of girls approaching the cafe from the side. A trio of schoolgirls walks in, and one of them happens to be the maiden Ain saved from those thugs the other day. She looks around the cafe, not realizing the man of her dreams is sitting right there. Hiding behind a bush on impulse is a total simp move, and Clone is visibly pouting at his weird behavior. She whispers to him that he's being a weirdo, but Ain is just trying to avoid a massive social scene. The universe decides to troll him because the girls sit at the table right next to them, separated nothing but a thin hedge. Now Ain has to sit there in silence while the girls start talking about him in the third person. Listening to them talk about the mysterious handsome prince who saved them is peak comedy for the viewers. The girl remembers the exact spot where it happened and her friends are all ears for the juicy details. They start begging Clone for stories about the crown prince, not realizing the man himself is literally inches away from their backs. Ain's heart is thumping like a drum as he tries to stay invisible while his girlfriend gets interrogated. Clone starts glazing him up, calling him a brave and kind person who cares for others despite being a bit of a troublemaker. Ain is dying of cringe behind the bushes, but he can't even move without being spotted. Telling the girls how happy she is to stay by the prince's side is such a pure waifu moment that it almost makes the cringe worth it. She's got the most wholesome smile on her face while Ain just stares into his tea, defeated. The other girls start screaming like they're at a concert, while Ain covers his face in total embarrassment. He realizes she definitely did this on purpose just to see him squirm, which is a high-tier power move. Finally revealing himself to stop the glazing, Ain leaves the girls completely stunned and frozen in their tracks. He asks them to please stop talking about him like he's a legend while he's standing right there. The girl he saved is beyond down bad, thanking him again for his help while the others are just staring in awe. Ain tries to play it cool, acting like it was no big deal while the atmosphere gets super awkward. Offering his hand to Clone to walk back to the castle together is the smoothest way to exit the scene. He's done with the cafe drama and just wants to go home with his girl before things get even weirder. Sealing the deal with some hand-holding is absolute cinema, as Clone asks if this is his way of apologizing for hiding. Ain just gives her a sweet smile, proving that he's a natural rizzler when it actually counts. Walking away while the other girls are still in a daze is the ultimate power move for our royal couple. They leave the cafe behind looking like they're heading straight into a happy ending, but the story isn't over yet. Meanwhile, some random student is walking through the academy grounds when he notices something very wrong with the vibe. He spots a mysterious figure in the distance, and you can tell trouble is brewing in the shadows. Catching a glimpse of a creepy dude with an eye patch grinning like a maniac is a major red flag for the upcoming arc. This guy looks like he's about to start a whole villain monologue, and he's definitely not here for the tea. The student senses the danger and starts to investigate as the hooded figure loiter around the academy walls. Something is definitely going down, and the peace of the school is about to be shattered. Seeing the whole squad of villains lined up on top of the wall means the competition is about to be absolutely cooked. It's a chaotic premonition of what's to come, and our boy Ain has no idea what's heading his way. Welcome back to the academy, boys, where the arena is looking massive and the vibes are high for the district competition. Everyone is hyped up for the showdown of the century, and the fireworks are already going off to set the mood. Look at this massive stadium, probably cost more than my entire gaming setup, and the crowd is already losing their minds over the first few clashes. People are out here clanking swords like they're land on it, while the announcer tries to keep the peace. Our boy Ain is just taking it all in, wondering if he could fit a whole castle inside this place because apparently he's got those big dreams. Dill is right there with him, but he's looking a little less confident than our main Chad. Trying to be a good bro, Ain wishes Dill luck for his exhibition match. You can tell something is eating at the guy. Dill's out here gripping his uniform like he's a final boss without any health potions. Realizing the homie is shaking in his boots, Ain calls him out on being nervous despite the prince act. Bro is sweating buckets because he accidentally showed a weak side to his boss. Instead of being a hater, Ain just smirks and says it's actually a relief to see him acting like a normal human for once. Dill is out here trying to keep his professional riz alive, but he's clearly failing the vibe check right now. Giving up on the conversation, Dill takes his leave while Ain just watches him walk away with that mysterious "I know something you don't" energy. It's rare to see the stoic break character like that, even if it was just for a second. Just when things were getting quiet, Chris-san pulls up looking like an absolute queen and ready to escort our boy to his seat. She's glad the two boys are getting along, but little does she know they were just trauma bonding over pre-match jitters. Suddenly remembering he's a massive klutz, Ain realizes he left a special pen from his grandpa back in the classroom. He tells Chris he'll be right back, moving with that main character speed because he can't lose his lucky charm. Walking through the empty academy feels like a backrooms level, because there isn't a single soul in sight. Every footstep echoes in the hallway, making the whole place feel way bigger and creepier than usual. Glancing out at the terrace, everything seems peaceful, but we all know that in manga is just code for something bad is about to happen. The fountain is flowing, the sun is shining, and the death flags are waving high. Catching a weird scent in the air, Ain stops dead in his tracks because it smells like a whole chemistry lab just exploded. Something is definitely moving in the bushes, and it's not just the wind playing tricks on him. Stepping into a room, he finds a total psycho in a cloak literally using a poor foxboy as a fool. This villain is out heeing about students having holidays while he's doing his best, generic evil guy impression. Roland is begging for his life, explaining he just wanted his stuff, but this masked freak is just grinning like he found a legendary loot drop. He's got that look in his eyes that screams, "I need a therapist and a restraining order." Changing his mind faster than a toxic ex, the villain decides Roland isn't just a nuisance, he's a prize. The poor kid is absolutely cooked as he realizes this dude is not playing around. Feeling the pressure, Roland lets out a gasp as the villain moves in for the kill. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a butter knife, and things are looking down bad for our fox friend. Revealing his true identity, this creep admits he's a vampire, hasn't had a drink in weeks. He's looking at Roland like a 5-star meal, wondering if werewolf blood tastes like premium Wagyu or budget soda. Going full demon mode, the vampire screams about how he can't restrain himself and might juck the kid dry. This face is the definition of nightmare fuel. And I'm pretty sure he hasn't seen a dentist in centuries. Cackling like a maniac, he holds the tied-up Roland in the air while laughing at his own twisted jokes. This guy is enjoying his villain arc way too much, and it's honestly making my skin crawl. Just as he's about to dig in, the door creaks open and Ain steps into the room like the absolute idiot he is. He immediately puts 2 and 2 together and realizes this freak is the reason the academy vibes are so off today. Standing there with zero fear, Ain stares down the vampire with those cold, protagonist eyes. He's not even breaking a sweat despite the fact that his friend is currently a human juice box. Demanding to know what the hell is going on, Ain gets straight to the point. You do not mess with this man's friends unless you want a one-way ticket to the lobby. Looking at Ain like he's just a lost toddler, the vampire wonders what happened to the guards outside. He's still gripping Roland's neck, thinking he's the top dog in this room. Dropping the news like a total boss, Ain mentions he already folded all the goons outside because they tried to block his path. He's out here casually admitting to a one-of-many victory like it was just a morning jog. Getting annoyed that a kid is causing him trouble, the vampire starts scratching his head in frustration. He hates when things get complicated, but he's about to find out that Ain is the ultimate complication. Snapping completely, the villain lets out a roar, blood spraying everywhere as he loses his mind. He's tired of being bored, and is ready to turn this classroom into a crime scene. Staying calm under pressure, Ain prepares for the smoke while the vampire refuses to go back to prison. Our boy reaches for his weapon, ready to show this bloodsucker why you never underestimate a prince. Launching himself forward with insane speed, Ain goes for the offensive immediately. He's moving fast, the vampire can barely track him, and the first strike is already in motion. Dropping down and grabbing Roland in one smooth motion, Ain manages to rescue his friend from the vampire's clutches. This is some peak bodyguard riz right here, saving the homie while dodging a lethal attack. Standing his ground with his blade out, Ain demands to know what the master plan is for the academy. He knows this isn't just a random break-in. There's something much bigger and more devious going on. Licking the blood off his arm like a total weirdo, the vampire reveals he was hired by some salty noble with a grudge. He's got the "I'm just doing my job" energy, which is honestly the scariest kind of villain. Throwing down a smoke screen to cover his escape, the villain creates a massive explosion of dust. Ain is caught in the cloud, squinting through the haze to find his target. Attacking from the shadows, the ex-adventurer vampire tries to catch Ain off guard, bragging about his experience, thinking a little bit of smoke is enough to win the fight. Realizing he's at a disadvantage with zero visibility, Ain starts to feel the pressure. Vampire is moving through the mist like a ghost, and the situation is starting to look a bit cooked. Remembering the training and advice from Chris-san, Ain knows he can't just spam his powers mindlessly. He needs to be surgical, but seeing his friend in pain is making it hard to stay chill. Looking at Roland's terrified face, Ain's blood starts to boil with pure protagonist rage. He doesn't care about the rules anymore. If you hurt the squad, you're catching these hands. Lunging out of the smoke with a crazed look, the vampire goes for Ain's neck. He's screaming about drinking every drop of blood, acting like he's already won the match. Getting hit with a counterattack he never saw coming, the villain's face gets absolutely wrecked. Blood sprays across the room as Ain finally lets loose with the secret sauce. Summoning the Phantom's hand, Ain reveals a massive, spectral claw that looks like it came straight out of an eldritch horror movie. This is absolute cinema, boys. The power scaling just went through the roof. Swinging that massive ghost hand, Ain sends the vampire flying across the room with enough force to break the sound barrier. The impact is so heavy it's basically a guaranteed KO, crushing the scenery and sending debris everywhere. The Phantom's hand proves it's the ultimate get-off-me tool. The vampire is buried under a pile of rubble, and the room looks like a demolition site. Walking through the dust like a cold-blooded Chad, Ain tells the villain he's catching him right here. The vampire is still trying to act tough while bleeding out, telling not to get cocky just because he landed one hit. Attempting to use the environment, the villain grabs a massive chunk of the floor to throw. He's taking the adults are superior route, which is usually a one-way ticket to losing a fight in manga. Smashing through the flying rocks with ease, Ain shows that he doesn't need to play by the vampire's rules. He's closing the gap, and the look on his face says he's done talking. Screaming just drop dead, the vampire goes for one last desperate lunge. He's gone full feral now, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and insanity. Stopping him in his tracks with a second spectral hand, Ain shows that he's got more than one trick up his sleeve. The vampire's face goes from "I'm the boss" to "I messed up real bad" in record time. Unleashing a full-on barrage, multiple phantoms' hands rip through the air and converge on the target. This isn't even a fight anymore, it's a one-sided beatdown of epic proportions. Getting absolutely cooked by the spectral onslaught, the vampire screams in agony as he's slammed into the ground. He finally admits this kid is way more trouble than he was ever worth. Panting from the effort, Ain stands over the defeated villain while the spectral hands vanish into the air. The threat is neutralized, but the mystery of who sent him is still hanging in the air. Checking on Roland, Ain confirms the kid is still breathing and tells him not to worry. They start discussing the noble who hired this freak, and things are starting to get very suspicious. Connecting the dots, Ain realizes that the weird smell from earlier and the salty noble comment means something big is about to go down. He remembers the scent from the terrace and realizes the real mastermind is still out there. Realizing the danger, Ain's eyes go wide as the pieces of the puzzle finally click into place. He knows exactly where he needs to go to stop the true threat before it's too late. Sprinting away to find Chris-san, Ain tells Roland to get to safety and evacuate the gate. He's moving with that urgent mission speed because time is running out. Reaching the terrace, the scene shifts to a much more dignified, but equally evil, character. Someone is sitting there calmly having tea while the academy is literally under attack. Confronting the man, Ain calls him out by name. Ex-teacher, Wolf Magnus. This guy looks like he's about to give a lecture on why being a villain is actually based. Recognizing the crown prince, Magnus acts all surprised that a kid could figure out his grand plan. He's sitting there with his legs crossed like he owns the place, totally unbothered by Ain's presence. Sticking to his guns, Ain says he followed his nose and he's sure Magnus is up to no good. The tension is rising, and you can tell these two are about to have a massive clash of ideals. Pointing out the lake, Ain reveals he knows about the magic stones hidden underwater. He's figured out the whole scheme, and it's way more explosive than we thought. Explaining the bomb, Ain describes how the magic stones will cause the tools to go on a rampage and blow everything up. It's a literal ticking time bomb hidden right under their noses. Grinning like a madman, Magnus realizes his secret is out, but he doesn't even care. He's got that "it's already too late" smirk that every legendary hater wears. Magnus starts his villain monologue, asking the prince if he thinks the government and the academy are rotten. He's got some serious daddy issues and a grudge against the whole system. Ranting about how the boundary between nobles and commoners has vanished, Magnus shows his true colors as a total elitist. He wants to tear it all down because he can't handle a world where everyone is treated equal. Screaming about his father and the Glacier family, Magnus goes full psycho mode. He's obsessed with showing everyone who is worthless, and his face is twisting into something truly demonic. Drawing his dagger, Ain declares that he loves this academy and he's going to stop Magnus no matter what. He's standing up for his home like a true king, ready to throw down against his former teacher. Sighing at Ain's lack of understanding, Magnus mentions that this whole setup cost him a fortune. He's treating a mass casualty event like a business investment, which is top-tier villain behavior. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the arena, sending a plume of black smoke into the sky. Ain can only watch in horror as the first part of the plan actually goes off. Standing tall as the world burns behind him, Magnus laughs about destroying everything today to rebuild a new country. He's gone full megalomaniac, and the scale of this coup d'etat is finally becoming clear. Getting a close-up of his insane eyes, Magnus calls out to the prince one last time. This is a revolutionary moment, and the real fight for the future of the academy has only just begun. Look at this absolute clown wolf yapping about a revolution like he's actually got that dog in him. Standing there with his arms out thinking he's the main character when he's really just a mid-tier seasonal villain, dropping in from the ceiling like a literal demon. Our boy Ain isn't letting this monologue finish, because he knows time is money and people are about to get cooked. Suddenly the whole place starts blowing up like a Michael Bay movie set, and Ain is out here dodging shockwaves like he's playing a bullet hell on the hardest difficulty. Warning Ain about the explosion is crazy work when you're one who said it. But our boy just looks at him with that deadpan stare and says he's not dying today. Boasting about his magic jewelry giving him a cheat code for invincibility is the most beta move I've ever seen. This guy really thinks his drip is gonna save him from a Chad like Ain. Cutting through that jewelry like it's butter, Ain proves that no amount of enchanted ice can stop a man on a mission. Look at the pure terror on Wolf's face as his fence gets absolutely dismantled. Charging through the smoke and fire, Ain isn't even breaking a sweat while the villain is screaming for his life. This is what happens when you try to pull a coup on a guy with infinite potential. Trying to run away now is peak coward behavior, but there's nowhere to hide when the MC has you in his sights. Grabbing the man's arm and preparing to deliver the based slap in history, Ain shows him exactly why you don't mess with the Crown Prince. Slicing through him with a dagger and leaving him wondering how he got folded so fast is absolute cinema. Wolf's like he just realized he's not built for this world. Dominating the fight while the villain cries about where this strength came from is the ultimate power move. Ain just looks down at him like he's a bug that needs to be stepped on. Tying him up like a holiday roast and leaving him on the floor is the only way to treat a traitor. Now it's time for Ain to handle the real problem before the whole academy goes kaboom. Diving into the lake like a professional Olympic swimmer, our boy sits down and heads straight for the danger. He's got that aquatic riz working for him as he searches for the source of the trouble. Finding a massive crate filled with glowing magic stones at the bottom of the lake is definitely not what you want to see on a Sunday morning. This thing is packed with enough energy to send the whole city to the lobby. Realizing he can't actually defuse a magical nuke with his bare hands, Ain decides to do the most unhinged thing possible. Instead of panicking, he figures he'll just treat these magic stones like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Consuming the raw magical energy like it's a 5-course meal is the most main character energy I've seen all week. He's literally eating the explosion before it can even happen. Complaining about the taste while his body absorbs enough power to level a mountain is such a flex. He pops back to the surface gasping for air, but he's officially saved the day for now. Collapsing on the deck like a legend, Ain is greeted by the best waifu Christina, who looks like she's about to have a heart attack. She's probably down bad seeing him shirtless and soaking wet after saving the world. Telling her he's just sick of the taste of magic stones is the most casual way to handle a life-or-death situation. Christina is just glad her prince didn't get turned into fish food. Even the villain is tied up in the background looking impressed by the sheer audacity of this kid. You know you're a goat when even the guy who tried to kill you is glazing your performance. Watching them drag the trash away while Ain explains the whole coup plot feels like a major win. But something is still bothering our boy and he's got that look in his eyes that says the drama isn't over yet. Thinking deep about the logic of the attack, Ain realizes that a bomb in the lake doesn't actually hit the target. If you want to take out the big players, you'd go where the crowd is. Analyzing the map and realizing the arena is the real target makes his heart skip a beat. The tournament is where everyone is gathered, and that's where the real tragedy is planned. Realizing there's a second bomb out there, somewhere is a total jump scare for the audience. Ain knows his family and friends are sitting right on top of a ticking time bomb. Glancing back at the villain who is still smirking even with a gag in his mouth is pure evil. This guy really thought he had a backup plan to get the last laugh. Laughing like a maniac and telling them they won't make it in time is the ultimate villain trope. He really thinks he's cooked them, but he forgot who he's talking to. Demanding to know the location while Christina tries to keep him calm is high-stakes energy. Ain knows if they don't move right now, it's game over for everyone at the arena. Visualizing his grandfather and his friends getting caught in the blast gives Ain the motivation he needs to go beyond his limits. He's not letting anyone die on his watch. Racing toward the arena with Christina right behind him, the duo looks like they're about to set a new world record for sprinting. They've got to find that bomb before the final bell rings. Meanwhile at the arena, Dill is out here having the fight of his life in the tournament. He's getting pushed to the brink while his best friend is literally saving the city. Watching from the royal box, the king and Lloyd are wondering why Dill is struggling so much. They have no idea there's a literal nuke hidden somewhere nearby. Hearing the crowd roar with excitement is stressful when you know what's coming. The atmosphere is electric but for all the wrong reasons. Noticing the empty seats where Ain and Christina should be makes the tension even higher. It's like the calm before a very loud and fiery storm. Trusting that Ain will show up eventually is the only thing keep Dill going. He knows his bro wouldn't miss this match for anything in the world. Starting the third round of the fight means the clock is officially ticking down to 0. Every sword clash brings them closer to the potential explosion. Trading blows at high speed, these two are putting on a show for the ages. It's a shame the arena might be in pieces if Ain doesn't hurry up. Pushing through the massive crowds outside the arena, Ain and Christina are trying to navigate the chaos. They're looking for any suspicious activity near the back gate. Reasoning that the back gate is the only place quiet enough to set up a massive bomb makes perfect sense. Our boy is a detective and a warrior all in one. Hearing about the bronze statue of the first king gives Ain the final piece of the puzzle. It's the perfect landmark to hide a weapon of mass destruction. Finding the bomb glowing red hot under the statue is the ultimate oh crap moment. It's already starting to detonate and they're standing right in the blast zone. Seeing the energy build up like a miniature sun is enough to anyone want to run for the hills. The sheer power coming off this thing is insane. Realizing they're too far away to stop it manually is a total nightmare scenario. It looks like the revolution might actually happen after all. Screaming in frustration as the light gets brighter is a real heartbreaker. They were so close, but it looks like they didn't make it in time. Refusing to give up even at the last second, Ain looks for one more miracle. He's got that look in his eyes that says he's about to do something crazy. Launching Ain through the air with a massive blast of wind magic, Christina plays the ultimate support role. This is the definition of teamwork makes the dream work. Praying for him to make it as he flies toward the explosion, Christina is putting all her faith in her prince. This is such a peak waifu moment. Flying through the air like a human missile, Ain reaches out for the glowing mass of magic stones. He's literally diving headfirst into a disaster. Reaching out with everything he's got, he's determined to stop the blast or die trying. This is absolute peak fiction right here. Vanishing into a blinding flash of white light, the scene cuts away just as the energy peaks. The suspense is actually killing me right now. Hearing a massive boom echo through the area makes everyone stop in their tracks. It's the sound of a destiny being changed. Sliding across the arena floor, Dill is still fighting his heart out despite the chaos outside. He's focused on the win even if the world is ending. Proclaiming that he will finally win today, Dill shows off his resolve. He's been looking at the empty seats the whole time, but now he's locked in. Shouting his name at the top of his lungs, the crowd goes wild as the match reaches its climax. The hype is through the roof. Noticing a sudden presence at the balcony, the characters stop and stare in disbelief. Someone has arrived just in time to see the finish. Looking up and seeing Ain standing there like a boss is the ultimate relief. He's a bit scuffed up, but he's alive and well. Standing there with Christina on the balcony, Ain has officially returned from the brink. The heroes have arrived to watch the final victory. Cheering for his bro from the stands, Ain gives Dill the final boost of motivation he needs. The brotherhood in this manga is honestly top tier. Delivering the final strike and sending his opponent's sword flying, Dill clinches the win in the most spectacular way possible. That's how a Chad finishes a fight. Looking around at the cheering crowd, everyone is safe and sound thanks to the secret work of the prince. They have no idea how close they came to being cooked. Announcing the winner as Dill Glacier makes the arena explode with joy. It's a well-deserved victory for the hard-working bro. Watching the family celebrate in the royal box is a wholesome end to a stressful day. The king looks proud and the tension has finally evaporated. Sharing a laugh and a head pat after the match, the two friends prove that their bond is unbreakable. This is the kind of wholesome content we live for. Staring out at the calm water as the sun sets, it looks like peace has finally returned to the kingdom. But we all know it's never that simple in a manga like this. Seeing a dark shadow looming under the water is the ultimate cliffhanger. Just when you think it's over, a new monster appears to ruin the vibe. We're kicking things off in Ixtalica where the scenery is honestly absolute cinema, giving us those peak fantasy vibes right off the bat. Shopping with two beautiful girls might sound like a dream, but Ain is out here realizing that being a prince means your wallet is about to get absolutely cooked. Strolling through this coastal town makes you realize how much work went into the world building, even if our boy is just trying to survive a shopping spree. Discussing the national economy is a weird flex while shopping, but Ain's real problem is the sea breeze trying to send him to the lobby. Seeing the girls get all worried about him being chilly is the kind of wholesome content that keeps me going, though Chris looks like she's planning something. Caught in 4K, Chris is definitely acting sus while scribbling in her notebook and trying to look nonchalant, pointing out the weird shape of the harbor. She reveals that the coastline didn't just happen to look like a crescent moon naturally. Turns out, a massive monster attack literally reshaped the continent back in the day, which is some high-level lore. This wasn't group effort either. One single beast known as the Sea King did all this damage, and its body is bigger than the entire Navy's fleet. Behold the Sea Dragon, an absolute unit that looks like it stepped straight out of a nightmare to ruin everyone's day. Looking at this thing, you can see why Ain and Clone are currently questioning their life choices. Tens of thousands of people have been sent to the Shadow Realm by this beast, and it's basically the number 2 threat in history right after the Demon Lord. In the long history of Ixtalica, nothing has caused more casualties than this overgrown lizard. Knowing that this beast shows up every century or two makes the vibe shift real quick, especially since we're due for a visit. Clone is looking rightfully terrified, and honestly if I saw a dragon that could eat a battleship, I'd be clenching my heart too. Stepping up like the absolute Chad she is, Chris promises that the country's tech has leveled up enough to protect them this time. Apologizing for the mood kill, Chris tries to get the shopping vibes back on track because no one wants to talk about death on a day out. Clone immediately spots a store she wants to hit up, and you can see the excitement returning to her face. Winking at Ain, Clone hints that Chris has some secret shopping goals too, and I smell a gift-giving arc incoming. Check out the Riz in this shop window, with jewelry and shoes that probably cost more than my entire existence. Leaving Ain downstairs to handle his own business, the girls head up to the second floor for some private shopping time. Approaching the shopkeeper with that, "I'm on a mission" look, Ain is clearly looking for something special. Fast forward to the night, and the castle is lit up like a Christmas tree because it's finally time for the big celebration. Look at this massive banquet hall. The royal family really knows how to throw a party without holding back on the budget. Grandfather is feeling himself and having a great time, which is rare for a guy who usually looks like he's ready to declare war. Wishing Ain a happy 8th birthday, his mom Olivia and Clone are ready to shower him with gifts. Getting a fancy pen and a silver bracelet is a major win, and Ain's face is glowing like he just pulled a legendary card from a booster pack. Scanning the room, Ain realizes his personal knight Chris is nowhere to be found, which is super suspicious. Olivia drops the hint that Chris is actually a shy cinnamon roll under that tough exterior, which is just adorable. Using her woman's instinct, Olivia tells Ain to head out to the balcony alone, and we all know what's about to happen. Standing out in the snow, Ain gets surprised by Chris, who is definitely trying to play it cool, but failing miserably. Fidgeting like a schoolgirl, Chris is clearly out of her element when it's not about swinging a sword. Trying to lie about helping with the party prep, she gets immediately called out by Ain for her terrible acting skills. Seeing her make this "I've been caught" face is absolute gold. She's too pure for this world. Grabbing her collar and hesitating, Chris is finally working up the courage to give him her present. Wrapping a warm scarf around Ain's neck, she finally completes the mission she's been stressing over all day. Blushing harder than a tomato, she whispers "Happy birthday," and my heart is actually melting right now. Ain's heart is doing the dump thing, and honestly, can you blame him? This is peak romance. Realizing she can't hide her shopping trip secrets anymore, Chris gets all flustered when Ain mentions seeing her at the store. Explaining that she was just too nervous to find the right moment, she looks like she's about to overheat. Flipping the script, Ain laughs and pulls out a gift for her, proving that he's got that natural riz. Dropping a beautiful necklace on her, Ain has officially secured his spot as a legendary protagonist. Explaining that he wanted her to have it first, because she takes the best care of him, Ain is out here being the ultimate sweetheart. Panicking like crazy, Chris claims it's unfair for a prince to give such a heavy gift to a simple knight. Finally accepting the gift with a huge shout, she's clearly overwhelmed with joy, and it's the cutest thing ever. Looking down at the necklace, you can tell she's going to treasure this more than any sword she's ever owned. Ending the chapter with a smile that could power a whole city, Chris tries to blame her red face on the cold, but we all know she's just down bad for our boy. Absolute cinema. Welcome back to the channel, boys. To diving back into the life of our boy Ain as he heads out for a little academy field trip, but you already know it's not going to be a simple vacation. Splashing into the action immediately, we see someone getting absolutely soaked while trying to handle some island business. Monsters are already jumping out of the bushes, forcing the squad to get their hands dirty right off the bat. Landing a massive blow, our boy Leonardo finishes off the beast with a movement so grand, it's basically a flex at this point. Everyone's just standing around roasting each other after the fight, because that's just how the homies roll. Getting dropped onto a solitary island near the Ishtal continent sounds like a vacation, but for these four it's just another school day. Rewinding back a month, Professor Rook, who looks like he spends way too much time at the gym, gave them the lowdown on this exciting event. Crossing this massive island in just 3 days is the goal, and the path looks like a total nightmare for anyone without maxed out stamina. Dropping the real bombshell, the prof tells them they can't bring any food, water, or tools from home, which is basically the school telling them to get gut or starve. Ain is over here having a midlife crisis about who his teammates are gonna be, probably praying he doesn't get stuck with some mid-tier scrubs. Forming the ultimate dream team, we've got Roland, Bats, and the legendary Leonardo joining up with our boy Ain. Walking through the woods, the squad feels pretty confident since they've got the top grades in the class, making this survival trip look like a walk in the park. Keeping them in check is Dill Glacier, the escort who looks like he has zero time for any nonsense today. Setting up camp as the sun goes down is priority number 1 if they don't want to get cooked by nighttime predators. Leonardo steps up to show off some absolute riz, prepping a barrier skill that's about to make their campsite the safest spot on the island. Activating the barrier creates a massive dome of protection that honestly looks like absolute cinema. Staring at a dead rabbit and some muddy water, Ain realizes that surviving on vibes alone isn't gonna cut it. Roland, the absolute Chad of a cat boy, claims he can purify the water and even offers to craft a magic tool right there on the spot. Carving up some monster stones with the precision of a master craftsman, Roland shows off why he's a valued member of the squad. Watching the water turn from literal mud into sparkling, mineral-rich goodness is enough to make anyone a believer in Roland's genius. Ain and Dill are standing there absolutely stunned, wondering if making high-tier magic tools is really supposed to be this easy. Dividing the labor, Bats and Ain take the vanguard while the support crew hangs back to keep the buffs coming. Looking at this group, you'd think they were on a luxury retreat instead of a survival exam, but that's just the power of a balanced party. Bringing out some weird-looking fruit, Leonardo points out that these things look incredibly poisonous and probably taste like regret. Dill explains that there's a safe version of this fruit, but telling them apart is basically a coin flip for your life. Ain decides to use his broken poison dissolution skill, reaching out to see if these snacks are actually edible, or just a one-way ticket to the lobby. Confirming the fruits are safe, Ain shocks the whole squad because apparently, he's a walking encyclopedia of survival. Hype levels are through the roof as the team realizes they've got plenty of food now. And honestly, our boy Ain is carrying the team's morale right now. Preparing for the feast, everyone is buzzing with excitement as the sun finally disappears behind the mountains. Sizzling over the fire, that looks so good I'm low-key getting hungry just narrating this. Inviting Dill to join the party is a total Chad move, but the serious escort is trying to stick to his boring portable rations. Persuading the man isn't hard when you've got a whole roast rabbit and a squad of friends insisting you join the vibe. Giving in to the peer pressure, Dill finally sits down to be their guest for the night. Pulling out some tea leaves like a true gentleman, Dill proves that even in the wild, you gotta stay classy. Questioning the legality of tea leaves on a survival trip is peak Leonardo energy, but Dill says the academy is cool with a little leaf water. Cheering for their small victory against the rules, the squad decides to just enjoy the moment and forget about the grades for a bit. Dropping a massive bomb out of nowhere, Dill mentions that Leonardo's betrothal partner has been chosen, and the reaction is exactly what you'd expect. Teasing the royal about their upcoming marriage is the ultimate way to spend a night in the woods, even if Leonardo is blushing harder than a tomato. Feasting together under the stars, this group looks more like a family than a school team, and you love to see it. Morning light hits the island, signaling the start of day 2 and the end of the cozy vibes. Packing up and heading out, the squad is ready to tackle whatever the island throws at them next. Staring into a fog so thick you could cut it with a knife, the group realizes they need to glued together if they don't want to get lost. Visibility is dropping to 0, and poor Roland is already panting like he just ran a marathon in a sauna. Slipping on the wet ground, the cat boy almost takes a one-way trip down a very steep ledge. Grabbing Roland's hand just in time, Ain saves him from a nasty fall, proving once again why he's the MC. Catching their breath, the team realizes this fog is way more dangerous than any monster they've faced so far. Realizing Dill has completely vanished into the mist, Ain looks around and feels a cold shiver down his spine. Shouting for their escort gets them nowhere, and the silence of the forest is starting to feel real spooky. Ain senses something is horribly wrong, telling the others to stop because they might already be too late to save their guide. Surrounded by glowing eyes in the mist, the squad realizes they've walked straight into a trap. Emerging from the fog, these crow butterflies are monsters that definitely shouldn't be on this island, meaning someone is messing with the script. Standing their ground, the squad prepares for a fight that just turned this field trip into a total nightmare. See you guys in the next chapter. Bryfram. Look at these absolute units floating in the air like they own the place. Our boy Ain and the squad are staring down a swarm of crow butterflies, and let me tell you, this is not looking like a fun picnic. Realizing these bugs are actually mid-tier trash compared to the red bison doesn't help when there are thousands of them. Bro says they act as a swarm, and that's basically a cheat code for mid-mobs. Locking in for the fight, Ain is already thinking 3 steps ahead like a total grandmaster. Using an illusion move might be the only way to not get absolutely cooked by these overgrown moths. Hearing that these things lay eggs in your body if you get caught is pure nightmare fuel, fam. The squad is dodging tails like they're playing a bullet hell game on the hardest difficulty. Making a break for it is the only logical move unless they want to become butterfly incubators. Ain and the boys are booking it before they get surrounded and sent back to the lobby. Finding a spot to hide under a cliff is a major W for the team's survival. They finally had a moment to catch their breath and stop the cardio session from hell. Breathing like they just ran a marathon, the squad finally manages to shake off the persistent swarm. Ain feels bad for losing his cool, but honestly, who wouldn't when giant bugs are trying to lay eggs in them? Noticing that these monsters shouldn't even be on this island is a massive red flag. Dill-senpai is the strongest student, but even he might be in over his head if the whole ecosystem is bugged. Wondering if the high-tier waifu Christina-sama is secretly over them is a valid question. Ain thinks she's away on business, but we all know how these stories go. She's definitely lurking. Pulling out the map to plan the next move shows these kids actually have some brains. They've crossed half the island, but the fog ahead is basically butterfly territory, which is a major L. Deciding to push through the next 2 days after a quick nap is the plan. They need to move fast before the monsters decide to throw a second party. Scaling the cliffs and moving through the brush, the peace doesn't last long at all. Those screeching sounds mean the butterflies found them again, and they are persistent as heck. Reaching the limit of their stamina, the squad is basically running on fumes. Even the fox boy is looking like he's ready to pass out right there on the dirt. Spotting a cave seems like a good idea until the resident expert points out the suspicious gravel. Staying in a random hole in the wall is usually how you end up in a horror movie. Explaining that the purple, melted rocks mean there's miasma inside is a huge save. This cave isn't a shelter, it's a literal poison gas chamber waiting to happen. Learning that miasma is toxic to basically everything that breathes makes this island even more of a death trap. Ain is looking at the cave like it's a giant forbidden snack. Flexing that barren crim education, Ain explains why he's a walking encyclopedia on monsters. The squad is impressed, but let's be real, he's just the main character doing main character things. Setting up camp in the middle of a monster-infested forest takes some serious guts. They've got a fire going, trying to catch some Z's before the next disaster strikes. Staring into the fire, Ain can't stop overthinking about how Dil-senpai could have lost sight of them so easily. Something smells fishy and it's not the dinner. Realizing that the security of this field trip was supposed to be guaranteed makes the whole butterfly situation even weirder. There is no way a pro would overlook something this dangerous. Suspecting that the problem isn't the island but their own situation is a total galaxy brain moment. Ain is starting to piece together the script of this crazy experiment. Sensing something in the dark, Ain's instincts are screaming at him. He's on high alert while the rest of the group is catching flies. Looking out into the trees, he knows they aren't alone out there. The tension is thick enough to cut with a sword. Waking up Roland in the middle of the night because he's got a idea. Ain is cooking something up, and I bet it's going to be absolutely cinema. Asking about the magic tool Roland made is the first step of the master plan. If it can store water, maybe it can store something a bit more spicy. Confirming that the tool can store miasma makes Ain's eyes light up. This kid is literally planning to weaponize poison gas like a total madman. Borrowing the magic orb and telling the fox boy to get some rest, Ain is heading out to do some late-night shopping in that poison cave. Seeing the sun rise over the island would be beautiful if we didn't know the chaos waiting in the bushes. Day 2 is officially starting, and the vibes are already rancid. Getting jumped by the butterfly swarm first thing in the morning is the worst way to wake up. They are back in full force and looking hungrier than ever. Slashing through the air, the squad is desperately trying to keep the bugs at bay. Ain starts asking Leonardo if his barrier is up to the task. Checking if the barrier can block poison is a very specific and very terrifying question. Leonardo is confused, but Ain is definitely about to do something reckless. Dropping back and letting the others take the front is not what you expect from the leader. The team is shocked, thinking bro is finally throwing the game. Demanding a barrier right this second, Ain looks like he's about to drop a tactical nuke. The butterflies are closing in, and the tension is peaking. Setting up the barrier as fast as possible, Leonardo is putting his soul into it. They just need a few more seconds of defense. Planning something based on the story he heard yesterday, Ain is about to show off his high IQ. He's got that look in his eyes says watch this. Watching Leonardo get caught by a butterfly tail is a huge oh crap moment. The stingers are out and it's looking like game over for our boy. Saving his teammate just in time, Ain takes the hit but keeps moving like a total Chad. He says his limbs are tingling, but he's still got that main character energy. Activating the barrier just as the swarm descends is absolute timing. The butterflies are slamming into the shield like they're trying to break into a Black Friday sale. Seeing the sheer number of those things screeching outside the dome is terrifying. It's a literal wall of wings and death. Smiling while holding the magic orb, Ain tells the team to stay put and have a drink. He's stepping out of the safety zone to handle business personally, diving headfirst into the swarm like he's got a death wish. Ain is literally surrounding himself with the monsters, hearing his friends scream his name as he disappears into the cloud of bugs. This is either the greatest play ever or the biggest throw in history, shattering the magic orb right in the middle of the swarm and shouting eat this. The miasma he collected is finally being unleashed. Exploding into a massive cloud of toxic gas, Ain just turned the whole area into a graveyard. This is peak strategy fam. Hearing the butterflies screech as they breathe in the concentrated poison. They are getting absolutely cooked by their own natural enemy. Watching the monsters fall out of the sky like flies is so satisfying. The ground is literally covered in defeated bugs. Waiting for the smoke to clear, the squad is looking for any sign of their leader. They are terrified that he gassed himself along with the monsters, popping out of the smoke with a thumbs up like it's another Tuesday. Ain is officially the goat of this field trip. Explaining that he has a poison resistance skill makes him basically immune to his own trap. He's bathing in the miasma like it's a spa day. Getting scolded by the team for giving them a heart attack is the classic post-fight trope. They were worried sick, but Ain is just vibing, moving onwards because there's probably nothing left to kill in this forest. Ain is leading the way with zero cares in the world. Arriving at the target peninsula, the squad finally thinks they can relax. But the look on their faces tells us that the surprise isn't over yet. Seeing Dil-senpai waiting for them is the ultimate plot twist. He's praising their teamwork, but we all know he was probably eating popcorn while watching them struggle, revealing that Christina-sama was also hiding and escorting them the whole time. This entire trip was a setup by the elders to make them grow. Looking at Ain's face, you can tell he's not exactly thrilled about being a lab rat. The betrayal is hitting hard, watching the squad sweat as Ain stares down the upperclassmen. The atmosphere just went from 100 to 0 real quick, asking the real questions about how much they worried him. Ain isn't mad about the danger, he's mad about the lack of trust, promising to be there for them no matter what next time. Ain is showing some serious leadership riz right now, refusing to become an adult who treats people like pawns. He's clenching his fist because he wants to be a better kind of leader, making Dil promise never to pull a stunt like this again. Ain's heart was in his throat the whole time and he's not letting it slide. Seeing Dil actually look humbled by a younger student is a rare sight. He finally understands the weight of the worry he caused. Switching the vibe instantly, Ain asked Dil to call him by his name as an apology. Bro is a master of social engineering. Watching Dil struggle with the idea of being so informal, Ain is just laughing it off, knowing he's won the moral high ground, insisting that it's a request from His Majesty himself. You can't really no to a royal order, even if it's just to be friends. Hearing him finally say Ain-sama is the moment the bond is sealed. Dil is officially part of the inner circle, focusing on the detail of the moment as the tension completely melts away. This is a wholesome W for the squad, getting all flustered and blushing after hearing his name called like that. Ain might be a Chad, but he's still a kid at heart, standing there in a daze while the reality of the situation sinks in. The field trip is officially over, and everyone survived. Laughing together as a group is the perfect way to end the arc. Even the stoic Christina is cracking a smile in the back, wiping away a tear because the whole thing was so anticlimactic but touching. Ain is a big softy under all that armor, shaking hands and making up for all the drama. This is the kind of character development we love to see. Looking out at the ocean together, the vibes are finally immaculate. They've grown stronger and closer, which was the whole point. Heading home after a long and exhausting journey, Christina-sama is looking like an absolute queen in this shot, boarding the massive ship to head to the capital. They're leaving the island behind, but the ocean has one more surprise waiting, confronting Christina about her stalking skills on the deck. She's trying to play it cool, but the guilt shock is written all over her face, blushing super hard because Ain mentions he could smell her magic stone. This is some high-level accidental riz from our boy, feeling the ship shake as a massive kraken emerges from the depths. Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water, noticing the kraken and realizing something is very wrong with this picture. It's huge, but it's acting like it's the one being hunted. Ordering the cannons to be loaded, Christina is ready to scrap. But Ain is looking at something else entirely with pure horror, observing the kraken get absolutely shredded by a single attack. Something much bigger just decided that octopus was on the menu, staring at a giant tentacle get sliced off like it's nothing. The power scaling just went off the charts in a single panel, noticing a hole was opened in a kraken by a single bite. Whatever did this is officially the final boss of the ocean, zooming in on those massive, sharp fangs that could crush the Shin one go. We are talking about prehistoric levels of danger here, creating a gigantic vortex as it pulls the kraken down into the abyss. Christina is looking like she's seen a ghost, watching the appearance of the sea dragon, the undisputed king of the deep. This is absolute cinema, and the ship is in the splash zone, witnessing the dragon chomp down on the kraken like it's a snack. The sheer scale of this monster makes everything else look like ants, roaring at the sky while the ship tries to escape at full power. Every single person on that deck is praying for their lives, realizing that while the dragon is busy eating, they might actually have a chance to slip away. Ain is paralyzed with fear, booking it towards the horizon while the titans of the sea settle their grudge. That ship has never moved faster in its life. Shaking, while gripping the railing, Ain knows he just saw the king of the sea. This is a core memory that's going to haunt his dreams, reporting the turmoil at the capital later, but the dragon never showed its face again. For now, the nightmare is over. Sid tried. Time flies when you're the main character, and it's already been 6 months since that massive dragon decided to spawn camp the coast. Everything's been chill lately with the usual grind of studies and training, but you know that peace never lasts in these stories. Look at our boy Ain-kun just vibing with his squad after a long day of being a top-tier student. The homies are heading out, but you can tell something big is brewing because the vibe is just way too wholesome right now. Look at that face, purely oblivious to the absolute chaos that's about to ruin his entire afternoon. He thinks he's just another kid in a fantasy world, but the plot armor is starting to itch. Bro is officially 9 years old and already a third year, proving that he's got that academic riz and zero struggles. Waving goodbye like he doesn't have a world-ending threat for him around the corner. Enter the best girl Christina, who's basically the ultimate knight mentor we all dream of. Ain tries to pull a fast one and take a detour to avoid sword practice, but she shuts that down faster than a mod in a Twitch chat. Absolute cinema right here as she leans in close to fix his crooked necktie, and our boy is officially down bad. Look at that blush. His heart rate is probably hitting triple digits while she's just being a total Chad. She's got that top-tier waifu smile that could literally heal a terminal illness, and Ain is barely holding it together. He manages a thank you while probably imagining their wedding, but the wholesome vibes are about to get cooked. Suddenly, a couple of knights show up looking like they just finished a marathon and failed the cardio check. The mood shifts instantly from rom-com to a full-blown emergency real quick. One of the knights whispers some top-secret intel that has Christina looking like she just saw a ghost. You know it's serious when the strongest girl in the rooms is her cool. Switching into full commander mode, Christina doesn't even hesitate to ditch the training session for some urgent business, leaving Ain with a bunch of random guards clearly as the kid feeling the FOMO already. Even as she's rushing off to save the world, she reminds him that detours are still banned. That's some high-level discipline, making sure the kid doesn't go wandering off while she's busy being a legend. Not one to be left in the dark, Ain demands answers from the guards who look like they're about to leak the entire script. They're shaking in their boots because they know news is absolutely cursed. Turns out a national crisis-class monster just spawned and they sent Christina to the front lines to solo it. Ain's face says it all his waifu might be getting sent to the lobby if things go south. The castle looks peaceful from the outside, but inside the high-ups are probably having a collective mental breakdown. It's always the calm before the storm that hits the hardest in these mangas. Rushing back to the castle like his life depends on it, Ain finds out the king is locked in a high-stakes conference. No one wants to give the kid the details, but he's not taking no for an answer. Check out the maids looking like they're ready to cry and the guards looking completely drained of hope. The knight count is low, which means everyone who can swing a sword is already out there getting cooked. Kicking the door down like a true protagonist, Ain demands to know what the hell is going on. He's tired of being treated like a side character while the world burns. The war room is packed with all the heavy hitters, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a legendary blade. This is where the real decisions get made and Ain just crashed the party. Seeing his mom Olivia, absolutely distraught is the straw for our boy. She's the definition of a thick queen in distress, and the king looks like he hasn't slept in a week. Maintaining that based ruler energy, the king tells the council to ignore the kid and keep the meeting going. Trying to keep his family from falling apart is clearly taking a toll on him. Here comes the lore drop. A sea dragon has popped up in Port Magna, and it's causing a total wipeout. Ain is shook but he knows exactly how much of a menace those things are. Logic isn't working here even though Ain points out that they've known about this dragon for 6 months. But the king's face tells us that their strategy just got completely countered. Brace yourselves for the ultimate plot twist. There aren't just one, but two sea dragons out there. It's a 2-1 situation, and the kingdom is definitely not prepared for this level of griefing. Look at this absolute chaos in the flashback. That dragon is straight up bullying a giant octopus. Ain looks like he's about to pass out just thinking about the sheer power level of these beasts. If they don't do something fast, the whole town is going to Davy Jones' locker, which is a fancy way of saying they're all cooked. Christina was sent because she's the only one with the stats to even stand a chance. Starting to tweak, Ain screams at the king for sending Christina out there alone against 2 raid bosses. Simping for her safety is the only thing on his mind right now, and honestly, who can blame him? They've sent everything, the navy, the adventurers, and 90% of the knights. It's an all-in play, but Ain knows that quantity doesn't mean anything when the enemy is a literal god-tier monster. Stuck guarding the home base just in case things get even worse, Lloyd is making the ultimate trust me bro move. Ain is being told to just sit tight and believe, but that's not in his DNA. Deep down, Ain is terrified because the memory of the dragon's power is literally paralyzing his legs. He knows he's weak, but the thought of losing his knight waifu is making his blood boil. Part of him just wants to run away and hide under the covers like a normal 9-year-old. But then he looks at his grandfather, and the realization of his duty starts to sink in. Flashbacks of all the times Christina looked out for him start flooding his brain. She's been his rock and he can't just let her get sent to the Shadow Realm while he watches from the sidelines. Just look at this angelic shot of her. She's too pure to be dragon food. The determination is building up, and we all know he's about to do something incredibly reckless. Dropping the ultimate bombshell, Ain declares he's going to Magna to fight the sea dragon himself. This is peak main character energy, even if he's basically a level 10 going into a level 100 raid. Silence fills the whole room as they realize this kid is actually serious about this suicide mission. Olivia looks heart just stopped, and the king is probably wondering where he went wrong. Going full rage mode, the king calls him a fool and asks what a single kid can do against a disaster. Trying to talk sense in him is the only move he has left, but Ain's got that main character tunnel vision. Lloyd steps in to remind him that as the crown prince, his life belongs to the state, not to himself. It's the classic, "you're too important to die" trope that every prince hates hearing. Clapping back with some historical riz, Ain says the first king would have fought instead of hiding. Not just a prince, our boy is trying to be a Chad like his ancestors. Grabbing him tight, Olivia begs him not to go because she can't lose her son to some overgrown lizards. Seeing the thick queen this upset is honestly breaking my heart. The king plays the guilt card, asking if he's really gonna walk out while his mother is literally on her knees crying. It's a low blow, but they're desperate to keep him safe. With a look of absolute steel in his eyes, Ain doubles down and says he has to go save Chris-san. The boy is officially down bad, but in the most heroic way possible. For a second, it looks like the king might actually respect the hustle and let him go. The room is quiet, the tension is peaking, and then bam. Out of nowhere, a hand comes down on his neck like a guillotine. He didn't even see it coming, he just got hit with the ultimate go-to-sleep move. Catching him before he hits the floor, Lloyd proves that being a bodyguard's doing the dirty work too. Ordering a tactical nap was the king's only way to stop the kid from being way too much of a hero. Olivia catches her unconscious son, looking absolutely horrified at her own father. This family dinner is going to be incredibly awkward after this betrayal. She snaps, screaming at the king for using violence against his own grandson. You do not want to trigger the mama bear, especially when she's this emotional. Zero games are being played as the king orders the maids to take Olivia to her room and Lloyd to carry Ain away. Putting the whole family on house arrest is his only way to keep them safe while the world burns. Don't let them out, he yells, looking like the ultimate villain even though he's just trying to save them. It's a rough day for the royal family, and the vibes are officially rancid. As Lloyd carries the sleeping prince away, the narration reminds us that duty is a heavy burden. But you and I both know this isn't the end. Ain-kun isn't staying locked up for long. Banging on the door like a madman, Ain is officially in his feelings because Chris is out there fighting for life while he's stuck in timeout, trying to summon his phantom hands like he's in an Elden Ring boss fight. Bro realizes the magus won't click and he is genuinely tweaking, clenching his fist because those sea dragons are about to turn his friends into sushi. He gets told to chill by Kadima the cat girl. But we all know our boy has zero chill when his waifus are in danger. Turns out the room is under a high-tier seal that even a demon lord would struggle with, making this library look like a max security prison cell. Feeling absolutely cooked, Ain is about to lose it. Kadima just stands there watching him go through it, which is honestly kind of savage. Praying to the heavens because he needs a miracle, a ghostly hand suddenly starts pointing the way like a literal Carrie from the afterlife. Jumping up like he saw a ghost, Ain realizes his spectral mom is basically giving him the walkthrough for this level by pointing at a shiny rock like its secret loot. Behold the cursed magic stone, looking all ominous and edgy in its little glass box, while most people would be running for the hills. Stepping up to the plate while Kadima is screaming her head off, Ain is ready to become an absolute unit. Grabbing that rock like it's the last chicken wing at a party, he ignores Kadima literally begging him on the floor to stop. Absolute cinema alert as those phantom hands erupt, like a kraken on steroids, proving bro is officially built different. Confused as heck, Kadima can't believe magic is working inside a seal that's supposed to be impenetrable. But Ain doesn't care about rules when he's got main character energy. Just look at this cat's face. Because that is the face of someone who realized they aren't even a side character anymore. Trying to move but finding her body stuck in place like she's lagging at 999 ping. The pressure Ain is putting off is straight up oppressive. Getting a ghostly hug while he drains the life out of that stone. This is some peak mom said it's my turn on the Xbox energy but with world-ending powers. Draining the stone until it turns clear as ice, Ain is feeling that soft, warm motherly glow while he's busy breaking reality. Hugging a giant crystal, because it feels like home. This is officially the calm before the storm. Dropping the stone like it's trash while Kadima has a literal mental breakdown, he shows he's just getting started. Pointing his hand like he's about to drop the hardest diss track of the century. It's alright is such a Chad thing to do before causing massive property damage. Shattering the entire seal and the doors in one go is a total power move that qualifies as absolute cinema. Looking back with that cold stare while the dust settles, he leaves Kadima trying to process the god-tier feat she just witnessed. Screaming about how absurd this is, Kadima realizes Ain just gained so much power he's basically playing on creative mode now. Walking out like he owns the place, the prince leaves Kadima in the dust wondering if she should update her resume. Running into Klon in the hallway, our boy is reminded that the waifu game in this manga is honestly top tier. Asking the big questions, Klon wants to know if he's really leaving while she clenches her dress because clearly down bad, promising her he'll come back with that classic protagonist smile. Bro is stacking up those death flags like they're trading cards. Kissing him on the cheek out of nowhere gives Klon that W riz for finally making a move while the world is ending. Standing there absolutely stunned and blushing like a tomato, Ain got a blessing from a goddess and doesn't know how to act. Telling him to have a safe trip, with angelic smile is the only motivation he needs to go out and win. Running away at full speed while Klon is left crying on the floor, this scene is hitting right in the feels. Praying for his safety in the empty hallway. The silence after all that hype is actually kind of heavy, sliding to a halt because there's a massive wall of armor in his way. Ain realizes real quick that leaving won't be that easy. Facing down Lloyd and a whole squad of knights, he sees eyes looking sharp and ready to send him back to his room. Getting a close-up of Lloyd's fit, we see a man who is a total tank, and definitely not moving for anyone. Asking Ain where he thinks he's going with that energy, Lloyd is playing the final boss of the Strict Dad simulator, cracking the ground and the walls just by standing there. The pressure coming off these two is making the knights sweat bullets. Staring each other down in the courtyard, this old gen versus new gen vibe is pure hype. Declaring he has to go, Ain gets blocked by Lloyd, who calls him a treasure, which is just code for you're too valuable to let die. Drawing his sword because it's time to see if Ain's new power is legit, Lloyd is about to show us why he's a legend. Moving faster than the eye can see, tries to intercept him but gets caught in a trap, freezing the entire squad in their tracks. Lloyd's face is pure shock because body won't move an inch after getting hit with the lag switch. Glowing like a Super Saiyan with that overflow active, Ain has reached a level where just existing makes people around him collapse. Realizing he can't stop this absolute unit, Lloyd finally folds and tells Ain to go do what he wants. Nodding like a true Chad and sprinting toward the exit, Ain leaves Lloyd looking like a proud but terrified father. Sighing because he knows he just let a literal hurricane loose. Struggling to even breathe under the lingering pressure, Lloyd is huffing and puffing just to stay upright. Breaking free from the aura with a massive shout, almost got sent to the lobby just by being in the same room. Telling his men they can move again once the prince is far enough away, Lloyd proves Ain's passive aura is actually insane. Smirking because he knows Ain is an exceptional monster, the old man is just impressed by the sheer audacity. Panting outside the castle walls, Ain proves that even with godlike powers, cardio is still a struggle. Wondering if he should just run the whole way or steal a horse, he suddenly hears a familiar voice. Coming in clutch with a horse, Dill proves he is the ultimate homie who shows up exactly when he's needed. Worrying about Dill's career, Ain knows that helping him escape is basically a one-way ticket to being cooked. Dropping the most based line of the chapter, Dill says he serves Ain personally first, which is some top-tier loyalty. Riding off into the sunset like a couple of outlaws, Dill is ready to get fired as long as he's riding with his prince. Planning their next move, they need to reach the water train to get to Magna before everything goes south. Realizing the king has blocked all travel for the prince, the old Mali re-put the kingdom on lockdown. Thinking of a loophole, Dill mentions another method while Ain is all ears. Explaining the order of the royal family, which is basically an admin command to overwrite the king's orders, Dill shows off his big brain. Warning him that this power comes with a massive catch. We learn you can't just spam royal orders without consequences. Facing a trial if the order is deemed improper, this isn't just a slap on the wrist. Getting exiled from the royal family is the worst-case scenario, meaning Ain would lose his home and his family. Doubting if it's worth the risk, Dill tries to talk him out of it like a real friend. Not wavering for even a second, Ain is readied his entire future away just to save his friends, which is pure Chad energy. Grinning and thanking Dill for the info, our boy has made his choice and there's no turning back. Starting up the engines of the water train, the steam is pumping and it's officially go time. Speeding toward Magna like a bullet, the hype is real and the next stop is absolute carnage. First, the whole country is pulling up with the navy because things are about to get spicy. Look at this mobilization, they really brought the whole lobby out for this boss fight. This sea dragon isn't here to play games, looking like a straight-up menace emerging from the depths. This is peak kaiju energy right here. Ships are getting absolutely folded and the crew is screaming for their lives. Our girl Chris is trying to keep her cool while shouting that the weak point is right on the forehead. The squad is locking in because it's do or die at this point. Chris is leading the charge like a total boss, telling everyone to stand firm or get sent to the Shadow Realm. Even after all that effort, they've barely scratched one of these things. Military strength is looking cooked and the vibes are reaching an all-time low. Everyone is prepping the heavy artillery because if this drags on, it's game over. Magic circles are being deployed as they try to cheese the boss with long-range spam. Seeing the beast dive back in is pure nightmare fuel. This thing moves way too fast for something that big, honestly. Chris gives the order to let it rip and the cannons start barking. This is absolute cinema, boys. A massive explosion rocks the dragon's dome as the projectiles find their mark. Talk about a precision strike. The head of the beast is looking pretty rough after that direct hit. Blood is everywhere and it looks like the plan might actually be working. Bro is letting out a scream that would make a horror movie villain jealous. It's definitely feeling the heat now. The soldiers are already celebrating like they won the World Cup, but Chris knows better. Never celebrate before the loot drops, that's how you get humbled real quick. Just as they thought they were safe, the dragon decides to take a massive bite out of their ride. Imagine being on that boat and seeing those teeth, I'd be alt F4ing immediately. The ship is literally snapping in half and the waves are going crazy. These poor extras are getting washed away like yesterday's trash. Massive tsunamis are flipping boats like they're toy ducks in a bathtub. This is a certified disaster zone. Look at the size of this absolute unit stretching across the ocean. The devs really need to nerf this thing's hitboxes. Even while dying, this beast is causing absolute mayhem. It's taking as many people down with it as possible. Men are getting torn apart and the sea is turning into a graveyard. This is getting way too dark for a Sunday morning read. Chris looks like she's seen a ghost because there's another one pulling up the party. One was bad enough? Two? We're officially cooked. The second dragon is right in her grill, letting out a roar that probably smells like rotten fish and despair. It's over for the home team. Accepting her fate, Chris prepares for one final charge while thinking about her favorite boy. If you're gonna go out, might as well go out swinging like a total Chad. Out of nowhere, a massive fog starts rolling in and obscuring the battlefield. Someone just popped a smoke grenade and it's working perfectly. Chris is standing there wondering what the heck is going on while the dragon gets disoriented. The timing on this is suspicious as heck. Boom! Ain pulls up with the ultimate main character energy and the drip is immaculate. Look at that hand reach, he's got that unspoken riz. Instead of running, Ain starts explaining his skills like he's reading a patch note. Chris is rightfully losing her mind because why is the prince in the middle of a war zone? Our boy drops the royal family card and tells everyone to pipe down. You know it's serious when the eyes get that sharp look. Standing tall, he demands support because he's about to solo this boss. The audacity of this kid is honestly inspiring. Telling his bodyguard to just execute the orders is such a based move. He's not a little kid anymore. He's the crown prince, and you better recognize. Chris sees that look in his eyes and realizes he's got that dog in him. She's remembering why she follows him in the first place. Ain tells the rest of the fleet to stay back while the dragon prepares to strike. This is the 1v1 we've all been waiting for. Jumping straight into the fray, he screams that he's the opponent now. Absolute madman behavior. Ain unleashes those phantom hands and they look like something straight out of a high-tier fantasy anime. This isn't just magic, it's a statement. He literally catches the dragon's snout with his magic tentacles. Bro is playing God of War in real life. Even the soldiers are stunned seeing a kid hold back a literal sea god. The scaling in this series just went through the roof, staring down the beast like it's just an overgrown lizard. Ain is him, guys. Panting like a pro, he credits his instructor for the training that made this possible. Chris is just standing there dumbfounded like the rest of us. Ain leaps into the air using his magic as a platform. This mobility is absolutely cracked. Now he's literally riding the dragon's head while it tries to shake him off. Most people would be simping for safety, but he's going for the kill. Pinpointing the magic stone is the only way to end this nightmare. He's moving in slow motion like he's in the Matrix. He pulls out the straw of darkness, which sounds like the most disrespectful way to kill a dragon. He's literally gonna suck the life out of this thing. The dragon is screaming in agony as its mana gets drained away. This is peak "I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me" energy. It tries to escape by diving into the ocean, taking Ain along for the ride. Chris is screaming his name but he's already committed to the bit. Fighting beneath the waves is a whole different ballgame. Ain is struggling, but he's still draining that magic like a boss. It's a battle of endurance now to see who hits 0 HP first. Look at the intensity in those eyes, he's locked in. The water is churning as the beast tries to dislodge its tiny parasite. This is the definition of a high-stakes encounter. Oxygen is running low and the pressure is starting to cook him. Even a Chad has his limits. Magic is fading and his strength is slipping away. Is this where the run ends? Instead of giving up, he decides to recycle the magic he just sucked out. That's some big brain 200 IQ gameplay right there. The slurping sounds continue as he forces the energy back into his system. It's like drinking a mana potion while the boss is hitting you, screaming for more power because he's not done yet. This is that shonen protagonist energy we live for. The dragon lets out one final underwater scream of pure terror. It knows it messed with the wrong prince. A massive surge of light erupts from the depths as the final blow connects. That's a wrap on the sea dragon. Ain is drifting away after the explosion, looking completely spent. He really gave it his all for the squad. Suddenly, a mysterious pendant starts shining bright in the darkness. Plot armor or hidden power? You decide. He sees the faces of everyone he cares about, giving him that classic power of friendship boost. This is why we watch anime, folks. The light hits his face, and he's back in the game with a vengeance. Never count out the MC. He pulls out the knife for one final, desperate strike. This is for all the homies. The magic stone finally shatters under the pressure of his blade. That's a critical hit if I've ever seen one. Magic energy splatters everywhere as the dragon's force is extinguished for good. Bro got absolutely cooked and sent to the lobby. One last roar echoes across the ocean as the threat is finally neutralized. We are so back. The soldiers on deck hear the silence and start to realize the nightmare is over. Chris is just relieved her boy is okay. Back at the city, everyone is cheering because they aren't gonna be dragon food today. Massive W for the kingdom. Chris gives Ain a massive hug, and she is clearly down bad for our hero. Look at that smile, this is absolute cinema. And I'm third. Look at our boy Ain finally waking up after that absolute raid boss fight. Waking up in a cozy bed while the ship hauls back his loot is the ultimate flex. Meanwhile, Chris and Dill are looking at him like he's actually lost his mind. Their faces are literally screaming, "Bro, what is wrong with you?" Chris is not having any of this, it's just a little numb talk and goes full protective mode. Honestly, getting scolded by a thick night lady is a reward in itself, let's be real. Suddenly, our protagonist notices the drip is broken. That ruby of the earth he got earlier is completely shattered, showing just how close he was to the lobby. Turns out that little rock was the only thing keeping his soul in his body. Realizing he almost got deleted from the server finally starts to sink in. Seeing him alive and well makes Chris absolutely lose it. Tears are streaming down her face as she grabs his hand like she never wants to let go. Just look at this absolute cinema moment as she begs him to stop being a reckless madman. If a girl looks at you like this after you almost die, you better put a ring on it. Trying to fix the vibes, Ain starts yapping about how the sea dragon stone tasted like a concentrated buffet. Dan really has his priorities set on the grind and the grub. Both of them are completely dumbfounded by this lack of self-preservation. Dill is out here sighing like he's babysitting a chaotic toddler with the power of a god. Thankfully, the tension finally snaps and they start laughing at the absurdity of it all. Laughter is the best medicine, especially when you just survived a sea god. Duty calls because they're pulling into the capital soon. Ain is trying to act like a professional prince again while Dill watches on with that "that's my bro" smile. Walking through the halls, Dill is fully prepared to get cooked for disobeying orders. This absolute Chad is accepting the death penalty because he's loyal to the end. Helping Ain was worth any price in his eyes. This kind of bromance is what the culture is all about. Stepping out onto the deck reveals a crowd so massive it looks like a festival. The entire city is out here simping for the prince who saved their necks. Welcoming them home is the royal escort and a carriage fit for a hero. Time to go face the final boss, Grandpa the King. Arriving at the castle, you can just feel the weight of the situation. This place is huge, but the pressure inside is even bigger. Entering the throne room feels like a high-stakes cutscene. Everyone is lined up to see the kid who actually soloed a dragon. Grandpa looks serious as heck, closing his eyes like he's about to drop some heavy news. You could hear a pin drop in this room right now. Sykes. He starts clapping and praising Ain for the absolute carry. The whole room joins in because our boy just secured the biggest W in the kingdom's history. Look at that confused face while everyone is cheering for him. Our protagonist is probably thinking, wait, I'm not in trouble? Listening to the stats is insane. He soloed a dragon whose corpse is worth 20 times the national budget. Talk about an infinite money glitch. Hearing the king call you a hero is the ultimate validation. This is peak Chad behavior right here. Transitioning to the bad news, the king points out that Ain Bay trashed the royal train and a glacier ship. Property damage is real, and the bill is looking spicy. Dill steps up to take the fall like a real one. This absolute legend is ready for whatever punishment comes his way to protect his prince. Shouting wait at the king is a bold move, but Ain isn't letting his homie get cooked alone. Proving his riz, Ain claims he used his royal authority to force Dill into it. This bro is literally telling his friend to shut up so he can take the heat. Even the Grand Marshal Dill's dad is looking stressed out by this drama. Family dinners are going to be awkward after this. Bowing down, the marshal asks to be punished for not being able to stop the chaos. The loyalty in this room is actually off the charts. Breaking the tension, the king just starts laughing like a madman. Mostly, the old man thinks these guys are being way too dramatic. Telling everyone to chill, the king reveals he's not actually going to punish Dill at all. The vibes are officially saved. Giving Ain 2 months of house arrest in a literal luxury castle is the most base punishment ever. Oh no, he has to stay in his room and eat gourmet food. What a nightmare. Promoting Chris to marshal and making Lloyd the exclusive escort is a massive power move. Everyone is getting upgrades after this mission. Dismissing everyone because he's tired is such a mood. But wait, the advisor hints that the real trial is still waiting for Ain. Realizing the judges are actually the waifus makes Ain's soul leave his body. Our boy survived a dragon, but can he survive an angry mom and a crying girlfriend? Finding Klon on the balcony under the stars is pure aesthetic. The girl has been waiting there this whole time just to make sure he's real. Acting like she wasn't crying is a classic move, but the red eyes don't lie. Klon is just happy her man didn't end up as dragon bait. Calling him stupid while hugging him is the ultimate I love you in anime language. This scene is absolute cinema, bros. Apologizing for the worry, Ain finally heads off to face the final boss of the castle. You better pray for him, because Mom Olivia is next. Knocking on the door with his tail wagging, wait, he's actually nervous. Walking in to see his mom is always the scariest part of coming home late. Seeing literal giant tree roots filling the room is a huge red flag. Olivdryad powers are going haywire because she was so stressed. Crawling out from the roots, Olivia looks like she's been through it. Seeing her son isn't a ghost is clearly the only thing she cares about right now. Getting embarrassed about her plant powers going wild is honestly kind of cute. Mama really went full nature mode because she was worried sick. Cupping his face to make sure he's actually there is such a mom thing to do. The relief on her face is palpable. Looking into his mother's eyes finally breaks Ain's tough guy act. The tears start flowing because he's finally safe. Realizing he's crying makes him feel weird, but that's just the trauma leaving the body. The guy has been holding it in for so long. Pulling him into a hug, Olivia shows why she's the best mom in the series. There's that comfort only a thick-dried queen can provide. Telling him he doesn't have to hold back anymore is exactly what he needed to hear. Right now, Ain isn't a hero or a prince, just a kid who needs a hug. Confirming that it's just the two of them makes the moment even more special. No witnesses to the tears, just pure family vibes. Wrapping up this chapter with a heart-melting hug is the perfect ending. Our boy Ain did his duty, and now he finally gets to rest. Kicking things off with some top-tier service, see our favorite cat girl Kachima-san getting handsy with Ain's arm. Don't get your hopes up though, because this isn't a date, she's just giving him a much-needed tune-up after his recent stunt. Kachima-san is absolutely fuming while she works, scolding Ain for having the audacity to suck up that cursed magic stone like it was a Capri Sundae. Our boy is just sitting there with a nervous sweat, knowing he's being cooked by the one person who actually knows how dangerous that move was. Feeling like a brand new man, Ain starts flexing his arm and realizing the treatment actually worked wonders. He's ready to jump back into the action, but Katima is quick to remind him that he's lucky to even be standing after that reckless power-up. Chris is clearly down bad for the prince, jumping in to announce she'll be his personal nurse until he's fully recovered. Kat can't help but roast her for being a clumsy mess, but hey, we all know Chris is just looking for an excuse to stay glued to his side. Curiosity finally kills the cat as Katima demands to see Ain's status card to see what kind of monstrosity he's become. Everyone leans in close because after eating 2 national-class stones, this man's stats are about to be absolutely cracked. Looking at this card is like looking at a cheat code because Ain's magic power is sitting at over 7,000. His job title has literally changed to named, and his skill list is longer than a CVS receipt, featuring everything from great sorcery to ocean current. Both girls are staring at the card with their jaws on the floor, because these numbers are physically impossible for a human. The growth rate here has deviated so far from the norm that Ain isn't even playing the same game as everyone else anymore. Ain actually has the nerve to look disappointed, thinking his numbers should have been even higher after all that trouble. Ketanema hits him with the ultimate reality check, asking if he thinks eating a kilo of meat makes him gain a kilo of weight instantly. Asking about his new job title leads to a pretty terrifying revelation from the resident genius. Being a named isn't something humans usually achieve. It's a classification specifically reserved for high-level monsters. Realizing he's basically a monster in a human suit now, Ain starts shaking while Katima questions if he's even the same species as them anymore. They start digging into his ocean current skill, which is a direct gift from the sea dragon he just finished off. Great sorcery pops up next, and Katima's eyes nearly pop out of her head when she sees it. This isn't just any magic, it's the signature skill of an Elder Lich, a legendary monster that was supposed to be extinct. Connecting the dots reveals the terrifying truth that the Kerchik stone Ain absorbed was actually the core of a high-level witch. Our boy just casually ate a legendary undead entity like it was a snack, and now he's dealing with the consequences. Chris drops some major lore, explaining that if the skill is great sorcery, the original owner had to be an Elder Lich. Katima is stunned that Chris knows this, considering it's ancient knowledge buried in elven texts that nobody can read. Turning into a total chaotic gremlin, Katima starts screaming when Chris admits she just casually read the ancient books because they felt nostalgic. Our catgirl scientist is losing her mind because she spent years trying to decode those books while Chris just skimmed them for fun. Watching Katima spiral into a deep depression is honestly hilarious as she realizes all her hard work was for nothing. Chris is bowing and apologizing for being a natural genius, while Ain just stands there wondering how his life became a comedy routine. Opening the book reveals the true form of the Elder Lich, and she was an absolute baddie with a hooded cloak and long hair. It turns out she was a major player who supported the Demon Lord alongside her husband, the Dullahan. Putting the pieces together makes everyone realize that those 2 cursed stones Ain found were actually a married couple. It's a bit dark when you think about it, but our crew is more focused on the insane power boost Ain got from their reunion. Katima pulls out the dagger in the ancient illustrations, and it's a dead ringer for the one Ain has been carrying. This isn't just a weapon. It's a legendary artifact forged by the Elder Lich herself as a gift for her husband. Learning that the dagger was made from the Lich's own core explains why it was able to one-shot a sea dragon. This thing packs a punch equal to an attack from a demon lord, making Ain the most dangerous kid on the planet right now. Katima explains that the dagger and the stones were eventually brought back together by the Dullahan's lingering power. It's like a tragic love story, except the ending involves a teenage prince absorbing their souls for stat points. Reflecting on the fact that he's carrying a married couple's legacy around, Ain gets a bit sentimental. He thinks back to all the moments he used the stone's power, realizing there was more to those voices in his head than he thought. Flashes of a mysterious voice saying "welcome back" echo in his mind, making him realize the Lich's soul might still be in there. It's a total absolute cinema moment as the weight of his new powers finally starts to sink in. Standing there in a daze, Ain wonders if that voice he heard while absorbing the stone was real or just a hallucination. The girls are watching him closely, probably wondering if he's about to have another midlife crisis at age 12. Interrupting the deep thoughts, a voice from outside the door asks if Chris-sama is in there. It's time to snap back to reality because duty is calling, and the peaceful vibes are about to get wrecked by urgent news. Katima looks toward the door as the knocking continues, her cat ears twitching at the sudden arrival. The tension in the room shifts instantly from ancient lore to immediate royal business. Inviting the guest in, Katima reveals it's Clone, who's looking a bit stressed out. She's not here for a social visit. Something major is going down at the harbor and they need the heavy hitters ASAP. Clone enters the room and apologizes for the interruption, but she sees they've already finished the treatment. She's got a message that can't wait, and based on her face, it's not exactly a happy birthday card. Delivering the news, she explains that a messenger from the August company is demanding that Chris and Lloyd head to the harbor immediately. It's a direct summons, which means something went sideways with the Sea Dragon corpse. Chris is confused because the company was supposed to be handling the dismantling of the dragon on their own. She grips her chest with a worried look, sensing that whatever they found in that massive lizard is going to be a problem. Dropping the bombshell, Clone reveals that they found an egg-like object inside the corpse of the sea dragon. The look on Ain and Chris's faces says it all. This isn't just a cleanup job anymore, it's a biological hazard. Cutting to the harbor, we see the massive scale of the operation as the sun beats down on the water. It's a beautiful day for a disaster, and the entire kingdom is on edge waiting to see what hatches. Workers are swarming over the massive dragon skeleton, using cranes to lift the heavy bones away. Lloyd the absolute Chad finally on the scene, looking ready to punch whatever comes out of those eggs into the next dimension. Standing before a small army of knights, Lloyd and Chris prepare to face the unknown. The atmosphere is thick with tension as everyone realizes that even a dead dragon can still cause a massive headache for the kingdom. Greeting the royal party, the messenger looks relieved to see the crown prince self showed up. Ain is trying to play it cool, but he knows that if things go south, he's the one who's going to have to clean up the mess. Leading them toward the discovery, the messenger admits he has no idea what he's looking at and needs a professional opinion. Chris and Lloyd follow closely, their hands on their hilts just in case the eggs decide to start biting. Revealing the prize, we see two massive, glowing white eggs sitting in the middle of the harbor. There isn't just one, there are two of them, and they look like they're about 5 seconds away from a very loud breakfast. Cracks start spider webbing across the surface of the eggs as a high-pitched sound fills the air. Chris doesn't waste a second, screaming for the knights to draw their swords because she's not taking any chances with dragon spawn. Lloyd tells Chris to stay back and protect Ain while he handles the front line like a true boss. Ain tries to tell them he's fine, but everyone is in full protect the prince mode while the eggs continue to shatter. Shouting that it's coming, the knights brace themselves for a monster battle of epic proportions. The shells finally give way, and for a second it looks like absolute chaos is about to erupt in the middle of the harbor. Suddenly, a tiny little squeak echoes through the area, sounding way more like a rubber duck than a legendary sea monster. It's the most anticlimactic sound in history, and it catches everyone completely off guard. Popping out of the shells are two of the most adorable baby dragons you've ever seen in your life. They aren't fire-breathing nightmares, they're just little squishy guys looking around with big, confused eyes. Everyone is frozen in place with their jaws hanging open because they were expecting a boss fight and got a daycare center instead. Then don't even know if they should keep their swords out or start looking for some dragon kibble. Making cute little pee-pee noises, the babies start wiggling around and trying to find their footing. It's a total 180 from the high-tension mood of the previous minute, and honestly it's absolute cinema. Lloyd is still playing the tough guy, asking if they're really going to just leave monsters live. Chris is hesitant, but she knows that even baby dragons can grow up to be kingdom-ending threats if they aren't handled. Looking at the scared little faces of the dragons feel a certain type of way. He realizes they're terrified, and he can't help but feel a connection to them that the other soldiers just don't understand. Walking right up to the babies despite the warnings, Ain shows off that royal riz and gives them a warm smile. The little dragons stop shaking and look at him with eyes so bright they could power a small city. Picking them both up like he's the world's youngest single dad, Ain looks like the happiest kid on earth. He's found a new pair of best friends, and the tiny dragons are already snuggling up to him like he's their savior. Explaining his hunch, Ain tells the shocked crowd that the babies think he's their parent. Since he absorbed the magic stone of their actual mother, he's basically their legal guardian in the eyes of dragon law. Lloyd asks if it would be easy to just end them right now, and he's not wrong, he'd bury them in a single breath. Chris is torn, looking at the knights and then at the prince who's currently being used as a jungle gym by sea monsters. Grinning like a madman, Ain asks Lloyd to give him until tomorrow to figure things out. He's already got a plan brewing in that monster human brain of his, and it involves a lot of explaining to his grandfather. Vowing to keep them if he can, Ain poses with his new pets for the ultimate, to be continued shot. he's gonna have to convince the king to let him keep 2 literal dragons in the castle. But with that much riz, how can he say no? Ventress. Look at this absolute Chad behavior right out the gate, feeding sea dragons like they're basic goldfish. Our boy Ain is out here living the dream with his personal aquatic squad, strolling through the castle gardens. The scale of this place is honestly ridiculous. It's the kind of high-budget setting that makes you realize the royalty in this world is truly built different. Feeding these massive lizards is apparently a full-time job, because they are absolutely devouring those magic stones. Ain is just vibing, probably wondering if he can get some of that XP for himself. Flashback to the throne room reveals that the king actually let Ain keep these legendary beasts. Imagine having a grandfather so based that he lets you keep sea monsters as house pets. Meet the new family members, Elle the older sister and Al the younger brother. Giving names to sea dragons is peak main character energy, and honestly they're kind of adorable for creatures that could probably sink a fleet. Sylvia steps up to the plate and starts feeding them too, looking like a total angel while doing it. Ain is just standing there watching her, probably realizing he's got the ultimate riz without even trying. Just look at this gorgeous waifu material right here, surrounded by sparkles and sea dragons. If this isn't absolute cinema, I don't know what is, and the author is clearly cooking with these visuals. Blushing like a total cinnamon roll, Ain is clearly feeling the heat from all that wholesome energy. Bro is down bad for the vibes, and honestly, who can blame him? Unexpectedly, she hands him a magic stone of his own, and the look on his face is priceless. It's like she's rewarding him for being a good boy, which is top-tier doting behavior. Crunching down on that magic stone like it's a jawbreaker, Ain proves he's the ultimate glutton. Most people would probably break their teeth, but our boy eats power-ups for breakfast. Night falls over the castle, setting the stage for some serious family bonding. You just know something big is about to be dropped in this fancy-looking study. Olivia, the undisputed best mom in manga history, is busy brushing Ain's hair while the king watches. Seeing a legendary hero get pampered like a toddler is the kind of gapmo we live for. Trying to act all grown up, Ain mentions he could totally do this himself, but Olivia isn't having any of it. She's got that ara energy on lock and isn't letting go of her precious son. Declaring her intentions with a smile, she makes it clear that doting on Ain is her favorite hobby. If you aren't simping for Olivia at this point, you're watching the wrong recap. Even the king has to chime in, joking that even a hero who defeated a sea dragon is no match for a muv. It's wholesome, it's based, and it's the perfect family dynamic. Shifting gears into serious mode, the king mentions that Ain's house arrest is finally coming to an end. But of course there's no such thing as a free lunch because a new job is already on the horizon. Ordering Ain to head to Euro as his official representative is a massive step up for our young prince. This is bro's first official business trip abroad, and the pressure is officially on. Explaining the importance of the sea crystal trade, the king makes it clear that this is a vacation. These crystals are the lifeblood of magic tools, and Euro is the place where all the big deals happen. Realizing his role as the crown prince, Ain starts to see the bigger picture of international diplomacy. It's a heavy burden for a kid, but we all know he's a natural-born leader. Discussing the security detail, the king confirms that top-tier guards like Chris and Dill will be watching Ain's back. Safety first when you're carrying the future of the kingdom on your shoulders. Teasing her son one last time, Olivia warns him not to go acting reckless like he did with the sea dragon. Ain's face in the background is a whole mood, just pure, I'm being roasted by my own mom energy. Hyped up for the journey, Ain looks out the window dreaming of what kind of place Euro will be. Little does he know, he's about to walk straight into a whole level of chaos. Deep in the library, someone is getting some much-needed shutai among stacks of ancient lore. It's a quiet scene before the inevitable storm of information hits. Katie the cat girl is hard at work, flipping through books with that focused librarian energy. You know when the cat ears start twitching, some serious lore is about to be uncovered. Staring at an illustration of the Demon King Ashi, we see a gothic loli waifu who apparently used to be a total nightmare. If this is what the enemy looks like, some of y'all are definitely going to be switching sides. Musing over the drawings, Katie finds it hard to believe this girl was the monster that gave up on humanity. There's definitely a mystery brewing here, and it smells like a massive plot twist. Reading about the Demon King's rampage, the book mentions a hypothesis of a single betrayal. This is classic misunderstood's setup, and I am here for the drama. Silhouettes of a legendary battle show the defeat of the Demon King's top generals, the Dullahan and the Elder Lich. It looks like an epic showdown that cost way too many lives. Doubts start to arise about why the Demon King's closest associates didn't play their cards more aggressively. It's almost like they weren't even trying to win the war, which is suspicious as hell. Questioning the Lich's lack of action, the record suggests they were just disturbing the humans rather than wiping them out. Something doesn't add up, and Katie is sniffing out the truth. Looking back at the war, it's clear that if the monsters had actually tried, the humans would have been absolutely cooked. The lack of killing intent is the biggest red flag in history. Mentioning another mysterious figure, the lore points toward a third associate that history mostly forgot. This is where things get really spicy for the lore hounds in the audience. Revealing the silhouette of a human-form monster known as the Red Fox Woman, we get our first look at a potential puppet master. This lady sounds like she was the one pulling all the strings. Describing her hedonistic lifestyle, the book claims she bewitched others and changed the Demon King's personality entirely. We've got a literal fox spirit causing global chaos, which is peak fiction. Connecting the dots, Katie realizes that this red fox was likely the reason the Demon King went on a rampage in the first place. It's always the quiet ones you have to worry about. Recalling a similar name being worshipped in Euro, Katie starts to sweat because it's exactly where Aang is heading. This mission just went from a trade deal to a potential horror movie real quick. Waking up from her nap, Klon is startled to find Katie still working late in the night. Katie tells her to head home and rest, acting like the responsible big sister she is. Asking about the upcoming trip, Katie finds out that Klon is indeed heading to Euro with Aang-sama. The look on Katie's face says it all. She knows bro is walking into a trap. Watching Klon leave, Katie looks genuinely concerned about what's waiting for them in that city. If a cat girl is this worried, you know the vibes are officially cursed. Ominous shots of a distant tower set the mood for the next arc of the story. We're leaving the safety of the castle behind and heading straight into the unknown. Welcome to Hardland, the neutral trade city where everything is for sale and everyone has a secret. The architecture is giving major desert vibes, and it looks like a place where things go down. Crowds are roaring in a massive arena, proving that some things never change, no matter world you're in. People just watching other people beat the brakes off each other. Clashing swords in the center of the ring, two veteran warriors are putting on an absolute clinic for the fans. This isn't some rookie scrap, this is high-level combat. Moving with blinding speed, one of the fighters manages to evade a heavy strike and reposition. The choreography in this fight is actually fire, showing off some real martial arts skill. Logus and Edward trade words during a brief lull in the action, showing respect between two old-school chads. Ed notes that his opponent has gotten way stronger over the last 3 years. Charging back in with a roar, the younger-looking fighter isn't ready to call it quits just yet. He's putting everything into this next exchange, hoping to find a gap in Edward's defense. Edward takes to the air with a spear, looking like a total boss under the moonlight. This guy has that final boss aura that makes you realize he's probably the strongest dude in the room. Delivering a crushing blow from above, Edward absolutely craters the ground and his opponent. The impact is so massive you can practically feel it through the page. Coughing up spit and gasping for air, Logus realizes he just got absolutely Kaya's superior warrior. Bro is definitely going to be feeling that one in the morning. Declaring Edward the winner, the announcer sends the crowd into a total frenzy. This man just proved he's still the king of the arena, and he did it with style. Shaking hands like true sportsmen, the two fighters show that there's no blood after a good scrap. This is the kind of respect you only see between top-tier warriors. Watching from the balcony, a salty-looking kid, Glint Roundheart, is clearly not happy about the result. He's fuming because his father lost and he's already swearing revenge like a typical shonen rival. Elena, Glint's mother, looks on with a devious smile that tells you she's the one whispering poison in his ear. This lady is definitely up to no good and she's using her son as a pawn. Hyping up her son's holy knight power, she reminds him that he's a chosen child with a bright future. She even mentions his fiancée Shannon because apparently this kid is already collecting waifus. Switching scenes to a dark building, we see that the political drama is just as intense as the fighting in the arena. Everyone is plotting something and it's getting complicated. Slamming his fist on the table, Prince Tygel is throwing a total tantrum because they still haven't found a certain someone. This guy has zero chill and even less patience. Raging at his subordinates, Tygel is losing his mind over the fact that Klon is still missing. Bro is the definition of a high-status simp, and it's honestly kind of pathetic to watch. Harley, Klon's father, stands there looking completely unfazed while the prince has a meltdown. It's hilarious seeing a calm, collected dad deal with a royal brat's temper tantrum. Claiming he needs to be strong as the head of the house, Harley puts on a brave face despite the situation. He's playing his role perfectly, keeping the prince on a leash without him even knowing it. Speculating that Klon might actually be safer in Ishtalika, Harley subtly manipulates the conversation. He's playing 4D chess while the prince is playing checkers. Flashback to Klon's determined face show she was willing to do anything to be by inside. She's got that ride-or-die energy that makes her a top-tier heroine. Prince Tygel is still in his feelings, looking like he's about to cry because Crush is with another dude. Bro needs to touch grass and realize he's got zero chance against our boy Aang. Suddenly, a guard bursts in with a report that the targets are heading for Euro. This is the moment the plot threads finally start to pull together into one big chaotic mess. Ordering the search to continue with even more intensity, Tygel is ready to hunt them down like a bloodhound. He's so blinded by his obsession that he can't see the danger he's walking into. Rejoicing at the news, the prince is convinced that he's about to have a grand reunion with his beloved. The delusion is strong with this one, and I can't wait to see him get humbled. Harley bows and thanks the prince for his assistance, but you can tell he's just tolerating this guy. He's using the prince's resources to find his daughter, which is a total pro-gamer move. Declaring that he'll make Klon his wife once they find her, Tygel lets out a villainous laugh. Bro is literally the definition of down bad, and it's reaching critical levels of cringe. Harley just goes along with it, probably thinking about how quickly Aang is going to send this clown to the lobby. The level of disrespect is subtle but absolutely savage. Heading over to Euro themselves, the prince decides it's time for a little road trip to claim his prize. He's walking straight into a den of lions and thinks he's the apex predator. Calling for Glint to accompany him as an escort, the prince is assembling a squad of Ain's haters. It's like a losers club reunion tour, and the destination is disaster. Simping over a mental image of Clone, the prince promises to find her no matter what. Bro is literally hallucinating sparkles while clenching his fist. It's pure comedy gold. Ain is just sitting there looking innocent, completely unaware that a group of salty rivals is coming to crash his business trip. The contrast between his chill vibes and their hate is hilarious. Setting off for Euro, the stage is finally set for a massive collision between all these different factions. 3 groups that don't mix are about to meet in one city. This is going to be absolute cinema. Pulling up to the Duchy of Euro, and you already know the vibes are immaculate as we dive into this high-stakes meeting. Look at these old heads shaking in their boots because they know something massive is approaching their harbor. Absolute cinema right here as the king's personal warship, the White King, rolls up like the ultimate flex on everyone watching. Duke Amul is out here checking his fit and sweating bullets, wondering if he looks presentable enough for the legendary royalty about to step off that boat. Guards are lined up in perfect formation, creating a path for the man of the hour to make his grand entrance. Hearing those heavy footsteps clogging on the ramp makes the Duke gulp down his fear like a total simp for authority. Stepping out with that peak main character energy, our boy Ain von Ishtalika arrives looking like a certified Chad in his royal gear. Shaking hands and keeping it professional, Ain is ready to get this meeting started while the Duke tries his best to keep his cool. Walking towards the castle, the advisor Ito is already sensing that something about this kid is definitely not normal. Realizing that standing in front of Ain feels like facing a literal mountain-sized monster, Ito knows his team is officially cooked if things go south. Whispering about how Ain might actually be stronger than a marshal when it comes to fighting monsters is a wild take that shows how much aura he's radiating. Smiling like he isn't hiding a world-ending power level behind those eyes, Ain keeps them guessing while he heads inside. Setting the stage for the meeting, everyone takes their seats, but you just know the peace isn't gonna last long with this much tension in the air. Crashing the party like a group of uninvited trolls, Prince Tygil and his squad show up with zero respect for the diplomatic process. Acting like he owns the place, Tygil starts complaining about being kept waiting while he was busy having absolutely zero riz. Throwing around his father's name like a golden ticket, he claims this is a formal visit and hands over a letter from King Haim. Noticing a familiar face in the crowd, Ain locks eyes with a kid who looks like he's just seen a ghost from his past. Standing there with a scroll in his hand, it's none other than Glint, and he is clearly not happy to see his big brother thriving. Pointing his finger like he's about to drop the biggest snitch move of the century, Glint starts shouting at the royalty in the room, zooming in on that disrespectful finger because the sheer audacity of this kid is reaching terminal levels. Exposing Ain's past to the whole room, Glint screams that he's a runaway from the Roundheart family and shouldn't be here. Waving back with the most based energy possible, Ain just gives him a casual long time no see and keeps it moving like a boss. Holding back his guards who are ready to send these fools to the lobby, Ain reminds them that he won't allow them to attack first. Watching the chaos unfold, the Duke is wondering how his peaceful meeting turned into a family reunion from hell. Barking orders and acting tough, Tygil reminds everyone that he's the third Prince of Haim, like anyone actually cares about his rank. Dropping a logic bomb on these clowns, Ain explains that a crown prince is way higher on the food chain than a mere third prince. Telling him to shut up for a bit with a look that would make a dragon cry, Ain shows them exactly who the real boss is in this room. Getting back to the actual point of this trip, the room goes quiet as the tension reaches a breaking point for everyone involved. Screaming about his missing wife, Tygil reveals he's down bad for Klon and demands to know where she's been hiding. Thinking back to the beautiful Klon and her grandfather, it's clear she dodged a massive bullet by getting away from this loser. Accusing the Duchy of Euro of selling people off like some kind of human trafficking scheme just to get favors is a wild accusation to throw around. Looking absolutely flabbergasted, the Duke and his advisor can't believe the level of cap coming out of this kid's mouth right now. Denying the charges immediately, they make it clear that Euro would never engage in such a disgusting trade no matter the price. Stepping forward to handle the diplomacy, the Chancellor Woolen Lark introduces himself with that legendary old man wisdom. Demanding an immediate investigation into the matter, Tygil thinks he can boss around the Chancellor of a far superior nation. Explaining the concept of give and take, Woolen makes it clear that their diplomatic ties are dead and buried at this point. Refusing to trust a single word from the Haim royal family, Woolen brings up how they've burned every bridge they ever had. Asking for a price that might be a bit too steep, Woolen hints that some heads might need to roll if they want any information. Losing his mind when Woolen asks for the head of General Logas, Tygil realizes the negotiations are officially cooked beyond repair. Turning his attention back to his pathetic brother, Ain tells Glint straight up that his ability is small and sad compared to what's coming. Getting insulted for being a decorative prince, Ain's guard Chris steps in to remind everyone that our boy is a dragon-slaying hero. Refusing to believe his brother could ever be a hero, Glint stands there looking like a total hater, while the grown-ups talk business. Challenging the haters to a duel, Dill is ready to prove Ain's greatness with some cold, hard steel if that's what it takes. Watching the room turn into a powder keg, the Duke is panicking while Woolen just sits back and enjoys the show. Proposing a contest to settle the score once and for all, Woolen decides it's time for some action to break the deadlock. Realizing things just went from 0 to 100 real quick, Ain looks on as the situation turns absolutely explosive. Yo, look at this massive castle where all the high-stakes drama is about to go down. Dropping straight into the action, we find our crew watching a sparring match that's basically a mid-off until someone gets serious. Staring at the arena, we've got the waifu knight looking fine as always, the wise old man, and our boy Ain just chilling. Over in the pit, Clint is out here struggling for his life, while Dill is just standing there like an absolute Chad. Everyone is yapping about how Dill is actually cracked and has been hitting the gym lately. Realizing he's basically a god compared to this kid, Ain is just glad he didn't accidentally send the boy to the Shadow Realm. Getting back to the scrap, Clint is trying to find an opening, but it's looking like a total skill issue. Refusing to take the L, Clint gets salty and demands one more round like a true gamer. Suddenly, the air changes because this man just activated his Holy Knight skill to try and save his dignity. Screaming about being serious now, he launches himself forward like a heat-seeking missile. Flying through the air with zero grace, he tries to land a hit, but Dill is just built different. Boom! A massive dust cloud covers the field, making us wonder if someone actually got folded. Peeking through the smoke, the audience looks like they just saw a ghost. Ending the fight with zero effort, Dill sheathes his blade while Clint sits there looking absolutely cooked. Turning to Ain, Dill basically simps for his victory and offers it up like a loyal dog. Taking a knee like he's proposing, this man's loyalty is honestly top-tier riz. Discussing the results, the team realizes that even though Clint is a scrub, he's still got some potential compared to the average knight. Mentioning the heavenly knight rank, Ain gets curious about the actual peak of swordsmanship looks like. Clapping like a proud grandpa, the old man is just happy to see the youth not being total failures for once. Shifting gears to the boring politics, Duke Amul wants to wrap up the meeting so they can probably get some lunch. Wondering what to tell the third prince, Woolen-san is out here, playing the long game with the mail system. Laughing at the absurdity of it all, the squad is basically one big happy family before the trauma starts. Night falls over the castle, and you know nothing good ever happens after the sun goes down. Screaming into the void, someone is having a mental breakdown over a girl named Clowny. Back in the war room, the adults are sitting around a table pretending to do important things. Taking a stroll through the town, Ain and his knight waifu are basically on a date, and I'm not even mad at it. Explaining his big brain moves, Ain tells her that you can only see a country's flaws by looking at how the commoners live. Analyzing the grain situation, he realizes this place is way too reliant on imports from Heim. Pulling out the 4D chessboard, our boy plans to dump grain into the market at fair prices to completely ruin Heim's monopoly. Plotting total economic collapse for his enemies, Ain has a look in his eyes that is honestly terrifying. Watching her prince become a cold-blooded capitalist, the waifu is low-key scared of his sheer audacity. Looking out over the sunset, it's a beautiful view of a town that has no idea their economy is about to be flipped upside down. Checking out the new hardware, a massive battleship arrives carrying a gift for Prince Ain. Smiling like a snake, this man hands over a statue of a guardian deity that definitely gives off bad vibes. Sailing away into the distance, that ship looks like it's straight out of a steampunk nightmare. Unboxing the gift, they find a scarlet fox statue that makes the old man's heart skip a beat for all the wrong reasons. Recognizing the shape, Ain starts having a massive PTSD flashback because this fox is bad news. Confirming the worst, Woolen-san admits this is indeed the red fox, the legendary harbinger of chaos. Dropping some lore, the waifu mentions that this fox was basically the demon lord's right-hand man and caused a total rampage. Clutching his head in pain, Ain starts tweaking because he remembers how this thing plays with people's lives. Realizing he was a total simp for believing in someone he shouldn't have, his mind starts to fracture. Panicking at the sight of their prince losing it, the crew has no idea what's going on. Staring in pure horror, the waifu realizes something ancient and terrifying is waking up. Feeling her body lock up, she wonders if it's restraining magic, or if she's just too scared to move. Confirming it's pure, unadulterated fear, the atmosphere in the room turns heavy enough to crush a man. Exploding with dark energy, the room starts to glow with a power that shouldn't exist. Pulling a massive black sword out of thin air, Ain looks like he's ready to delete the entire continent. Grabbing the fox statue, he decides he's done with the disrespect and kicks it into the air. Swinging his blade with enough force to split atoms, the screen literally cuts to black. Slicing the statue clean in half, the sheer power of the strike doesn't even stop there. Traveling all the way to the harbor, the shockwave hits that massive battleship and causes a total explosion. Watching the pride of the fleet get absolutely wrecked, the audience is beyond shook, realizing he just one-shotted a literal fortress. Everyone is staring at Ain like he's the final boss, collapsing onto the rubble with blood dripping from his mouth. Our boy Ain is completely drained after giving us that absolute cinema moment. We open up with our boy Ain looking like he's ready to drop the hardest album of the year, but he's actually just deep in his feels. Suddenly, we're transported to a dreamscape where he's getting a lap pillow from a mysterious long-haired waifu who is definitely top-tier material. This thick goddess is literally singing to him while magic notes fly everywhere, and honestly if I were Ain, I'd never want to wake up. Whispering that she'll handle him next time, she leaves our protagonist more confused than a simp at a free concert. Just as he tries to ask who the heck she is, she starts fading away like she just got snapped by Thanos. Waking up with a gasp, bro looks like he just realized he left the oven on. Looking around, it turns out he's back in his own room at the castle, but something feels off. Memories of his business trip to Euro start flooding back. But everything is a complete blur after the main event. Staring at his right arm, he realizes it's covered in bandages with some ancient-looking seals that scream main character power-up. Thinking way too hard for someone who just woke up, he tries to piece the puzzle together. Realizing he needs answers ASAP, he rings the bell to summon his crew like an absolute Chad. The door gets absolutely blasted open as Olivia and Chris burst in looking like they've seen a ghost. Confused as ever, Ain tells them he has zero memory of how he even got back to the castle. Without a single word, the ladies tackle-hug him so hard I'm surprised his ribs didn't turn into dust. Crying their eyes out, they start screaming his name like they're in a high-budget drama. Even the grandparents show up to join the party, looking relieved that their golden boy isn't a vegetable. Just when things settle down, they drop the absolute bombshell that bro has been in a coma for 6 months. Hearing that he's basically missed half a year of life, Ain looks like his brain just hit a 404 error. Grandfather steps in and tells the girls to chill out, because the man needs to rest his eyes. Left alone with his thoughts, Ain starts vibing on the memory of Red Fox statue and wonders what the heck happened to him. Looking out at the night sky, he clenches his fist, knowing that whatever happened in Euro changed him forever. Fast forward a bit, and we see our boy getting the royal treatment in a wheelchair, because legs are currently in the lobby. The whole squad is gathered in the audience hall, including Katima, our favorite catgirl scientist who always brings the based energy. Rolling into the hall, Ain asks what the big deal is, but Katima just tells him to keep his cool. Suddenly, the wheelchair feels like it weighs 10 tons and Chris is struggling like she's trying to move a mountain. It's like there's an invisible walking him, and Katima is watching the whole thing with intense curiosity. An eerie voice suddenly screams for him to get away, and a massive magic circle erupts in the middle of the room. Everyone's faces go completely pale like they just saw their bank accounts hit zero. This magic stone is acting up like a toxic X, radiating pure rejection energy. A beam of light shoots out, and the vibe in the room goes from 0 to 100 real quick. Screaming for Chris to get Ain away from the throne, Katima realizes the situation is reaching absolute cinema levels of danger. Chris grabs Ain and dives out of the way, just as the magic goes haywire. Panning for air, Ain asks what that voice was, and the king looks like he's finally ready to spill the tea. Katima explains that the voice belonged to the demon lord Ashi, which is a massive flex for a first day out of a coma. Apparently, the magic stone in the hall has straight up rejected Ain like a bad credit card. Handing him a massive book, Katima explains she's been doing some serious homework while he was napping. According to the lore, the demon lord Ashi was actually a shy and inexperienced queen, which sounds like total waifu bait. She had 2 ride-or-die family members, a Dullahan and an elder lich, who were basically her bodyguards. These 3 OGs started a small settlement that eventually grew into a massive city for demons. It eventually became a full-blown country, but things started going south faster than a crypto scam. The country collapsed, and the demon lord went on a rampage that make a world boss look like a joke. Katima points out that thanks to Ain, they now have proof that the Red Fox was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Looking at the diagram, it's clear that Ain absorbing those magic stones created a weird connection with the demon lord. This means the entire catastrophe wasn't even the demon lord's fault, but a massive setup by that fox. Checking his status card to confirm her theories, Kama looks a bit worried about what she found. Ain is just standing there confused, probably wondering if he's still dreaming. Staring at his card, he sees his job is now listed as named, and the text is getting corrupted like a buggy Ubisoft game. Realizing he might be turning into a monster, our boy starts feeling a bit down bad about his humanity. The council starts debating if Euro set them up, but they decide that Ain's health is the top priority right now. Katima officially calls this monsterification, which sounds like a cool power-up until you realize you might lose your mind. She tells him she'll need to touch and consult with him directly for research. Honestly, Kadima knows exactly what she's doing with that Riz. Grandfather assures him that he doesn't need to apologize for being a beast. Looking at his family, Ain realizes he's got the ultimate support system backing him up. 1 month later, we see him traveling in a carriage, looking exhausted from all the tests. Chris congratulates him on passing his advancement tests despite being out of commission for so long. They're heading to Majorica's shop to pick up some high-tier magic tools to hide his monster energy. Arriving at the shop, the place looks suspiciously quiet. Ain pokes his head in and realizes there isn't a single customer in sight. Out of nowhere, Majorica jump scares him and whispers in his ear like a true muscle mommy. Chris tells her to stop being a weirdo and quit with the bizarre poses. Sitting down for a chat, Majorica notes that it's been a minute since they last saw the prince. She asks him point blank if he's still human or if he's fully crossed over to the dark side. Ain gives a nervous smile and says he's more or less human, which is the most cap answer ever. Majorica sees right through him, noting that he looks like a monster that evolved by eating magic stones. Admitting the truth, Ain tells her that he really does have that power and explains what happened in Euro. Majorica takes a puff of her pipe and compares him to the World Tree, which is basically a deity in their world. She suggests he either head to the City of Magic, Isto, or the Adventurer's City, Balto. Isto is basically the holy land for magic tool research, making it the perfect spot for information. Balto, on the other hand, is built near the corpse of a giant monster and holds the old demon lord's castle. Ain's eyes light up at the mention of the castle, but Chris immediately shuts that down like a strict mom. She remembers that place being absolutely cursed and doesn't want her man anywhere near it. Deciding on Isto, Majorica agrees to write them an intro letter to help them out. They need some perception obstructing robes so Ain doesn't get hunted for sport. Majorica drops the price of 15,000, and Ain nearly chokes on his own spit. She claims she's doing Chris a huge favor, which makes Ain wonder if these two have some spicy history. It turns out Majorica's older sister was in the same party as Chris and Kaiser back in the day. Chris starts sweating when she mentions her sister is actually stronger than Lloyd. Begging him not to talk about her sister anymore, Chris looks like she's having some serious PTSD. Later on, we find Ain chilling at the beach with Klon, the ultimate waifu of this series. Klon is pouting like a pro because her man is leaving for Isto so soon after waking up. She reminds him that she was by his side every single day, while he was unconscious, which is peak devotion. Giving him a playful wink, she reveals she was just teasing him to see him squirm. They talk about their sea monster pets, El and Al, who have grown to a massive 5 meters long. Klon asks how long he'll be gone, looking like she's already missing him. Reaching into a box, she gives him a message bird, which is basically the fantasy version of an iPhone. It's a new model her grandfather financed, allowing them to stay in touch across long distances. Ain looks at her and asks a deep question. What would she do if he actually turned into a monster? He looks genuinely depressed thinking about losing his humanity. Klon just gives him a look of pure confusion, as if the answer is obvious. She tells him that no matter what he becomes, he's still just Ain to her. Seeing him still worried, she decides to make a promise to put his mind at ease. Walking towards him with the sunset in the background, she looks like an absolute goddess. She tells him that if he ever becomes a monster, he just has to give her another star crystal as a present. Holding hands, they seal the deal with a promise that's purer than mountain water. With a new vow in his heart, our boy is ready to head to Isto and uncover the truth of his new power. Straight into the action, we are touching down in Chapter 30, and the hype for the Magic City Isht is real. The clock tower is ticking away, signaling that it's time for some serious plot development, and probably some high-tier magic stone snacking. Stepping onto the platform, the water train is getting ready to depart and everyone is bustling around like they've got somewhere important to be. Down at the bottom we see a certain cared legend getting some top-tier headpats because, let's be real, who wouldn't want to spoil a cat girl like that? Sitting comfortably on the train, Ain is looking absolutely confused because Katama-san decided to pull a pro-gamer move and sneak onto the trip. She's purring like a literal engine while being pampered, living her absolute best life while the rest of the crew wonders how she even got there. Explaining her master plan, Katima reveals she used her massive collection of Demon Lord books as leverage to secure her spot on the roster. She even snug-sided the luggage like a total menace, proving that she's got that feline stealth maxed out. Watching her pull out a magic tool to conceal her identity is a total win for the glasses waifu enthusiasts out there. She looks like a certified genius with those frames on, and honestly the drip is immaculate for a stealth mission. Discussing the itinerary, the group realizes they won't be arriving until morning, so it's time to chill out and prepare for the holy ground of researchers. Ain is trying to keep everyone grounded, but you can tell the excitement is starting to simmer under the surface. Speeding across the bridge, the train looks like a beast as it heads toward the horizon while Katima gets roasted for acting like a rowdy child. She's throwing a bit of a tantrum because her nephew is treating her like a kid, but honestly with that energy, she's lucky she didn't get put in a carrier. Stepping off the train finally, the squad is hooded up and looking like they're about to infiltrate a high-security vault. The scale of the architecture here is already making the capital look like a starter town. Behold the magic city Exiled in all its glory, looking like a steampunk fever dream mixed with high fantasy aesthetics. The atmosphere is thick with mana and the buildings are towering over the streets like they're reaching for the heavens. Realizing this place is on a whole different level, Ain spots automatic tick gates that use magic tech he's never even seen before. This city is literally living in the future while everyone else is still playing with sticks and stones. Gazing up at the sky, the Tower of Wisdom dominates the skyline like an absolute unit of a skyscraper. This 50-story behemoth is the symbol of Exiled, and it's officially taller than the royal castle, which is a massive flex on the monarchy. Seeing the massive pipes extending from the tower to supply magic stone energy to the whole town is peak world building. It's basically a magic-powered industrial revolution, and the sheer scale of the energy grid is enough to make any mage geek out. Learning about the tower's strict screening process, Ain finds out that only a few elite researchers get to rent out the high-tier magic tools. It's basically the Ivy League of magic, and if your mana stats aren't looking juicy, you aren't even getting past the front door. Standing in the shadow of the tower, the group discusses how the city uses a ridiculous amount of sea crystals for their research. Even the country's top brass has zero say in how this facility operates, making it a true neutral powerhouse. Thinking about his mother's sacrifice to obtain those sea crystals, Ain starts feeling a bit salty that they're being used like tap water here. It's a heavy moment for our boy, realizing that his family's blood, sweat, are just fuel for someone else's science experiments. Noticing his sudden shift in mood, his companion gives him a silent look of concern that speaks volumes. The tension is palpable as they move through the city, burdened by the weight of their secret identities and the mission ahead. Deciding to hit the inn first to drop off their gear, the group prepares to make their move and contact their local connection. Ain is ready to reach out to Klon because he's clearly down bad and needs that emotional support to get through the day. Just a small snippet of the journey here as they navigate the winding streets of the magic hub. Every corner of this city feels like it's hiding a secret or a high-level magic item. Holding a glowing communication tool, Ain finally reaches out to his girl to let her know he's arrived safely in the cold city of Exiled. He's hyping up the Tower of Wisdom, but we all know he's really just looking for an excuse to hear her voice. Getting a stern warning about keeping his hood up, Ain is reminded that if his identity leaks, the whole mission is cooked. They need to move like ghosts in this city of geniuses if they want to avoid a massive political scandal. Walking through the crowded streets, the variety of researchers and mages is honestly insane. Everyone looks like they have a PhD in things up or turning lead into gold, and the vibe is purely academic but with higher stakes. Checking the referral letter from Majorica, the group tries to find the specific address in this maze of a city. Katima is leading the way with a big smile, probably just happy to be out of that suitcase finally. Arriving at the East Magic University-affiliated academy, the building looks more like a fortress than a school. It's got that prestigious, you can't afford to look at me energy that only the most elite institutions can pull off. Getting halted at the gate by the guards, the squad is immediately treated like suspicious adventurers. These guards are taking their job way too seriously, looking like they're ready to poke someone with those spears. Whispering to each other, the group realizes the guards are being extra cautious because they're rocking hoods and traveling with a cat girl. It's a pretty sus lineup if you don't know the context, so you can't really blame the NPCs for being on high alert. Handing over the referral letter, the guard looks skeptical and mentions how adventurers are always trying to sneak in with fakes. He starts checking the content with a look that says he's about to send them straight to the lobby. Seeing the name on the letter, the guard's face completely hits the floor as he realizes he's dealing with someone connected to the top brass. He starts screaming for his buddies to call Chief Professor Oz immediately, and the panic in his voice is absolutely hilarious. Bowing so low he's practically kissing the dirt, the guard apologizes for his behavior and begs them to wait a moment. Talk about a total 180 in attitude. The power of a name drop in this world is truly legendary. Watching the guard sprint away while panting like he just ran a marathon, Ain wonders just how much clout Majorica actually has. The man's attitude changed faster than a speedrunner, and the squad is just standing there feeling the second-hand embarrassment. Appearing out of nowhere, Professor Oz introduces himself with the kind of sparkles you only see on a main character. He's got that messy hair and glasses combo that screams, "I stay up all night doing science but I still look like a Chad." Welcoming them with open arms, Oz is genuinely surprised and hyped that they came with a recommendation from the revered Majorica. He's treating them like VIP guests, which is a massive relief after that awkward standoff at the front gate. Hearing Majorica being called a revered professor sends Ain into a state of total shock. He's used to her being a chaotic mentor, so seeing her treated like a magic deity is a major reality check. Stepping into the office, the place is packed with enough books and magic stones to make a librarian faint. It's a cozy but cluttered den of knowledge where the real research happens away from the prying eyes of the public. Dropping the bombshell immediately, Oz reveals exactly who Ain is, calling him the Crown Prince. So much for that stealth mission. It turns out the top-tier mages in this city have eyes everywhere. Apologizing for his casual behavior earlier, Oz explains he had to keep up appearances while they were out in the open. He's a real one for playing along, and now it's time for the squad to drop the act and introduce themselves properly. Christina and Dill step up to give their official titles, with Christina being the Marshal of Knights and Dill being the trainee bodyguard. It's a heavy-hitting lineup that clearly impresses the professor. Switching into her royal persona, Katima introduces herself as the first princess with a background full of literal flowers. She's leaning in that princess energy so hard it's almost blinding, showing off a side of her we rarely get to see. Looking at Ain's face, he is absolutely losing it, but he can't believe how fast she switched from a rowdy catgirl to a refined noble. Her acting skills are 10 out of 10, leaving our boy completely flabbergasted. Fanboying like a total simp, Professor Oz is honored to meet the brain of the capital in person. Kidima is playing him like a fiddle, acting all humble while mentioning she's just here to help her nephew who's in a bit of a pickle. Getting down to business, Oz asks what they actually need his help for. He's ready to provide that expert knowledge, and the atmosphere in the room finally shifts from introductions to the core of the problem. Looking dead serious, Ain explains that his visit is about his own body and the mystery of the Red Fox. This is the moment we've been waiting for, where we finally get some answers about the weird stuff going on with our MC's constitution. Noticing the shift in the room, everyone goes silent as Ain prepares to reveal the details of his condition. Oz is listening with the intensity of a man who's about to discover a new element. Specializing in magic stone energy, Oz realizes this case is right up his alley and he's more suited for this than anyone else. He's intrigued by the tremendous constitution Ain possesses, looking like he just found the ultimate research project. Getting shook by the revelation that Ain absorbed both a Dullahan and an Elder Lich's magic stone, Oz is starting to realize he's dealing with a literal monster. Most people would have exploded, but Ain just took it as a midday snack. Walking over to his desk, Oz decides it's time to show them something special that he's been keeping under wraps. The suspense is building as he moves toward a locked container, and you know whatever is inside is going to be a game changer. Bringing out a beautifully decorated box, the professor gets everyone's attention as they wonder if this is another high-level magic stone. Christina is on guard, sensing the heavy energy radiating from the container. Explaining that Majorica herself put a seal on this box and the entire room, Oz reassures them that nothing will go on a rampage here. It's a high-security setup for something that clearly has the potential to cause destruction if it ever got loose. Telling Ain that this is the piece of information he's been searching for, Oz prepares to open the box. Ain's heart is racing because he knows he's about to come face to face with the source of his troubles. Gripping his hand tightly, Ain watches with bated breath as the lid of the box to open. The tension is at an all-time high, and even the air in the room feels like it's vibrating with ancient power. Revealing the contents, we see two dark, pulsing crystals that are identified as the Red Fox's magic stones. This is absolute cinema right here, folks. The hunt for the fox just got a whole lot more real. Professor Oz is looking like a total Chad with those glasses, ready to drop some forbidden knowledge. We're jumping straight into chapter 31 where things are about to get spicy. Look at our favorite cat girl Katima standing there being an absolute mood while the professor gets ready to talk business. This duo is actually based and I'm here for it. Everyone is staring at these Red Fox magic stones like they just found the secret to infinite riz. The tension in the room is higher than my credit card debt after a gacha binge. Ain is out here being a total gentleman and comforting Chris because she's clearly stressed out. Watching him hold her hand is making the shippers go wild right now. Listening to Oz explain how these stones work makes me realize our boy Ain is built different. Even with that crazy energy right in front of him, he's chilling like a boss. Asking for a health checkup is a smart move because Ain's body is basically a ticking time bomb of power. Oz is all in for the research because he's a man of science and culture. Waiting a few days for the data to be compiled sounds like the perfect time for a side quest. The group is ready to hang out in the city, while the big brain does his thing. Refusing a reward because the story itself is enough is peak Chad behavior from Professor Oz. Bro really said I do it for the lore and honestly, respect. Insisting on giving a reward is Chris's way of making sure nobody thinks they're abusing their royal power. She's keeping it professional while looking like a top-tier waifu as usual. Thinking of a reward that isn't just a bag of gold shows Oz has something way more important on his mind. The vibes just shifted from cozy research to something way more serious. Hearing about kids getting abducted in Ishit is an immediate mood killer. Professor Oz looks genuinely pained talking about the dark side of this city. Realizing the authorities don't care because the victims are just slum orphans is absolutely cooked. This world is cold, but our heroes aren't about to let that slide. Watching Oz clench his fists because he can't solve it alone shows he's a real one. He's begging the crown prince for some actual justice. Bowing down and asking the knights to step in is a heavy request. Everyone in the room knows just turned into a high-stakes investigation. Thinking about how benevolent this man is has Ain feeling inspired. We love a hero who cares about the little guy and uses his status for good. Agreeing to talk to the knights is just the start of Ain taking charge. You can see the determination in his eyes to clean up these streets. Dropping the bombshell that he's going to join the search personally is absolute cinema. Bro isn't just delegate, he gets his hands dirty. Fearing for his safety, Chris tries to talk him out of it. But Ain isn't hearing it. He's got main character energy that says, I'm the one who knocks. Giving up on trying to stop him, Chris just sighs because she knows her prince is a stubborn Chad. The whole squad is basically resigned to his chaotic goodness. Admitting that this kind of recklessness is a regular occurrence for Ain is hilarious. Oz is just standing there wondering what kind of wild royal family he's dealing with. Sealing the deal with a handshake makes it official. It's time to go from researchers to detectives in the blink of an eye. Throwing on some robes to stay low-key is the classic stealth move. Even in hoods, this squad has too much aura to go unnoticed for long. Handing over secret documents that should have stayed in the dark is Oz's parting gift. This might be the key to stopping Ain from losing his humanity. Escorting the royal party out, the guards have no idea they just walked past the future of the kingdom. Ain is clutching that envelope like his life depends on it. Getting a mysterious letter delivered the moment they leave is suspicious as hell. Professor Oz is definitely hiding some deep lore in his closet. Looking at that letter with a serious face, Oz knows the endgame is approaching. While the kids go off to play hero, the old man is dealing with some real demons. Staring out the window and thinking it's about time is the ultimate cliffhanger vibes. Whatever is in that letter is probably going to change everything. Walking through the courtyard, the group is finally out in the open air. The mission has officially begun, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Dragging Lloyd off for a shopping spree is peak Katama behavior. She really said, I'm a princess, I need my retail therapy nah. Leaving Ain and Chris alone to head to the inn is a total wingman move. Chris is worried about Katima, but we all know she's just fine. Watching the clouds roll by as the sun sets on a long day of plot drops. The calm before the storm is always the prettiest part of the episode. Arriving at the inn only to hear some loud-mouthed noble throwing a tantrum. Some people really think they own the place just because they have a title. Looking at this angry NPC face is making me want to skip the dialogue. Bro is fuming like he just lost a 1v1 in Rust, demanding that the staff kick people out of their room just because he wants it is crazy audacity. Chris is just standing there thinking about how hard she's about to roast this guy. Storming out after failing to get his way, the noble is acting like a total clown. Imagine being that pressed over a hotel room. Walking past the group, the noble is still huffing and puffing. Chris steps in front of Ain like the absolute shield she is. Boasting about having a wyvern and a kraken is the biggest small energy flex I've ever heard. Ain is just looking at him like, bro, I eat those for breakfast. Identifying the guy as Viscount Seiji, Chris drops the lore on his failing family. Turns out he's just a desperate noble trying to act big. Learning that some nobles keep monsters as pets is a weird flex, but okay. It's all fun and games until your pet kraken eats the neighbor's cow. Noting that his finances are tipping over makes this guy a prime suspect for something shady. Desperate people desperate things, and this guy is drowning in debt. Watching him walk away into the distance, you just know we haven't seen the last of this loser. He's got minor villain written all over him. Switching to the night scene, Katama is looking cozy in her pajamas. Even when she's sleepy, she's still the smartest cat in the room. Chatting late at night about the mission, the mood's a bit more intimate. It's that late-night vibe where all the secrets come out. Seeing Chris asleep on Ain's lap is absolute cinema, guys. Our boy is winning at life while she's getting that premium royal pillow treatment. Teasing him about the situation, Katama knows exactly what's going on. Chris is zonked out after a long day of being a top-tier bodyguard. Asking about the forbidden documents Oz gave them, Katama gets serious again. The fluff is over. It's time for the dark truth. Reading about human experimentation and artificial demon lords is straight out of a horror movie. This research is way more cursed than we thought. Learning they were melting magic stones to force people to grow stronger is absolutely cooked. They were basically turning humans into monsters against their will. Realizing there was a time when Outlanders were just seen as monsters to be experimented on. The history of this world is darker than a Discord dark mode. Seeing that 99.9% of the subjects died makes Ain realize his own power is a double-edged sword. He's basically doing the same thing but surviving. Imagining himself turning into a monster and killing everyone he loves is a total nightmare. The fear in his eyes is real, and it's hitting hard. Reaching out to comfort him, Katama shows why she's the best aunt. She's not gonna let him fall into despair over some old papers. Asking him what the actual downside of being a monster is sounds like a based take. Katama is really looking at this from a different perspective. Explaining that he won't just become a mindless beast is the reassurance he needed. He's too Chad to lose his mind that easily. Pointing out that high-level monsters look just like humans is a solid argument. If you can still wear clothes and talk, are you even a monster? Telling him to just re-register his race if he evolves is the most galaxy brainson ever. Katama is living in 3024 while we're all stuck in the past. Laughing at the absurdity of it all, Ain finally feels the weight lift off his shoulders. This is why you need a cat girl in your life to keep things grounded. Heading to the washroom to freshen up, Ain leaves the ladies to their secrets. The tension is gone and the vibes are back to being wholesome. Sipping tea while Chris finally wakes up from her nap. The realization is about to hit her like a truck. Telling Chris to keep her mouth shut about the lap pillow incident is Katama being a real wingman. She's protecting the secret for the sake of the plot. Realizing that Katama knew she was awake the whole time has Chris dying of embarrassment. She was really out here faking it for the lap pillow riz. Panicking and blushing like a tomato, Chris is down bad for her prince. She's terrified the king might find out she was slacking on the job. Offering a simple solution with a mischievous grin, Katama is about to drop some royal authority. She's got the ultimate cheat code for this situation. Standing tall and declaring a royal decree is peak princess energy. When Katama talks, everyone listens, even if she's in her pajamas. Forbidding Chris from ever mentioning the monsterization info to anyone is a genius move. She's locking down the secrets to keep Ain safe, making sure she knows this includes the rest. The royalty is a bold play. Katama is basically saying I'm the boss here, don't forget it. Bowing down and accepting the order, Chris is relieved and impressed. Katama is out here playing 4D chess to protect her family. Admitting she's doing it for her impertinent nephew shows she really cares. We love a tsundere aunt who does everything behind the scenes. Washing his hands and marveling at a magic sink is such a relatable moment. Even a prince gets hyped over cool technology. Walking back into the room only to have Chris scream and apologize is pure comedy. The poor girl is going to be thinking about that lap pillow for weeks. Waking up after a long night of document grinding, our boy Ain is finally looking at himself in the mirror and wondering if he's got enough riz for the day ahead. Chris walks in to check on him, and honestly, having a top-tier waifu wake you up is the only way to start a fantasy adventure. Sitting down for a meal, Chris explains that Ain shouldn't push himself too hard even if the investigation is heating up. We're officially jumping into the mystery of the girl in the alley, so grab your snacks because things are about to get spicy. Wondering where the rest of the squad went, Ain realizes he's alone with Chris for now. It turns out the cat girl Kama is currently dragging through the streets like a literal sacrifice for her shopping addiction. Getting a sudden notification on his message pad, Ain sees a wholesome text from Klon back home. She's worried about him catching a cold in the Isht climate, proving once again that she is best girl material. Finishing up the message, Klon mentions her grandpa is working nearby and wants Ain to say hi if they cross paths. Ain is feeling the warmth of that long-distance support, and honestly, the wholesome energy is absolute cinema. Heading out into the city of Isht, the duo realizes the place is absolutely packed with tourists. It's a lively spot. Finding clues in this massive crowd is going to be a total nightmare. Deciding to take a shortcut through the back streets, Chris warns Ain not to wander off because these alleys are basically a maze. Naturally, they get completely lost within 5 minutes because that's how the plot works. Wandering through the confusing corridors, they suddenly hear a massive commotion further down the path. Chris is starting to regret letting Ain lead the way, but the sound of someone screaming for help changes the vibe instantly. Peeking around the corner, they see a young girl running for her life from a group of absolute bottom-tier scumbags. This isn't just a random chase. These guys like they're hunting for a payday. Catching the poor girl by her hair, the lead thug shows off his peak villain energy while she screams for help. Watching these NPCs act like they're big shots is honestly making me want to see them get absolutely cooked. Lifting her up like she's nothing, the big guy laughs about how he's finally caught his prize. He's got that classic minor villain who's about to get sent to the lobby face that we all love to hate. Talking about her market value, the thugs decide they need to get her back to their carriage without any bruises. These guys are clearly part of a trafficking ring, and their luck just ran out the moment they stepped into this alley. Appearing out of nowhere like a literal goddess of death, Chris stands over the unconscious bodies of the thugs before they even knew what hit them. She didn't just win the fight, she speedran their entire existence. Walking up behind her, Ain notes that Chris is still as fast as ever when it comes to folding scumbags. Is absolutely shook, staring at her saviors like they just dropped from the heavens. Catching the girl as she faints from pure exhaustion, Ain realizes she's reached her absolute limit. Chris is on high alert, but it's clear this kid has been through a literal nightmare before finding them. Noticing her ragged clothes, The duo figures out she's likely one of the orphans from the local slums. They decide the best move is to bring her back to the inn to recover and get some actual food into her system. Tucking her into a warm bed, they wait for the sun to go down as she sleeps off the trauma. It's a quiet moment, but you can feel the calm before the storm as the mystery deepens. Opening her eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling, the girl is clearly disoriented and terrified. Waking up in a fancy room after being chased by monsters in human skin has got to be a massive culture shock. Greeting her with a smile, Ain tries to calm her down while calling for Chris to bring some refreshments. He's playing the part of the Chad protagonist perfectly, making sure she knows she's finally safe. Bringing in a tray of food, Chris prepares a meal that probably looks like a feast to someone living on the streets. The girl is staring at the sandwiches like they're made of literal gold. Giving her the green light to eat, Ain shows off that top-tier kindness that keeps the waifus falling for him. He tells her it was all prepared specifically for her, which is just peak wholesome energy. Breaking down into tears, the girl finally lets out all the emotion she's been holding back. It's a real tearjerker moment seeing her realize that someone actually cares about her well-being. Devouring the food like her life depends on it, she thanks them between every single bite. Watching her finally get a win after all that suffering is the kind of content we live for. Bowing her head in deep gratitude, she thanks them for treating someone like her with such kindness. Ain tells her relax, but he's already gearing up to ask the real questions about why she was being hunted. Explaining the horror story, she reveals that these men showed up at her home while she was away. By the time she got back, the nightmare had already started and she had no choice but to run. Sobbing about her missing sister, she explains that the thugs had already taken her sibling away before she could do anything. Ain is clenching his fist, because seeing a kid this devastated is enough to make anyone want to go on a rampage. Begging on her knees, the girl asks Ain if he can please save her sister from the scumbags. She's putting all her hope into a stranger, and it's honestly one of the most emotional scenes in the series. Promising to rescue her sister, Ain takes her hands and gives her his word. You can see the fire in his eyes. Whoever took that girl is to find out exactly why you don't mess with the MC's sense of justice. Watching them from the side, Chris is clearly impressed by Ain's resolve. She explains that it's common for former commoners to end up in the slums, but this kidnapping situation is something much darker. Returning from his own investigation, Dill walks in looking like he's got some heavy news. He's been interrogating the thugs they caught, and it turns out this rabbit hole goes way deeper than they thought. Revealing that the men were actually hired adventurers, Dill explains that they were just low-level muscle. The mastermind behind the operation is using multiple layers of messengers to keep their identity a total secret. Dropping a massive bombshell, Dill mentions a witness saw a carriage heading straight for the Tower of Wisdom. Ain and Chris are absolutely stunned because that tower is supposed to be the pinnacle of knowledge, not a den for criminals. Realizing that high-ranking officials might be involved in child trafficking, the mood in the room turns completely sour. Looking out the window at that massive tower, Ain knows that things are about to get incredibly fishy. Fast-forwarding to the next day, the squad is chilling at a kai trying to process all the information they've gathered. Ain looks like he hasn't slept a wink, probably because he spent the whole night thinking about those kids. Suggesting they hand the thugs over to the authorities, Chris tries to lighten the mood by suggesting a change of pace. She wants to take Ain to the monster arena for some sightseeing to clear his head. Agreeing to the plan, Ain decides that a little distraction might actually help them spot something they missed. Ishit is famous for its arena, and seeing some high-level monsters might be exactly what they need. Entering the massive arena, the scale of the place is absolutely insane. It's built like a Roman Colosseum but filled with magical beasts that would make a normal person lose their mind. Looking at the displays, we see some truly cursed creatures, including a giant worm that looks like it belongs in a horror movie. Ain is just vibing though, probably wondering if any of these taste good. Taking in the view from the stands, the sheer variety of monsters on display is mind-blowing. Flying beasts to ground-shaking giants, this place is basically a high-level zoo for warriors. Spotting a green wyvern, Chris gets excited and points it out to Ain. It's a cool beast, but Ain is just casually remembering that the last time he ate a magic stone from one of those, it tasted like absolute garbage. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking as a massive, muscle-bound wyvern enters the stage. This thing is built like a brick house and has more gains than a gym bro on maximum protein. Towering over the regular wyverns, this buff beast is making every other monster in the arena tremble in fear. It's clearly the alpha of the pack, and the crowd is going wild for its sheer size and power. Deciding to get a closer look, Ain and Chris head down to the arena floor. Chris tells him it should be fine as long as they don't provoke it, but we all know Ain's presence alone is a provocation. Staring into the eyes of the beast, the wyvern looks like it's ready to tear the world apart. The power radiating off it is intense, making it the star attraction of the entire facility. Slamming its claws down, the wyvern looks like it's about to roar, but then it suddenly stops and starts shaking like a leaf. It's staring directly at Ain and looks like it just saw its own funeral. Standing there looking completely unbothered, Ain realizes the monster is terrified of him. Chris figures out that the beast is sensing the sea dragon's power hidden inside him, which is a total flex. Approaching the scene, the owner of the wyvern, Viscount Seiji, is confused as to why his prize pet is acting like a coward. He's a fat, arrogant noble who clearly cares more about his investment than the animal. Losing his temper, the Viscount starts whipping the wyvern in front of everyone to make it work out. This guy is a certified noble, and watching him abuse a creature that's already scared for its life is sickening. Suspecting foul play, he thinks someone drugged his monster to make it look bad. He spots Aina standing nearby and immediately decides to shift the blame onto them. Pointing a finger, the Viscount calls them suspicious and demands his guards unmask them. He's clearly power-tripping, thinking he can push around anyone who isn't dressed like royalty. Blocking the guard's hand with zero effort, Chris steps in and tells them she won't allow anyone to touch Ain. She's got that "don't mess with my man" energy, and the death stare she gives them is legendary. Licking his lips like a total creep, the Viscount starts eyeing Chris and tells them to follow him to his inn for a talk. This guy just checked every single box on the scumbag list in record time. Ordering him to stop, Ain steps up and tells the noble that Chris is someone incredibly important to him. He's not just protecting her, he's making it clear that touching her is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Looking at Ain with a blush, Chris is clearly down bad after that protective speech. Ain's eyes go cold as he repeats that they were only looking, and the pressure he's putting off is making the noble sweat. Backing down like the coward he is, the Viscount makes some lame excuse about barbaric courage and runs away. He knows he can't win this confrontation, but you can tell he's going to be a problem later. Grabbing Chris's hand, Ain decides they've seen enough and leads her away from the arena. The unprotected hand-holding is causes to have a total internal meltdown from the sheer romance of it all. Looking at Ain's profile, Chris is smiling like she just won the lottery. She's completely smitten, and honestly, can you blame her? Our boy just stood up to a noble and claimed her in front of everyone. Walking through the streets, the two of them share a quiet moment before Chris pouts when he finally lets go of her hand. She definitely wanted that walk to last another 3 hours. Switching back to detective mode, Ain realizes something is wrong with the Viscount's finances. Feeding a wyvern and a kraken costs a fortune, and there's no way a broke noble can afford that without a secret backer. Looking up at the Tower of Wisdom as it lights up the sky with an aurora, Ain starts putting the pieces together. The beautiful lights are just a distraction from the dark secrets hidden inside that massive structure. Discussing the mystery, they realize the Viscount has direct access to the tower through his predecessor's laboratory. The carriage, the kidnapped kids, and the broke noble all lead back to one place. Realizing the involvement of someone inside the Tower of Wisdom, the gravity of the situation finally hits them. This isn't just a small-time crime, it's a high-level conspiracy involving the elite. Cutting away to the dark truth, we see a room filled with cages and sobbing children. The kidnapped kids are being held like animals, and the sight is enough to make your blood boil. Crying out for her sister, the little girl we saw earlier is trapped in the darkness with no hope in sight. This cliffhanger is brutal, and you know Ain is about to full John Wick to get these kids back. Stupid. Yo, we're back with the big brain plays as Chapter 33 kicks off at the Tower of Wisdom. Ain and our favorite cat girl Katima are looking like they're ready to pull off a heist. Look at Katima walking around like she owns the place while Ain is stuck on bag duty like a total simp. That smug energy is off the charts, but when you've got the riz of a royal cat girl, you do what you want. Sipping tea while plotting a break-in is the most base thing I've seen all week. Katima is questioning the tower's vibes because something definitely smells fishy, and it's not her lunch. Our boy Ain really asked if he could just flash his royal badge and walk in through the front door. Kema has to shut that down immediately because that's a one-way ticket to getting banned from the server. Sneaking in is the only way to go unless you want to get absolutely cooked by the guards. Katima's out here giving us the tutorial on how to be a phantom thief while Ain is just trying to keep up, pulling out the literal blueprints like a pro gamer preparing for a raid. Pointing out the security nodes is essential because we aren't here for a fair fight, we're here to win. Turns out the whole tower runs on this massive magic stone furnace hidden in the basement. Messing the power grid would send the whole security system offline instantly. Ain really suggested just blowing the whole thing up like he's playing Minecraft. Katima is losing her mind because that would basically send everyone in the city to the lobby. Leaning in for the secret sauce, Katima whispers the actual plan that won't result in a war crime. Ain's face tells me this plan is either genius or absolutely unhinged. Check out the architecture of this place, looks like a final boss dungeon if I ever saw one. Moving from the planning phase to the real deal right now. Switching perspective to the maiden in distress who just found out her sister is trapped in that suspicious tower. The shock on her face is real as she realizes her family is in deep trouble. Trying to stay calm while her world falls apart, Verla is basically one bad day away from a breakdown. Katima keeps it professional though, asking for the names so they can actually do their jobs. Learning that the missing sister is only 6 years old makes this a certified mission for a chat. Verla is curious about who these mysterious people helping her actually are. Dropping the introductions, Ain keeps it humble while Katima gets triggered over being called a cat. Do not call the Kate Sith a regular feline unless you want to catch these hands. Leaving the heavy lifting to the others, Aang decides it's time to head out and start the infiltration. Main character energy is flowing through him now. Begging for the truth, Verla just wants to know the name of the guy who's about to risk it all for her. You can see the desperation in her eyes as she hopes for a savior, finally dropping the bombshell that they're royalty with that Ishtalika last name. Kadima says it with her chest because she knows they're the top tiers of this world. Realizing you were just casually talking to the royal family is enough to make anyone's brain lag. Verla is completely frozen, processing the fact that the crown prince is her savior, donning the hoods for that classic assassin look as they head toward the danger. Aang and Chris are looking like a power couple ready to dismantle some corruption, confirming the identity of the prince while walking down the stairs like it's a fashion show. The stakes just went from 0 to 100 real quick. Getting down to business, Kadima is organizing the support squad back to base. Boss lady energy is radiating from her as she makes sure every detail is covered. Complaining about Aang being too soft-hearted is just classic Kadima. Knowing he's a Chad isn't enough, he needs to start thinking 3 steps ahead if he wants to survive, listing off the logistics like police reports and healers because a real mission needs more than just swords. Apparently they need a ton of clothes too, which is a bit of a weird flex but okay. Begging to be included, Dill is ready to throw down for the cause. Loyal subordinate grindset is in full effect as he wants to prove his worth to the royal family, smirking because everything is going exactly according to her calculations. Ketima is the ultimate strategist, and she knows she's got everyone dancing to her tune, assigning the desk work to Dill, because someone has to handle the paperwork while the heroes do the fighting. Writing letters for the Glacier family is a high-stakes task in its own right. Rolling out in the carriage, the team is finally on the move toward the tower. You can feel the tension in the air as they leave the safety of the city behind. Questioning the sanity of the mission, Graf is wondering if Aang has actually lost his mind. Going into a high-security tower is a bold move, even for a prince with max stats. Claiming this is nothing compared to fighting a sea dragon is a massive flex from our boy. Chris is just sitting there sighing because she knows she has to babysit this chaotic prince. Discussing the business expansion of the August Company as a cover for their infiltration. Using trade routes to sneak into a forbidden tower is some high-level IQ play. Stowing away in the magic stone delivery is the classic Trojan horse strategy. They're going straight to the basement to shut down the power like absolute legends. Trying to protect her man, Chris offers to go in alone so the prince doesn't get hurt. Being a total ride-or-die knight is her vibe. But Aang isn't about to sit on the sidelines. Refusing to back down, Aang shows that serious face that tells you someone is about to get wrecked. Forgiving people who mess with kids is not on his agenda today, and that's based as hell. Thinking back to the absolute scum who kidnap children and tear families apart. This isn't just a mission anymore, it's personal, and Aang is ready to crash the party, clenching his fists so hard you can practically hear the knuckles cracking. Anger is bubbling up, and when this prince gets mad, it's absolute cinema, declaring his duty as the crown prince to protect his people from this kind of evil. This is the character development we live for, seeing him finally step and lead. Accepting the prince's resolve, the older generation steps back to let the young lion roar. You can tell they respect the fire in his eyes. Vowing to be his shield, Chris accepts that they're doing this together. Teamwork is peaking, and the hype for this raid is through the roof. Arriving at the tower under the cover of night, it's officially go time. This place is massive and looks like it's hiding a lot of dark, cooked secrets. Switching back to the mansion where Celia is feeling lonely and checking her messages. Staring at the communication device like a girl waiting for a text back from her crush is a mood. Feeling the distance, she's worried that Aang is going to be gone for way too long. The separation anxiety is hitting hard and she's looking straight up depressed. Imagining Aang and Chris hanging out together is fueling her jealousy. Knowing they're on a mission doesn't stop her heart from doing backflips of worry. Rolling around in bed shows she's sound bad for her prince. Wanting to be right there by his side is all she can think about right now. Wondering what kind of message she'd even send to him. Overthinking every word like she's trying to craft the perfect response to a 2 a.m. text is too relatable. Looking absolutely defeated by her own feelings. It's tough being the one left behind while the main characters are out having an adventure. Admitting to herself that these feelings can't be suppressed anymore. Celia's staring out the window like a tragic heroine, really in her feelings tonight, praising her past self for holding it in this long. But the dam has finally broken. The thirst is real and she's about to let it all out. Flashbacking through all their moments together like a literal montage of absolute cinema. Every smile and every touch is coming back to haunt her in the best way. Reaching out into the empty air because she misses him that much. This is peak missing your man energy, and it's honestly kind of adorable, realizing that she gets lonely way easier than she thought. Admitting she's a simp for the prince is the first step to recovery, I guess. Catching herself mid-monologue and wondering what the heck she's even saying. Noise from the communication device suggests that things are about to get awkward. Total panic mode activated as the device shows transmission complete. Celia just broadcasted her entire internal thirsty monologue straight to Aang's ear, hiding her face in pure shame after committing the ultimate fumble. No way she can face him after he hears all that "I miss you" talk, blaming him for the whole mess because he didn't come home sooner. Classic move when you embarrass yourself, just blame the guy you're simping for. Starting with a massive shot of the secret facility, we are diving straight into the belly of the beast for chapter 34. While the guards are playing patrol and thinking everything is chill, they have no idea that two absolute menaces are already inside. Our boy Ain and the thickest knight in the kingdom, Chris, have already sent the security to the lobby without breaking a sweat. Apparently, they decided to use the classic Solid Snake strategy by hiding in a cramped wooden box together, which is honestly a massive win for Ain. Looking at this underground magic stone furnace, you can tell the budget for this evil lair was through the roof. Seeing the scale of this place makes you realize that whatever they are cooking down here is definitely not legal. Asking if they are sticking to the plan, Chris looks ready to crash out the moment things go sideways. Explaining the magic science behind this, we find out they need to stir the magic pool to produce enough power to overheat the turbine. Readying his power, Ain looks like he is about to drop the hardest ultimate move of the season. Watching the water stir, you can feel the energy starting to ripple through the entire room. Summoning a whole whirlpool with the power of a sea dragon is some absolute cinema right here. Activating the ocean skill, our protagonist is basically playing God with the facility's power supply. Pushing the turbine past its limits, Ain is dumping so much mana into the system that the whole place is starting to scream. Sensing something went wrong, the duo realizes the reaction is getting way more violent than they expected. Watching the vents blow out massive clouds of steam, it looks like the entire furnace is about to go boom. Realizing the whole pool literally froze while overheating is some peak fantasy logic that only happens when you have too much riz. Heading straight for the top while the security is panicking, they decide to hunt down the proof of the kidnapping. Racing past the 27th floor, they are blitzing through the tower like they have a speedrun timer going. Standing before the final boss door, you just know that whatever is behind here is going to be absolutely cooked. Telling Ain to stand back, Chris decides it is time to show off why she is the goat with a sword. Slicing the air like a total Chad, she delivers a flurry of strikes that would make any samurai jealous. Blowing the door into smithereens, she makes a grand entrance that screams your free trial of living has expired. Finding a secret lab full of monsters in tubes, it turns out this place is basically a magical version of Resident Evil. Seeing these creatures are on that magiprotein, Ain notes that they have been abnormally buffed through experiments. Checking out the back room, they find another door that leads to the villain's private quarters. Walking into a bedroom that looks like a dungeon, we see chains and collars on the wall, proving the villain is down bad in the worst way possible. Feeling the sheer creepiness of the vibe, Ain is visibly disgusted by the amount of desire overflowing in this room. Discovering a cage full of innocent girls is the moment this story goes from a fun heist to a total revenge mission. Knowing he has to step back, Ain lets Chris handle the rescue, because these poor girls are traumatized by men. Reading the ledgers of pure evil, Ain finds the literal income reports for human trafficking. Seeing the evidence that they even started kidnapping young boys is the final straw for our boy's patience. Clenching his teeth in pure rage, Ain is officially done playing games with these low-life scum. Giving the girls some lab coats to cover up, Chris proves she is not just a powerhouse but also a total mommy figure. Promising little May she will see her sister soon, the duo prepares to lead everyone out of this nightmare. Hearing the sound of breaking glass, the vibe shifts instantly as the lab starts falling apart. Watching the test subjects break free, we see that the buff monsters are finally out of their cages and looking for a snack. Facing the man behind the madness, Ain stares down the hallway as the culprit finally shows his face. Meeting Viscount Seiji and his punchable face, you can just tell this guy is the definition of a mid-tier villain. Listening to this clown claim he was protecting the girls is the level of gaslighting that deserves an immediate beatdown. Sending the monsters to their doom, Seiji orders his pets to kill the intruders without a second thought. Exploding in a fountain of blood, the monsters get absolutely dismantled before they can even take a step. Staring down the villain with cold eyes, our duo didn't even need to move to turn those beasts into sushi. Realizing his goons are useless, Seiji starts screaming at his guards to do their jobs while he shakes in his boots. Seeing the fear in their eyes, the guards realize their swords have been snapped like toothpicks. Pointing a blade right at his throat, Chris makes sure the Viscount knows exactly how close he is to meeting his maker. Demanding answers from the trash noble, Chris reminds him that pointing a sword at the wrong person is a one-way ticket to an execution. Pulling a dirty trick with a smoke bomb, the coward decides to bail the moment things get spicy. Exploding into a massive cloud of gas, Seiji uses the confusion to make his grand escape. Watching the goons choke on poison, it is clear the Viscount doesn't care about his own men as long as he survives. Trying to neutralize the toxic gas, Ain focuses on saving everyone left in the room while the villain runs. Witnessing a giant wyvern burst through the wall, the scale of this escape just went from 0 to 100. Getting caught in the crossfire of the collapsing building, everyone has to duck for cover as the ceiling comes down. Looking up as the villain flies away on his dragon, Aang can only watch as the target slips through his fingers into the night sky. Swearing that this isn't over, our heroes are left in the rubble while the real hunt for the Viscount finally begins. And running for their absolute lives, because if they miss this train, the entire series is basically over before the real heat begins. Look at my boy Aang and this blonde baddie making a break for it like they're dodging a toxic ex at the mall. Finally making it on board, we see our favorite cat girl Katima looking completely drained while the butler serves up the refreshments like a total Chad. Honestly, traveling in luxury is the only way a future king should handle his business. Dropping some serious lore while they chill, Aang explains he had to prioritize the hunt for Seiji by ordering the Isht's knights to get on it. Bro is out here moving like a real leader, even if he's still a bit of a shrimp. Being the crown prince means your words actually carry some weight, and Aang realizes that doing everything solo isn't always the play. Sometimes you just gotta let the subordinates do the heavy lifting while you look cool. Shouting out the squad, they mention how the kidnapped kids are being sent to in the capital thanks to Kiyama and Dill's hard work. It's wholesome hours in the carriage, and everyone is feeling the good vibes for once. Checking in on Verla and May, these two are absolutely demolishing some bread while the team discusses hiring them as maidservants. The author is really out here feeding us the peak waifu content we deserve, and I am here for it. Pulling out a literal box of problems, Aang shows off one of the Red Fox's magic stones that they managed to snag. Kitima is rightfully freaking out, but as long as that seal holds, we aren't getting cooked today. Cruising across a massive bridge, the train looks like something straight out of a high-budget fantasy flick. Little do they know, the peaceful vibes are about to get absolutely wrecked. Thinking about his girl clone, Aang realizes she'd probably go nuclear if she knew he snuck into the Tower of Wisdom. Just then, he remembers he's got a missed message waiting for him. Reading the message and realizing he's the ultimate Riz, Clone tells him she's feeling lonely and misses him more than she thought. This is absolute cinema, and my boy is definitely winning the romance game right now. Processing the fact that a top-tier waifu just confessed her feelings has Aang looking like he just saw a ghost. Bro is buffering in real time, panicking like a true protagonist. He starts blushing harder than a tomato while trying to figure out if she's just teasing him. His heart is doing backflips, and honestly the secondary embarrassment is real. Exploding into chaos, the window suddenly shatters as the train goes into a full emergency brake. Talk about a mood killer. Someone really decided to interrupt his rom-com moment with a literal attack. Rushing to the door to see what the heck is going on, Chris and the butler find Aang staring out at a literal nightmare in the sky. Something massive is circling them, and it definitely didn't come here to talk. Floating in front of the moon like a final boss, a massive wyvern is flexing its wings and look for its next meal. This thing looks like entire villages for breakfast. Realizing this might be Seiji's pet, Aang wonders if they're the specific targets of this airborne menace. Chris is already in combat mode because she knows things are about to get spicy. Panic spreads through the train like wildfire as the conductor explains they're stuck because the monster is literally blocking the tracks. You can't honk at a dragon and expect it to move, guys. Hearing the kids cry in the background makes Aang's blood boil as he realizes he can't let these people get hurt. Bro is locking in, and you know someone is about to sent to the lobby. Refusing to let Chris handle this alone, Aang points out that the monster is specifically after the two of them. He's not about to let his knight take all the heat while he hides under a seat. Grabbing her hand like an absolute Chad, he tells her they'll be fine as long as they work together. If you aren't shipping them by now, you're watching the wrong show. Jumping straight out of a shattered window, the duo ignores the conductor's screams of terror. They're moving with that main character energy that says I have plot armor, and I'm not afraid to use it. Standing on the edge and looking out at the horizon, Aang prepares to face his destiny. The passengers are finally realizing their hero is actually the crown prince himself. Barking out orders to Dill to keep the girls safe, Aang proves he's not just a prince by title. He's the one calling the shots while the world falls apart around them. Scaling the roof of the train while it's perched over a deadly drop, the duo prepares for an aerial showdown. The scale of this fight is getting insane, and the bridge makes for a terrifying arena. Roaring with enough force to shake the entire valley, the wyvern prepares to dive. Chris and Aang draw their blades, looking like they're ready to carve this lizard into sushi. Noticing the beast is even bigger than it was at the Colosseum, Aang realizes this isn't going to be a walk in the park. The stakes are officially through the roof. Watching from a distance, we see a mysterious carriage parked on the hill overlooking the carnage. There's always a puppet master pulling the strings in these situations. Chilling in his seat like he's at a private screening, this fat noble villain is enjoying the show much. He's definitely the one who let Seiji loose, and I already want to see him get cooked. Diving in for the kill, the wyvern lashes out with claws that could slice through steel. Chris isn't backing down though, meeting the beast head-on with zero fear. Slashing through the air, Chris manages to connect with a heavy blow that should have ended the fight. She's got that elite knight speed that makes her a total menace on the battlefield. Shocking everyone watching, The wyvern's wound literally steams and heals in seconds. Chris was trying to take the whole leg off, but this monster has that infinite health glitch enabled. Realizing they're dealing with a high-speed regenerator, the duo knows a battle of attrition is a losing game. They need a one-shot kill or they're gonna run out of gas. Scanning for a weakness, Ain concludes they have to smash the magic stone inside its body to stop the healing. He's locking in on the target, preparing to use every trick in his bag. Activating his skill Thick Fog, Ain creates a smokescreen to confuse the beast and find its core. This is big brain gameplay right here, using the environment to tip the scales. Erupting from the mist, black energy spikes or tentacles start lashing out at the dragon. Ain is really pulling out the dark arts to keep this thing pinned down. Wrestling with the beast's power, Ain holds his ground despite the massive pressure. He's really showing off that growth, proving he's not the same kid from Chapter 1. Shouting that he's already fought opponents way stronger than this oversized lizard, Ain prepares his final move. The confidence is dripping off him right now, shredding the monster's defenses. The energy attacks start doing real damage that the healing factor can't keep up with. It's a total beatdown in the middle of the sky. Spotting the glowing stone right on the beast's forehead, Ain screams for Chris to take the shot. This is the moment of truth, and failure isn't an option. Launching herself into the air with zero hesitation, Chris confirms she's got the target in sight. She looks like a literal angel of death coming down to deliver the final verdict. Slicing through the air with a blinding flash, the blade finds its mark with surgical precision. This is what we call absolute cinema, folks. Exploding in a shower of monster blood, the wyvern's head gets absolutely deleted. Chris really said stay down and meant it. Apologizing to the beast as it fades away, Chris shows she's still got a heart even after a brutal kill. Ain stands back, catching his breath after that high-octane encounter. Thinking it's finally over, the water below suddenly erupts as massive tentacles reach for the bridge. We went from a dragon fight to a kraken attack in the span of 5 seconds. Standing on the roof, Ain looks down in horror as the bridge starts to groan under the weight of the new challenger. This is officially a certified oh crap moment. Wrapping itself around the train cars, the kraken looks ready to drag the entire thing to the depths. This villain really brought a whole zoo to the fight. Laughing his head off, the fat noble thinks he's won because he's got the kraken under his thumb. He really thinks he's the main character, but he's about to get a reality check. Watching the water explode again, a new set of monsters crashes into the kraken and starts tearing it apart. It's a total mosh pit in the river right now. Realizing he recognizes these newcomers, Ain watches in disbelief as the sea dragons he saved earlier show up to join the party. Talk about a glow-up for the homies. Shouting out their names, Al and El are out here doing work and turning the kraken into a seafood buffet. These little guys really grew up to be absolute units. Feeling the love, Ain realizes they actually came back to return the favor and save his skin. It's enough to bring a tear to your eye, seeing the homies come through in the clutch. Finding out the hilarious truth, Chris mentions that sea dragons just happen to love eating krakens as their favorite snack, so maybe it wasn't pure loyalty. But hey, a win is a win. Cracking a smile, Ain can't even be mad at the coincidence. Sometimes the universe just hands you a W on a silver platter. Laughing his head off on the roof of the train, our boy is just glad to be alive. They were saved by a couple of hungry dragons, and honestly, that's based as hell. Remembering Klon's words about how the creatures he helps might come back to aid him, Ain realizes she was right all along. She really is the goat for calling this one. Gripping the communication stone, he feels a surge of motivation to get back to the capital and see his girl. The grind never stops, but the reward is definitely worth it. Looking up at the moon and sending a message back into the void, Ain admits he really misses her too. We're ending on a high note, and I can't wait to see what kind of chaos happens next. Sefrez. We start with this absolute clown Seiji running for his life like he's playing a high-stakes game of tag. The carriage is wrecked and the vibes are already rancid. Look at this dude's face, sweating more than a Discord mod at the gym because he realizes the consequences of his actions are finally catching up. Bro trips and eats dirt in the most pathetic way possible, proving that no amount of status can save you from being a clumsy loser. Emerging from the shadows like absolute chads, our boy Ain and the best girl Chris are here to send this man straight to the lobby. Screaming about being a viscount like anyone actually gives a damn. Seiji is really out here trying to use his title as a get-out-of-jail-free card. Stepping into the light with that, it's over for you energy. Ain lets the silence do the talking while this noble clown keeps yapping. Questioning if the man really thinks he can escape justice, Ain is about to drop a truth bomb that'll level this guy's entire ego. Seeing the sheer authority in Ain's eyes, Seiji finally recognizes that he's talking to royalty and starts shaking like a leaf, dropping to his knees because the pressure is just too much. This is the definition of getting absolutely cooked by a teenager. Demanding a full confession for all the shady business, Ain isn't playing around anymore and wants the names of everyone involved. Wondering why someone would even stoop this low, Ain asks the million-dollar question about why he was kidnapping people in the first place. Looking down with a face full of regret, or maybe just pure insanity, Seiji prepares to reveal the mastermind behind the curtain. Suddenly going full creep mode with eyes popping out like a cartoon character, the man starts coughing up black sludge and screaming about that person's wish. Realizing he's been used like a disposable tool, he tries to explain the reward he was promised right before his body starts giving up on him. Exploding into a fountain of black ink like a broken printer, the guy gets silenced by his own boss before he can spill the tea. Staring at the mess on the ground, Ain and Chris are left wondering what kind of dark magic just deleted their only lead. Feeling the frustration of a missed opportunity, Ain clenches his teeth because he knows this rabbit hole goes way deeper. Looking up at the moon like they're in a dramatic anime ending, our duo realizes the real battle is only just beginning. Transitioning to the repair work on the bridge, the crew is trying to get the train back on track while the plot thickens. Collapsing onto the bed after a long day of dealing with crazy cultists, Ain just wants to turn his brain off for 5 minutes. Thinking about the Red Fox and the mess they left behind, he realizes he can't actually sleep with all this heavy lore on his mind. Deciding that a drink is the only way to handle this stress, he heads out to find some refreshments and maybe some peace of mind. Finding Chris at the bar looking like an absolute goddess in that dress, Ain is reminded why we all simp for the best girl. Trying to explain that it was the only clean outfit left, Chris is clearly embarrassed, but honestly, she's slaying the look. Rizzing her up with a casual compliment, Ain tells her she looks great and successfully turns her face into a ripe tomato. Sitting down to share their mutual unease, they both agree that the way Seiji died was way too sus to ignore. Discussing how the mastermind cut Seiji off like a lizard dropping its tail, they realize they're dealing with someone truly cold-blooded. Pinning the blame on the Red Fox, Ain is locked in and ready to track down whoever is pulling the strings. Recalling the legends of the Red Fox controlling monsters, the stakes are officially through the roof for our party. Planning to focus all his energy on this investigation, Ain is showing that Tring energy by taking the burden on himself. Learning that evolution won't actually erase his personality, Chris looks like she's the biggest weight lifted off her shoulders. Putting her hand to her chest in relief, she's just happy her favorite prince isn't going to turn into a mindless beast. Telling Chris how glad he is that he went on this trip, Ain is out here being a wholesome Chad and winning her heart all over again. Thinking back on all the chaos they've survived together, the bond between these two is becoming absolute cinema. Comparing Ain to the first king, Chris is basically declaring him the GOAT while he tries to play it cool. Flashing a smile that could cure depression, Chris is officially the most precious waifu in the entire series. Suggesting they take another trip together in the future, she's basically asking for a date, and we are here for it. Clinking their glasses together to seal the deal, the vibes are finally immaculate after a day of pure horror. Taking a sip and enjoying the moment, they deserve this little break before the next disaster hits. Making a promise to keep moving forward, our duo is stronger than ever and ready for whatever the Red Fox throws at them. Ending the night on a high note, they share a laugh while the world outside is still full of mystery. Shifting the scene to a mysterious tower, we see someone holding a glowing stone and talking to their father like a total weirdo. Spouting some nonsense about justice and punishment, this new villain is clearly living in his own delusional world. Calling the crown prince dignified and gallant, this guy has a weird obsession with Ain that is honestly making me uncomfortable. Licking the magic stone like it's a grape popsicle, this man is officially cooked and needs to be put on a watch list immediately. Going through an absolute mental breakdown, while imagining Ain's distorted face, this villain is down bad in the worst way possible. Regaining his composure when someone knocks on the door, he hides his twisted thoughts behind a fake professional mask. Greeting the night with a straight face, you'd never guess this guy was just acting like a maniac 2 seconds ago. Telling them he'll visit the office tomorrow, he plays the role of the helpful scholar perfectly while plotting something devious. Revealing himself to be Professor Oz, the man we thought was a bro turns out to be the ultimate sussy baka. Ending on a cliffhanger with his peaceful smile hiding a literal ocean of madness, things are about to get wild. For a laughers, look at this peak cover art giving us the wholesome vibes before the chaos begins. We're jumping into chapter 37 and the aesthetic is already hitting different. Seeing our favorite little maid May back in action with a basket full of goodies is exactly the kind of healing content we need. Gazing out from the luxury ride, our main man Ain and his top-tier companion notice the bridge is finally in sight. Taking a trip down memory lane, they recall how long it's been since they last rolled through this area. Remembering the absolute madness of the water train incident from half a year ago makes you realize how much heat this kid has already survived. Standing tall at 11 years old, Ain is looking like a certified young Chad as the spring season kicks off. Arriving at the reopening ceremony, the crowd's absolutely losing their minds for the royal arrival. Witnessing Ain's aide Clon in all her glory is a reminder that she's the youngest prodigy to ever do it. Earning a perfect score and becoming the youngest crown prince's aide in history is some serious main character energy. Flexing the newest type of carriage from the August Company shows that the royal budget is being handled with precision. Listening to Clon explain how she bargained for the best deal proves she's not just a pretty face, but a financial genius. Getting ready to step out, Ain realizes the pressure of the public eye is about to hit. Touching his cloak to fix the slanted clasp, Clone shows off that S-tier waifu attentiveness that we all wish we had. Watching Ain try to play it cool while getting pampered by a genius beauty is honestly peak fiction. Stepping onto the stage, the massive bridge stands as a testament to the kingdom's recovery. Drawing his sword for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, our boy looks ready to lead the next generation. Hearing the cheers of the people confirms that Ain's reputation is reaching legendary status. Shifting gears to the next day, we find Ain letting out a massive sigh because school life is back in session. Meeting up with the boys, Leonardo, Roland, and Bats are wondering why he's looking so down bad for a field trip. Realizing the school's social studies tour is literally taking place at his own house has Ain feeling like this is just a glorified home visit. Crouching in despair, while his friends are hyped to see the castle is a total mood. Seeing Dill show up as the official guide adds some much-needed order to this chaotic group of students. Reminding everyone to address Ain as Your Highness inside the castle walls is the ultimate power move. Walking through the halls, the boys are treated to a view of the royal armory and training grounds. Watching the knights spar with shields and swords has Bats and the crew absolutely shook by the power gap. Heading to the cafeteria for a break, Ain is already planning his tactical strike on a second helping of food. Noticing the difference between their world and Ain's world, the friends realize their buddy is living a totally different life. Thinking back to the grace and power of the knights, the squad starts to feel the weight of their own weakness. Seeing how Ain wasn't even fazed by the high-level training makes the boys realize he's built different. Staring at the ceiling, Bats admits that his confidence in his own strength took a massive hit today. Flashing a determined grin, the vibe shifts from being discouraged to being absolutely motivated. Vowing to work harder so he doesn't lose to his friend, Bats is showing that true shonen spirit. Agreeing to get stronger together so they don't embarrass their royal homie is a massive W for the friendship group. Returning to the table with a plate stacked high enough to feed a small village, Ain shows he's the king of bulk season. Interrupting the feast, Martha arrives to tell him he's got an afternoon appointment he can't skip. Begging for just one more bite while being dragged away from his seconds is the most relatable Ain has ever been. Passing by the hardworking Mei in the hallway shows that everyone in the castle is on that grind set. Assigning Mei to the cafeteria for special education proves the staff knows how to nurture talent. Praising her growth, Ain notices that she's becoming way more mature than during their time in Isht. Watching her bow and head off to work makes you realize the side characters are getting their glow-ups too. Checking in on Verla at the treatment facility shows she's earning a top-tier reputation among the knights. Feeling the fire under his own feet, Ain decides he needs to match the energy of everyone working hard around him. Entering the meeting room, the atmosphere gets heavy as the real plot points start to drop. Sitting down with the king, the topic shifts to official business in the adventurers' town of Baltic. Investigating the Red Fox and the mystery of monsterization is the top priority for this mission. Hearing that the late Viscount Seiji was frequently visiting Baltic makes everyone realize there's a deep conspiracy afoot. Confirming that the Red Fox is likely the mastermind behind the kidnapping has the whole room on edge. Looking through ancient books for clues about unknown technologies is the only way to get ahead of the curve. Warning Ain to stay safe while the knights handle the heavy lifting shows the king's protective side. Confirming that Klon will be accompanying him as his official aide makes this mission a whole lot more interesting. Seeing her clutch the rose on her chest proves that she's been waiting for this moment her whole life. Recalling the dangers they've faced together, it's clear their bond is unbreakable. Declaring her position as his aide with such conviction is an absolute boss move. Feeling his heart skip a beat, Ain realizes his feelings for his aide might be more than just professional. Planning the travel roster, Lloyd and Dill sounds like a dream team for this investigation. Realizing someone is missing, Ain asks the forbidden question about why Chris isn't coming along. Sensing the awkward silence in the room, it's clear that some people are not happy about the travel plans. Cutting to Chris, who is currently undergoing a mental breakdown from being left at home. Sobbing in the corner, because everyone is leaving her behind is some top-tier comedy. Grabbing her hands to comfort her, eyes to explain that the capital needs its marshal. Seeing the tears in her eyes as she looks up at him is enough to break any man's heart. Shocked by the intensity of her reaction, Our boy is struggling to find the right words. Asking why she has to stay behind while looking this cute is basically a cheat code. Feeling his heart ache from the sheer emotional damage Chris is dealing out is a tough spot for Ain. Relenting to the pressure, she finally understands her duty and promises to protect the capital. Standing tall with renewed fire, Chris vows to keep the home front safe while he's gone. Delivering a legendary headpat and promising souvenirs has Chris absolutely cooked and down bad for our prince. Flashing that $1,000,000 smile, Ain knows he's the best support system in the kingdom. Shifting the scene to the frozen, jagged mountains, the vibe suddenly gets dark and cold. Approaching a massive, ruined fortress in the snow, we realize we aren't in the capital anymore. Predicting that someone with a legendary weapon will arrive soon, a mysterious voice echoes through the wind. Revealing a knight clad in glowing, high-tech armor, we're looking at a serious powerhouse. Walking with heavy thuds, this mystery warrior has been hundreds of years for this moment. Facing down a three-eyed monstrosity that's trying to intimidate him, the knight doesn't even flinch. Declaring that beasts aren't needed for what's coming next, he prepares to end this fight instantly. Lunging forward, the giant monster tries to make a meal out of the armored intruder. Slicing through the beast like a hot knife through butter, the knight proves that he's on a completely different level. Fulfilling his mission is the only thing on his mind as he sheathes his blade. Waiting for the return of his master no matter how long it takes is some absolute cinema to end the chapter. Starting things off with a vibe check as we hit the snowy town of Baltic, where our boy Ain is traveling in style. Look at that cover art. Klon is looking like an absolute snack in that winter gear. Crowds are going wild at the station because the prince is in town. Or maybe they just heard there is a new waifu on the block. Inside the carriage, things are getting way too cozy as Klon starts wiping our boy's face like a doting wife. If you are not down bad Virl who brings you iced tea while you are sweating, then I do not know what to tell you. This girl is the definition of a Chad aide, making sure her man is hydrated and pampered before the real work begins. Realizing the knights are all in a different car, Klon drops the ultimate line about them being all alone. Look at that face, she is basically trapping him in her Rizfield, and Ain has zero defense against it. Straight up telling him that no one else needs to be here is a power move, and honestly bro is absolutely cooked if she keeps this up. Blushing harder than a maiden in a rom-com, our protagonist confirms that he is indeed the luckiest simp in the kingdom. Shifting gears to the scenery, we see this absolute unit of a four-winged bird flying over the mountains. Ain is losing his mind for a pigeon with extra DLC, while Klon is just trying to read her book in peace. Seriously, is acting like he has never seen a monster before, even though he literally eats them for breakfast. Getting a reality check real quick, Klon starts listing off all the reckless stuff Ain has done lately. From jumping into explosions to soloing sea dragons, she is basically telling him to stop being a main character for 5 minutes. Ain tries to play it off by saying he wants to be like the first king, who was the ultimate OG explorer. Apparently there is some deep lore about the kingdom being built on the demon lord's old turf. Checking the history books, they discuss how the land has secrets from when it was first founded. This place was either taken by force or attacked right after the kings moved in. Looking at the royal emblem, you can tell these guys were not playing around back in the day. Scholars are still fighting over the details, but one thing is for sure, the bloodline is messy. Diving into the royal family tree, they discuss how the royalty of this land is basically a mixed bag of different races. Ain calls it a royalty gacha system, which is the most based way to describe a family tree I have ever heard. Mixing with other races in the Demon Lord territory seems to be the secret sauce for their bloodline. Monsters and other races have magic stones in their bodies, but luckily these guys are not harmful to humans. Wondering about the first king's wife, Ain realizes her race was never even recorded in history. It is a mystery that has been buried for generations. Clone mentions the first king's wife might have been a pixie, which explains why the genetics in this show are all over the place. Ain is already thinking about what his future kids are going to look like, which is a major flex. Blushing about the future is one thing, but Ain realizes he is lucky to have such an amazing partner. He stares at his drink and tries to hide how much he appreciates her. Realizing how much work she puts in, he finally gives her some props for managing the entire schedule. Klon is basically the brains of the operation while he is the muscle. Writing in her journal under the moonlight, she reflects on why she chose this path. Being an aide is a tough job, but she is doing it for the person she loves. Smiling at him, she says she is happy as long as she is by his side, which is peak waifu behavior. Suddenly, the whole train starts shaking like a bad beat drop at a rave. Ain and Klon are thrown off balance as the entire carriage vibrates with a massive thud. A knight busts in to report an earthquake, and you just know the peaceful travel arc is about to get sent to the lobby. Ain and Klon are looking worried, because nothing good ever happens after a random tremor in the mountains. Looking out at the snow, You can tell the atmosphere has completely shifted. Viewing the city of Baltic from above, you can see it is a massive fortified settlement surrounded by ice. It looks like a fortress meant to keep something very dangerous out. Stepping out into the cold, the snow crunches under their boots as they finally arrive. Our boy is vibrating like a phone on silent mode because he forgot his thermal underwear. Meanwhile, Lloyd and the gang are standing there looking like absolute units who do not even feel the frost. Arriving in Baltic, the group realizes just how different the climate is compared to the capital. Half a day ago they were enjoying the heat, and now they are basically in a freezer. Lloyd tells the crew they can act natural since there are no outsiders around to judge them. Dill looks like he is about to pass out from the stress of being around royalty. Moving through the gates, the group prepares to see what this town is all about. Looking around, the town is filled with shops and a massive skeleton skull hanging over the gate. It is a wild vibe for a city, but I guess that is what you expect from an adventurer hub. This is the heart of the frozen north, and you can see the clock tower standing tall against the winter sky. Wondering why there is no welcoming party, Clone asks if Aang is not welcome here. Lloyd looks confused because he knows his reputation is actually top tier in these parts. Even though they were told the prince was coming, nobody is standing at the gate to greet them. It is a weirdly quiet entrance for a hero who soloed a sea dragon. Lloyd explains that even though Aang is a hero, these guys are mostly rough adventurers. He starts laughing his head off because the locals do not even know who Aang is since they do not bother reading reports. Pointing toward the mountain, Lloyd shows Aang a giant skeleton head embedded in the ice. It is a massive skull with a horn that looks like it belonged to a literal titan. It turns out this was an ogre that was defeated by the first king after it attacked a human village. The terrain itself was scarred by the battle, proving just how much power was being thrown around. Looking closer at the skull, you'd see a massive crack running down the middle. The first king cracked both the skull and the magic stone with a single hit, which is absolute Chad behavior. Aang is left speechless staring at the sheer size of the beast his ancestor took down. Lloyd starts laughing and says it is just like when Aang took down the sea dragon. Everyone is in high spirits, but you can tell the knights are always on guard. Heading to the inn for some much-needed rest, they realize the sun has already gone down. The town looks even more mysterious under the moonlight. Even the inn has a giant skeleton on the roof, with some dedicated branding for a town of hunters. Standing on the balcony, Aang and Clone take a moment to look at the view. The architecture here is incredible, and the scale of the city is finally sinking in. Catching a glimpse of the aurora borealis, they witness a moment of absolute cinema. The sky is glowing with magic, making the frozen wasteland look like a dream. Aang thinks it is wondrous. Clone wonders if the demon lord built their castle nearby just to see this view. Thinking about mysterious girl from the portrait, Aang wonders if she was actually the demon lord. If the big bad of the series is actually a top-tier waifu, the plot is about to get very interesting. Deep in the snow, a mysterious magic stone starts pulsing with energy. Looking out over the silvery snowscape, a group of mysterious figures watches the city from a distance. They look like they are ready to cause some serious trouble for our heroes. Planning for the next day, Clone mentions they have a meeting with the local lord. She arranged everything for noon so they could get some extra sleep after the long trip. Aang tells her to get inside before she catches a cold, showing off his protective side. They head back into the warmth of the inn to prep for the challenges ahead. Meeting the feudal lord the next morning, they are introduced to Exiled Baltic. He bows before the prince, looking every bit the part of a seasoned noble. Aang greets him with a smile, showing that he has learned how to handle these formal situations. They discuss the town's reputation as a sanctuary for blacksmiths. Aang wants to visit the local shops to see what kind of gear they can cook up. Offering his gratitude, the count thanks Aang for taking care of his brother in the capital. It seems like the royal family has been doing some favors for the Baltic house behind the scenes. Aang asks for the brother's name, not expecting the answer he is about to get. Dropping a massive bombshell, the count reveals that his brother is none other than Exiled. Bro is absolutely stunned because he had no idea his mentor was secret royalty. Realizing why Exiled is such a wild card, Aang finally understands why he left the noble life to be an adventurer. The count tells him not to mind it because his brother has always been an eccentric soul. Remembering a letter he received from Exiled a year ago, the count is surprised his brother actually did something productive. Aang just sits there trying to process that his combat instructor is a high-ranking noble. It is a classic case of a guy being too based for a desk job. Switching topics to the investigation, Aang mentions they are heading into the old Demon Lord territory. Having a letter of introduction from Exiled means the local guild will give them full cooperation. The count hands over a document that contains the latest routes and intel. It is exactly what they need to navigate the dangerous lands ahead. Aang thanks him for the help, knowing that this info is worth its weight in gold. Offering one last gift, the count pulls out a letter from Professor Oz. Ain's eyes go wide because he knows the professor usually has some crazy theories. Apparently, the professor was just in town a few days ago investigating the area. He was bummed out that he missed the prince's arrival. Reading the letter, Ain discovers that the professor wants him to personally go to the demon lord's territory. There is a theory that the monsters living inside Ain might react to the location and reveal something huge. Lloyd looks worried because their recent investigations have picked up signs of a powerful monster. Going in there might be a suicide mission if they are not careful. Asking about the identity of the beast, Ain prepares himself for the worst. Learning that the monster has lived there since the founding the country is a massive red flag. This thing is supposedly as powerful as a sea dragon and even fought the first king. Recent earthquakes have agitated the local wildlife, and rumors say the beast has finally come out of hiding. Suddenly a massive explosion rocks the building, shattering the windows and sending everyone into a panic. The ground is shaking harder than before, and you can hear screams coming from the street. Drawing his sword in an instant, Lloyd smashes through the remaining glass to get a clear view. He is not waiting around to be a target. Ain and Klon rush to the edge, looking out at the chaos unfolding in the city. Debris is flying everywhere as something massive tears through the defenses. Looking out over the balcony, they see the train tracks have been completely destroyed. The wall is crumbling and the entire town is under siege by something terrifying. Rising from the smoke like a literal nightmare, the ice dragon Upas Kamui has finally entered the chat. This is the legendary monster they were just talking about, and it is already wrecking the place. Staring down at the city with a cold, predatory eye, the dragon looks ready to send everyone to the Shadow Realm. Our boy Ain is definitely going to have to earn his dinner this time. Flarst. Setting the scene with the heavy artillery rolling out because things are about to get spicy. This title page is just a teaser for the absolute chaos we're about to witness. Check out the boys loading up the big guns like they're preparing for a world war. Our main man Ain is just chilling on a bench, looking like he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders while everyone else is stressing over the boss fight. Inside the war room, the elders are debating if 10 magic cannons are enough to send this monster back to the lobby. Count Baltic is sweating bullets because the prince wants to solo this legendary beast instead of staying in the safe zone. Lloyd-san is out here trying to explain that the prince basically said nah, I'd win and took the initiative himself. You can see the panic in their eyes because losing a royal member is a one-way ticket to being cooked by the king. Giving orders like a total boss, Ain tells Count Baltic to stay back and protect the town while he handles the heavy lifting. Transitioning to a much more wholesome vibe, he spends his final moments of peace sitting on a bench with his waifu Klon. Klon is leaning in close, showing off that top-tier riz while roasting the first king for not finishing the job properly. Honestly, her hating on the legendary ancestor is such a based move. Squeezing his hand because she's down bad for his safety, she complains that he shouldn't have to risk his life like this. Look at concern on her face, she's definitely the #1 fan of our protagonist. Instead of being all dramatic, Ain hits her with the most out-of-pocket question about what the monster's magic stone tastes like. Bro is literally thinking about his next meal while a disaster-level threat is knocking on the door. Look at her face, she is absolutely flabbergasted that this man is worried about flavor profiles right now. Imagine your man is about to fight a dragon and asks if it tastes like wagyu. Dropping a wink like an absolute Chad, he promises to win and come back home without a scratch. This level of confidence is either legendary or he's about to get sent to the gulag. Giggling at his nonsense, Clone finally folds and jokes that it probably tastes like chicken. Seeing her blush like that is absolute cinema, and it's clear she's trying to keep the mood light. Laughter fills the air as they joke about the terrifying monster being nothing more than a giant KFC bucket. Honestly, seeing them vibing like this before a life-death battle is the peak of wholesome content. Visualizing the beast as a giant chicken makes the whole situation feel way less scary for our duo. They're out here having a main character moment while the soldiers are probably shivering in their boots. Reality comes knocking when a soldier interrupts the date to report that the cannon unit is in position. Ain't no more time for flirting because it's time to go and earn that XP. Trusting her to hold down the fort, Ain gets one last look at his girl before heading out to the cold. This is the part where the hype music starts playing in the background. Leading the charge with a roar, Ain commands the squad to move out and face their destiny. The determination in his eyes says he's ready to turn that monster into a 5-course meal. Panning across the snowy landscape, we see the calm before the absolute storm that's about to hit. You just know something massive is hiding behind those trees. Marching through the thick snow, the soldiers look a line of ants against the massive power of nature. Every step is a struggle, but the mission comes first. Complaining about the weather is basically a requirement for any soldier on a winter mission. Lloyd-san is already thinking about adding snow training to the curriculum once they survive this. Bringing up the serious talk again, Lloyd-san asks Ain if he's really going to keep his promise. He wants to make sure the prince doesn't do anything suicidal for the sake of glory. Keeping it real, Ain states that if the monster isn't specifically gunning for him, he'll play it safe. But deep down we all know the plot armor is going to draw that beast straight to him. Noticing a pattern in the chaos, our MC realizes that all these disasters seem to be targeting him specifically. He's got that main character energy that attracts trouble like a magnet. Flashing back to the earthquake and the first sighting of the beast, it's clear that just a random encounter. Upas Kamui has a grudge, and it's personal. Destroying the train tracks was a calculated move to keep the prince trapped in the area. This monster isn't just strong, it's actually using its brain to set up a trap. Spotting a lamprey rabbit in the wild is like finding a rare spawn in an RPG. These things are cute, but don't let the fluff fool you. They're fast as lightning. Hyping up the meat like a professional chef, Lloyd explains how delicious and rare these rabbits are. Bro is really trying to turn this suicide mission into a grocery run. Restraining the urge to go hunting, Ain decides to stay focused on the bigger for now. He promises to stock up on that gourmet meat once the boss is dead. Blinking and missing it, the rabbit zips away with speed that would make Sonic jealous. If the small fry are this fast, imagine how cracked the main boss is going to be. Everything starts shaking as if the earth itself is having a seizure. The vibe just shifted from a nature hike to a horror movie real quick. Knights are looking around confused, wondering why the ground is doing the tango. Even the veterans are starting to realize that something humongous is right underneath them. Screaming at the top of his lungs, Lloyd-san tells everyone to get out of the splash zone immediately. The ground literally erupts as the true threat reveals itself. Emerging from the depths, Upas Kamui looks like an absolute unit made of ice and hatred. This is absolute cinema, guys. Look at the scale of this beast, dodging flying debris like they're in an action movie. The soldiers scramble to find cover. One wrong move and they're getting flattened like pancakes. Letting out a roar that probably shattered windows miles away, the dragon shows off its terrifying maw. This thing is definitely not on the tastes like chicken list anymore. Observing the beast's injuries, Ain realizes this is the same one the first king fought centuries ago. It's got a crushed eye and a busted wing, but it's still standing like a menace. Seeing that the monster is already wounded gives Ain the motivation he needs to stay and fight. He knows this is his chance, what his ancestor started. Dill trips in the snow like a typical side character, putting him right in the line of fire. You hate to see it, but someone's always got to be the damsel in distress. Deciding to be a hero, Dill stays back to buy time for the others to escape. Bro is either a total Chad or he's about to be the first casualty of the day. Standing tall against a literal mountain of scales, Dill looks like a toothpick waiting to be snapped. The scale difference here is just straight up unfair. Ain screams out in desperation as he watches his comrade about to get turned into a snack. This is the moment where the power of friendship usually kicks in. Blocking a massive claw with just a single sword, Lloyd-san proves why he's the GOAT. This man has some serious strength to parry a hit from something that big. Straining every muscle in his body, Lloyd-san lets out a battle cry that make a Viking proud. He's literally holding back a dragon to save his subordinate. Sparks fly as the steel clashes against the dragon's icy claws. This is the kind of high-octane action we live for in these recaps. Everyone is losing their minds because Lloyd-san just deflected a boss-level attack with one hand. Ain is looking at him like he's a literal god of war. Lecturing the kid even in the middle of a fight, Lloyd-san tells him to run because he's just getting in the way. He's got that "I'm not mad, just disappointed" dad energy going on. Realizing he's outclassed, Dill finally takes the hint and hauls tail out of there. Meanwhile, Lloyd-san stands his ground like an absolute wall. Challenging the beast directly, Lloyd-san figures out that the dragon is only interested in the prince. He's basically telling the monster, "You gotta go through me first." Drawing his sword with murderous intent, Lloyd-san prepares to show this overgrown lizard why humans are at the top of the food chain. He looks so cool here, it's actually unfair. Locking eyes with the beast, we see the sheer malice recting in its pupils. This isn't just a hunt, it's a grudge match between two different eras. Roaring back with everything it's got, the monster prepares to crush the tiny human in front of it. The ground is probably shaking just from the sound alone. Swords and claws collide in a flurry of motion that's almost too fast for the eye to follow. Lloyd-san is dodging and weaving like he's playing a Dark Souls boss on SL1. Pushing his limits, our silver-haired Chad keeps the pressure on with relentless strikes. He's putting his entire soul into every swing of that blade. Dodging a massive bite by inches, he continues to dance around the beast's attacks. This is a masterclass in swordsmanship right here. Landing a powerful blow, Lloyd-san manages to chip away at the monster's icy exterior. Even if it's just a scratch, it proves that this thing can bleed. Realizing that his sword is starting to dull against the dragon's armor, Lloyd-san takes a moment to strategize. He knows he can a battle of attrition against a monster this big. Charging forward with renewed fury, the dragon smashes through the ice to get at its prey. It's starting to get frustrated that a mere human is giving it this much trouble. Stepping up to the plate, Ain lures the beast away by shouting and waving his arms. He's using himself as bait to lead the dragon into the perfect kill zone. Lunging at the prince, the monster falls line and sinker for the trap. It's so blinded by rage that it doesn't see the ambush coming. Giving the signal to fire, Ain watches as the dragon enters the designated target area. This is the moment where all that planning finally pays off. Boom! The magic cannons let loose a beam of pure energy that lights up the entire forest. This is the firepower Count Baltic was hyping up earlier. Taking a direct hit to the face, the monster is blasted back with incredible force. It looks like they might actually have a chance to end this right now. Screaming in agony, the beast struggles to stay on its feet after that massive blast. But Ain isn't done yet. He's got one more trick up his sleeve. Activating his skill Ocean Current, the prince traps the monster in a swirling vortex of water. He's literally controlling the battlefield like a pro gamer. Freezing the monster in place, Ain realizes that this is their golden opportunity to finish it. The dragon is completely immobilized and ready for the final blow. Reloading the cannons for another round, the soldiers prepare to turn this dragon into a memory. They aren't taking any chances with this legendary threat. Declaring that this is the result of centuries of human wisdom, Lloyd-san prepares to unleash hell. They might not have the power of the first king, but they have technology. Telling the beast to try and survive this, the squad fires everything they've got simultaneously. The screen is practically white from the intensity of the magic. Getting absolutely cooked by multiple beams of light, the dragon is being erased from existence. This is what we call a get-wrecked moment in the industry. A massive explosion rocks the entire area as the combined power of the cannons hits home. If it survives this, I'm calling hacks. Keeping the pressure on, Lloyd-san orders his men to keep shooting until there's nothing left but dust. He knows how resilient these ancient monsters can be. Smoke clears to reveal a massive crater where the dragon used to be standing tall. It looks like a total victory for the human squad. Cheering and high-fiving, the knights celebrate their hard-earned win against a legend. They really thought they were the main characters for a second. Slumping to the ground from exhaustion, Ain takes a breather while Lloyd-san gives him all the credit. It was the prince's plan that ultimately saved the day. Staring at the body floating in the water, they wonder if they should go out and confirm the kill. But without a boat, they're basically just guessing. Deciding to head back and celebrate, the team starts packing up their gear. This is usually the part of the movie where everything goes horribly wrong. Stopping in his tracks, Ain hears a weird cracking sound that sends chills down his spine. His spider sense is tingling, and it's not for a good reason. Noticing the lake surface freezing over at an impossible speed, the team realizes the battle isn't over. This isn't just normal ice, it's something much more sinister. Thinking it's just the sunset causing the temperature drop, some of the knights are still in denial. But the look on Ain's face says he knows the truth. Spikes of ice erupt from the water like deadly jagged teeth. The rate of freezing is completely abnormal, and it's spreading toward them like plague. Screaming for everyone to get ready, Ain realizes that the boss just entered its second phase. They were celebrating way too early, and now they're about to pay for it. Rising from the icy depths, Upa's Kamui shows that it's still very much alive and absolutely furious. Never underestimate a monster that survived King, because the real fight is just beginning. Starting off with a classic shot of our girl Chris looking out the window like she is in a mid-2000s emo music video. Realizing she is lost in the sauce while staring at the city below, you can tell she is just waiting for her man to come back from the war or something equally dramatic. Look at that face, she is absolutely down bad and the author is not even trying to hide it. Suddenly we hear the click-clack of some very determined boots hitting the floor. Someone is on a mission, or they're just really bad at hiding their anxiety. Walking through the halls like she owns the place, Chris doesn't even notice the guards and maids staring her like she has lost her mind. Bro, the secondary characters are judging her in 4K right now. Pacing back and forth in front of the door like a loading screen that is stuck at 99% is a crazy look for a high-ranking lady. The maid on the side is looking at her with pure confusion, probably wondering if she needs to call a doctor or a priest. Just when we thought it couldn't get more awkward, we see the absolute herself, Olivia, looking as always and watching the chaos unfold. She has that look on her face like she knows exactly why Chris is acting like a total simp. And so, the truth finally comes out because you can't hide that level of thirst forever. Chris gets hit with the ultimate reality check when the maid tells her she is being way too restless and needs to go feed the twins. Look at that reaction face, she is absolutely shook that her secret is out. Realizing she has been caught wandering around Ain-sama's favorite spots like a lost puppy, she starts panicking. She is really out here questioning her own sanity because she is so cooked for the MC. As she walks away with the fish buckets, the maid basically confirms the rumors that Chris is looking at Ain with those special eyes. Bro, the teaing hot in this mansion today. Looks like our girl can't underestimate the power of rumors anymore. She is officially in her feelings and there is no going back. To clear her head, she goes to visit the twins, which turn out to be two mass sea dragons chilling in the waterway. Imagine having giant lizards as pets just to keep you company while you are heartbroken. Feeding the dragons fish like she is trying to win a prize at a carnival, Chris is deep in thought. These dragons are getting huge, and honestly they are probably the only ones who can handle her venting right now. Thinking back to Ain, she gets hit with a montage of his best moments and her face goes full tomato mode. She is literally high-ing to herself while the dragons just watch her struggle. One of the dragons decides to give her a little nuzzle, probably sensing that their provider is Gruit. It is actually kind of wholesome if you ignore the fact that they'd swallow her whole in one bite. Realizing they are trying to comfort her, She gives them some head pats and shows off that she is a beast tamer Chad in the making. Asking them to pray for her so she can join the next investigation is a high-level move. Talk about being dedicated to the grind just to see your man. To celebrate the support, she just dumps the rest of the bucket and tells them to eat their fill. It is a fish buffet and everyone is invited. Even getting splashed by the water doesn't ruin her mood because she is finally feeling a bit better. Looking out at the mountains, she sends a silent prayer for Ain to be safe. Little does she know, things are about to get absolutely cooked on the front lines. Switching over to the action, Ain is screaming because the boss isn't dead yet. Upas Kamui is still in the game and he has that second phase A's energy. The ice monster erupts from the ground like a jump scare from a horror movie. This thing is massive, spiky, and looks like it wants to send everyone back to the lobby immediately. A massive shockwave sends the soldiers flying, and you can hear the screams from here. This isn't a fight anymore, it is a slaughter. Ain and the commander realize they are in deep trouble, because this monster has a freeze ability that is literally cheating. The magic cannons are frozen solid, so their long-range support is basically non-existent. The beast stands up, looking like a mountain of ice and bad vibes. If I saw this thing coming at me, I would be hitting the Alt F4 button and calling it a day. Protecting Ain-sama is the top priority, but these guards are looking like ants compared to that thing. They are ready to die for the cause though, showing off that absolute loyalty. The monster lets out a roar that probably shattered every eardrum in a 5-mile radius. It is game time, and the odds are looking pretty mid for the home team. Guards are getting swatted like flies while Ain prepares his secret weapon. He is pulling out the shadow tentacles, and you know it's about to be absolute cinema when the dark powers come out. He unleashes a massive blast of shadow energy that looks like it is straight out of a high-budget anime. Bro is really putting his soul into this attack. But wait, the monster's skin is too thick, and the shadow ropes are barely making a dent. Ain is realizing that his current DPS just isn't high enough to finish the job. He gets hit with a shock as the monster pushes back, showing him that it is not going down that easily. Watching everyone get tossed around like ragdolls, Ain starts to panic. If he doesn't find a way to pierce that armor, they are all getting wiped out in the next 30 seconds. He is telling himself to think. Because giving up is for losers, and he is the MC, he needs a big brain play right now. He needs something huge, something sharp, and something that can hit like a truck. Basically, he needs a weapon that isn't currently in his inventory. The monster gets right in his face and you can see the pure malice in its eyes. This is the "you are cooked" look if I have ever seen one. And then, he sees it, a massive skull structure with a horn that looks like it was made for dragon slaying. That is it, the ultimate environmental kill is right there waiting for him. He tells the commander he found the winning move and needs him to do something important. The commander is like, wait, what? But he is listening. Ain's request is simple. Carry me after I win because I am going to be completely out of mana. About planning for the post-game nap like a total legend. The commander is confused why he was chosen for this, but Ain just gives him the most wholesome Chad smile ever. He tells him that he can go all out because he trusts him to be there. This is peak bro energy, honestly. The commander is so moved he is basically ready to run through a brick wall for Ain. He promises to carry him anywhere he wants, which is a pretty based response. With the plan set, Ain baits the monster like a pro. He is out here shouting "come at me" while running towards the trap. The monster charges in, and the commander is just watching in awe of the absolute audacity of this kid. An explosion of ice and fog covers the area as the beast misses its strike. Everything is whiteout conditions now, which is perfect for a stealthy shadow user. Ain uses his shadow ropes to swing through the trees like he is playing Spider-Man in the middle of a blizzard. He is gaining momentum and heading straight for the big skull. He clears the forest and flies into the air, looking like a total boss. The monster is still trying to find him in the mist. He sees his target and the monster roars again, still not realizing it is about to be baited into a trap. Ain is just out here playing 4D chess while the monster is playing checkers. The fog is so thick the beast can't see a thing, and Ain is just taunting it from the shadows. "Where are you looking?" he asks, while the monster just snaps at the air. This is pure disrespect at this point. The beast charges blindly, heading straight for the position Ain wants it in. It is falling for the oldest trick in the book. Ain swings around the pillars of the ancient structure, positioning himself perfectly. He has the shadow ropes wrapped around the giant horn. "It is my win," he says, with the confidence of someone who already knows the script. This is the moment where the theme music starts peaking. The monster's neck is perfectly aligned under the skull's teeth. One pull is all it takes to end this whole career. The skull starts to tilt, and the monster realizes way too late that it is about to get crushed. The scale of this attack is absolutely insane. The impact is heavy, and the ground literally shakes from the weight of the ancient skull falling. Blood sprays everywhere as the horn pierces through the monster's neck. Ain lands gracefully like he didn't just drop a mountain on someone. The roar of the beast is cut short as it gets pinned to the ground. It is a total environmental kill, and it is glorious. Ain stands on top of the skull, looking down at his fallen enemy. This is a 5-star meal in the making. The monster is still struggling a bit, but it is basically over. The wound is way too deep. Ain uses his shadow ropes to give it one last squeeze, making sure the job is done. He is not taking any chances with a third phase. Fall down, he screams, and the horn crushes through the rest of the monster's skull. Talk about a headache. The final blow is a total bloodbath, with shadow energy and monster juice flying everywhere. The monster is officially cooked and sent to the lobby. It is a messy finish, but a win is a win. The beast is finally still. Ain is exhausted, leaning against the skull while catching his breath. He really put everything into that one. He notices something glowing inside the monster's chest, the magic stone. This is the part he has been waiting for, the literal dessert after the fight. He crawls over, saying it is really the end once he gets his hands on that stone. He is ready to feast. Shadow tendrils reach out and grab the stone, pulling it toward him. You can see the anticipation on his face. He is starving after all that work. He consumes the stone and immediately feels the drain. He is huffing and puffing, but the power-up is secured. His last thoughts are about how it tasted and how he needs to tell Klon about it. Bro is really out hearing monster stones like a food critic, and just like he predicted, he loses all strength and starts to fall. He really did use every last drop of mana for that kill. Luckily, the commander is right there to catch him, keeping his promise like a true bro. Ain is out cold, sleeping like a baby after taking down a literal god-tier monster. He earned that nap. For real, the ancient skull sits on top of the dead beast, a permanent monument to the absolute carry job Ain just pulled off. The guards carry him back up the stairs, heading home after a long day of not dying. What a legendary ending to a crazy fight. Eldrorth. Opening up with the snowy vibes, our boy Ain is getting carried back after the absolute banger of a fight. Just look at the squad looking all serious while the MC is tucked away like precious cargo. Peeking through the snow, the title card hits us with that cinematic flair as the journey's a breather. Bro really deserves this nap after carrying the whole team on his back. Staring at a ceiling that definitely isn't a cave, the transition to comfort is finally here. Realizing he's not in the dirt anymore is probably the best feeling in the world. Waking up in a soft bed feels like a literal cheat code after almost getting cooked in the mountains. Bro looks so peaceful you'd forget he was just scrapping with legendary monsters. Rubbing his eyes, Ain realizes he's actually safe at the inn and Dill did the heavy lifting for once. It's about time the subordinates did something useful while the king catches some Z's. Sitting right there is the queen herself, Klon, looking like an absolute snack while she catches up on some reading. Imagine waking up to a top-tier waifu just waiting for you to stop being a sleepyhead. Teasing our boy about whether he's still dreaming, she moves in closer than a close-range ultimate. Bro is visibly sweating because the proximity is reaching critical levels. Getting a kiss on the cheek is the ultimate reward for nearly dying, and honestly bro has that hidden riz. This is absolute cinema, and I'm definitely not down bad for watching this unfold. Hugging him tight, she lets him know how much he actually scared her, which is just pure wholesome energy. Seeing the thick waifu get emotional is enough to make a grown man cry. Apologizing for his reckless behavior, Ain realizes that being a hero means making the girls worry way too much. Bro needs to stop being so based for 5 minutes so her heart can rest. Handing over a letter from the king, she brings the business back to table before things get too spicy. Even in a fantasy world, you can't escape the paperwork. Learning that the king is actually a massive Chad who won't punish him is the best news all day. Apparently, being a powerhouse gives you a get-out-of-jail-free card for being reckless. Getting the green light to investigate the former Demon Lord's territory is exactly what our boy wanted. It's time to head into the danger zone and see what kind of loot we can find. Explaining the report details, Klon is basically the brain of this operation while Ain provides the muscle. Every Chad needs a smart queen to keep the kingdom from falling apart. Checking the status screen reveals a brand new skill called Ice Dragon, and we all know that's going to be broken. Bro is collecting skills like their Pokemon cards at this point. Scrolling down the list shows just how many insane abilities this man is stacking up like a pro gamer. If he gets any more buffed, the author is going to have to nerf him just to keep it fair. Shifting the topic to the magic stone, Ain is about to drop a food review that nobody asked for. Apparently he's got a very specific palate for monster parts. Declaring that a legendary monster's core tasted just like a high-quality steak is the most base thing he's ever said. Bro is out here treating boss fights like a trip to a 5-star restaurant. Laughing at his ridiculous energy, Klon is just glad her man is back to his usual goofy self. You can tell she's a total simp for his chaotic personality. Skipping ahead 2 days, the weather is still acting like it's the middle of an ice age. The grind never stops, even when the thermometer is hitting 0. Marching through the thick snow, the entire night squad is looking ready for some smoke. You know the vibes are serious when everyone is decked out in their winter gear. Flexing his muscles, Ain claims he's ready to scrap with an ocean dragon right here and now. The confidence on this kid is reaching levels of pure Chad energy. Discussing the Count's reaction, it seems everyone is shocked by how fast this kid is growing to a legend. They're realizing that they aren't just guarding a prince, they're guarding a future god. Watching silently, Lloyd looks like he's calculating exactly how much of a monster his student is becoming. The old man knows the power scaling is about to go off the charts. Noticing that Ain's aura has become way more sophisticated, the veterans can feel the power shift in the air. Bro is literally aiding main character, energy so hard it's blinding. Feeling the weight of the expectations, the atmosphere gets a little heavy for a split second. The journey to the top is never easy, even with a broken skill set. Hearing rumors that he might even surpass the first king is some heavy lore being dropped on us right now. Bro isn't just following history, he's about to rewrite the whole book. Laughing off the pressure, the knights are all in on the Ain hype train because they know he's the real deal. The morale in this squad is absolutely peak right now. Spotting a giant rabbit in the bushes, Ain immediately forgets about being a king and thinks about dinner. His priorities are always straight when it comes to a good meal. Seeing the rabbit bolt into the woods, our boy looks like he just lost his last brain cell in pure heartbreak. Watching your dinner run away is the ultimate betrayal. Promising to hunt one down later, Dill saves the day while Ain's eyes turn into literal stars. Having a loyal subordinate who knows your stomach is the real treasure. Moving out toward the Demon Lord's territory, the squad is hyped and ready for whatever crazy stuff is waiting for them. The adventure is finally getting to the spicy part. Seeing the kids have fun, Lloyd just lets out a chuckle because the vibes are immaculate despite the danger. Sometimes you just have to enjoy the walk before the boss music starts playing. Stopping dead in their tracks, the entire group senses something watching them from the shadows. The transition from comedy to horror happens real fast in these woods. Scanning the trees, they realize that whatever is out there is keeping its distance but definitely judging them. Being stalked by unknown entities is a standard Tuesday for this crew. Watching the presence vanish, Ain wonders if it was just a local monster or something way more sinister. Either way, the danger meter just ticked up a few notches. Reaching the edge of the Forbidden Land, the air feels different and the tension is peaking. We are officially entering the endgame zone where the weak get cooked instantly. Peering over the ridge, they finally lay eyes on the destination that's been off limits for centuries. This is the moment where the lore drops like a heavy bass in a club. Seeing the ruins of the city and that massive castle in the distance is straight up ab cinema. The scale of this place, everything they've seen so far look like a tutorial level. Noting that the architecture looks strangely familiar, the mystery deepens as they enter the ghost town. It's like looking at a mirror version of their own home, which is creepy as hell. Feeling the warmth in the air, Ain realizes that time itself seems to be frozen in this weird place. No snow, no wind, just a silent city waiting for its master to return. Looking closer at the castle, our boy's face goes pale as he spots something absolutely impossible. There's a glitch in the matrix, and it's staring him right in the face. Realizing that the design is a carbon copy of the royal capital's castle, the mystery goes off the charts. Someone's been doing some serious copy-pasting with the kingdom's blueprints. Towering over them, the massive gate stands as a silent witness to a history we don't know yet. The scale of this reveal is enough to break the internet. Clenching his chest, Ain feels a sudden surge of emotions that don't even belong to him. Something inside his DNA is reacting to this place like a long-lost memory. Seeing flashes of mysterious figures in his mind, he feels a mix of joy and sadness that's breaking his heart. Bro is having a full-on existential crisis in front of the whole squad. Hearing a voice offer to lend him a mouth, the spirit world is clearly trying to make a move on our boy. This is some high-level possession stuff that usually ends in a transformation. Going completely dark in the eyes, Ain scares the absolute soul out of his guards for a second. The aura shifted so fast, I thought the final boss had finally arrived. Taking a deep breath, the atmosphere shifts as if the rightful owner of the land has finally returned. Everyone can feel that something ancient just woke up inside him, saying "I'm home," with a voice that sounds way too old. The chills are running down everyone's spine. This is the ultimate plot twist, and bro just dropped it like was nothing. Standing between the ghosts of the past, our boy is officially part of a legacy that's bigger than life. The visual storytelling here is just pure peak, no cap. Feeling the wind suddenly kick up, the stagnant air of the territory finally starts to move again. It's like the world itself was waiting for him to say those words. Watching life return to the dead soil, birds start chirping and sprouts pop up like magic. Bro literally breathed life back into a wasteland just by standing there. Witnessing the ancient castle gate open for the first time in hundreds of years is a literal world event. The security system recognized the boss and decided to let the homies in. Staring in disbelief, Lloyd realizes that Ain just did something that shouldn't even be possible for a human. The power scaling just broke, and there's no going back now. Setting up camp inside the city, the knights prepare for a long night in this creepy but beautiful ruin. At least the vibes are a bit more peaceful now that the gate is open. Laying down in a high-tech magic tent, Ain is living the luxury life even in the middle of a literal ghost town. This is the kind of camping I can get behind. Wondering what they'll find past those inner gates tomorrow, the hype for the next mission is reaching a boiling point. Bro is probably dreaming about more legendary stakes right now. Hearing the sound of heavy armor clanging outside, he thinks it's just the guards doing their rounds. Little does he know, the guest list for this party just got an update. Hearing a loud thud right outside his tent, our boy jumps up ready to catch a stray. Someone or something just made a very loud entrance. Finding 2 giant dead rabbits at his doorstep, it looks like someone just delivered the fantasy version of Uber Eats. Whoever did this is an absolute Chad with some serious hunting skills. Recognizing them as the same rabbits from before, it's clear they have a secret admirer who knows the way to Ain's heart. Talk about a gift from the shadows type beat. Flickering in the night, the campfires highlight the mystery of who exactly is watching over them. The tension is high, but the stomach is starting to growl. Examining the clean cuts on the necks, Lloyd is impressed by the sheer precision of the unknown hunter. This wasn't a monster attack, this was a professional delivery. Smiling because he thinks the local ghosts are just being friendly, Ain is way too wholesome for his own good. Most people would run, but just sees a free meal, hanging the rabbits up to prep them. The squad decides that free food is the best food in the demon lands. It's time to turn this mystery into a barbecue. Grilling the meat over the fire, the entire camp is feasting like kings in the middle of a graveyard. The morale just went from scared to full in record time. Biting into that juicy rabbit leg, Ain is definitely in his happy place right now. Nothing beats a midnight snack after a long day of breaking ancient seals. Fading into the night, the feast comes to an end as the fire dies down to glowing embers. The silence of the city returns, but it feels a lot less hostile now. Sleeping soundly, the group has no idea that the real madness is to just get it inside that castle. This is the calm before the absolute storm hits. Dreaming about being full, Ain has that look on his face like he just won the lottery and a lifetime supply of steak. Bro is living his best life in his sleep. Waking up suddenly, he realizes that the bed he's in is way too fancy for a tent in the middle of a ruin. Someone definitely upgraded his room while he was blacked out. Looking around at a room full of swords and shields, our boy is officially lost in the sauce. This isn't camp anymore. This is a straight-up royal suite. Trying to remember how he got here, the last thing he recalls is the rabbit dinner, and then it's just a total blank. Bro got teleported while he was food comatose. Walking in with a tray of tea, a literal hollow suit of armor shows up to serve him breakfast. This is the peak of butler energy, and I am here for it. Apologizing for the forceful kidnapping, the living armor is surprisingly polite for an undead soldier. Honestly, the service in this castle is 5-star. Introducing himself as Marco, the vice captain of the Dark Knights, we just met the coolest character in the entire series. The design on this guy is absolutely cold, revealing that he's an undead living armor. Bro is basically the definition of aura, and I'm ready to see him cook. This is absolute cinema, and the lore just got 10 times cooler. Waking up to find a giant armored unit in your room is the ultimate skill issue. Ain looks like he's about to see the game over screen before the tutorial even ends. Realizing you were kidnapped while your homies were right there is a major L for the squad. Lloyd and the boys really let a whole boss monster just walk in and yoink the MC. Looking at this absolute unit, Ain realizes he is dealing with a different breed of threat. This knight isn't just a mob, he has that aura that says I will end your whole career. Trapped in a castle with 0 escape routes, our boy is basically waiting for the inevitable. Watching those heavy boots stomp closer is enough to make anyone want to Alt F4 out of life. Suddenly, the big guy starts pulling some domestic vibes and sets the table like he is about to host a mukbang. This isn't the execution we expected, but honestly, it is peak hospitality. Watching a legendary knight handle tea sets with more grace than a Victorian maid is top-tier comedy. Bro is really out here serving looks and drinks at the same time. Inviting your kidnapped victim to tea is a level of riz I didn't know existed. Marco is really trying to be the most polite kidnapper in history. Sitting down for tea with a monster is a total vibe check. Ain looks so confused, but hey, if the tea is free, you might as well enjoy the moment. Flexing with tea leaves from a 1,000-year-old tree is a massive wealth check. Marco is treating our boy like royalty, and honestly, we love to see the respect. Asking for answers is the move, but Marco wants him to finish his drink first. Bro really said tea time is sacred, so do not be rushing the lore drop. Sipping on that luxury brew, Ain realizes it is actually fire. Poison does not even touch him, so he is just enjoying the flavor while Marco watches like a proud parent. Dropping some heavy warnings, Marco tells him his vessel is basically a ticking time bomb. Using those phantom hands in this zone is apparently a one-way ticket to being cooked. Hearing that your core might pull a demon lord and go nuclear is not the news you want with your afternoon snack. The tension in this room just went from 0 to absolute cinema real quick. Explaining the curse of the beasts, Marco looks like he is carrying the weight of the entire world on his pauldrons. This lore is getting deeper than a Discord debate at 3 AM. Mentioning the red foxes triggers something deep in this guy's programming. You can see Ain starting to connect the dots while Marco starts acting a little sus. Seeing a giant knight start shaking like he is about to glitch out is never a good sign. Something about those foxes is definitely hitting him where it hurts. Gripping his own arm to keep it together, Marco explains that the curse literally stops him from speaking their names. Talk about a toxic relationship with your own magic. Learning that the tea was actually a debuff blocker makes Marco a total Chad. He really kidnapped the kid just to make sure he did not catch a stray curse. Figuring out that this massive tank is actually on his side is a huge relief for Ain. Our boy finally realizes he is not getting sent to the lobby today. Guiding him out like a personal bodyguard, Marco is officially the coolest mentor Ain never asked for. This walk of shame is turning into a walk of legends. Pointing out the castle architecture, Marco tells him to hit the gym and level up his vessel before coming back. It is basically a soft lock until he gets more XP. Thinking of being a vessel is probably making Ain feel like a piece of equipment. Bro just wants to eat some magic stones and chill, not be a container for cosmic horror. Asking the giant knight if he is lonely is such a wholesome MC move. Marco just brushes it off with that classic "I have a mission" line like a true protagonist. Standing tall against the sky, Marco looks like he belongs on a high-tier gacha banner. His dedication to the grind is honestly inspiring. Giving some travel advice, the knight suggests heading south to find more beast lore. This is basically the next quest marker appearing on the HUD. Describing how the beasts set sail after the war makes them sound like some ancient pirate faction. Ain is shook by how much history he is missing out on. Calling them cunning while clenching his fist, Marco really has some beef with these guys. The ship lore is getting juicy, and we are here for it. Starting to stutter and glitch again, Marco looks like he is fighting a battle inside his own head. This curse is really trying to take over the stream. Exploding with dark energy, Marco is suddenly surrounded by shadowy hands like he is in a horror manga. This is not the tea party we signed up for. Screaming in pain while Ain watches in horror is a total vibe shift. Marco is fighting for his life against the mental corruption. Trying to warn Ain about the women from that species, Marco sounds like he is about to drop some forbidden knowledge. The beasts are not just monsters, they are apparently something much worse. Reaching the peak of his madness, Marco shouts about how wonderful they are. This is some next-level down bad behavior, even for a cursed knight. Shouting wonderful species at the top of his lungs is absolute insanity. Marco has officially lost the plot and turned into a total simp for the enemy. Standing there confused, Ain tries to remind him that these ladies literally ruined the world. But Marco is too far gone in the waifu sauce to listen. Declaring his love for them while lunging forward is the most chaotic thing I've seen all week. Bro is really ready to throw it all away for some fox girls. Pulling out a blade to stop himself from going full berserk is a total Chad move. He is literally fighting his own thirst with cold steel. Stabbing his own leg to snap out of it is the ultimate way to stay grounded. Marco is really out here self-inflicting damage just to keep his loyalty in check. Roaring to the sky as the dark energy fades, Marco finally gets his head back in the game. That was a close call with the simp side of the force. Collapsing from the exhaustion of fighting a mental war is rough. Ain rushes over, because he knows his bestie just went through it. Explaining that the curse turns them into brainless simps is the most relatable lore ever. Marco is panting like he just finished a marathon of bad decisions, warning Ain to be careful because the curse is no joke. If it can break a knight this strong, our MC needs to keep his guard up. Seeing the silhouettes of the beasts with glowing eyes is pure nightmare fuel. They are waiting for the royalty to return just so they can finish the job. Dropping cryptic lines about inevitability while Ain tries to help him up is peak manga writing. Marco is really suffering for his art right now. Looking back at the castle, Ain realizes the world is way more complicated than he thought. The history between royalty and foxes is definitely messy. Standing together at the edge of the ruins, they look like a duo that could conquer anything. Too bad one of them is a cursed knight stuck in the past. Handing over a mysterious box as a parting gift is the classic quest reward. Marco is really looking out for the boy even after almost losing his mind. Telling him he can forge a legendary sword out of what is inside is a massive hype moment. Ain is basically getting a legendary loot drop for just surviving tea time. Asking the big question of why he is being so helpful is what we all want to know. Ain finally realizes he has some serious royal backing. Staring through that visor, Marco's silence says 1,000 words. He has that stoic energy that only the best characters possess, proclaiming that a knight serving royalty is just the natural order as based as hell. Marco is a real one for sticking to his code even in a ruined world. Questioning why he spared the investigation unit shows Ain is actually using his brain. Marco's mercy is apparently part of a much bigger plan. Revealing he made a promise to protect everyone is the ultimate hero trope. Marco is out here being a guardian angel in heavy armor. Flashing back to a mysterious girl with ribbons, we get a glimpse of the motivation behind the man. This is where the real feels start kicking in. Remembering the simple goal of getting along with everyone is enough to make a grown man cry. The demon lord was apparently a total sweetheart. Seeing the giant knight and the little girl together is peak wholesome content. This flashback is absolute cinema and I won't hear otherwise. Finding out the demon lord was the one who wanted peace is a total plot twist for Ain. Our boy is shook by the actual history of this place. Laughing it off, Ain finally gets the vibe and realizes why Marco is so dedicated. Protecting a legacy of kindness is a mission worth having. Waving goodbye as he heads back to his squad, Ain looks like he just made a lifelong ally. Marco stands there like a proud statue watching him go. Shouting back a thank you for the rabbit meat is the most Ain thing ever. Broly prioritizes his stomach even during a dramatic exit. Standing alone in the ruins, Marco looks like the loneliest Chad in existence. He has done his part, now it is up to the next generation to not mess it up. Seeing Lloyd and the guards rush in like they are late to a meeting is hilarious. They really missed the whole boss encounter in the tea party. Playing it off as being kidnapped by a monster is technically true, but he is leaving out the tea and biscuits part. The guards are absolutely losing their minds with worry. Watching the elite guards beg for punishment because they let the MC get snatched is comedy gold. Ain is just standing there like it is no big deal while they have a breakdown. Telling everyone to keep their eyes peeled for the monster is ironic since that monster just gave a gift. The disconnect between Ain and his guards is reaching peak levels. Thinking about how chivalrous Marco was makes Ain realize that monsters can be more human than people. This kid is growing up way too fast. Looking at the towering castle, Ain feels a strange connection to the past. It is like he is finally finding his place in this crazy world. Showing the box to Klon later, our boy is ready to see what kind of legendary material he scored. Klon looks worried, probably thinking it is something cursed. Opening the box to find Marco's old helmet is a total shocker. Ain thought it was a severed head at first, which is a total mood for this series. Discussing how to turn a helmet into a sword sounds like high-level crafting logic. Klon is already ahead of the game with a letter of introduction for a master smith. Hearing about a legendary blacksmith named Matan in the Holy Land of Smiths is the ultimate quest hook. Klon is really the best support character bro could ask for. Heading straight to the shop because our MC has zero patience for a better weapon. Look at that dragon skull on the roof, you know this guy is legit. Checking out the shop sign that looks like it was carved by a drunk ogre. If the sign is this rough, the smith must be a total beast. Seeing random meats hanging outside a blacksmith shop is a huge red flag. Is he making swords or a BBQ? Honestly, I'm down for both. Standing in front of the most chaotic-looking building in the city, the squad is definitely questioning their life choices. This place has 0 Yelp reviews for a reason. Doubting if this is really the right place is the only logical reaction. Ain looks like he is about to walk into a trap, but the plot demands progress. Lloyd and Dill getting ready to breach the door like it's a SWAT raid is top-tier guard energy. They are not taking any more chances with Ain's safety. Peeking inside first like a true curious protagonist, Ain sees something that defies all logic. The yelling from inside sounds like a total madhouse. Watching a guy yell at his apprentice for using their legs to swing a hammer is peak blacksmithing. This isn't a workshop, it's a circus with fire. Meeting the master smith and his bird girl apprentice is the most chaotic introduction yet. Bro looks like he has not slept since the Great War and is ready to fight anyone who walks in. Starting off strong with a title page featuring our girl Emimi looking like she's ready to cook up some legendary gear. This bird girl is literally carrying the aesthetic of the workshop on her back. Peep the detail on that hammer because we're about to see some top-tier craftsmanship. You know things are getting serious when the mangaka gives us a close-up of the tools of the trade. Ain walks into this dusty-looking workshop and honestly, it's a vibe. Even though it's a mess, the boy is humble as always, not even tripping about the clutter. Meet the squad, blacksmith Matan and his student Emime, who's apparently been waiting for a customer for 3 whole years. Bro, business must be absolutely cooked if they're this hyped to see a human soul. Matan is a real one, saying he only takes jobs if the materials are actually worth his time. He's not here to craft some mid-tier iron daggers for noobs. Look at those eyes. Matan is witnessing something that's about to change his entire career path. Out comes the living armor's helmet and bro is losing his mind. This isn't just metal, this is peak monster drop material right here. Realizing this belonged to Marco just adds that extra layer of emotional damage and respect. Ain is really out here carrying the legacy of absolute chads in a box. Living armor material is apparently national treasure tier because these monsters only shed their skin once in a lifetime. Matan is treating this like he just found a legendary item in a gacha pool. Accepting the job is one thing, but the price tag is about to be diabolical. He needs a special magic stone furnace just to handle the heat required for this material. Ain is sitting there thinking 5 million is affordable like he's not a teenager with a royal bank account. Must be nice to have that crown prince budget, am I right? Psych. The total is actually 70 million because the service fee is another 20 million on top. Ain literally looks like he's about to see God after hearing that number. Klon is just standing there taking notes like she's buying groceries while Ain is whispering in her ear about how insane this is. Our boy is stressing while the waifu is staying composed, reminding him that 70 million is a steal compared to his actual worth is some top-tier loyalty. She knows her man is the GOAT and deserves the best gear. Why stop at the helmet when you can use sea dragon material for the hilt too? They're really out here building a literal Excalibur for our boy Ain. Since the best materials are back at the capital, Lloyd suggests just shipping them over. The logistics of being a royal are honestly exhausting to think about. Matan isn't having it though because a true artist needs to pick his own materials. He's a bit of a diva, but when you're that good at smithing you get a pass. Klon is cooking up a plan because she knows exactly how to handle these stubborn craftsmen. She's got that business riz that you just can't teach. Suggesting they just move the entire operation to the capital is the ultimate power move. Why wait for shipping when you can just move the whole shop? Dropping the bomb that she's the granddaughter of the August company chairman explains why she's so based. She's literally offering to bankroll the entire relocation project. Mouton is actually considering it because the chance to pick through the capital's finest materials is every blacksmith's dream. This is absolute cinema for his career. Ain is finally realizing that his aide is not just a pretty face but a literal shark in the boardroom. She's securing the bag for her family business and her man at the same time, looking at her like she's a goddess because, let's be real, a talented woman is the ultimate flex. Klon is officially S-tier waifu material for this. Mouton hands over the blueprints and officially leaves the details to the young lady. The deal is sealed and the hype is building. Bro is already dreaming of his new house and brand new furnace in the capital. He's basically retiring into luxury while still doing what he loves. Emime is hyped to leave this ghost town because having no customers for years is a massive L. They're finally moving up in the world. Promising to make the best sword ever is the kind of energy we need. Ain is about to be the most dripped-out warrior in the kingdom. Watching them pack up and close the shop feels like the end of an era and the start of a new one. It's a quick transition, but we love to see the progress. Lloyd and Ain are just standing there impressed by how fast Mouton makes decisions. When you're a Chad, you don't hesitate. Checking the final bill has them both looking like they just saw a ghost. Even for a royal, 70 million plus relocation costs is a lot of zeros. The shop sign is left behind as they head out to the capital. This amount of money is truly legendary, and everyone is feeling the weight of it. Transitioning to the night sky because we're moving on to the next big event. The atmosphere is shifting from the dusty forge to the high-class life. Looking down at the capital at night, it's clear we're in for some fancy royal business. The city is glowing, and so is our boy's future. Ain is finally suited up in his formal attire, like a literal prince. The drip is immaculate, and he's ready to navigate the snakes in the ballroom. King Ishtalika is giving a big speech to thank the crown prince and the knights. It's a celebration of their massive W against the monsters. Nobles are swarming Ain like he's a celebrity, praising his valor for taking down the sea dragon. Bro is literally the main character and everyone knows it. Staying humble and giving all the credit to Lloyd and the guards is why Ain is the GOAT. He's not out here hunting for clout, he's just a real one. Raising the glasses for a toast because it's a good night for the kingdom. Long live Ishtalika, and long live the prince's Riz. Mom enters the room looking like a total baddie in that dress. She's reminding Ain that he deserves this reward after all the hard work he's put in. Teasing him about his father being displeased if they didn't have a party is such a mom thing to do. She knows exactly how to handle him. Just a quick shot of our boy trying to stay composed during all this high society madness. He's doing his best to not look overwhelmed. Noticing Chris the elf waifu hiding behind a pillar like she's playing hide and seek. She's too nervous to approach him because she's down bad. Mom tells him to go talk to her because she knows the vibes. Chris has been waiting for him to come back from his expedition for way too long. Giving him the assertive advice is peak motherly wingman behavior. She wants her son to finally stop being a simp and start being a Chad. Ain walks up and invites her to the terrace to cool off. That's the classic move right there, getting her away from the crowd for some private time. Looking out over the city under the moonlight is the perfect setting for a romantic moment. The manga is really setting the stage for something big. Standing on the balcony together, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a sea dragon's tooth. Ain is finally making his move. Seeing Chris with her hair down is a rare sight and she looks absolutely stunning. The elf ears just add to the aesthetic. Dropping the line that it looks good on her is some natural risk. Ain is finally speaking the language of a protagonist. She's blushing so hard her face might actually explode. Chris is officially cooked, she can't handle the compliments. Trying to play it cool by talking about the weather and the twins. We all know they're both thinking about something else entirely. Focusing in on the emotion here because things are about to get real. The small talk is over and the heart-to-heart is beginning. Looking into her eyes, you can see the sadness she's been hiding. She's been carrying a lot while he was away, clenching her fist because she's frustrated with herself. She's not just a knight, she's someone who truly cares for him. Admitting that the only thing missing while he was gone was... That's a heavy confession to drop on a terrace at night. She was worried sick the entire time he was out there fighting for his life. It's hard being the one left behind while your favorite person is in danger. Ain is listening intently, realizing just how much he means to her. He's finally seeing the depth of her feelings, flashing back to all the insane battles he's been through recently. From sea dragons to bomb riots, our boy has been through the meat grinder. Chris hated herself for not being able to do anything while he was far away. She wants to be his shield, not just a spectator. Seeing her tear up is actually painful, because we know how much she respects and loves him. She's breaking down right in front of him. Calling it heartbreaking is an understatement. This is the moment where the cool knight persona completely vanishes. Looking at him with those big emotional eyes, she's completely vulnerable. Ain has to do something now or he's officially a fraud. Chris-san is struggling to find the words through her tears. She's trying to hold on to her dignity but it's a losing battle. Shouting that she wants to protect him even though he's technically her superior. She's throwing away the rules for her own heart, apologizing for being selfish and trying to wipe away the tears. She thinks she's being a burden, but we all know better, looking up in surprise because Ain isn't letting her walk away. The moment is shifting from sad to legendary. He grabs her hand and pulls her back, showing that he's not gonna let her suffer alone. This is absolute cinema, folks. Chris is trying to excuse herself, but Ain is holding on tight. He's finally taking his mother's advice to heart, locked in a gaze that says more than words ever could. This is the peak of the chapter right here. Holding her hand firmly, he's letting her know that he hears her and he's not going anywhere. The Riz levels are off the charts, realizing that she feels restricted by her position as a marshal. He's starting to connect the dots on why she's been so hesitant, recalling what his mom and Clone said about rewards and achievements. He's processing all the advice he's received today, putting on that serious face because he's about to suggest a non-recommended way to handle this. Our boy is going rogue for his girl. Standing under the moon, looking like a total boss, he's ready to claim what's his and reward himself for once. Deciding to take the rewards that have been piling up is the most based thing he's ever said. Ain is officially in his Chad era. Enrollment. Look at this castle glowing under the moonlight like a total flex. Something big is about to go down in the throne room and the vibes are already immaculate. Our boy Ain is standing before the king ready to claim his hard-earned loot. Grandfather is looking stoic, but you know he's low-key impressed by the lad's growth. Check out Chris looking all nervous in the background while the heavy hitters talk. She's probably wondering if she's about to get cooked by some royal politics or if her career is on the line. Bringing the best girl into the spotlight is a major power move from our protagonist. Ain asks for permission to have her stand by him like the absolute Chad he is. King starts fishing for what Ain wants as a reward for his legendary hustle. Little does the old man know, Ain is about to drop a logic bomb that will shake the whole room. Mentioning Lloyd Glacier right off the bat is a bold strategy that no one saw coming. Ain isn't looking for gold or titles for himself because he's busy looking out for the homies. Remembering how Lloyd held it down during that Sea Dragon rampage is essential for this argument. Without his skills, the entire kingdom would have been sent back to the lobby way sooner. Reinstating him as marshal is the goal, and everyone's jaw just hit the floor in sync. Look at those, is he for real? Faces from the council members who are totally caught off guard. Grandfather tries to hit him with the "but Chris has the job now" logic to shut him down. He thinks he's got our boy cornered in a zero-sum game, but Ain is 3 steps ahead. Realizing that one has to step down for the other to rise makes the situation incredibly spicy. Ain is just standing there with his eyes closed, cooking up the ultimate solution to please everyone. Betting it all on one play, Ain declares he's using every single reward he's earned from his missions. This is peak absolute cinema right here, and I'm totally here for the audacity. Demanding Chris be moved back to his personal bard unit is a 500 IQ move. He's basically saying he wants his favorite thick waifu back by his side 24/7 without any distractions. Watching the king's hand clench shows how much this request is testing his royal patience. You don't shuffle high-ranking military positions like a deck of cards at a frat party. Questioning if Ain thinks the marshal position is just a toy is a classic old man power move. The king is trying to flex his authority to shut the conversation down before he loses control. Dropping the "stop talking nonsense" line is a heavy blow intended to put the kid in his place. The king's aura is getting dark and oppressive, trying to intimidate our young protagonist into submission. Old man Warren tries to jump in and play mediator before things get too heated between the royals. Can smell the beef cooking and wants to cool the stove before the whole kitchen catches fire. Shutting down the advisor with a "wait until I finish" is the most based thing I've seen all week. Ain's eyes are literally glowing with that main character energy that says he's the one in charge now. Feeling that insane pressure, Warren realizes Ain has the caliber of a true king already. Even the king himself looks a bit rattled by the kid's sheer audacity and mental fortitude. Standing his ground, Ain explains this isn't just a whim, it's for the ultimate benefit of the whole nation. The king is literally out of his seat in shock as the logic starts to sink in. Breaking down the specific skill sets of Lloyd and Chris shows Ain has been doing his homework. Lloyd is built for leading massive armies, while Chris is the ultimate protector for VIPs. Putting everyone in their ideal roles is how you build a winning team that can't be stopped. Ain is playing 4D chess with the kingdom's future while everyone else is still playing checkers. Admitting it's a sound argument, the king finally starts to simmer down and listen to reason. He's starting to see that his grandson might actually be a tactical genius in the making. Queen Mother steps in with that gentle "let him cook" energy to support her son's vision. Having the most beautiful woman in the room on your side is a massive W for any argument. Sighing in defeat, the king realizes he can't argue with perfect logic and a solid plan. He's officially been outmaneuvered by a kid, and he knows there's no turning back now. Ordering the paperwork to be drawn up means the deal is sealed and the rewards are spent. Chris is standing there looking like she just won the lottery and a lifetime supply of happiness. Appointing her as the personal bodyguard for Ain and Olivia is exactly what we wanted to see. Look at that stunned but happy expression on her face as she realizes she's staying with her favorite person. Telling her he's counting on her is the king's way of passing the torch and showing trust. He's finally accepting that Ain knows what he's doing when it comes to picking his team. Bowing deeply, Chris accepts the new role with all the grace and loyalty of a top-tier knight. The vibes in the room just from 0 to 100 real quick as the tension evaporates. Throwing a smug little smile at her is how Ain celebrates his massive political victory. He knew exactly how to manipulate the situation to get what he wanted all along. Walking through the halls late at night, the two of them are finally alone after the royal drama. Chris is still vibrating from the shock of the whole situation and the scale of the sacrifice. Apologizing for making him waste all his rewards shows how down-to-earth and humble she is. She's worried she's a burden, but she has no idea how much our boy Ain values her presence. Flashing that wholesome smile, Ain tells her it's fine because this is what he truly wanted. Chris is blushing so hard right now it's actually adorable, and I'm totally shipping them. Seeing this montage of her watching him grow up really hits the feels for the longtime viewers. She's been there from the start, and now the little boy is becoming a man right before her eyes. Noticing the height difference is making her realize just how much he's changed physically. He's not that tiny kid she used to carry around anymore, and that realization is hitting her hard. Predicting he'll be taller than her soon is Ain's way of teasing her and showing his confidence. He's growing up fast, and he wants her to notice that he's becoming a real man. Measuring their height side by side shows he's almost at eye level with her already. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife, and the chemistry is off the charts. Panicking because he got too close is peak waifu behavior that we all love to see. She says she doesn't hate it, but her heart is probably doing 200 BPM and her brain is melting. Zooming in on that blushing face is exactly what the fans needed to confirm her feelings. She is absolutely down bad for our boy, and her reaction is the cutest thing in this entire chapter. Asking for one more favor while clutching her chest like that is a huge cliffhanger for the viewers. What could she possibly want after he just spent all his rewards on her? Screaming for him to just call her Krez is the most wholesome and heartwarming thing ever. She wants to drop the formalities and just be close to him on a personal level. Seeing her start to cry from sheer embarrassment is a total mood for anyone who's ever been in love. Ain is just standing there confused, wondering why she's suddenly leaking water from her eyes. Agreeing to the request, Ain keeps it cool and casual like the natural-born Rizzler he is. He doesn't even realize how much of a heartthrob move he's making right now. Looking forward to working with her as Chris makes her heart skip a beat and her face glow. That smile is a lethal weapon that could take down a dragon without even trying. Standing there in a daze, she can't believe he actually said her name without the formal titles. The girl is floating on cloud 9 and probably won't be able to sleep for a week. Bursting into the happiest laugh you've ever seen is pure soul-cleansing energy for the audience. This is the massive W she deserved after all the stress of the martial position. Hype levels are reaching critical mass as she shouts his name with pure joy. Look at those legs and that silhouette. The author definitely knows exactly what the culture wants. Laughing together like a couple of besties is the wholesome content we live for in these recaps. They've got the best chemistry in the whole series, and it's not even a competition. Running off into the distance like a schoolgirl in love is a great look for our favorite knight. She's literally skipping away from the scene because she's so hyped about the name change. Watching her go, Ain has that look of a man who just completed a highly successful mission. Everything is coming up Milhouse for our hero as he secures his future with his favorite person. Fast forwarding 3 months later, the capital is looking grander and more detailed than ever. Time skips usually mean new gear, new abilities, and even bigger threats on the horizon. Visiting the blacksmith shop reveals a massive dragon skull on the roof that looks totally metal. You know whatever is being forged inside is going to be a legendary addition to his kit. Grouping up with the squad, Ain is ready to see the final product of all that hard work. Even the bunny girl and the other waifus are here to witness the reveal of the masterpiece. Laying in the box is the greatest masterpiece of the blacksmith's entire professional life. That sword looks like it was forged in the heart of a dying star and polished with dragon tears. Picking up his new partner, Ain looks like he just found his literal soulmate in weapon form. The design on that blade is absolutely top tier and matches his royal aesthetic perfectly. Shaking with loyalty, the sword is reacting to Ain's touch as if it has a mind of its own. It's not just a weapon, it's a living piece of prideful material bound to his soul. Taking a few practice swings, Ain is amazed at how light and perfectly balanced it feels in his hand. It's moving through the air like a hot knife through butter, making zero sound. Feeling like the sword is an extension of his own will is the ultimate power-up for any swordsman. This isn't just gear anymore, it's a part of his body and his combat style now. Getting compliments from the ladies is the cherry on top of an already amazing day for our boy. Chris thinks he looks elegant with it, and honestly she's speaking for all of us right now. Testing the sharpness on a sea dragon's spine is the ultimate durability check for this new blade. This thing is supposedly harder than the armor used on massive royal warships. Comparing it to the toughest materials known to man makes the stakes incredibly high for this test. If it fails here, it's a huge L for the blacksmith and a waste of rare materials. Fearing for the blade, Ain is actually nervous about breaking his brand new toy on the first try. He doesn't want to ruin the masterpiece before he even gets to use it in a real fight. Tapping it lightly against the bone, the blade starts to sink in effortlessly like it's not even there. It's like the legendary dragon spine is made of wet cardboard or soft cheese. Cutting through the whole thing without even trying is a certified hood classic moment theories. Everyone's eyes are popping out of their sheer, unadulterated power of this sword. Screaming in confusion, even the blacksmith doesn't understand how he managed to make something this cracked. It's officially the most broken weapon in the game, and Ain is the one wielding it. Realizing the sword needs a name is the next big step in its journey to becoming a legend. A legendary blade without a proper name is like a Chad without his signature Riz. Deciding to wait for Marco to name it shows how much respect and love Ain has for his friend. He's already looking forward to their next reunion so they can celebrate this win together. Shifting the scene to a dark and gloomy location usually means some serious trouble is brewing. The vibe just took a massive nosedive into the shadows, and I'm getting worried for our boy. Groaning in pain, we see a knight struggling on the floor of a cold, damp cell in the middle of nowhere. This is looking pretty grim for whoever is trapped under that heavy suit of armor. Repeating how wonderful someone is sounds like total madness or extreme obsession to me. This guy is either deeply in love or absolutely losing his mind to some dark influence. Laughing like a maniac while smashing stuff around the room is a clear sign that he's totally cooked. There's something dark and supernatural going on here that we need to figure out fast. Fighting against a beast inside him for hundreds of years is some high-level lore that changes everything. He's barely holding on to his humanity at this point, and it's a struggle for every breath. Thinking about Ain is the only thing keeping his soul from being completely devoured by the darkness. He won't give up until that special person returns to the land once again to save him. Reaching out into the darkness, he congratulates himself for resisting the night yet again. Marco is going through it in that cell, and we need to see him rescued by the squad ASAP. Looking out the window, he gives thanks to that wonderful person one last time before the shadows return. The loyalty is real, but the situation is getting more dire with every passing second. Feeling his soul creak as he slumps against the wall is a heavy and emotional ending to the chapter. We've got a major mystery on our hands, and the stakes have never been higher for Ain. Look at my boy Ain, looking like an absolute Chad in his royal drip, thinking about a future where he's the top dog and everyone has to respect the Riz. Chilling in the library, probably looking for some bidden scrolls or just a quiet place to hide. Finding Chris acting all sus and nervous for no reason at all, tripping out because she thinks Ain is gonna pull a fast one and suck out her magic stone, which sounds way more suggestive than it should. Remembering that time Kama-san got tangled up in some suspicious-looking roots. Hearing from mom that spreading roots means you're officially an adult, which is a wild way to hit puberty. Battling some seriously complicated feelings while Ain just tries to finish his homework, interrupted by Lloyd bearing a letter from the king that's probably not a birthday invite. Learning it's time for the anniversary of the previous king's death, a real vibe killer. Contemplating the heavy burden of being the future king while looking all dramatic. Walking through the greenery to get to the most expensive graveyard in the kingdom. Pulling up to the cemetery with the grandpa king, who is looking like a total boss. Standing among the graves of the previous kings of Ishtalika, which is a lot of history to process. Looking at the massive gravestone of King Jael, the OG who started this whole mess. Following grandpa's lead because today is the death anniversary of the previous king. Mastering the royal ritual to show some respect to the ancestors. Placing the sword to the chest and bowing, looking like a true knight of the realm. Witnessing the sword glow like a gamer keyboard because it reacts to human bones. Laughing it off because at least they know for sure grandpa is actually in the ground. Dropping a heavy question about what it actually takes to be a king. Wondering about the caliber of a king because our boy wants to be based, not basic. Seeing grandpa get all philosophical because Ain is finally growing up. Remembering all the crazy stuff that's happened so far and how far he's come. Accepting the cold hard truth that a king has to control life and death. Feeling the weight of those words hit like a truck because being a king isn't just about the crown. Staring at the royal crest and realizing this path is no joke. Learning that being self-centered is the fastest way to get cooked in the history books. Clenching that fist because the pressure is real and the doubts are creeping in. Getting told to take his time and think it through, which is the ultimate bro advice. Heading back inside before they both catch a cold and end up in the infirmary. Watching the moon rise over the castle, setting the mood for some late-night overthinking. Standing alone in the throne room, looking tiny compared to the destiny waiting for him. Eyeing that throne like it's the final boss of his life. Replaying grandpa's warning about being self-centered over and over in his head. Admitting to himself that he's got a long way to go before he's a true Chad. Looking back at all his battles and wondering if he did it all for the right reasons. Worrying that he might just be a self-centered guy after all, which is a major L. Getting saved by Chris, who shows up looking like an absolute goddess with those top-tier waifu proportions. Hearing her footsteps as she approaches to snap him out of his funk. Watching her reach out because she knows her boy is struggling and needs some support. Witnessing the absolute peak of the chapter as she offers him her magic stone in the most intimate way possible. Freaking out because she just put his hand right on her chest, and our boy is officially down bad for this elf ritual. Asking if he can touch the other side too, because Ain has zero chill when it comes to thick waifus. Learning this is an ancient elf ritual for trust, which is the best excuse I've ever heard in manga history, showing utmost trust and affection through some very tactical physical contact. Hearing her promise to be by his side forever, which is the ultimate Riz move, looking into her eyes and realizing he's not alone in this royal grind. Feeling that bond get stronger because Chris is a real one who always has his back, getting teased for always being saved by her. But hey, we take those wholesome wins. Smiling because the dark thoughts are gone and the motivation is back at 100%. Realizing Grandpa and Lloyd were lurking in the shadows like total creeps watching the whole thing. Listening to Grandpa praise Chris for being the perfect bodyguard and a reliable waifu choice. Laughing at the fact that she used a marriage ritual to cheer him up, which is absolute cinema. Calling Ain a precocious little prince because he's already moving like a total pro with the ladies. Skipping to the training grounds where the knights are getting their daily workout in. Spotting Lloyd and deciding it's time for a little sparring session to test his new resolve. Flexing that radiant expression because our boy is feeling himself after that elf ritual. Asking Lloyd to be his partner and not hold back, which is a bold move for someone who was crying 5 minutes ago. Getting ready to see what Ain is truly capable of when he stops holding back and unleashes the beast. Announcing that it's time for his current full power, and you just know the animation budget is about to explode. Unleashing an absolute nuke of an attack that looks like absolute cinema on every level. Sending shockwaves through the entire area like he's a walking natural disaster. Slamming down with enough force to make Lloyd question his entire career, and maybe his life choices. Breaking the ground and the air itself, because our boy is just built different. Observing the dust settle after a move that probably cost the kingdom a fortune in training ground repairs. Leaving the other knights completely speechless because they just witnessed a literal god in training. Feeling the aftershocks of a power that's clearly on a whole different level from everyone else. Seeing the smoke clear as Ain stands there looking like the main character he was born to be. Catching his breath after showing everyone why he's the future king of this whole world. Thanking Lloyd for the help while Lloyd just tries to process his near-death experience with a smile. Apologizing for destroying the training ground before casually walking away like a boss. Seeing Lloyd literally shaking because he realized how much power Ain was actually hiding under that smile. Calling Ain a terrifying person because the power creep in this manga is getting out of hand. Watching our boy run off into the future, ready to become the strongest and most based king ever. Marching right into chapter 46 titled Beloved Homeland, and we are starting with some serious main character energy. Look at our boy Ain walking through the palace with a massive bouquet of flowers like he's about to rizz up the entire kingdom. All the guards and maids are bowing down because they know who the real boss is. Walking through these massive pillars, Ain is looking focused and ready for some deep lore drops. Suddenly, the king himself shows up looking like a total Chad with that majestic beard to ask if Ain has figured out what it means to have the caliber of a king. Staring back with zero hesitation, Ain tells his grandpa that his path isn't wrong and he's fully committed to the grind. Gramps realizes that the first king is still the ultimate goal for Ain, which is honestly based because you gotta aim for the top. Dropping some rare vulnerability, the king admits he actually envied the king back in the day, because the guy's achievements were just built different. Looking at Ain's face, the old man sees the potential for our boy to actually reach those legendary heights. Giving one last piece of advice, the king tells him to keep his manners in check before they part ways. Stepping out into the light, Ain heads towards the final resting place of the legends. Entering this massive mausoleum feels like absolute cinema with these giant gravestones that probably more than a small city. Kneeling down to pay his respects, Ain offers the flowers and prepares to have a heart-to-heart with a dead guy. Focusing his mind, he's ready to pour his soul out right here. Flashing back to all the people supporting him, especially the waifus like Klon and Olivia, Ain realizes he can't just be a simple fanboy anymore. Declaring his true intentions to the wind, he says he doesn't just want to follow the first king, he wants to surpass him. Standing tall after dropping that heavy line, our boy is looking like a straight-up protagonist. Bidding farewell to the tomb, he thinks his work here is done for the day. Walking away from the graves, something suddenly clicks in his brain that makes him stop dead in his tracks. Realizing that something is definitely not right, Ain starts sweating because the vibes are suddenly rancid. Thinking back to how his sword reacted before, he remembers it's supposed to glow when it's near the royal remains. Turning around with a look of pure shock, he's starting to realize he might have been bamboozled. Staring at the massive monument, the silence is actually deafening. Rushing back to the grave of the first king, he needs to confirm if his eyes are playing tricks on him. Holding up his sword, he sees the cold, hard truth. The blade isn't glowing at all, which means the first king's remains are straight up gone. Scanning the area like a detective, he's trying to figure out how someone could just lose a whole king. Looking down at the empty spot where the body should be, Ain is officially losing his mind because this is some high-level conspiracy stuff. Thinking about his grandfather, he realizes the old man probably doesn't even know the tomb is a hollow shell. Touching the inscription that says he's laid to rest in his beloved homeland, Ain starts putting the pieces together. Connecting the dots between the First King's rules and the Demon Lord, he feels a connection that's honestly kind of terrifying. Clenching his gear as he stands up, the mystery is officially afoot. Looking at the castle towers, he wonders if the beloved homeland mentioned on the grave is somewhere else entirely. Fading into the night, the palace looks peaceful, but we know the plot is thickening like crazy. Grinding in the library later that night, Ain is buried in books trying to find the truth. Blessing our eyes, Klon walks in looking like a total angel and asks if our boy is tired from all that reading. Discussing some official business about Viscount Seiji's old territory, they talk about how the royalty is currently babysitting the land. Looking a bit sad, Clone mentions she can't go with him because she's busy helping Olivia with other royal duties. Asking where exactly this territory is, Ain starts cooking up a plan in his head. Hearing that it's right between Ist and Baltic and requires an overnight train ride, Ain gets that "I'm about to do something illegal" look in his eyes. Thinking this is the perfect opportunity, he's definitely planning to ditch his official duties for a secret mission. Ruffling Klon's hair like a total smooth operator, he tells her to take care of his mom while he's gone. Arriving at the territory on day 1, the scenery is looking pretty peaceful for a place about to be involved in a heist. Walking through the village, the locals are all hyped to see the prince, but Ain is just checking his watch. Boarding the magic train at night, everything seems normal on the surface. Handing a royal letter to his guard Dill, Ain tells him to make sure the driver gets it immediately. Acting all innocent, he tells Dill it's super important and then dismisses him like a boss. Closing the door behind him, the trap is officially set. Screeching into action, the train starts moving, but it's definitely not going where it was supposed to. Running down the hallway in a panic, Dill realizes the train is going the wrong way and demands to know what was in that letter. Sitting there like a stone-cold villain, Ain casually drops the bomb that they are actually heading to Baltic. Explaining that he has royal business to investigate, he basically tells Dill to just deal with it. Sighing in defeat, Dill realizes there's no stopping this train and tells Ain to at least get some rest. Looking at our boy with that "I'm not mad, just disappointed" face, Dill knows he's stuck in this mess now. Smirking because he knows Dill is a real one, Ain is feeling pretty good about his heist. Laughing together like a couple of bros, the tension finally breaks. Telling Dill he's glad he's the one coming along, Ain shows some genuine appreciation for his knight. Crossing a massive bridge under the moonlight, the train is speeding toward the unknown. Catching some Z's, Ain is out cold until a mysterious voice tells him to wake up. Getting poked in the face by a sword sheath, he wakes up wondering if they already arrived at destination. Standing before him is a tall, mysterious guy with long hair who looks like he's about to start a boss fight. Looking over to the side, we see an absolute baddie with some major mommy energy telling him she's going to train him. Gasping in total disbelief, Ain realizes exactly who he's looking at. Bro is literally face to face with the Dullahan and the Elder Lich. And if this isn't absolute cinema, I don't know what is. Suddenly we are dropped into a dreamscape where Ain is face to face with a literal Dullahan and an Elder Lich. Imagine waking up and seeing these two standing over you like you owe them lunch money. The tension is through the roof. Meet Misty and Ramza, the two legendary entities who decided to haunt Ain's sleep schedule today. Misty is looking like an absolute baddie with those curves, while Ramza is just standing there with that "I'm him" energy. Explaining that they didn't actually steal his body, Misty tries to calm him down before things get heated. Time is a luxury they don't have in this mental realm, so they need to get straight to the point of why he's here. Snapping his fingers, Ramza summons a full set of legendary armor out of thin air just to show off his power. Ain is looking like a confused NPC while his drip gets an immediate and massive upgrade. Realizing this is the same armor from the Dullahan he fought before, Ain can't believe he's actually going to borrow it. Protection is key when you're about to get schooled by a literal legend in the art of the blade. Calling Ain's weapon a child's sword, Ramza sees he doesn't need armor to handle this upcoming fight. The sheer audacity of this man is peak Chad behavior, leaving Ain looking absolutely flabbergasted by the disrespect. Gripping his sword with everything he's got, Ain decides it's time to show this long-haired legend what he's actually made of. Never underestimate a protagonist who's just been told he's basically swinging a toothpick. Launching himself forward with a massive strike, Ain tries to catch the knight off guard with his speed. This is the kind of high-stakes action we live for, even if it's all happening inside the boy's head. Shifting gears back to the real world, we see our favorite catgirl scientist conducting some sketchy midnight experiments. A messy room filled with scrolls and a giant cage are never a good sign for the local ecosystem. Holding up a glowing magic stone, she's about to test a theory that could change everything for our boy Ain. If this works, the power scaling in this series is about to go through the roof and into another dimension. Watching as the monster inside the cage devours the stone in one bite, the catgirl realizes her hypothesis was spot on. The crunch sound alone is enough to let you know this thing is not playing around with its food. Witnessing a literal evolution, a giant king bee emerges from the smoke like a terrifying secret boss. This is some straight-up Pokemon evolution, but with way higher stakes and way more nightmare fuel. Celebrating her success, the cat girl puts the giant bug to sleep before it can turn her into a light snack. She's definitely the smartest one in the room, even if she's talking to a giant bee with a stinger the size of a sword. Jotting down the results in her notebook, she confirms that consuming high-grade magic stones is the secret sauce for monster evolution. Ain has been eating these things like candy his whole life, so you already know he's due for a transformation. Realizing that Ain might turn into something completely different very soon, she looks a bit worried about the potential chaos. Being a magic stone eater comes some wild side effects that nobody prepared the poor kid for. Screaming into the night, she curses her nephew for his bad timing while he's out on official duty. The MotherCon Magic Stone Eater tag is absolutely wild, and the author is definitely having too much fun roasting the MC. Returning to the dream fight, we see Ain getting absolutely cooked and sent flying across the field like a ragdoll. Ramza in so fast it's basically a cheat code, making our boy look like a total amateur in front of the waifu. Coughing up dust while lying on the ground, Ain realizes there is a massive gap in their power levels that effort alone can't bridge. Misty is just watching from the sidelines like she's enjoying a 5-star movie with some tea. Dropping the most savage line of the year, Ramza tells Ain straight to his face that he has zero talent for swordsmanship. Imagine getting roasted by a ghost in your own dream. That's just a whole new level of emotional damage. Explaining that Ain only made it this far through sheer effort, Ramza suggests he should fight like a monster. Using those illusion hands sounds way cooler than basic sword swings anyway, so he should lean into his freak side. Hoping that Ain will eventually learn to win with technique rather than just brute forcing everything, Ramza stares him down with those cold eyes. This is the ultimate get good speech from a legendary master who's seen it all. Interjecting from her tea table, Misty tells her man to stop being so vague and give the kid some actual concrete advice. Every legendary mentor needs a baddie to keep them in check and remind them to be helpful. Lifting Ain up by his collar like he's a literal toddler, Ramza doubles down on the "you're just a kid" energy. Ain is fuming at the treatment, but you can't really argue when the guy can bench press your entire existence. Starting the actual training, Ramza fixes Ain's grip and tells him to stop tense before he breaks something. This is that clacks on, wax off moment where the real improvement finally begins for our hero. Giving him the secret sauce on how to engage an opponent, Ramza explains the difference between fighting like a weakling and a king. Ain is finally starting to feel the flow of the battle instead of just swinging wildly. Wondering if this is what it feels like to have a father, Ain gets all emotional during the middle of the training. It's a surprisingly wholesome moment in the middle of all this chaotic sword swinging and dream logic. Smiling as she watches the two bond, Misty looks like a proud mom watching her husband teach the kid how to handle himself. This whole dream sequence just turned into a weirdly heartwarming family outing in the afterlife. Announcing that the main training is finally starting, Ramza ignores the fact that Ain is already gasping for air. No rest for the wicked when you're trying to become the strongest magic stone eater in history. Warning him to memorize the next technique, Ramza gets into a serious stance that screams, "You're about to see God." If Ain doesn't pay attention right now, his brain is going to be scrambled by the next move. Moving with blinding speed, the knight unleashes an attack that nearly takes Ain's head off before he can even blink. This is ab cinema. The frames are literally blurring from the velocity of this legendary technique. Tracking the movements with his eyes, Ain manages to barely block the incoming strike with his own blade. He's actually learning in real time, showing that he's got that protagonist potential hidden deep inside. Clashing blades repeatedly, Ain notices that the attacks feel different and softer than the ones he's used to. Ramza tells him to shut up and keep fighting because the lesson is far from over. Realizing that this knight's demeanor is more impressive than anyone he's met in Ishtalika, Ain is truly inspired. Every swing of Ramza's sword is like a masterclass in how to be a total Chad on the battlefield. Trying to turn the momentum in his favor, Ain keeps hitting back with everything he's learned so far. He knows he can't let his guard down for even a millisecond or it's straight back to the lobby. Pushing himself to control the flow of the fight, Ain is finally starting to look like a real warrior. This is the turning point where he stops being a victim of fate and starts being a genuine threat. Trading blows in a flurry of steel, the intensity of the spar reaches its absolute peak. You can practically sparks flying off the pages as they go toe-to-toe in this mental arena. Locking eyes during the clash, there's a moment of mutual respect between the master and the student. This is what peak shonen training looks like, ladies and gentlemen, pure hype and eye contact. Ending the session abruptly, the dream world starts to fade as time runs out on their little meeting. Just when things were getting spicy, the cold alarm clock of reality starts ringing in Ain's ears. Disappearing into the light, Ramza and Ain stand together one last time before the dream world completely collapses. It's been a wild ride, but our boy is coming back to the real world with some major buffs. Thanking both of them for the strange but valuable experience, Ain's more refreshed than he has in weeks. Misty even recovered his real body's fatigue, which is the ultimate support waifu move. Mentioning a final favor, Ramza looks serious as he gives Ain one last mission to carry out. You know a request from a legendary Dullahan is going to lead to some high-level questing in the future. Accepting the task without hesitation, Ain is ready to do whatever it takes to pay back his new mentors. Our boy has officially leveled up his riz and his resolve in a single nap. Warning him about anyone else who might use that specific sword technique, Ramza leaves him with a chilling message. If Ain encounters another master of this style, it's going to be a fight to the death. Looking into Ain's eyes, the legendary knight says his final goodbyes as the entire vision fades to white. This is the end of the tutorial, and the real game is about to start for the prince. Fading away into nothingness, the dream world leaves Ain alone with his thoughts for one last second. The atmosphere is heavy with the weight of the secrets and power he just inherited. Waking up in his bed, Ain hears his name being called as he slowly returns to the waking world. Takes a second to realize that his crazy dream training session wasn't just a regular nightmare. Finding out they've arrived in the Baltic region, Ain is greeted by his companion while he shakes off the sleep. The mission is back on, and there's no time to waste lounging around in bed. Clenching his fist, Ain can still feel the power and the lessons from the dream coursing through his veins. He's locked in and ready to smoke whoever stands in his way during this journey. Standing tall as they prepare to head out, Ain looks like he's aged 5 years in a single night of training. The drip is immaculate and the energy he's giving off is strictly business from here on out. Looking out at the snowy mountain landscape, the scenery is beautiful, looks incredibly deadly for the unprepared. This is the perfect setting for a massive showdown or a secret meeting with a mysterious ally. Walking through the deep snow, Ain's companion worries about monsters appearing if they stray too far from the city. Little does he know, Ain is basically a monster-slaying machine at this point in the story. Assuring his friend that everything will be fine, Ain mentions that their guide should be appearing any second now. He's got that "I know thing you don't" smile that only a protagonist can pull off. Spotting a figure leaning against a tree in the distance, it looks like someone has been waiting for them in the freezing cold. The mystery is building up, and the atmosphere is getting heavy with anticipation. Revealing a nostalgic and loyal knight standing under the falling snow, the hype is reaching critical levels. This armor looks familiar, and the presence of this warrior is absolutely massive. Dropping the name Marco as the final reveal, the chapter ends on a massive cliffhanger that leaves us wanting more. This is absolute cinema, and the return of this character is going to change everything. Just when you thought things couldn't get any weirder, we're dropping straight into the woods where our boy Ain and his loyal sidekick Dill run into the absolute unit himself, Marco the Knight. This dude is standing there looking like a final boss who wandered into the wrong biome, but apparently, he's not here to send them to the lobby just yet. Dill is out here acting like a protective younger brother, pulling his sword because he doesn't trust anyone without a face. But Marco just raises a hand like, "Relax bro, I'm literally just the Uber driver today." Realizing they're not about to get jumped, Ain and Dill share a look that says they're either about to make a legendary play or get absolutely cooked. Ain decides to roll the dice and asks this walking suit of armor to be their guide, which is basically asking the Terminator for directions to the nearest Starbucks. Marco seems impressed by the sheer size of Ain's stones, noting that the young prince has finally resolved himself for what's coming next. Turns out the destination is the Demon Lord Castle, but they aren't there for a raid, they're visiting a grave, which has Dill losing his mind, because who goes on a field trip to the most dangerous place on the planet just to say hi to a tombstone? Ain drops the lore bomb that they're heading to the innermost grounds where the royalty sleeps, proving once again that our protagonist is built different. Marco just gives a silent nod, which is knight speak for bet, let's get this bread. Walking through the forest becomes a total breeze, because Marco's presence alone is enough to make the local monsters decide they'd rather be anywhere else, giving the boys a VIP pass through the danger zone. Things start looking spicy when they spot purple smoke rising from a poison swamp that even the strongest mages wouldn't touch, but Marco just tells them to watch their step like it's a puddle in a grocery store. Ain stares at the toxicity, probably wondering if the author is trying to hint at how his comment section looks when he picks the wrong waifu. Finally reaching the massive gates, the scale of this place is absolute cinema, making the boys look like ants entering a giant's fridge. Stepping inside, the architecture is giving major gothic vibes, and you just know some heavy plot is about to go down in these halls. They stop in front of a massive set of double doors that lead to the grave, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a butter knife. Marco pauses to give a final warning about a special room created by some wonderful people, which sounds like a massive red flag if I've ever heard one. He tells Ain to be careful, basically calls him a chab by saying he's sure the prince won't lose to whatever is waiting behind door number 1. Ain't brain is working overtime, wondering why this knight is acting so weird and what kind of twisted games are being played in this castle. Deciding to handle this solo, Ain tells Dill to stay back and wait in the hall while Marco goes to do night things, leaving our boy to face his destiny alone. Dill is looking stressed out of his mind, but Ain just sighs like he's about to go do his taxes, instead of walking into a potential death trap, reassuring his buddy that he won't do anything reckless, which is a total lie protagonists always tell. Ain prepares to head in, Pushing those heavy doors open, he says he'll be right back, but we all know that's the international signal for everything is about to go wrong. The room inside is a dark, crusty hallway that looks like it hasn't seen a janitor since the first king was in diapers. Suddenly, a weird smell hits his nose and the sound of rattling chains echoes through the dark, which is never a good sign unless you're into some very specific types of manga. Turning a corner, he finds a girl chained up to the wall, and his hero instincts kick into overdrive immediately. Look at this girl. Bro, the author really cooked with this design, giving us the distressed waifu vibes that have the viewers down bad instantly. Ain rushes over because he's a total Chad, feeling sick to his stomach that someone would be treated this cruelly while she just whispers for him to come closer. He reaches out to her, and the atmosphere gets heavy, like the air itself is trying to tell him to turn around and run. Promising to release her and telling her it's okay now, he's fully committed to the rescue mission. Just as he touches the chains, the vibe shifts from rescue mission to horror movie in 0 seconds flat. The girl grabs his face with a creepy as hell expression and screams "Love me," which is the exact moment Ain realizes he's been bamboozled by a hallucination. Snapping back to reality, he finds himself standing in an empty, dusty room with no chained-up waifu in sight, just a set of closed doors in front of him. He's gasping for air, wondering what kind of genjutsu he just walked into. Realizing it was a hallucination, he tries to steady his heart before it beats out of his chest. Even though he's exhausted and feeling the weight of the curse, he clenches his fist because a true king doesn't let a little mental trauma stop the grind. Approaching the real entrance to the grave, he puts his hand on the handle, ready to see what's actually behind the curtain. The doors creak open, and a blinding light spills out, promising something much different than the basement of horrors he just left. Squinting against the glare, Ain steps through and finds himself in a place that looks like a literal piece of heaven, hidden in a dark castle. It's a massive graveyard under a glass dome, with beautiful pillars and a view that is straight-up absolute cinema. Standing there in awe, he realizes the contrast between the nasty hallway and this peaceful sanctuary is insane. He pulls out some flowers he brought, noting that whoever built this place was beyond obsessed with making it perfect. Approaching the tomb of the first king, he prepares to pay his respects to the legend who started it all. He pulls out a sword, looking solemn as he confirms his suspicions about the history of his bloodline. Reading the inscription on the next grave, he sees the name Jael von Isthalika, the second king, and the pieces of the puzzle start falling into place. Realizing who the first king actually was, a ghostly image of the demon lord Ashi appears before him, and man, she is an absolute top-tier waifu. She's standing there looking regal and mysterious, confirming that the history books might have skipped a few chapters. Ain looks at the other graves, seeing the spirits of the past lingering in the air like a family reunion from beyond the veil. We see Misty and Ramza, looking like they stepped right out of a legendary epic, and you can tell these people lived some high-stakes lives. It hits Ain that the second king was forced to kill his own family, which is some Shakespearean levels of tragedy right there. Seeing all the spirits gathered together is a moment of pure beauty, showing that despite all the blood and war, there's still a bond there. Ain smiles, knowing that they don't actually hate each other and that returning here was the right move. Moving to the queen's tombstone, he notices her maiden name is faded, but as he leans in to read it, his face goes completely pale. Seeing that family name sends a shockwave through his system, and he's looking like he just saw a ghost, well, a scarier ghost than the ones he just met. Outside the castle, the wind is howling, matching the storm that's currently brewing in Ain't Head. He finally exits the room, looking like a different person, while Dill is still standing guard like the loyal dog he is. Ain tells him he's gathered everything he wanted to know, but his vibe is incredibly dark now. He looks Dill dead in the eye and tells him that no matter what happens next, he is not to interrupt. This is the face of a man who just found out the truth and is ready to crash the entire system. Marco is waiting for them in the hall, asking if the prince is finished with his business in the graveyard. Ain keeps it brief, saying it's dawn and they're heading back to Baltic, but you can feel the smoke coming off him. As they start to walk away, Ain's eyes are shadowed, and you know he's just waiting for the right moment to drop a tactical nuke of words. Marco, acting all high and mighty, asks how he liked the room that the wonderful people created. He starts glazing the creators, saying it must have been a marvelous and holy place for the prince to experience. Ain clenches his fist so hard his glove is about to rip, looking like he's 1 second away from choosing violence. He turns around and drops the coldest line of the series, telling Marco that it wasn't marvelous, it's the absolute worst place he's ever seen. Marco's helmet starts glowing with an ominous light, and the atmosphere gets heavy enough to crush a normal person. The knight starts tweaking, saying that worst isn't the right answer, and that Ain must be sick to say something like that. He starts rambling about medicine and drugs he uses to keep his sanity, proving that this dude is officially cooked. Ain's eyes are burning with a ferocity we haven't seen before, ready to face whatever monster is hiding under that armor. Suddenly, Marco explodes with a massive aura of dark energy, screaming that this is all for Ain's own good while the entire hall starts to shake. It's officially boss fight time, and our boy is standing his ground against a literal shadow demon, leaving us on the ultimate cliffhanger. Kicking things off in the castle where the vibes are officially rancid. Our boy Ain is staring down Marco, the most loyal knight to ever do it, but things are looking dicey. Dill is over here sweating like he's in a high-stakes poker game because Marco is losing his mind. Ain tells him to take a seat because the main character is about to cook. Gripping that sword like his life depends on it, Ain is locking in. He knows this isn't just a random mob fight, it's personal. Screaming that it has to be him to settle this, our hero is ready to throw hands. Look at that determination, the animation budget is definitely peaking here. Zooming in on that weapon, you just know it's packed with enough magic to level a small village. Marco isn't playing games today. Charging forward with zero fear, Marco is basically a walking tank. He's inviting Ain over for a treatment at his house, but I don't think he's offering tea and crumpets. Blades are clashing so hard the sparks are probably blinding everyone in a 5-mile radius. This isn't just a duel. It's a full-on heavy metal concert with swords, staring into the abyss of each other's eyes. The tension is thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. One wrong move and someone is getting sent straight to the Shadow Realm. Moving so fast they're basically just blurs on the page, the exchange of blows is straight up peak fiction. If you blink, you're missing 3 different ways Ain almost got sliced. Dill is standing there completely flabbergasted by the sheer speed of these two monsters. Bro realizes he's just a spectator in a world of absolute chads. Realizing that Marco's sword style is a literal carbon copy of the one from his dreams, Ain is starting to put the pieces together. The lore is finally loring, boys. Groaning through the pain, Marco is holding on to his fighting spirit with a death grip. Even as a broken mess, the man has more riz than the entire supporting cast. Switching up the stance and taking a calculated step forward, Ain is playing 4D chess with this fight. He's not just swinging, he's analyzing every frame, lunging in for the kill. The movement is fluid and deadly. You can almost hear the boss music hitting the second phase right now. Staggering back and gasping for air, Marco is finally feeling the weight of the fight. Bro is officially cooked, and the lobby is calling his name. Questioning how his sword could possibly be blocked, Marco is having a midlife crisis mid-fight. He thinks his faith is enough, but honestly he's just fighting a protagonist. Screaming about his loyalty like a true simp for the crown, Marco is reaching his breaking point. Ain is just standing there like it's just another Tuesday. Explosive damage sends Marco's arm flying off into the sunset. That's gotta be a major durability issue. Someone check his warranty. Looking at his severed limb like it's just a minor inconvenience, Marco is still trying to talk about loyalty. Dill and Ain are looking on in absolute horror. Glinting from behind the visor, it looks like there's still a tiny spark of the original knight left in there. He's fighting his own programming at this point. Snapping back to reality, it seems like the knight might actually have his senses back for a split second. Don't give us hope like this, Author Kun. Asking to be treated in his home again, the poor guy is stuck in a loop. Ain knows this is not good and the vibes are officially tragic. Pleading for Marco to return to his senses, Ain is trying to talk him down from the ledge. But the knight is too far gone into the madness. Refusing to listen and just screaming no, Marco is basically a corrupted save file. Ain is getting ready to put him out of his misery. Fading into a white void, a mysterious voice tells Ain that it's finally enough. It's time to end this long-winded nightmare. Appearing like a majestic ghost, the captain himself places a hand on Ain's shoulder. He's basically giving the green light to send Marco to the eternal nap. Laughter starts echoing through the hall as Marco loses the last of his marbles. Ain is locking in for the final showdown. Cackling like a villain while looking like a broken toy, the knight is a shell of his former self. This is peak absolute cinema right here. Stepping forward with heavy boots, Ain announces that he will be the final opponent. The hype levels are breaking the scale, shaking the entire castle with his sheer presence. Ain is starting to overflow with power. It's like an earthquake, but the epicenter is our boy's massive energy. Clashing one last time, the force of the blow is literally tearing the floor apart. This is the definition of a final boss fight. Gathering all the potential Marco saw in him, Ain is reaching a new level of evolution. He's growing right before our eyes. And I don't just mean his power level. Dill is looking on with his jaw on the floor because the little kid he knew just vanished. Ain is undergoing a glow-up that would make a K-pop idol jealous. Emerging from the smoke with long flowing hair and a build like a Greek god, Ain is officially an adult. This is the ultimate Chad transformation, no cap. Staring with those intense, sharpened eyes, you can tell he's no longer the same kid. He's ready to end this whole career. Moving with the grace of a deadly dancer, Ain slides past Marco's guard like it wasn't even there. The speed gap is just unfair at this point. Screaming in agony as the final strike lands, Marco is finally feeling the end. That's a wrap on the loyal knight's long shift. Taking the hit like a champ, the knight is finally slowing down as the magic holding him together starts to fail. It's a bittersweet moment for the boys. Standing tall while his opponent crumbles, Ain looks like the true king he was meant to be. The visual storytelling here is just chef's kiss. Declaring that this is the last one, the screen goes black for maximum dramatic effect. You know it's about to get emotional. Looking up at his slayer, Marco finally recognizes the face of his old captain in Ain. He's finally at peace, and the tears are starting to well up. Reaching out with a trembling hand, the knight is searching for one last connection. Ain is standing there looking like a total legend. Confirming his identity with a gentle smile, Ain gives the knight the closure he's been waiting hundreds of years for. This is straight-up peak writing. Zooming in on that shattered visor, we see the face of a man who has finally finished his duty. He can finally log off for good. Touching Ain's face with what's left of his hand, Marco is just happy to see how far his protégé has come. The feels are hitting harder than a truck. Praising Ain for getting stronger, the knight accepts his fate with a smile. He's being impaled, but he's never been happier. Pleading for Ain to not worry about magic stones or healing, Marco knows time is up. He's lost most of his memories, but he remembers the most important thing. Admitting that being cut by his captain's technique is enough for him, Marco is going out like a total boss. Mad respect for the grind. Ordering him to listen one last time, Ain tries to use his authority. But you can't order a man to stay when his soul is already halfway out the door. Begging for some time off after hundreds of years of service, the knight is finally clocking out. Even heroes need a vacation, man. Closing his eyes for the final time, Ain is feeling the weight of the moment. It's quiet, it's sad, and it's beautiful. Whispering a final message to Marco, Ain makes sure the knight knows his sacrifice wasn't in vain. We're all simping for this bromance right now. Accepting the command with his final breath, Marco is officially at rest. The armor is crumbling and the legend is over. Ghost Captain and Ghost Marco are finally reunited in the afterlife. Thank you for your hard work, soldier. Reflecting on a mission that lasted hundreds of years, you realize Marco was the ultimate MVP. He was a one-man army protecting the capital, shattering into a million pieces. The knight's physical form is finally vanishing. There's no greater gift than peace after a long war. Asking for his name one last time, the knight gets the answer. Ain von Ishtalika. Write name down, folks, it's going in the history books. Fading away completely, the knight thinks it's a gallant name. And just like that, Mo's gone into the wind. Looking out at the vast world outside, the castle feels a lot emptier now. The sun is setting on a legend. Praying for that name to resound until the end of time, the knight's final wish is for Ain's glory. Talk about a loyal wingman even in death. Watching the dust settle, Ain is left alone in the hall. Let there be honor, and let there be a massive power-up. Picking up a mysterious glowing rock from the remains, Ain has found the ultimate loot drop. This isn't just a pebble, it's pure concentrated power. Clutching the stone to his chest, our boy is soaking in the energy. He's looking more like a main character every second. Finding a dusty old scroll on the ground, Ain is about to get a history lesson he didn't ask for. What's hidden in these ancient papers? Reading the order to protect the capital for hundreds of years, Ain finally understands the scale of Marco's dedication. The man was a literal saint of guarding. Flashing back to Marco doing everything by himself, from fighting monsters to watering flowers. He was the ultimate gardener warrior. Receiving all those feelings through the scroll, Ain is carrying the weight of a whole legacy now. A single feather falls, symbolizing the end of an era. Walking through the halls with birds following him, Marco was truly a gentle soul in a suit of iron. Rest in peace, you absolute king. Dill is walking up and barely recognizes the tall, handsome man standing there. He's like, Ain-sama, is that actually you or did you get a body double? Laughing it off, Ain admits he grew a bit taller than Dill. Understatement of the century, bro went from middle school to a runway model. Promising to explain the details later, Ain is already looking towards the next goal. Dill is just following along, totally confused by the growth spurt. Noticing some purple smoke in the distance, it looks like the adventure isn't over yet. Trouble is brewing, and it smells like poison. Standing on a rock like a total boss, Ain stares into the toxic fog. He's got that main character aura radiating off him, warning Dill to stay back because this swamp is straight up lethal. But Ain doesn't care because poison is basically just a spicy drink to him now, holding out his hand and declaring the poison pretty dangerous while looking completely unbothered. The level of Riz is off the charts. Pointing into the heart of the mist, Ain has spotted something interesting. He's like a bloodhound for rare loot, commenting on the flowery scent coming from the literal poison swamp. Only this guy would find a swamp refreshing. Stepping into the water with a plup, Ain is casually walking where no mortal should go. He's literally built different, telling Dill to just shout if he wants to join the mission. Ain is just vibing in the toxic puddle like it's a spa, finding a sakura-colored blue fire rose right in the middle of the gunk. That's a 0.1% drop rate item if I've ever seen one. Crouching down to examine the source of the poison, Ain realizes this flower is a mutation. He's thinking about using his powers to do something crazy again, activating his magic and making the flower glow like a neon sign. This is about to be a legendary crafting session. Looking into the sky with those dreamy eyes, Ain is deep in thought. He's probably wondering how much this rose would sell for on the auction house. Success is achieved as he creates a sakura-colored star crystal. Look at that thing shine, it's worth more than a small country. Walking back to deal with the goods, Ain is ready to head home. Thanks for waiting, bro. Just had to pick some flowers. Panning over the massive city walls as they head back. The capital is looking cozy compared to that nightmare castle. Sitting on the train and telling Dill to get some rest. Our boy is a considerate boss even after becoming a literal god. Walking down the train hallway, Dill is looking pretty depressed. He's probably thinking about how useless he was during the fight. Clacking his boots on the floor, the sound of his footsteps is the only thing filling the silence. The existential dread is setting in, flashing back to the fight where he just stood there like a total NPC. Dill is beating himself up for not being able to protect his master. Leaning against the wall and trembling, the man is having a full-on breakdown. It's tough being the sidekick in a world of monsters. Cursing his own weakness, Dill is hitting a new low. This is the classic I need a training arc moment. Covering his face in vexation, he's officially down bad. But hey, at least he's motivated now, gripping his arm and looking determined through the tears. He's about to go on a grind that would make a Dark Souls player sweat, declaring that he needs to get stronger than even his father. That's the spirit, Dill. Go get that level up. Switching back to Ain, who is chilling in his room and looking at his status card. He's probably expecting a small stat boost, dropping his jaw in pure shock as he reads the card. This is bad is a massive understatement for what he's seeing, screaming and grabbing his hair in a total panic. He had a feeling this would happen, but seeing it in writing is a different story, remembering his cat girlfriend's words about him being a small fry. Well, she's about to eat those words with a side of humble pie, looking at the actual status card and oh boy, look at those skills. He's got everything from Demon Lord to Ice Dragon, zooming in on the job title, Demon Lord. Our boy just accidentally became the final boss of his own story. Absolute cinema. Check out these waifus on the cover page, the author is cooking already. Jumping into chapter 50, it looks like the Crown Prince has finally leveled up his riz. Seeing these two together is already a win for the culture, and they are promising to stay by his side no matter what form he takes. Back at the palace, the girls are absolutely tweaking because Ain hasn't come home yet. King is getting grilled like a cheap steak because the prince is officially MIA. Grandpa King is out here doing damage control, trying to keep everyone from losing their minds. Basically, he is telling them to chill while sweating bullets himself. Turns out the prince left a note saying he is going on a side quest to Baltic and to keep it on the low. Bro really just ghosted his whole family for some extra XP. Suddenly a maid comes sprinting in like she has seen a ghost, announcing that Ain-sama is finally back. Everyone turns around expecting the little guy they remember, but they are in for a shock. Tension in the room is high enough to power a small city as they wait for him to walk through those doors. Look at those faces, because they are definitely not ready for this glow-up. Out walks this absolute Chad with long hair and a height boost that would make a basketball player jealous. Casually, he just says he got a bit bigger, like he didn't just hit a massive puberty nuke. Men in the room are staring at him like he is a different species entirely. Their brains are officially fried trying to process this transition. Meanwhile, the girls have literal stars in their eyes and are probably down bad already. This man Riz just went from 0 to 100 in a single panel. Shock is so loud you can practically hear it echoing off the castle walls into the night sky. Wad is right, cause this is some straight-up sorcery. Grandpa King realizes this is a PR nightmare and clears the room so they can have a private chat. Sitting there, he looks like he needs a very strong drink to process this. Ain just smiles and agrees to deal with the chaos later, showing he has that main character composure now. King gets straight to the point and demands to know what the heck happened to his body and what went down in Baltic. Locked in and ready for the lore dump, he prepares for the worst. Sitting by the window like a tragic hero, Ain starts spilling the tea on his adventure. Whatever he is saying is making the king's face go through 5 stages of grief in 5 seconds. Realization hits that their entire history might be a lie and the first king was actually the demon lord they thought they defeated. This is absolute cinema, boys. Grandpa admits he had no clue the first king's grave was actually empty this whole time. Talk about a massive security flaw in the royal lore. Discussion starts about how much Dill knows since he saw the fight against Marco. Ain is keeping the deepest secrets close to the chest though. King orders him to keep his mouth shut and then circles back to the most important question. Why is he suddenly built like a Greek god? Instead of explaining, Ain just slides his status card across the table like he is playing a trap card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Grandpa gets a terrible feeling before even reading it, and his eyes are about to pop out of his skull. Bro literally collapses into his chair wondering what kind of twisted joke this is. Clearly, he is not built for this level of stress. Grandpa screams out asking if he is dreaming because his grandson literally just became the demon lord. Imagine the king and finding out your heir is the final boss. While the king is having a heart attack, Ain is just complaining that his clothes are too tight and he needs a new wardrobe. Priorities, people. King finally takes a breath and looks at his grandson, realizing that despite the power, he is still the same kid. Just kidding, he gives him a massive bonk on the head for taking the situation so lightly. After the domestic violence, he tells Ain to go get some clothes that actually fit him so he stops looking like he is wearing a toddler outfit. Coming up with a cover story, they decide to say he just absorbed a magic stone and got a growth spurt. Honestly, in this world, people will believe anything if you say it with enough confidence. Since he is an adult now, the king figures the citizens will just think it is a weird dryad puberty thing. Modern problems require modern solutions. Ain decides he is going to consult with Katama about his new demon lord skills because even he doesn't know what he is capable of yet. Next thing we know, Ain is chilling in a robe thanks to the maid Martha, and he is finally feeling comfortable in his new skin. Outside the door, the girls are hovering like they are waiting for a celebrity meet and greet. Ain tells them to quit being shy and just come in. Peeking in with the most adorable nervous expressions you have ever seen, they are clearly simping hard for the new look. Slowly creeping toward the sofa, they act like they are approaching a wild animal that might bite. Asking for permission to get closer is some peak maiden behavior right here. Boom! Total harem victory as they both glue themselves to his sides. This is the dream, fellas, take notes. These girls literally start sniffing him to make sure it is really him. That is some next level dedication to the scent profile. Looking at each other in total shock, they confirm the results of the sniff test. No doubt about it, this hunk is definitely their Ain. The confirmation method is a bit sus, but we will allow it for the plot. Stroking his long hair and comparing it to Olivia Sama's, they are clearly enjoying the texture. This is a big win for the long hair enjoyers in the chat. Ain wants to cut it because it is in the way, but the girls are not having it. They are ready to start a riot if he touches a single strand. Brainstorming different hairstyles like he is a giant doll, they completely take over his personal space. Look at him getting pampered while he complains about it tickling. Bro is living his best life and he doesn't even realize how based he is. Moon is out, marking the end of a very long and chaotic day for the royal family. Mama Olivia comes to check on her boy and sees the most wholesome scene ever. Dropping an ara, she shows that she knows exactly what is up. The motherhood riz is off the charts. Ending with the three of them passed out on the sofa in a big cuddle puddle, it is clear that his appearance changed, but their feelings won't. Absolute cinema. Starting off with the heavy feels, we see the back of a family holding hands like it's some kind of core memory. This is the origin story of their journey, and you already know it's about to be absolute cinema. Standing together like a real squad, they promise to be a family forever. It's enough to make a grown man cry, but we're here for the lore, not the tears. Dark screen vibes are hitting because bro is waking up in a literal void asking the deep questions. Where is he and why is he there? The existential dread is reaching max levels right now. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a massive cave-in with a tiny figure at the bottom of the rubble. Talk about a rough start to a Tuesday. Looking at his hands, bro realizes he's not just having a bad hair day, he doesn't even have skin. Realizing he's a skeleton while sitting in the dirt is a major L. Look at this skeleton dude just vibing in the dark with zero memories. Just a bag of bones wondering who he is. And honestly, same after a long weekend. Out of nowhere, a wild waifu appears with a staff, wondering if this skeleton is a former slave or just cooked by miasma. Having that main character energy, she's actually being nice to a monster. Introducing herself as a total Chad, she calls him small skeleton kun and treats him like a lost puppy. If a thick mage lady found me in a cave, I'd be down bad immediately too. Bro is literally rattling because he can't even talk yet. Lonely days are over because she's being all sweet and telling him everything is okay now. Reaching into her bag, she pulls out some mysterious snacks and tells him to eat up. These probably aren't normal chips, but to him, it's a gourmet meal. Cranching down on that stone like it's a jawbreaker, our skeleton friend is just happy to be included. Bon appétit, my guy. Rocks start falling because this cave has zero safety standards and is about to collapse. Realizing they need to dip before they get flattened, the mage looks up in a panic. Extending her hand like a true queen, she invites him to come along. Being a sidekick to a waifu is way better than being a lonely pile of calcium. Making it official, she drops her full name, Misty Sylvia. Having the riz and the kindness to match, she's the ultimate team leader. Since he doesn't have a name, she decides to call him Ramza on the spot. Solid choice, way better than Skullface or Calcium Chan. Welcome to the team, Ramza. Getting adopted by the best mage in the game is a massive win. Walking away into the light, Misty is already looking like a legendary leader. She's got that "I'm about to change the world" walk. Ramza is just following behind, probably wondering where his next meal is coming from. Just a simple man, or well, a simple skeleton. Fast forward through the travel montage, and they're out here exploring the world together. Hitting the mountains and the forests like a proper adventuring party is peak content. Just look at the scenery, it's like bro is playing a high-res RPG, living their best lives out in the wild. Hold up! Who is this silver-haired Chad? Ramza got a massive glow-up and is now looking like a top-tier husbando. Trekking through some snowy peaks, the dedication to the grind is real. They are truly built different. Stop the presses because they found a tiny girl absolutely devouring an apple. Eating like she hasn't seen food in 3 business days, she's totally focused on the grind. Misty is trying to figure out what race she is, guessing she might be a succubus. Ramza is just standing there looking cool and slightly confused. This little brat has some serious attitude, claiming she's a mass of potential and will get big in a blink. Having that "don't talk to me, I'm an alpha" energy. Turns out she was abandoned because she doesn't have a tail or wings. Her own mother left her for dead, which is absolutely cooked behavior. Misty and Ramza share a look that says they're about to adopt another stray. Parental instincts are kicking in for our duo. Offering her a spot in the squad, they ask if she wants to come along. The little succubus is stunned because she finally found some real ones. Time for the naming ceremony, part 2. Thinking they should give the kid a name just like she did for Ramza, Misty takes charge, deciding on the name Ashe. Misty gives her a warm smile. Wholesome content is peaking right now. Look at that face. Ashe is absolutely stoked. Finally having a name and a family that won't dump her in the woods is a major flex. Walking off into the sunset, the trio is looking like a legit family unit now. Ashe is shouting about how much she likes it, and the vibes are immaculate. Ramza is carrying the heavy bags like a total Chad. Being the backbone of this operation is hard work. Cue the action music because the squad is out here, slaying dragons and three-headed dogs. Cooking every monster that crosses their path is light work for them. Saving the beastmen villages and getting praised like gods is just a normal Tuesday. Look at those happy dog people, they're definitely fans of the squad. Suddenly, they've got a whole army of followers. Gathering all the misfits and outcasts into one giant, base community is a pro-gamer move. Building a whole town in the mountains is some high-level city builder gameplay. Going from homeless to homeowners this fast is legendary. Ashe is out here hiding behind a pillow because they want her be the boss. Trying to dodge the responsibility like it's a tax bill, Misty isn't having any of it and gives her the ara eyes. Knowing you're in trouble when the big sister starts looking that scary is a universal truth. Ramza points out that they're the strongest and the people they saved want them to lead. Being a demon lord is apparently just a career choice in this world. Feeling insecure because she's just a succubus, Ashe looks at the floor. She thinks she's not cool enough for the throne compared to her evolved siblings. Admitting that her family is the only thing keeping her going, Ashe gets super emotional. Losing her will to live if they hate her is a real down bad moment. Clutching that pillow for dear life, she's clearly stressed. The pressure of being a leader is hitting her hard. Winking at her, Misty says they're a family, so there's nothing to worry about. Ultimate big sister energy is fixing everything, suggesting they need a new family name. Misty is ready to drop the Sylvia title. Thinking of something that represents all of them is the new mission. Ramza and Ashe are totally down for the idea. Rebranding the whole squad is the move. Mixing the name of the continent with the word for family in the language of God, they start brainstorming. Putting in the work for this massive lore drop. Look at these three, just a wholesome family of high-tier monsters. Coming a long way from that dusty cave, they're finally home. It's decided, their family name is Ishtalika. This is the beginning of a legend, and it is absolute cinema. Freshly dressed in that royal drip, our boy Ain is looking like a straight-up legend. Checking the fit in the mirror, it's clear this outfit was made for a future king. Adjusting his collar, he confirms that the tailoring is absolutely top tier and fits him perfectly. This isn't just any suit, it's the gear of a man ready to handle some serious business. Suddenly the ultimate waifu Olivia walks in, and she's already losing her mind over how much her baby boy has grown. Seeing her react with those sparkly eyes is pure comedy because she is clearly his biggest fan. Realizing his height has finally surpassed hers, Olivia gets all emotional like we haven't seen her in 10 chapters. Standing side by side, it's obvious where Ain gets his good looks from because his mom is a total baddie. Talking business is the move today because they've got up to Magna on the schedule for some official prince duties. Even while they're planning, Olivia can't stop smiling because her son is finally looking like a dignified leader. Looking like a total snack, Olivia asks her son to be her personal escort, and honestly, who could say no to that face? She's definitely got that motherly riz that keeps everyone in the palace in line. Accepting the challenge with a Chad tier bow, Ain promises protect his mother with everything he's got. It's wholesome hours in the palace right now, but you know the peace isn't going to last forever. Heading out to the training grounds, we find our boy trying some new skills while the cat girl researcher Sylvia watches. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, he's trying to tap into some hidden power that he hasn't quite mastered yet. Testing out the new familiar skill results in absolutely nothing, making the whole vibe feel a bit awkward for a second. Sylvia is just sitting there with her notebook, probably wondering if our boy is actually cooked or just warming up. Visualizing the power of the legends he met in his dreams, Ain wonders if he can actually bring those legendary figures into reality. Thinking about summoning a whole army of Chads is a crazy thought, but for now it's just a dream. Manifesting pure hype, a massive armored gauntlet from the Dark Knight Dullahan suddenly materializes on his arm. Sylvia is absolutely losing it in the background because she's never seen mana manifest into physical armor like this before. Confirming that he can basically reconstruct legendary armor from memory, our boy is officially entering his endgame build. Feeling the weight of the gauntlet, he realizes he could probably manifest the entire set if he really locked in. Switching elements because one power-up isn't enough, Sylvia suggests he tries tapping into that ice dragon energy. Ain is always down to experiment, even if it means turning the training ground into a walk-in freezer. Concentrating all that mana into a single point, the air starts getting colder than my ex's heart. Wisps of freezing energy start swirling around his hands, showing that the ice dragon's power is no joke, summoning twin ice dragons out of thin air. The visual is absolute cinema and shows just how cracked Ain's mana pool is. Sylvia looks like she's about to faint from excitement because this is some high-tier magic she's witnessing. Staring in disbelief, the cat girl can't believe he just made high-level ice sculptures like it was a casual hobby. These aren't just pretty statues, they're radiating a level of cold that would send anyone else straight to the lobby. Losing control for a split second, the dragons shatter into a million pieces because maintaining that much power is a serious workout. Even for a prince, holding the form of a calamity-class monster is a massive drain on the batteries. Taking notes like a true nerd, Sylvia is absolutely obsessed with the shards while Ain catches his breath. She's probably going to spend the next week analyzing every single ice crystal he just dropped. Looking at the leftover debris, even the tiny rocks feel like they're radiating insane magical pressure. The ground is covered in frozen fragments that refuse to melt, proving the quality of his mana is top shelf. Acknowledging that this isn't just normal ice magic but the power of a literal calamity-level monster, the stakes just went up. The cold air hanging in the room is incomparable to anything a normal mage could ever produce. Ending the session early because Grandpa is calling, Ain leaves Sylvia to her research madness. She's literally vibrating with excitement, but our boy has got some royal drama he needs to attend to. Walking through the halls, the maids are all over him, but our boy is focused on the heavy atmosphere waiting ahead. Even the little maid is waving him off, unaware that the vibe in the throne room is about to get toxic. Approaching the massive doors, the dark energy leaking out tells us someone is about to get cooked. The guards are standing there looking like they've seen a ghost, which is never a good sign in a fantasy setting. Peeking inside like he's checking for monsters under the bed, Ain asks the guards why the room feels like a funeral. They don't even have an answer, they're just standing there shaking in their boots. Finding the king sitting on his throne looking stressed as hell, flanked by his two most loyal chads. The visual of the three of them together usually means business, but today they look like they're ready to start a war. Staring into the distance with a face that says I'm too old for this, the king doesn't even notice Ain at first. He's stuck in his own head, probably thinking about how many people he's going to have to the lobby. Greeting his grandson with a tired smile, the king finally breaks the silence as Ain approaches the throne. You can tell he's trying to stay strong for the kid, but the news he's about to drop is definitely not wholesome. Complimenting the new drip because even in a crisis, you gotta acknowledge the riz. The advisor standing by looking serious, but the king takes a second to appreciate that his grandson is looking like a true prince. Dropping a bombshell, the king reveals that the kingdom of Heim has basically declared war with a preemptive strike. This is a massive violation of the rules. Aang is clearly fuming under that calm exterior. Panicking slightly, Aang reminds everyone that the first king literally banned starting fights like this. It's like Heim didn't read the manual and decided to just go rogue and ruin everyone's weekend. Asking for the details, our boy wants to know exactly what kind of audacity these Heimlers have. He's not about to let his kingdom disrespected by some mid-tier royalty from across the border. Showing off a letter that was slipped into a report, the king explains that bribes were definitely involved. These Heim guys are playing dirty, and they've even managed to infiltrate the communication lines. Handing the letter over, the king tells Aang to read it for himself and prepare to get tilted. Oi takes the paper with a look of concern, knowing that whatever is written there is going to be pure toxicity. Reading the contents, Aang literally starts fuming because the disrespect lines is off the charts. He's breathing out steam like a literal dragon, showing that his patience has officially hit zero. Realizing they're accusing his country of kidnapping and insulting his mother, Aang is officially ready to throw hands. The letter even includes complaints about him personally, which is a one-way ticket to getting absolutely wrecked. Regretting his life choices, Warren realizes maybe showing the king such a toxic letter wasn't the best play. He's sweating buckets because he knows the temper is about to go nuclear. Assuring the king that everything will be handled, the advisors try to calm the royal temper before he decides to nuke Heim off the map. They know they have to play this smart, even if the enemy is being absolute clowns. Clenching his fist, Lloyd is ready to show these Heim clowns exactly why they shouldn't have poked the bear. He's promising to flex his power in a way that respects the old rules but still sends a clear message that they're cooked. Revealing that the third prince of Heim is weirdly obsessed with Clone, the king watches Ain's reaction carefully. It turns out the enemy prince is fixated on our boy's girl, which is the ultimate way to trigger a Chad. Looking absolutely disgusted, Ain is not about to let some random prince try to simp for his girl. The thought of that guy calling Clone his wife is enough to make anyone want to uninstall their life. Suggesting they settle this once and for all, Ain proposes a conference instead of just nuking them to orbit. He wants to look them in the eye and tell them exactly why they're losers, which is a total power move. Agreeing that the nuisance needs to end, Warren is down for a debate that'll leave Heim in the dust. They're tired of the constant annoyance and want to end this drama once and for all. Thinking back to all the wholesome moments he's shared with Clone, Ain knows what he has to do. We get a montage of their greatest hits, reminding us why they're the top-tier ship of this series. Remembering that wink that probably cured his depression, our boy is fueled by pure motivation right now. He's not doing this for politics. He's doing it for the girl who's been by his side since day one. Declaring that Klon belongs to him, Ain drops the hardest line of the chapter with zero hesitation. This is peak Chad energy, and you can tell he's 100% serious about protecting what's his. Shocking everyone in the room, the elders can't believe their little prince just claimed a waifu so aggressively. Their faces are priceless because they didn't expect him to have that much riz tucked away. Starting to chuckle, the king realizes his grandson is a total boss in the making. He's actually proud to see Ain standing up for his girl like a real man, even if it caught them all off guard. Backpedaling like a pro while blushing, Ain tries to call her an assistant, but the damage is already done. Everyone heard him loud and clear, and the king is never going to let him live this one down. Deciding to join the party, the king announces he's heading to the conference himself to see the drama unfold. This just went from a standard meeting to a high-stakes royal showdown with the big boss himself. Ignoring the safety concerns, the king is basically saying he's built different and doesn't fear some puny Haim assassins. He's tired of hiding behind walls and wants to handle this business personally. Ordering his legendary white ship to be prepped, the king tells Ain they're going to settle this together. He's taking the best ship in the fleet just to flex on Haim and show them what real power looks like. Exchanging a look with the guards, Ain realizes his life just got a whole lot more complicated. The advisors are worried, but you can tell they're also hyped to see the king finally take the field. Standing tall next to his grandfather, the duo looks ready to dismantle an entire kingdom with just their presence. It's a legendary father-son vibe, and Haim is definitely not ready for what's coming their way. Switching perspectives to the Haim royal castle, where things are looking incredibly mid compared to Ain's place. The moon is out, but the vibes are dark because everyone knows they've messed up big time. Zooming into the office of Alina, Klon's mother, who is currently drowning in paperwork and bad news. She's looking at an old family photo, probably missing the days when her life wasn't a complete mess. Stressing over the stupid decisions made by Sir Tigre, Elena wonders how her country got so cooked. She can't believe the incompetence of the people she has to work with on a daily basis. Hearing a knock at the door, she barely looks up as her personal maid enters the room. She's so focused on her stress that she doesn't notice the atmosphere shifting into something dangerous. Thanking Lily for the documents, Elena is too exhausted to realize her loyal maid might be hiding a secret. Lily looks like a standard cute maid, but in this world, that usually means she's secretly a ninja. Noticing her lady is down bad, Lily asks what's wrong while keeping a perfectly polite mask on. Elena is completely unaware that she's venting to someone who might be more dangerous than the enemy army. Explaining the situation with the letter, Elena realizes they've been outplayed by Isthalika's superior intellect. The fact that Tigre acted on his own discretion just makes the whole situation even more embarrassing. Asking Lily if she knows about the fish catch trends, Elena is testing her knowledge of the port towns. It turns out Isthalika knows more about Haim's own economy than the Haim royalty does. Gritting her teeth, Elena realizes Isthalika even pointed out tax fraud that her own people missed. It's the ultimate flex. The enemy is basically doing her job better than she is. Acknowledging that the enemy chancellor is a literal genius, Elena feels the weight of her country's incompetence. She can already tell that the upcoming conference is going to be a total disaster for her side. Staring out the window, she starts to wonder if there's a traitor in their midst feeding info to the enemy. Her eyes are narrowing as she begins to put the pieces of this puzzle together. Turning around with a sharp gaze, she asks Lily how she knew the letter came from the chancellor specifically. It was a slip of the tongue, and now the maid is under the microscope. Revealing a look that is definitely not loyal maid status, Lily's eyes go completely cold. The mask is starting to slip, and the cute servant vibe is being replaced something much more predatory. Watching the lower half of her face, we see that her expression has completely changed into something chilling. The innocent maid we knew is gone, and a professional killer is standing in her place. Confirming her suspicions, Lily admits she knew Elena would eventually figure out the truth. She's actually smiling about it, which is the most terrifying thing she could do in this situation. Pulling a knife in the blink of an eye, the maid reveals she's actually a high-level spy working for Warren. Elena is caught completely off guard as the person she trusted most puts a blade to her throat. Explaining that she was given the signal to return, Lily reveals her true identity as an Isthalika operative. She's been living a double life for years, and now it's finally time for her to head back home. Telling Elena to stay calm, Lily explains she isn't allowed to kill her, just to secure her own exit. She's being weirdly polite about whole kidnapping and betrayal thing, which is just classic spy behavior. Smirking at the idea of guards, the spy basically tells Elena that no knight in this castle can touch her. She's got that top-tier confidence that only comes from being the dangerous person in the room. Realizing she's completely cornered, Elena has no choice but to obey the girl who's been serving her for years. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but she knows when she's been outmatched by a pro. Lamenting her bad luck, Elena notes that Lily's personality is actually a lot like her daughter Klon's. They're both strong-willed and unpredictable, which seems to be a common trait for the women in Ain's life. Reaching out a hand, the spy offers an unexpected choice that could change the course of the entire war. She's not just leaving. She's giving Elena an out before everything goes up in flames. Asking Elena if she wants to defect and go see her daughter in the safe arms of Isthalika. It's a tempting offer to leave the sinking ship of Heim and reunite with the family she misses. Tempting her with the promise of family, Lille's one last time to save her former mistress from the coming war. She clearly grew fond of Alina during her time undercover, which adds a layer of depth to her character. Refusing the offer with a heavy heart, Alina chooses to stay and try to save her sinking homeland. She still loves Heim even if the royalty are being absolute idiots and running the place into the ground. Accepting the answer, Lily prepares to make her grand exit while giving one final warning. She drops a anicap, symbolizing that her time in Heim is officially over and she's back on the clock for Warren. Standing on the windowsill, she tells Alina to stop the royalty before they force a mother to fight her own child. It's a chilling reminder that if Heim doesn't back down, things are going to get very bloody. Leaping out into the night with a final farewell, the spy vanishes like she was never even there. Alina rushes to the window, but all she sees is the empty air where her loyal servant used to be. Looking down at the empty street below, Alina is standing alone with her regrets and her duty. The castle feels a lot bigger and a lot colder now that she knows she's truly on her own. Admitting that she actually liked the girl, Alina clenches her fist as she prepares for the storm. It's a shame things had to end this way, but now she has a kingdom to try and save from itself. Marching through the halls with a new purpose, she demands to meet with Prince Tiger immediately. The guards are confused by her sudden energy, but they know better than to stand in her way right now. Determined to act, Alina realizes she doesn't have time to cry about being betrayed by her favorite maid. She has to step up and be the leader her country needs before they all get sent to the lobby. Vowing to do everything in her power, the mother of the bride is ready to face Esthalika on her own terms. The conference is coming and Alina is going to be the one to decide if Heim survives or gets cooked. Starting with the drip on this cover page, our boy Ain is looking like an absolute unit standing next to the best girl clone. Wasting no time, we dive straight into chapter 53, where the vibes are immaculate and the stakes for the Sea Dragon ship are higher than ever. Looking at this massive shipyard, you can tell the budget for Esthalika's navy is basically infinite, because this place is a total fortress of industry. Stepping into the massive hangar, the squad is doing a full-on inspection to see where the royal magic is actually made. Realizing they are right next to the capital, Ain is shocked he never knew this history-rich spot was hiding such a massive flex. Hearing about a literal epidemic in the city is a major buzzkill, but the mission comes first as they approach the final destination. Behold the absolute peak of engineering because this ship is a certified monster designed to rule the waves. Check out the Sea Dragon ship Leviathan, a vessel so massive it makes everything else look like a toy boat. Comparing it to the White King, this battleship is literally built different and supposedly carries enough firepower to end entire careers. Noticing something weird on the lower levels, Ain stops dead in his tracks because he spots a familiar face in the crowd. Turns out his old school buddy Roland and the legendary Professor Rook are down there pulling a double shift on the tech. Shocked by how famous these guys actually are, Ain realizes his social circle is basically the Avengers of magical engineering. Seeing Roland locked in and focused is a total Chad move, proving that everyone is out here leveling up in their own way. Choosing to be a humble king, Ain decides not to interrupt the grind and keeps it moving so his bros can finish the masterpiece. Waiting for the ship to be 100% complete is the play here because a grand reveal is always better than a mid-project hello. Thinking back on all his homies like Bats and Leonard, Ain realizes everyone has found their own path while he's been out here carrying the kingdom. Feeling that main character motivation hit like a truck, our vows to do his absolute best to keep the momentum going. Switching scenes to a sleek train cutting through the countryside, we're moving away from the industrial hype and into the political drama. Serving up some hot tea to soothe the soul, the atmosphere gets cozy as the crew settles in for a long-distance chat. Discussing the upcoming meeting with the Heim Kingdom, we find out the big showdown is scheduled for the summer. Planning to meet on a deserted island is peak drama material, especially since the kings of both nations are bringing their entire armies for security. Noticing that Heim is suddenly acting all enthusiastic is majorly suspicious, and even Clone can tell something is smelling fishy. Blushing like a total simp, Ain remembers the time he claimed Clone as his own, and honestly, we can't even blame the man for having taste. Realizing that Logus is definitely going to show up at this meeting means the family reunion is going to be incredibly awkward. Adding more fuel to the fire, it turns out his younger brother is also coming along as a servant for the third prince. Locking in with that serious stare, Ain declares that he's done running and is ready to end this toxic relationship with Heim once and for all. Cutting over to the Heim castle under the moonlight, the atmosphere is heavy with that classic villain energy. Addressing young Grint, the higher-ups are clearly plotting something that's going to make everyone's life difficult. Reading through a provocative letter from Esthalika, Sir Tiger is clearly pressed about how neat the handwriting is, which is a weird flex but okay. Questioning the skill of the Crown Prince's aide, the Heim royals are trying to cope with the fact that they keep taking massive Ellis. Bringing up the fact that Ain soloed a sea dragon, the tension in the room goes through the roof, because nobody wants to admit he is a legend. Laughing it off as an exaggeration, Grint is down bad on the cope, refusing to believe his brother has actually reached god-tier status. Calling Ain a talentless man while he's literally out here saving the world is the ultimate hater move, and it is honestly embarrassing. Checking in with Elena, we find out the spy Lily has vanished into thin air, leaving the Heim Kingdom looking like total clowns. Suggesting they send their own spies to Ishtalika is a bold move, but they're going to need a miracle to outplay Ain's security. Knowing that Elena's face is too famous to go undercover, the team is stuck looking for a candidate who isn't already on a wanted poster. Bursting through the doors like he owns the place, Sir Leifun arrives to remind everyone that the first prince is back in the building. Admitting that he spent the whole day playing with women from the castle town is a level of degeneracy that only a true royal could reach. Staring down his subordinates with those creepy eyes, Leifun asks if anyone actually has an objection to his lifestyle choices. Demanding to be filled in on the secret meeting, this absolute unit of a prince is ready to inject some chaos into the plan. Looking at the terrified faces of Elena and Tiger, you can tell that having this guy involved is usually a recipe for a disaster. Taking a quick breath in this fancy room, the silence is deafening as they prepare to explain the spy mission to the big boss. Calling his own team a bunch of morons, Leifun laughs at their basic plans and suggests using a merchant ship to sneak past the borders. Staring in disbelief, Elena realizes that the prince might actually be more than just a guy who hangs out in the town all day. Pointing right at us with a devious grin, Leifun claims he has the perfect people for this mission, and you just know things are about to get cooked. Starting things off with some heavy lore vibes as we dive into chapter 54 of this absolute masterpiece. Looking back at memories of a father from a long time ago, our boy Ain is clearly feeling some type of way about his messy family tree. Watching the younger version of himself with a sword really puts into perspective how far this Chad has come from his humble beginnings. Switching gears to the present, we see this beautiful angel in a white coat tending to the wounded. This nurse is a total waifu, and the way she's handling the medical bay is giving off major top-tier vibes. Doing the absolute most for her patients, she finishes up with a job well done. Even the buff dude on the bed can't help but get a little flustered by her presence. Trying to shoot his shot, the poor guy asks her out for dinner just as a knock at door completely ruins his riz. Talk about getting cockblocked by destiny itself. Entering the room with that main character energy, Ain shows up to check on the situation. Everyone is immediately shook because seeing royalty in a place like this is a rare sight. Diving straight into the serious talk, Ain confirms that an epidemic is sweeping through the area. Look at all those potions on the shelf, the medical team is definitely working overtime. Hearing that both Klon and Chris have fallen ill is a massive blow to the team. They're currently tucked away in the back of the facility trying to recover from whatever is going around. Realizing his friends are out of commission means they won't be able to join him on the trip to Magna. The nurse has to hit him with the hard truth that they need weeks of rest to fully bounce back. Thinking he can just use his cheat codes, Ain suggests using a skill to cure them instantly. Bro really thinks he's playing a video game where he can just click a button and fix everything. Rejecting the idea immediately, the nurse explains that natural immunity is the way to go. If he just heals them with magic, they'll probably just get cooked by the same disease again later. Accepting the professional advice, Ain realizes he's going to have to rely on Dill for the official duty. Dill steps up like a total boss, promising to do his best in their stead while they recover. Stretching out because the stress is starting to hit, our hero is clearly feeling the weight of his responsibilities. He's been taking care of way too many things lately and it's showing on his face. Staring off into the distance, Ain starts thinking about his brother and the princes. He's hoping someone can keep them in check before they do something stupid. Thinking about his ex-father brings a whole different level of tension to the room. Just look at the stern face on that man. You can tell he was a massive headache to deal with. Bonding over their shared trauma, the nurse mentions how she also had a rough time because of her own father. It's a total same bro moment that makes the vibe way more wholesome. Watching her father just walk away saying "I lost interest" is actually insane behavior. Imagine your dad going out for milk and literally admitting he's just bored of the family life. Expressing her gratitude, she thanks Ain for saving her and giving her up to live. Not having to worry about food or shelter is a massive W that she doesn't take for granted. Giving her that warm, protagonist smile, Ain is clearly happy that his actions actually made a difference. This is that pure, uncut, wholesome content we love to see. Laughing it off together, they realize all the effort put into Isht was totally worth it. The chemistry here is subtle but definitely present. Moving the camera over to the Heim Kingdom, we get a look at Port Town Roundheart. The architecture is looking crisp and the vibe is definitely shifting toward some political drama. Standing by the docks at night, two figures are observing a massive ship in the harbor. You just know something shady is about to go down when people start meeting in the dark like this. Identifying it as the ship of a Birdland merchant, they note that the business has been failing lately. Piling up debts is the fastest way to get yourself in a desperate situation. Mentioning the president's daughter, they talk about how she's been proposed to by aristocrats from all over. Then we see this absolute unit of a guy surrounded by girls, looking like he's living his best life while plotting something devious. Calling his actions despiteful, The redhead is clearly not a fan of how Leifun is using people's debts to get what he wants. Bro is basically playing 4D chess with people's lives. Watching the crowds move through the docks, you can feel the tension in the air. Something is brewing and these people have no idea they're just pawns in a larger game. Reading through the details of the people who lost their nationality, the scale of the corruption becomes clear. These are the right people that were mentioned, basically refugees with nowhere else to go. Doubting if Leifun will even keep his promise, they discuss how wives and daughters are being taken away as collateral. This is some dark stuff that makes you want to see the villains get absolutely cooked. Getting interrupted by a hooded messenger, they receive news that the target has finally been captured. The plot thickens as the operation moves to the next phase. Ordering the ship owner to come to the mansion, the plan is clearly moving along. Alina is taking charge and leaving the rest of the details to her subordinates. Smirking with that, "I have a plan" look, she mentions having a little business talk. You just know that whatever she has to say is going to change the game for everyone involved. Arriving at the August mansion, the scale of this place is absolutely massive. It looks like the kind of place where secrets are buried deep in the basement. Walking down into the underground room, the atmosphere gets incredibly heavy. Madam is home and she's ready to deal with the guests they have waiting in the dark. Pointing out the prisoner behind the bars, the guards stand ready for anything. This isn't just any random prisoner, this is someone with actual importance. Seeing the knight tied up in ropes, he finally realizes who he's talking to. Even while bound, this guy is trying to keep his composure like a true warrior. Identifying her as Klon's mother, the knight from Ishtalika is clearly surprised to see her there. He's got that look of a man who knows he's in a bad spot but won't back down. Acknowledging that her private army took some hits just to catch him proves how much of a threat this guy actually is. He didn't go down without a fight, that's for sure. Dismissing the guards because she wants to talk to him alone shows some serious bravery. The guards are worried, but she's got that "I know what I'm doing" energy. Proposing a deal while looking through the bars, she's trying to see if this knight is a flip. It's the classic, make an offer he can't refuse moment. Staring each other down, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a blade. Neither one of them is blinking in this high-stakes game of chicken. Laughing at the idea of a deal, the knight is clearly insulted by the suggestion. Then we see her face get incredibly serious as she prepares to drop a bombshell. Flexing his pride as a knight, the prisoner tells her not to underestimate him. The aura coming off this guy even while he's tied up is absolutely insane. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, she realizes that Ishtalika has some seriously powerful warriors in their ranks. If all their knights are like this, the kingdom is in big trouble. Pulling out a document, she asks if he'll still refuse after seeing the contents. Bro is acting like nothing can change his mind, but we all know what happens next. Telling him to read it if he's truly loyal, she passes the paper over. The knight's eyes widen as he starts to process what's written on that page. Looking completely flabbergasted, he asks what on earth he's looking at. Meanwhile, she's just standing there with a smug little smile because she knows she's won. Questioning her sanity, the knight is absolutely shook by whatever information she just leaked. Alina is out here playing mind games that would make a therapist quit. Fast forwarding a few days later, we arrive at Port Town Magna in Ishtalika. The city is looking lively and ready for a major celebration. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, a carriage rolls through the streets while people lose their minds. It's like a rock star just arrived in town. Explaining the official duty, the plan is to publicly plant a tree in the central square. It's a symbolic gesture for the hero who rescued the town. Calling her a mother saint, Aine is feeling a little ticklish about all the praise. But look at Olivia in that dress. She is looking absolutely stunning and thick in all the right places. Laughing at her son's reaction, she's clearly enjoying the moment. Dill is just in the background looking like he's trying his best not to be a third wheel. Walking out onto the stage, the crowd is absolutely massive. You can feel the hype radiating off the page as they prepare for the ceremony. Holding hands as they walk forward, the hero and the saint are the center of attention. Olivia is literally glowing and the crowd is going wild for this duo. Handing over the ripple seedling, the ceremony officially begins. It's supposed to be a simple planting, but knowing this manga, nothing's ever just simple. Getting down to business, they place the seedling into the soil together. It's a wholesome family moment that's about to get very weird. Watering the plant with care, Olivia looks like the perfect image of grace. The flowers on her dress match the vibe of the whole event perfectly. Suddenly, the ground starts to sparkle and the plant begins to glow. This is the moment where you know the magic system is about to do something crazy. Patting the plant and telling it to grow big, Aine has no idea he's about to trigger a literal miracle. Everyone thinks they're finished, but the earth has other plans. Hearing a massive gulpy sound coming from the ground is probably the last thing you want to hear at a tree planting. It's like the soil itself is thirsty for more power. Looking around in confusion, Aine asks Dill if he just drank something. The sheer silence before the storm is absolute cinema. Noticing the ground shaking, the look of realization on their faces is priceless. They know something is very wrong, or very right, depending on how you look at it. Watching the tree drink up the moisture with audible gulps is terrifying. Ain grabs his mom and dashes out just as the seedling decides to hit a massive growth spurt. Exploding into a massive tree in a matter of seconds, the ripple seedling is now a literal giant. It's raining leaves, fruit everywhere like some kind of divine blessing. Standing in awe of the massive trunk, Ain realizes his pat might have been a bit too powerful. The scale of this thing is absolutely ridiculous. Looking at the shocked faces of the crowd, they can't believe what they just witnessed. It's not every day you see a twig turn into a skyscraper in 5 seconds. Proclaiming him the incarnate of the first king, the crowd starts worshipping him on the spot. Bestowing a blessing of nature like that is basically a chosen one speedrun. Admitting this went way beyond his expectations, Ain is just trying to process the fact that he's now a living legend. His mom is just taking it in stride like, yep, that's my boy. Telling him to respond to the support, Olivia takes his hand and leads him forward. It's time to lean into the hero role whether he likes it or not. Waving to the masses as they cheer his name, the image of them standing by the massive tree is iconic. This is the kind of stuff they write history books about. Shifting back to the ocean, we see a ship approaching the horizon. The cheers from the town can probably be heard from miles away at this point. Ending the chapter with Alina arriving at the port, she pulls back her hood with a determined look. The real drama is about to start and I am here for it. Iswender. Welcome back to the channel where the waifs are thick and the MCs are absolutely cracked. We are kicking things off in the massive port city of Magna. And let me tell you, this place is looking like absolute cinema. Our girl Alina is witnessing the sheer scale of a big country and she looks completely shook as she steps off the boat. This location serves as the gateway to Ashtalica, and honestly, the architecture is giving major main character energy. Feast your eyes on the port town of Magna, a place that is literally sparkling like it has a high-end filter on it. Comparing this city to Roundheart is like comparing a local burger joint to a 5-star steakhouse, and Alina's face says it all. Suddenly, her bodyguard pops up to remind her that she is still a VIP who needs to stay alert. Turns out the ship got absolutely cooked during the voyage and needs a few days of repairs before they can bounce. Looking like he just finished a brutal 1v1 in the lobby, this random guy with a bandage on his face shows up to say goodbye. Handing over a recommendation letter for a skilled craftsman, he is trying to be a total Chad before heading out on his own. Moving out immediately because he has got big moves to make, he leaves Alina standing there like she is waiting for a cutscene to finish. Yapping about some mysterious them heading to the royal capital, the crew makes it clear that things are about to get spicy. Questioning the plan like a true skeptic, the bodyguard wonders if following Leifun's lead is actually based or just a massive L. A quick flashback reveals that some villains were spreading miasma and targeting civilians like absolute losers. Faith in the team is all Alina needs though, because she knows the squad is going to carry the win. Realizing they are stuck in this town for a while, she decides to go on a side quest while the ship gets fixed up. We get some juicy lore about Leifun trying to simp for a president's daughter using debt as an excuse, but Alina shut that down real quick. Making deals that satisfy the king is just another Tuesday for these high-level players who are playing 4D chess. Deciding to find an inn, Alina pulls out a magic tool because she is way too famous to walk around without a disguise. Watch this transition, bros, because it is smoother than a fresh jar of peanut butter. Slapping on some glasses and letting her down, she is finally ready to blend in with all the NPCs. Dropping the hood to reveal her new look, she is officially undercover and looking like a top-tier waifu. Explaining that this high-tech magic tool was definitely not cheap, she says her goodbyes to the crew for the day. Walking through the market, she is trying to find a place to crash, but the vibes are way too crowded for comfort. Some street food vendor tells her the town is packed because 2 big-shot VIP just arrived from the capital to celebrate. Checking every single inn in the area, she keeps getting hit with that full house sign like she is trying to buy a GPU during a shortage. Sitting on a bench and sighing like her life is over, she is realizing that being an aristocrat means nothing if there is no room at the inn. Out of nowhere, a mysterious hooded figure approaches her, and you already know the riz is about to be off the charts. Admitting she is in a bit of a troublesome position, she tries to keep it low-key while this stranger listens to her problems. Expressing gratitude that he is not being a total creep and prying into her business, she is surprised when he offers to find her a spot. Smirking under that hood, the stranger says his aunt told him about a place that always has a vacant room for guests. Arriving at this incredibly fancy-looking building, it is clear they are not going to some budget motel on the outskirts. Looking like he is about to have a heart attack, the manager says they have a room but it is not for regular travelers. Apparently, this room is reserved for a certain aristocrat, and the price is high enough to make a whale cry. Trying to back out of the situation, Elena is stopped when the hooded stranger says money is light work and flexes his wallet. Bumping into a worker while he is moving boxes, the stranger's hood slips just a tiny bit to reveal his face. Just a glimpse of that hair and eye color is enough to make the manager's brain start to lag from shock. Dropping the hood to reveal it is our boy Ain. He hits them with the shift, like he is a secret agent on a mission. Stunned into silence, the staff starts nodding their heads like they are glitching because a literal prince just walked in. Ordering them to get the guest a room immediately, Ain does not even care about the massive price tag. Paying for 3 days up front like a total Chad, he tells Alina not to worry about a single thing. Stepping back outside the fancy building, it is mission accomplished for our boy as he heads back into the streets. Blowing out a breath of relief, he is probably just glad he did not get swarmed by a mob of screaming fans. Suddenly, Lily jumps out of the bushes like a jump scare from a horror game to surprise him. Laughing about how Ain found his cute former superior in a cheap disguise, she is definitely going to tease him about this forever. Planning to hit up the stalls and enjoy the festival, these two are ready to live their best lives and eat good. Towering in the background, the building stays silent as the plot thickens like a bowl of cold oatmeal. Lily mentions how Elena must be happy to talk to Prince Ain, dropping the name like it is an absolute bombshell. Ending the chapter with Ain munching on some street food, he is looking like the most relaxed royal in history. We're kicking things off in chapter 56 with our boy Ain pulling up to this massive villa in Magna like he owns the place. Honestly, look at that drip, bro is definitely ready for some R&R after all that chaos. Walking inside, the vibes are immaculate as they talk about staying here for a few days while they handle business. Ain't a way a king's villa is just gonna be a normal vacation spot though, you know something is about to go down. Immediately, our main man spots a door that looks suspicious as heck and asks what's behind it. Warrants him with the classic, that's just the basement, like it's not the most obvious plot hook in history. Turns out this door is actually legendary because apparently nobody in the history of ever has been able to open it. Not even the grandpa could crack it, which basically means it's waiting for our MC to work his magic. Ain starts overthinking it, wondering if it was sealed on purpose by some ancient power. Just admit you want to see if there's some secret loot or a hidden waifu down there. Since he's the prince and basically a Chad, Warren gives him the green light to go check it out later. They're really out here acting like it's just a casual stroll and not a major lore drop waiting to happen. But first, Ain decides he's feeling a bit sleepy because he went absolutely feral on the Strood stalls earlier. Relatable content right here. I too would choose a food coma over exploring a spooky basement. Night falls over the villa and everything looks peaceful, but we all know how this goes. Our boy is tucked in and trying to catch some Z's, but the plot armor is itching. Boom, he's wide awake because taking a nap in the evening is the ultimate mistake for your sleep schedule. Look at those eyes, he's absolutely cooked and knows he's not seeing dreamland tonight. Realizing he's got nothing better to do, his brain immediately reverts back to that openable basement door. Why go for a walk on the beach when you can commit some light breaking and entering into an ancient vault? Sneaking through the halls with a lantern like he's playing a horror game, Ain is really about life. He's trying to be quiet, but we can all hear the adventure music starting to swell. Finally reaching the bottom, he holds up the light and gets his first good look at the obstacle. The anticipation is killing me. At you $5 it opens the second he touches it. Just look at the detail on this thing, it's basically screaming keep out in several different languages. This is the legendary unopenable door, and Ain is about to test that title. He notices there's no keyhole, and remembers how his grandpa opened the treasury back in the day. Broly using those 2-word IQ plays to figure out the magic mechanism while the rest of us would just be kicking it. Suddenly, the whole door starts glowing like it's absolute cinema and the seal begins to break. I guess unopenable just meant wait for the protagonist to show up. The sound effects are going crazy as the heavy doors finally start to give way. Ain is just standing there like wait, it was actually that easy for me. Dust is flying everywhere as the secret chamber reveals itself after God knows how many years. This is peak world building, you just know there's some juicy lore hidden in the dark. Our boy is genuinely shook that he actually pulled it off while everyone else failed. He's staring into the room like he just found the secret ending to his favorite game. Stepping inside, it's not some dusty dungeon but a massive, beautiful library hidden under the house. Honestly, if I had a secret study this cool, I'd never leave. Right in the center of the room is a desk with a single book left open, just waiting to be read. Talk about a dramatic setup. Whoever left this was definitely a fan of the theatrics. Ain approaches the desk, realizing that this isn't just any book, but some deeply personal. The tension is rising and I'm ready for the massive info dump. Flipping through the pages, he realizes the story inside is unfinished and full of mystery. He puts his lantern down to get a better look, and we're diving straight into the past. We get a glimpse of ancient times where clans were following this mysterious enro or elder sister. It looks like things were going south fast, and the vibes are definitely not based. The art goes hard here, showing a city in ruins while the narrator of book worries about their parents. It's a total tragedy, and Ain is soaking it all in. Shocked to the core, he realizes he's holding the literal diary of the first king of Ishtalica. This isn't just a book, it's a piece of history that could change everything. The writing talks about how countless friends died in the conflict, and you can feel the weight of the words. It's getting real dark, real fast, and our boy is feeling the pressure. We see flashes of a battle against a giant snake monster as the king wonders if there was any other choice but to fight his sister. The pages start turning blank, which is always a bad sign in a mystery. We get a close-up of a desperate eye as the realization hits home. This is the moment where the hero has to do the unthinkable. The text reveals the brutal truth. He actually took his own sister's life to end the war. Talk about a massive L for the royal family. This is heartbreaking. Look at this panel. The king is holding his sister's body and crying his eyes out. He's apologizing over and over, proving that being a Chad ruler comes with a heavy price. It turns out some shadow lady was using a curse of loneliness to manipulate the sister and make her go on a rampage. Imagine being so down bad you destroy a whole kingdom because you're lonely. The king tried to kill the manipulator, but a whole horde of familiars blocked his way and she escaped. He was so close to finishing the job, but the plot demanded a sequel. Before she left, the woman cursed him, saying he'd never be forgiven and would never find happiness. That is some top-tier hater energy right there. She crossed the sea and vanished, leaving the king with the duty of rebuilding his shattered nation. Chasing her was basically impossible at that point, so he had to focus on the grind. A year later, the new Ishtalika was built, and the king decided to end the investigation into the Red Fox. He's trying to move on, but you know that evil never stays gone for long. He decides to seal the room and the diary away, hoping he might use it again after he abdicates. And that's how we ended up with the unopenable door in the first place. The sound of the room being sealed echoes through time. Talk about a heavy ending to a diary entry. Back in the present, Ain is just standing there, processing the fact that his ancestors had it rough. He's the only one who knows the truth now, and that's a lot of weight for one teen. He mumbles about the power of the Red Fox and that curse of loneliness. You just know this is going to be the final boss of the series. The phrase "the curse of loneliness" hangs in the air like a bad omen. It's definitely giving me the creeps. Cut to the next morning, and the sunlight is hitting the villa as the birds chirp. It's such a peaceful contrast to the dark secrets we just learned. Alina wakes up feeling like she got hit by a truck, which is exactly how I feel every Monday morning. She needs some tea and a plan to check out Ishtalika for herself. Suddenly, the maid Lily pops in with a fresh pot of tea and a big smile. Alina is caught off guard because she's supposed to be in disguise. Our girl is panicking because she thought her disguise was foolproof even while sleeping. Lily is just standing there like, "I see you, girl," and the tension is hilarious. Lily straight up roasts her, asking if she really thought that cheap disguise would work in a country known for magic tools. Absolute savagery from the maid staff. She explains that Ishtalika has specialized tools just for seeing through fakes. Alina is getting absolutely cooked by the local tech. Realizing she's cornered, Alina starts sweating as Lily gets closer. It's time to drop the act and face the music. Alina finally takes off the glasses and reveals her true form. She's a certified waifu, but she looks like she's ready for a fight. She asks if she's being captured, but Lily just laughs it off. If they wanted her in prison, she'd already be there, which is a low-key flex. The maid is keeping her cool, and you can tell she's the one in control here. She's got that "I know something you don't" energy. Lily leans in with a mysterious smile that's both cute and terrifying. She says she's there for a very specific reason. Surprise, she wants to give Alina a grand tour of the place. Alina's face is pure confusion. She really wasn't expecting the hospitality. The scene transitions to the beautiful sky over the port. It's a great day for a little sightseeing and some political intimidation. Lily leads her through the city, mentioning she can't take her to see the top brass, but she'll show her something she'll like. I've got a bad feeling about this. They arrive at their destination and Lily has this huge, proud smile on her face. Alina looks like she just saw a ghost. They are standing in front of a massive military port filled with giant battleships. Ishtalika's out here flexing their naval power like it's nothing. Alina is suspicious and asks why she's being shown all this classified weaponry. Lily just shrugs it off like it's a casual tourist attraction. She reveals that she has permission from Chancellor Warren himself to show her around. Alina realizes she's being played, but she can't look away from those massive cannons. Alina decides to take the bait and look around, while Lily thinks to herself that the plan is working perfectly. This is some high-level mental chess. Look at her standing there, dwarfed by the sheer scale of the technology. Ishtalika is definitely playing on a different level. We see a flashback of Warren telling Lily to give her a tour of the facilities. He's basically using a show, don't tell method intimidation. He wants her to see the difference in their strength, so she recommends a peaceful resolution. It's a Chad move to prevent a war by just showing off your big guns. Warren is a master manipulator, thinking that if Alina reports this, her own country might treat her coldly. He's playing both sides so he always comes out on top. He considers Alina the only real threat in her country, which is a huge compliment if you think about it. The old man knows who the real MVPs are. Now they're chilling at a fancy cafe by the water, looking like two friends on a lunch date. The contrast between the weapons of war and this peaceful meal is wild. Alina is looking stressed out, realizing the sheer power gap between their nations. Lily asks if she's okay, but we all know she's dying inside. Lily mentions they estimated it would take 2 days to conquer Alina's home port with just 2 ships. Alina thinks she's joking, but the maid isn't laughing. 20 minutes. Bro, the disrespect is insane. Lily just dropped the most savage line of the chapter with a straight face. Alina calls nonsense, defending her homeport's pride. You can see the doubt starting to creep into her eyes. Lily tells her she has two choices, and the vibe gets real serious all of a sudden. It's decision time for our favorite spy. She can either stay and live in Ishtalica or go back on a livestock ship. Calling her home country's ship's livestock is a high-tier roast. Alina is offended by the livestock comment, but Lily just doubles down. She says crossing the sea in a ship like that is basically a death wish. Despite the insults, Alina decides it's time to head back home. She's got that determined look on her face, even if she knows she's in for a rough trip. Alina admits she'll miss Lily, saying her new assistant is way inferior. Lily gets all pouty because she's a stubborn one. We get a close-up of a genuine smile, showing that these two actually have a weird bond. It's almost wholesome if you ignore the threat of total war. Lily teases her about being lonely without her, and they finally seem to be relaxing. Just two girls having tea while their countries aim weapons at each other. They share a laugh together in one of the most heartwarming panels of the chapter. This is the calm before the storm, folks. The massive cargo ship is ready to set sail, looking like an absolute unit in the harbor. Alina is really doing this. She's going back to the front lines. Standing on the dock, Alina looks back one last time. Lily is there to see her off, but the friendly atmosphere is fading fast. Lily drops the bombshell. Once Alina sets foot back in Euro, they are officially enemies again. The friendship was just a temporary truce. I will have to kill you. My soul just left my body. Lily went from sweet maid to cold-blooded assassin in 1 second. Alina doesn't even flinch, she just starts walking up the ramp. She knows the rules of the game they're playing. She turns back and gives a final thank you for everything, including letting her go. It's a classy move from a high-tier character. Lily bows formally, representing the Chancellor and wishing her a comfortable journey. The mask is back on and the professional distance is restored. The ship sails away into the distance as Lily watches from the shore. It's such a cinematic shot, I can almost hear the emotional ending theme playing. Alone in her cabin, Alina sips her tea and thinks about Lily's words. She's got a lot to process before she reaches home. She acknowledges that the strength gap is real, but she's not ready to give up yet. It hasn't been decided yet that I will lose, she says to herself. We end on this absolute fire shot of Alina looking like a total boss. She's not a weak woman, and Ishtalica better be ready for whatever she's cooking up next. Yo, what is up, my kings? We are back and starting off with some top-tier waifu energy, because look at Chris-san just chilling and bevering from a fever. She's looking pensive as heck, probably thinking about how she's going to carry the next arc on her back like the absolute queen she is. Even the chapter title is calling it a new stage, so you know things are about to get spicy for our girl while she's gripping that sword like she's ready to fight the bedsheets. Cutting over to the high society vibes, we see Prince Ain sitting down for a little chat in a room that probably costs more than my entire life. Realizing he's got company, Ain prepares for a meeting with a mysterious guest. Enter Professor Oz, who honestly looks like that one cool teacher who lets you slide on homework but definitely hides some dark secrets behind those glasses. Discussing the madness that went down in Baltic, these two are playing it cool like total chads. Ain is keeping his composure while the professor looks like he's ready to drop some forbidden knowledge. Oz is acting like a proud dad, losing his mind over how much the kid has grown, while Ain just shrugs it off like it's another day at the office. Explaining his presence in town, the professor mentions he's only here to check out some precision components because apparently, even in a fantasy world, you need quality control for your gadgets. Look at this man geeking out over a tiny metal ring like it's the one ring from Sauron himself. He is absolutely lost in the sauce. Admitting that research is basically his entire personality, Oz proves he's a true man of science. It's both his hobby and his job, which is basically the dream setup for any researcher. Dropping a massive hook, he mentions he has a secret hobby of collecting old stories that aren't in the history books. Ain is basically us right now, leaning in because he knows the lore drop is about to be legendary. Leaning back in his chair, offers to share one of these hidden tales. This is absolute cinema in the making, and we are here for every second of it. Diving into the past, we start a story about a legendary leader who had 3 subordinates that were basically the ultimate squad goals. Imagine a squad with a research nerd obsessed with his parents, a spear expert who lived for the drama, and a strategist who was the ultimate bookworm. This strategist used to drag his childhood friend along just to read together, which is honestly top-tier nerd behavior. Traveling the world looking for trouble, this squad eventually found a country full of actual NPCs that needed to be taught a lesson. Confronting the bad guys with zero fear, the leader showed them exactly why she was the boss. She absolutely cooked the opposition and liberated the whole place like a total unit. Becoming a hero in record time, she befriended every tribe in sight, and basically became the main character of history. Realizing the grind never stops, the leader eventually decided to head to the next land to find more villains to crush. However, 2 of her bros decided they were done with the adventurer life and wanted to settle down. While the research guy stayed for family reasons, the strategist had a much more down bad reason for sticking around. Turns out, the strategist was a massive simp for the local queen and decided to dedicate his life to her even though he had zero riz and no chance of winning her over. Watching over her from the shadows like a true guardian, his love never actually came to fruition. Adding more layers to the tragedy, his childhood friend stayed behind too, just to watch him watch the queen, creating a cycle of sadness that would make a K-drama look like a comedy. Sailing off to find more smoke, the leader and the spear expert left their friends behind to pursue their own paths. Meanwhile, the research enthusiast kept grinding in his lab, probably trying to invent something to fix his friends' love lives. Dedicating his entire existence to the queen's country, the strategist resolved to protect her legacy at all costs. He spent his days buried in books, making sure the kingdom didn't fall apart. Ending on a total tearjerker, the strategist is seen crying over the queen's grave after she passes away. He remained in the country until the very end, protecting it even when the person he loved was long gone. Oz finishes the tale with that "it is what it is" energy, leaving the room feeling heavy as heck. He thanks the boys for listening to his rambling like a true gentleman. Calling it a touching story, Ain is clearly moved, though he probably thinks it's a myth. Oz just smiles and says there are many stories like that, keeping his cards close to his chest. Suddenly checking his watch, the professor realizes he's got a dip before the inn closes its doors on him. It's unfortunate the meeting has to end, but duty calls. Trading a handshake and some pleasantries, these two look like bros who just shared a deep moment over some tea. They hope to meet again, but the vibe is definitely shifting. Look at Oz's face as he leaves, that smirk is suspicious as all get out, and I bet my last dollar he knows more than he's letting on. Replacing the empty cups with some fresh tea, Dill tries to lighten the mood, but Ain is stuck in a trance. He's deep in thought, trying to figure out why that story felt so familiar. Connecting the dots about a strategist and a queen, the gears are turning at maximum speed in his head. He wonders why this specific old story is stuck in his mind like a catchy song. Suddenly, the realization hits him like a truck and he lets out a scream that probably woke up the whole neighborhood. The pieces of the puzzle are finally fitting together. Flashing back to a tombstone he saw in the Demon Lord's territory, Ain remembers a specific maiden name. He's sweating bullets because the connection is too crazy to be a coincidence. Reading the name Raviola Vernstein on the grave, the truth becomes clear. Bro realized that the queen in the story has the exact same family name as Chris-san, and that is a massive lore drop. Staring into the abyss, Ain is absolutely shook to his core as he tries to process this information. This changes everything we thought we knew about the family trees in this series. Deciding he can't just sit there, Ain tells Dill that he's got to grill Chris about her heritage the second she's back on her feet. He needs answers, and he needs them now. Jumping over to the Roundheart mansion, we see the Heim capital looking peaceful, but we know better. There's always some scheme brewing in these fancy houses. Shannon is looking like the sweetest waifu imaginable while talking to Grint, playing the blessed woman card perfectly. Grint is clearly feeling the vibes, acting like a total gentleman while she thanks him for his time. Heading out on a trip, Grint offers to bring back souvenirs to secure future Riz. He's departing early tomorrow, but he's already thinking about what she'd like. Asking for a little favor, Shannon wants him to relay a message to a friend in Euro. She mentions this person has helped them before and she wants their assistance again soon. Grint jumps on the task like a hungry dog, telling her she can count on him for anything. He asks who this mystery person is, completely unaware of the danger. Scratching his head, Grint tries to think of who he knows in Euro that Shannon would be talking to. He's totally clueless while the tension starts to rise. Stepping in close, Shannon invades his personal space and makes the poor guy's heart skip a beat. She's got that look in her eyes that says something big is about to happen. Whispering into his ear, she delivers the message, and you know this isn't some romantic nonsense. The atmosphere turns cold as she speaks. The message is let's prepare for a new stage, which sounds like code for everything is about to go down in flames. This is the ultimate cliffhanger. Walking away, Shannon's face goes full Yander mode, showing us that the sweet girl act was just a massive cap. Grint is left standing there looking confused while the real villain reveals her colors. Waving goodbye with a smile that would terrify a demon, Shannon tells him she'll be waiting. The narrator tells us the day of the meeting is approaching, and it's going to be absolute chaos. Look at this squad ready to throw hands for the throne. Everyone is looking like a total Chad in this lineup, and the tension is already through the roof. Over on the other side, we've got the Heim crew looking salty as ever. You just know these guys are about to get cooked by some plot armor or a massive power reveal. Sailing across the ocean, the fleet makes its way toward the most important meeting of the century. Seeing all those ships in formation is absolute cinema for anyone who loves a good military flex. Check out the size of this absolute unit of a battleship. The author really went all out on the detail here, making sure we know Ishtalika isn't playing games. Suddenly, we've got the waifus bowing down and apologizing for the inconvenience. Seeing them this humble is a rare sight, and honestly the down bad side of the community is probably eating this up. Olivia is out here looking like a whole meal while talking about some legendary ripple fruit. Apparently, this snack was so cracked it helped everyone recover instantly. Looking at Ain's face, you can tell he's just happy the girls are feeling better. The vibes are immaculate right now, but we all know the peace isn't going to last forever. Dropping some top-secret intel, Olivia mentions a name that catches our boy off guard. It's always the quiet moments where the real lore starts to drop. Flashback time reveals one knight was acting like a total clown trying to escape his duties. Watching him hide under a bed like a coward is the kind of comedy gold this series needs. Learning that elves have a massive resistance to paralytic agents is a total pro-gamer move. Even after being drugged, this girl was still ready to throw down. Ain shifts the conversation to the Vernstein family name, sensing there's something deeper going on. Asking about a family's heritage is the ultimate way to trigger a massive lore dump. Hearing that his ancestors might have been pixies is a total what-the-heck moment for our boy. If he's got pixie blood, his magic stats are probably about to hit the moon. Breaking the cozy atmosphere, a knock at the door signals that it's time to get back to business. You can tell by the look on their faces that the vacation time is officially over. Stepping out to the sun, the crew realizes they've finally reached the legendary location for the deliberation. This place looks like a high-tier DLC area. Gazing out at the horizon, the scale of this island starts to sink in. It's the perfect neutral ground for two massive powers to either shake hands or start a world war. Taking in the view from the balcony, Ain can't help but be impressed by the architecture. Our guy is living the dream life of a prince while we're stuck in the comments section. Realizing this place was a deserted island just 6 months ago is a testament to how based the builders are. They really turned a wasteland into a palace in record time. Pointing out the Heim vessel, the girl reminds Ain that the opposition has officially landed. You can feel the determination radiating off the elders from all the way up here. Mentioning his mother Elena, the conversation turns toward the political minefield they're about to walk into. Having your mom at a high-stakes meeting is either a blessing or a total disaster. Holding hands on the balcony, these two are giving us some peak romance vibes. The way she looks at him is enough to make any simp lose their mind. Flashing a confident smile, Ain is ready to take on whatever Heim throws at him. This is the face of a man who knows he has the best girl by his side. Thinking about the objectives of each party, the girl starts to break down the real reason everyone is here. It's not just about peace, it's about power and compensation. Heim is basically showing up with their hands out, asking for their elders back and a fat stack of cash. Meanwhile, the prince just wants to claim his waifu back like a total degenerate. Diverging from the prince's plan, Lady Elena probably has her own crit agenda. You never trust a high-tier noblewoman when she says she has a plan. Caution is the name of the game when it comes to Elena. Even the legendary Warren is keeping a close eye on her. She's like a final boss in a verbal duel. Severing ties and getting an apology is Ishtalika's main goal, and they aren't taking no for an answer. Our boy Ain is fully on board with cutting these losers off for good. Noticing the Heim crew disembarking, things start to look a little hectic down at the docks. It's about to be a clash of egos and mustache power. Seeing Logos in person is a rare occurrence, and he looks like he's having a permanent bad day. That mustache alone deserves its own villain arc. Using his cracked super hearing, Ain decides to eavesdrop on the conversation down below. Who needs a spy network when you can just listen to the wind? Suddenly, two massive sea dragons pop up and absolutely terrify the Heim soldiers. Seeing these guys freak out over the prince's pets is the highlight of the chapter. Logos is sweating bullets seeing these enormous beasts guarding the docks. He's realizing real quick that Heim's military flex is nothing compared to these dragons. Calling out the names, El and Al, the soldiers realize these dragons are actually under the prince's control. Imagine having a sea monster as a bodyguard. That's the ultimate Chad move. Making cute noises while being terrifying is a weird combination. But these dragons pull it off. They're basically giant, scaly golden retrievers. Dill steps up to explain that these magical beings are totally chill as long as you don't act up. He's out here babysitting the dragons and the diplomats at the same time. Recognizing Dill from a previous fight, the Heim soldiers start catching flashbacks of getting their butts kicked. The disrespect is palpable. Standing tall, Dill looks absolutely unfazed by the glares he's receiving. He's a true professional who knows he could wipe the floor with these guys if things got spicy. Arguing about who gets to get off the ship first is some peak petty behavior. These Heim royals really love to make a scene over nothing. Tension reaches a boiling point as the two sides stare each other down. You could cut the atmosphere with a butter knife right now. Talking trash about the insolent crown prince while standing on his island is a bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off for them or if they get sent back to the lobby. Stopping in his tracks, Dill isn't about to let a question go unanswered if it involves his honor. He's got that main character energy even when he's just a supporting role. Turning around with a cold stare, Dill prepares to school these nobles on how things work in Ishtalika. This stash guy Logos is about to get a reality check. Asking if Olivia is present is a dangerous game to play with Dill. You don't just ask about the royal family like you're ordering a burger. Correcting their lack of decorum, Dill reminds them that they're talking to royalty. Using the proper honorifics isn't optional when you're dealing with Ishtalika's finest. Refusing the request for a meeting, Dill stands his ground like an absolute unit. He knows exactly who holds the power in this situation. Begging for just a single word is a desperate move for a supposedly high-ranking noble. Haim is looking weaker by the second. Mentioning Ain's name without a title is the final straw for our boy Dill. You can see the dark aura starting to flare up around him. Gripping his sword hilt, Dill is 1 second away from making this a very short conference. The heartbeat sound effects are basically a countdown to a funeral. Exhaling slowly, he manages to keep his cool, but the message is sent loud and clear. Don't test the patience of a man who serves the crown prince. Declaring that Ain-sama is their esteemed leader is the ultimate flex. Dill is basically saying know your place, trash, without using those exact words. Lecturing them on proper honorifics one more time for good measure is just peak pettiness. He's making sure they feel every bit of that disrespect. Walking away without answering another question is the coldest way to end a conversation. Dill is definitely the MVP of this chapter. Watching the whole drama from the balcony, Ain and the girl are just taking it all in. It's like watching a reality TV show, but with more swords and dragons. Sweating a bit at the sheer intensity of his own subordinates, Ain realizes this meeting is going to be a wild ride. Being the boss is stressful when your team is this based. Concluding that the meeting will be perilous is the understatement of the year. With dragons, secret plans, and bad mustaches, we're in for some absolute cinema in the next few chapters. Ending the day with a dragon spitting water on the ship is the perfect finishing touch. Even the animals' Haim is full of it. Vrav. Starting off with those peak tropical vibes as our boy Ain and the best girl clone take a stroll. This chapter is titled Her Worth, and you already know we are about to see some absolute queen behavior, taking a moment to breathe in that ocean air before the political drama hits the fan. Clone is out here looking like a whole snack while Ain tries to play it cool. Blushing like she's got a secret, Clone admits there wasn't really a specific reason for the walk. Our boy is dense, but even he can feel the tension in the air right now. Realizing that her mom is about to be in the same room as her man has got her feeling some type of way. Ain is actually happy she's worried because it means he's constantly on her mind. Dropping names already, she mentions that the prince's presence is the real headache here. Personally, she isn't even that pressed about her mother compared to that annoying royal. Expecting the worst, they discuss how the prince might try some reckless, mid-tier move to bring her back. Bro is definitely going to crash the party with zero riz. Grandpa Warren is already 10 steps ahead, mentioning he'll literally leave Haim in ruins if they act up. You love to see a top-tier advisor who chooses violence for the sake of the squad. Suggesting a total power move, Clone tells Ain he should just declare her as his own during the meeting. Look at our boy's face, he is absolutely shook by the audacity. Leaning in with that maximum waifu energy, she asks if he'll actually say it for her. The tension is reaching absolute cinema levels right here on the sand. Placing her hand right on his chest, she's making it very clear what she wants to hear. If Ain doesn't fold here, he's officially lost his license to lead. Staring into each other's eyes while the world fades away for a second. The way they look at each other is just pure, unadulterated peak. Closing in for the kill, it looks like we are finally getting that legendary kiss. My heart is doing laps right now, please don't let anyone ruin this. Getting interrupted by a random dash is the ultimate vibe killer of all time. Just when the romance was peaking, some clown had to go and ruin the moment, hiding behind the trees like they're on a secret mission while the prince and his goon walk by. Ain's got that shush finger up because if they get caught now it's gonna be awkward, splashing around in the water while complaining about Ishtalika like a total sore loser. Prince Glint is out here sounding like a hater who just got sent back to the lobby, listening in as they start talking trash about the crown prince's aide. Little do they know, the very person they're roasting is watching them from the bushes. Complaining about those prim and polished letters is a major self-own. This dude infuriated by basic manners that he's having a literal meltdown on the beach. Worrying about her handwriting now, Clone is looking adorable and stressed. She's really out here thinking her penmanship is the problem when the prince is just a hater. Reassuring her with a smile, Ain tries to calm down his pouting queen. Look at that legendary pout, that is 10-10 culture right there. Shifting gears to the first day of the deliberation, and you can already feel the weight of the room. The architecture alone tells you this is where the boy decisions happen. Looking at this massive conference table, you just know some verbal hands are about to be thrown. Everyone is suited up and ready to fight for their nation's future. King Garland von Heim is sitting there looking like he just ate a lemon. He is already annoyed that they arrived first, which is such a weird thing to be mad about. Entering the room with all the grace of a final boss, the Ishtalika crew makes their appearance. The King of Haim is already losing his patience and we haven't even started. Introducing Warren Lark, the Chancellor of Ishtalika, who looks like he's seen it all. This old man has enough wisdom to make the entire Haim kingdom tremble. Leading the way with total confidence, Warren is setting the stage for the main event. You can see the Haim royals sweating just looking at him. Behold the absolute Chad energy of the King of Ishtalika as he takes his seat. The presence this man has is enough to make the entire room go silent. Gulping in fear, Glint realizes he's in the presence of a literal legend. The difference in aura between these two kings is just embarrassing at this point. Asking about the crown prince, King Haim is clearly itching to see who he's dealing with. He's got no idea that he's about to be hit with a massive reality check. Feeling conflicted, Alina is sitting there thinking about her daughter's beloved. You can see the internal struggle on her face as she prepares for the reveal. Noticing her distress, Logos asks if something is troubling her. These two are definitely not ready for the bombshell that's about to drop. Admitting that his heart is far from tranquil, Logos is showing some rare vulnerability. The tension in this room is thick enough to cut with a sword. Announcing the arrival of the crown prince, the doors swing open for the main character. Everyone turns their head to see the man of the hour. Apologizing for the delay, Warren has that smug "I know something you don't" look. The girl on the right is already giggling because she knows what's coming. Walking in like he owns the entire continent, Ain makes his grand entrance with Klon by his side. This is a certified power move if I've ever seen one. Dropping the mic, our boy introduces himself as Ain von Ishtalika. The shocked faces on the Haim side are absolutely priceless. They are completely cooked. Recognizing that voice and that bearing, Logos realizes he's seen this kid before. The realization hitting him that this random boy is the crown prince is pure gold. Flashing back to that time in the city, it all starts to click for the Haim officials. They really let the future king of Ishtalika walk right under their noses. Staring in disbelief, Logos can't wrap his head around how much aura this kid has. He's only a year older than Glint, but the gap in their disposition is a literal ocean. Losing his mind, Glint points at Klon and screams her name like a total simp. He can't believe she's standing there as part of the Ishtalika squad. Introducing herself with total class, Klon confirms she is the aide to the crown prince. She is standing on business and Glint is absolutely fuming. Claiming she was abducted, the prince is trying to cope with the fact that she left him. Klon shuts that down immediately, telling him it was her own choice. Asking why she didn't contact him, Glint is looking more desperate by the second. Bro is really out here begging for attention in the middle of a high-stakes meeting. Revealing the truth with a savage smile, Klon tells him she wrote every single one of those letters. Remember how he said her handwriting was unpleasant? Yeah, he just played himself. Getting hit with the ultimate "it was me" moment, Glint looks like he's about to short-circuit. The realization that he insulted the girl he's obsessed with is absolute peak comedy. Calling it her vengeance for yesterday's disturbance, Klon is not holding back. Even Ain thinks she might be going a little too hard on the poor guy. Laughing it off like a madman, King Haim tries to act like this is all just a big joke. He thinks he can just demand her back and everything will return to normal. Asking what exactly he means by that, the king of Ishtalika is not amused. You can feel the temperature in them dropping as the real negotiations begin. Demanding the return of the August family daughter right now. King Haim really thinks he has the leverage here, which is honestly just delusional. Playing dumb for a second, Warren corrects him that she is the lady of House Augusta. The level of disrespect in his feigned ignorance is just beautiful to watch. Running out of patience, the Haim king is tired of the word games. He wants results, but he's talking to the masters of the game, clarifying the situation with that calm, old man energy. Warren is about to drop a financial bomb that's going to end this man's whole career, stating clearly that they have zero intention of giving her up. The look in Warren's eye says everything you need to know about who's in charge. Shocked faces all around as the Haim royals realize they just got told no in the most professional way possible. Glint looks like he's about to burst a blood vessel, estimating her value to be worth decades, or even a century of their national budget. Warren is literally saying she is more valuable than their entire country's bank account. Asking if they even have that kind of money prepared is the ultimate flex. He knows their coffers are short, and he's rubbing it in their faces with zero mercy. Fuming with rage, King Haim asks if they dare to mock him. The disrespect is reaching levels that usually lead to a full-blown war. Screaming about insolence, Glint is losing his cool while Warren just stands there unbothered. You can't negotiate when you're seen as untrustworthy, and Warren is making that very clear. Telling the prince to stay back, Logos realizes things are getting dangerous. He can sense the killing intent coming from the other side of the table. Focusing in on that sharp, deadly gaze, there is a monster sitting right across from them, and he's just waiting for a reason to draw his blade. Declaring that the Marshal of Ishtalika's sword is within reach. This is a literal threat of immediate death if anyone makes a wrong move. Realizing that Ishtalika is actually ready for war is a huge wake-up call for Glint. He thought this was just a chat, but he's actually standing on a battlefield, admitting that the distance between their nations is now massive. They aren't just neighbors anymore. They are on completely different levels of power. Calling them foes is the final nail in the coffin for any friendly talks. Alina is looking on, probably realizing just how badly Haim messed up, seeking firm assurances rather than reconciliation. Warren isn't looking to be friends, he's looking to make sure Haim stays in their lane, pointing out a contradiction like he's actually doing something. King Haim is grasping at straws while his entire position crumbles around him, shutting him down instantly. Warren says there is no contradiction at all. This man is a literal wall of logic that the Haim king just can't climb, questioning if these are the words of the nation or just the chancellor. Elena is finally stepping in to test the waters, showing she's the only one with a brain on that side. Staying silent for a moment, Warren lets the weight of the question hang in the air. The tension is so high you could hear a pin drop in this hall. Looking over at Ain, Elena is trying to read the boy who holds her daughter's heart. Our boy is just sitting there looking calm and collected like a true king, giving a small confident smile that says he's in total control. Ain doesn't even need to speak to show that he's the one running the show, ending the meeting for the day because everyone has clearly had enough. The Heim side is walking away with their tails between their legs. Smiling to herself, Elena's to have found something interesting in this mess. She's definitely plotting something, and it's probably going to be legendary. Looking surprised by her mother's reaction, Klon is left wondering what's going on. The mystery deepens as the first day comes to a close. Walking away together, Klon mentions how typical that was for her mother. Ain is wondering if took the right course, but Klon seems confident. Perplexed by Elena's behavior, the Marshal wonders why she left the discussion to the royals. She's their ace, but she barely said a word the whole time. Observing the conduct of the Ishtalika side was her real goal. She wasn't there to talk, she was there to gather intel on her potential son-in-law. Suspecting a plot, Warren knows that Elena is not to be underestimated. This is basically a chess match between the two smartest people in the room, requesting to handle tomorrow's negotiations personally. Warren wants to go head-to-head with the woman who raised Klon to see what she's really about. Approving the plan without hesitation, Ain trusts his advisor completely. He knows Warren is the best man for the job when it comes to high-stakes mental warfare. Leaving everything to Warren, the king gives his blessing for the next round. The stage is set for an epic showdown between Ishtalika's brain and Heim's ace. Ensuring the success of this deliberation is the only goal left. Warren's face is set in stone. He's not gonna let anything stand in his way, ending the chapter on a cliffhanger that has us all sweating. What kind of intrigue is about to go down in the next meeting? We'll have to wait and see, but you know it's gonna be absolute cinema. Alright boys, strap in because chapter 60 of Magic Stone Gourmet is dropping, and the political big brains are finally clashing for the second day of deliberations. Looking at this landscape, you know the vibes are tense as both nations prepare to throw hands with words before they throw them with swords. Elena is looking absolutely stunning as she stares down the Chancellor, showing off that top-tier waifu energy while the wisdom of two nations is about to collide. Sitting at the big boy table, it turns out the Chancellor is flying solo today, claiming all matters have been entrusted solely to his old, wrinkly self. Noticing the absence of Klon, the third prince is already looking a little bit bothered, while Elena confirms she's the one holding the bag for her side. Getting straight to the point, the Chancellor wants to know where Elena's family stands in Ishtalika. Wearing that classic, "I'm about to ruin your career" smile, Elena doesn't miss a beat. Explaining that her daughter is currently the crown prince's assistant and they came over of their own free will. Labeling them as exiles with a cold stare, the Chancellor tries to set a trap that would make even a veteran gamer sweat, giving him nothing but a smug little smirk. Elena is clearly playing 4D chess while everyone else is playing checkers. Confirming that in the eyes of Ishtalika they might be exiles, the Chancellor acknowledges they are now citizens of his nation, basically saying finders keepers. Looking all stoic and mysterious, the old man pretends to understand, but you know he's got something devious cooking in that bald head of his. Slamming his hand on the table like a total scrub, Prince Leifun gets triggered because he can't handle the talk about families being torn apart. Screaming at the top of his lungs, the prince claims that for Elena, it's like her family was stolen, while Elena just watches him like, "Bro, you are embarrassing us." Claiming that no matter the circumstances, families should stay together, the prince is basically into the void while the Chancellor looks on with pure amusement. Sorrowful matters cannot be ignored, according to our loudmouthed prince who is definitely doing too much right now. Looking completely done with his nonsense, Elena is probably wondering why she has to carry this entire team on her back. Finding it delightful that he shares sentiments with the third prince, the Chancellor puts on his best friendly grandpa act to bait the trap, mentioning how coincidental it is that others in his nation have also had their families taken. The old man is preparing to drop a massive truth bomb. Dropping the hammer, he reveals that Heim is actually the one doing the kidnapping, leaving Leifun looking like he just saw a ghost. Explaining that the first prince of Heim is living large while holding innocent families captive. The Chancellor is the absolute corruption of the royal family. Realizing his brother's convenient people were actually kidnapped citizens, Leifun is getting absolutely cooked in real time, suggesting a preemptive strike might be necessary to save their people. The Chancellor is basically threatening to wipe Heim off the map. Stepping up like an absolute Chad, Elena admits she didn't know about this and promises to handle the situation personally to avoid a total war. Asking if they can request something from Ishtalika in return for these exiles. The Chancellor shows he's the ultimate negotiator, declaring her own father-in-law and daughter as serious criminals. Elena pulls a pro-gamer move to keep them under Ishtalika's protection. Leaving their homeland without informing the royals constitutes treason, so she demands they be judged for their crimes right here and now. Sending the families back to Ishtalika is the only resolution Elena will accept, reminding them not to go against the words of the first king. Accepting the terms with a simple "very well," the Chancellor finally lets the tension leak out of the room. Panicking because he can't make decisions without his big brother, Leifun is proving he's not ready for the big leagues, telling him to shut it because he shouldn't give the enemy a chance to strike. Elena proves she is the real MVP of this meeting. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the prince realizes he's been completely outplayed by everyone in the room. Apologizing for his brother's actions, the third prince finally bows his head, showing that Haim has officially taken the L. Looking at Alina one last time, you can tell there's still a lot of unspoken drama simmering under the surface. Walking out of the room like defeated man, Leifun leaves the rest of the paperwork to the adults. Handling the rest on her own, Alina prepares to sign the documents that will change the fate of both kingdoms. Putting pen to paper, the two masterminds finally finalize the deal that keeps the peace for now. Laughing at the sound approach Alina took, the Chancellor admits he was utilizing everything at his disposal to get the win. Reviewing the details of the exiles and the imprisoned women, the scope of the first prince's crimes is honestly sickening. Holding the fate of Haim in her hands, Alina realizes she was the one who leaked the info to silence the corrupt authorities. Believing the Chancellor would address the matter properly, Alina shows she actually has some respect for the old man's intellect. Discerning his intentions, the Chancellor finds it intriguing that Ishtalika wanted a clear guarantee in return for severing ties. Seeking a just cause for when Haim eventually makes a move, the strategy here is absolute cinema. Giving Ishtalika the justification to act, Alina has basically set up a trap for the future. Praising her as a person of great intellect, the Chancellor finally gives credit where it's due. Looking up at the grand architecture of the hall, you can practically feel the weight of the history being made here. Stamping the document with finality, the deal is officially sealed and there's no going back now. Settling the affairs peacefully is a victory in itself, even if they didn't win every single point in the deliberation. Showing off the signed treaty, Elena looks like she just secured the biggest bag of her life. Receiving praise from the Chancellor is a rare honor, but Elena takes it with grace like the queen she is. Realizing the document isn't the end of the matter, Elena knows there's still one more thing the Chancellor is after. Wishing to acquire something beyond just a cause, the Chancellor's true objective is finally coming to light. Smiling like he knows a secret that would break the world, the old man is looking sus as hell right now. Breaking into a cold sweat, Alina realizes that the game isn't over yet. Returning to the main table, the atmosphere is even heavier than before as the kings rejoin the conversation. Demanding an apology, the king of Haim looks like he's about to blow a fuse. Refusing to lower his head as a king, the man is showing his true colors as a stubborn old fool. Presenting a new document for review, the Chancellor is about to deliver the final killing blow to Haim's pride. Showing a map with support rates, the data reveals that the people are not happy with their current leadership. Aligning his words with the data, the Chancellor reveals that the support for Ain is off the charts, exceeding 90% in some cities. The support for the Crown Prince is basically a mandate for him to take over. Conducting a survey on whether to hasten Ain's ascension to the throne is a bold move that has everyone shook. Thinking about abdication so he can enjoy a peaceful retirement, the King of Italica is ready to pass the torch to the MC. Looking over at Ain, the Chancellor gives him a look that says, "Get ready, kid, you're up." Smiling with pure satisfaction, the old man knows his plan is coming together perfectly. Arguing that breaking a secret pact isn't a reason for a strike, the King of Haim is desperately grasping at straws. Believing the judgment of Ishtalika might be different, Elena reminds them that military force isn't the only way to win a war. Commending her insight, the Chancellor prepares to wrap this whole circus up. Realizing what they have done might harbor deep resentment, the gravity of the situation finally sinks in for the Haim royals. Looking like an absolute demon, the King of Ishtalika shows his true power, and it is terrifying. Clenching his fist in fear, the King of Haim finally understands that he is completely outmatched. Bowing down and offering a formal apology, the king of a nation is forced to humble himself before his superiors. Accepting the apology with a cold, distant look, the King of Ishtalika shows no mercy to the weak. Letting out a sigh of relief, the princes realize they barely escaped with their lives. Concluding the deliberation, the group prepares to disband and head their separate ways. Chasing after Klon, the third prince is clearly not ready to let go of his hopeless crush. Asking if she will truly never come to Haim again, the prince is looking incredibly down bad. Telling him to forget about her, Klon delivers the most brutal rejection in manga history. Walking away without looking back, she leaves the prince standing there in the dust. Standing alone in the grand hallway, the prince realizes he never stood a chance against a Chad like Ain. Declaring that she cannot become his wife, Klon officially ends any hope the prince had left. Looking absolutely devastated, the prince's face says it all. Bro is going through it right now. Confirming her heart belongs only to him, the chapter ends with a total victory for our boy Ain and his harem. Looking at the start of chapter 61, we get a clear shot of the two brothers whose lives have gone in completely opposite directions. One is destined for greatness while the other is currently stuck in his own head, and the tension is already palpable. Walking through the gardens after the big deliberation, Glint is trying to play it cool while walking next to Alina. It seems like the weight of the world is on their shoulders, but they're trying to keep things professional for the sake of the mission. Realizing how carefree the people are during the final night's banquet, Glint can't help but feel a bit salty about the whole situation. He's staring at the fireworks they personally offended him while everyone else is just trying to have a good time. Hearing Alina talk about letting go of Clone makes Glint's brain absolutely short-circuit. He can't wrap his head around how she's so unperturbed by everything that's gone down with the prince. Malting like a true hater, Glint admits he can't accept the fact that Clone chose that man over everyone else. He's basically nice guy energy right now, and it is honestly a tough watch. Trying to downplay the prince's riz, he claims that while the guy might have a bit of wit, special, you can tell he's just trying to cope with the fact that he's not the main character in this specific drama. Comparing him to some dude named Tiger is a massive reach, especially when he starts calling the prince's achievements dubious at best. This man is so deep in denial he's practically swimming in it. Dropping in upside down like a certified ninja waifu, Lily decides to jump scare the life out of these two. She's not up to let Glint keep talking trash about her boss without showing him what's up. Landing with the grace of a cat, she mocks Glint for his dramatic reaction while Alina just sighs at the chaos. Lily is the type of person who lives for the drama, and honestly, we love that for her. Smirking with that "I know something you don't" energy, she offers to show them the real swordsmanship of Ain-sama. She's about to put Glint's entire worldview into a blender and hit the pulse button, setting the stage for the night's main event. The torches are lit and the moon is high. This is the perfect atmosphere for a legendary beatdown or a massive flex. Peeking over the hill, Glint sees the match is already underway and his eyes are practically popping out of his head. He realizes the man he's been roasting is about to do something absolutely insane. Steel clashing against steel creates sparks that light up the night as the demonstration match kicks into high gear. You can tell just from the sound that these guys aren't playing around. Watching the fight unfold, the girls explain that the current match is between Lloyd-sama and Dill. Dill is out here struggling for his life while everyone else is just casually spectating, bullying the poor kid with a massive grin on his face. Lloyd tells Dill that retreating isn't gonna win him any medals. This man is a literal tank and he's treating this like a light warm-up. Screaming from the sidelines, the cat girl is losing her mind trying to coach Dill from the peanut gallery. She's got more energy than the actual fighters, and it's honestly hilarious. Glint is absolutely shook by the speed of the exchanges, realizing that his own skills might be lacking in comparison. Every clang of the swords is a reminder that he's not on this level yet. Calling him my son right before a massive impact, Lloyd shows that even family ties won't save you from a world-class ass-whooping. The look on his face is pure dominance. Shaking the entire arena with one massive strike, Lloyd proves why he's the Marshal of Ishtalika. This isn't just a fight, it's a total demolition of the ground and Dill's spirit. Sending Dill flying through the air like a ragdoll, the sheer power behind that swing is nothing short of absolute cinema. Bro got sent to the lobby without a return ticket. Panting on the ground and covered in dust, Dill finally realizes that he's completely cooked. He fought the good fight, but sometimes you just have to accept that you're outclassed. Yielding to his father was the only smart move left because the gap in their power is a literal canyon. The crowd is going wild, but Dill is just trying to remember what planet he's on. Standing on the ridge in total silence, Glint and the others are trying to process the absolute unit they just witnessed. It's one thing to hear about a monster, but it's another thing to see one in action. Panicking because he's seeing a literal monster in human form, Glint is losing his cool while the cat girl prepares her secret weapon. She's got that mischievous look that spells trouble for everyone involved. Pushing Ain into the ring like he's a sacrifice, she tells him to go avenge his subordinate. Ain looks like he just got told he's taking a surprise math test in front of the whole school. Standing across from the marshal with a giant rift in the ground between them, the vibes are officially immaculate. This is the showdown we've all been waiting for, and the hype is through the roof. Laughing like a man who just found his favorite toy, Lloyd is hyped to see what the prince can actually do. He's been waiting for this moment and he's not going to hold back even a little bit. Hating from the sidelines again, Glint predicts that the fight will end in an instant. He's still clinging to the idea that his brother is a failure, which is some top-tier cope. Thinking back to their childhood, we see a flashback of Ain struggling with a wooden sword while their dad looks on. Glint was always the golden boy while Ain was treated like the family's biggest mistake. Forsaken by his own father for being unfit, Ain had to deal with some serious trauma growing up. It's no wonder he's so locked in now. He's got an entire lifetime of disrespect to answer for. Cheering him on from the stands, the waifus are showing Ain the love he never back home. The cat girl is still screaming her head off because as that's just her brand. Elena looks on with a soft smile, finally starting to see the man that Ain has become. The support is wholesome, but the actual violence is about to start. Grabbing Elena's hand and dragging her along, Lily decides they need a front row seat to the greatness. She's not letting anyone miss out on the peak fiction that's about to happen. Moving so fast that the background is just a collection of speed lines, Lily is basically a human cheat code. Elena is just trying to keep her lunch down at this point, warning her not to let go or she'll be flung into the next time zone. Lily is having the time of her life. This girl is chaotic neutral personified and I am here for it. Glint is staring in total disbelief as his brain tries to compute the level of speed he's witnessing. He looks like he just saw a ghost, but it's actually just his brother's hidden talent. Clashing blades with the martial, Ain is finally showing off the results of all that secret training. The impact is so heavy it's creating shockwaves that you can feel through the page. Trading blows at a speed that regular humans can't even track, the fight is a blur of white-hot steel. This is what happens when two Chads decide to stop being polite and start being real. Realizing that these two are beyond human, Alina is finally understanding the massive gap between Ain and everyone else. Dill was good, but this is a completely different sport. Laughing while they talk about Ain's innate skill being something as mundane as sewing. The irony is just too much. Little do they know that useless skill was just the foundation for something much more terrifying. Glint is standing there looking like he just lost his favorite toy in the sandbox. His entire reality is crumbling because the brother he looked down on is now a literal god on the battlefield. Flashback to the parents glazing Glint for having the Holy Knight skill while calling Ain's toxification skill trash. The level of favoritism in this family was absolutely disgusting. Hearing those voices from the past calling him unparalleled just makes the current situation sting way more for Glint. He's realizing that he was just a big fish in a very small, very biased pond. Smiling while he fights, Ain looks like he's finally found where he belongs. He's not just surviving, he's thriving in the heat of the battle and looking like a total boss while doing it. Biting his lip so hard it's a miracle he's not bleeding. Glint is drowning in his own jealousy. He can't handle the fact that his failure brother is the one everyone is looking at now. Running away in a fit of rage and frustration, Glint proves he's still got the emotional maturity of a toddler. Lily just laughs at him because roasting haters is her second favorite hobby. Asking Elena what she wants to do now that the meddlesome escort is gone, Ain is being a total gentleman. He's giving her the chance to finally have the reunion she's been avoiding. Trying to be all stoic and citizen of Heim, Elena is clearly struggling with her emotions. She thinks this might be their final parting, but the universe has other plans. Thinking back to when she was just a baby, we see the deep roots of the family drama. It's crazy how much history is packed into these silent panels. Seeing the memories of a happy family makes the current separation feel even more tragic. You can tell she really misses the way things used to be before everything got complicated. Clenching her fist, Elena finally makes the decision to stop running away from her past. She's ready to face whatever is waiting for her in those woods. Teasing her for being a stubborn Elena-sama, Lily leads her toward the surprise reunion. She's playing the role of the chaotic matchmaker and she is absolutely nailing it. Standing there in the moonlight, Clone looks like an absolute vision of grace and beauty. This is the moment we've all been waiting for, and the vibes are incredibly high. Alina's face says it all as she realizes that her mother figure is actually standing right in front of her. The shock is real and the waterworks are about to start any second. Hugging it out in a field of feels, these two are finally close the gap that years of politics and drama created. If you don't find this wholesome, you might actually be heartless. Tears of joy are flowing as Clone touches Alina's face, proving that the bond they share is unbreakable. Lily is off to the side, probably patting herself on the back for a job well done. Remembering how Elena used to throw away marriage papers like they were garbage, we get a glimpse of her savage younger self. She was always headstrong, but even she had a soft spot for certain people. Clone teases her about whether she would have discarded papers regarding Ain, and Alina's absolutely not is the most honest thing she's said all day. The ship is sailing and it's got full wind in the sails. Believing that she would have found him even among a stack of hundreds of papers, Clone shows just how much faith she has in their connection. It's some real destiny type of energy. Seeing Ain's smiling face in her mind, Elena finally admits to herself that he was always the one. The blush on her face is proof that she's down bad for our boy. Sighing and wondering who she takes after, Elena is back to her usual self, with a lot less baggage. It's good to see her finally relaxing and laughing with someone she trusts. Laughing together under the stars, these two are finally getting the peace they deserve. This is the kind of wholesome content that keeps us coming back for more. Watching from the hilltop, Ain gives them their space like a true king. He knows when to step in and when to let the ladies have their moment. Back at the banquet, the adults are realizing that the reunion was a total success. Warren and the others are happy to see that the family drama is finally getting resolved. Deciding not to force a final farewell, they make plans to keep the family together in Ishtalika. It's a major win for the good guys and a massive L for the haters back in Heim. Sailing off into the sunrise, the fleet looks majestic as they head toward their next destination. The art in this series really knows how to capture the scale of the journey. Sitting down for a chat with the king, Ain looks like he's finally comfortable in his role as a prince. They're talking business, but you can tell there's a lot of mutual respect there. Discussing the Demon Lord transformation, things take a serious turn as they talk about the remaining troubles. It sounds like Ain is holding on to some massive power that could change everything. Mentioning a group called the Red Fox that bears a deep hatred for the royal family, the stakes are suddenly higher than ever. These guys sound like the kind of villains who don't play by the rules. Feeling a massive tremor out of nowhere, the king and Ain are both caught off guard. Something big is happening, and it's definitely not a friendly visit. Looking out the window to see the port town of Manga completely engulfed in flames is a total nightmare scenario. The city is literally cooked, and we are staring down the barrel of a massive war. Watching the town burn from a distance, the chapter ends on the ultimate cliffhanger. Our heroes are a jump from a wholesome reunion straight into a fiery hellscape, and I can't wait to see how they handle it. Chapter 62 starts with a banger title, but the town is currently taking a massive L as everything burns. Monsters are spawning in like it's a high-level raid, and the local guards are getting absolutely cooked in the streets. Look at this poor bro, trying to hold back a literal lizard king with nothing but a toothpick and a dream. Orders are being barked to get the civilians to the warehouse because the vibe check in the streets is currently 0. Out of nowhere, this furry nightmare bursts through the wall like the Kool-Aid man from hell to jump a mom and her kid. Right before things get ugly, someone comes in with the clutch save and sends that monster straight back to the lobby. Blood is spraying everywhere as our hero makes sure this family stays safe from the absolute menace. Standing there like an absolute Chad, we finally see who is carrying this entire defense mission on his back. Everyone starts losing their minds because the Crown Prince Ain has arrived with that legendary aura. Ain is out here being a wholesome king and checking on the kids, while the big boss commander arrives to get the debrief. Turns out these monsters did not just walk in through the front gate. Someone definitely sold out the town for some quick riz. Reports are coming in that the late emperor's estate is being surrounded, which means the plot is thickening faster than a bowl of oatmeal. Thinking about the culprit, Ain's eyes go sharp because he knows the Red Fox is behind all this tomfoolery. Ain is not waiting around for a committee meeting and tells the knights he is heading straight for the estate. Even the veteran commander looks a bit shook by how much of a unit the prince has become lately. Their intense stare down says it all. This is not just a skirmish, it is a full-blown war for survival. Charging into the fray, Ain leaves the town in their hands while he goes to deal with the real problem. Running through the burning streets, our boy is looking for anything that needs to be deleted from existence. A whole squad of freakish monsters blocks the path, looking like they stepped out of a bad fever dream. Ain just tells them to get out of the way before he starts handing out free one-way tickets to the afterlife. One massive swing later, and these mobs are getting turned into confetti while the boys keep pushing forward. Reaching the destination, the look on Ain's face tells us that things are even worse than he expected. The entire estate is being consumed by flames that look like they were fueled by pure malice. Dill tries to rush in like a total bot, but Ain stops him because the danger level just spiked into the red zone. Explosions of dark miasma start erupting from the ground like some kind of demonic oil strike. Watching the building literally fall apart under the pressure of all that dark energy is some absolute cinema. Warning his buddy to stay back, Ain realizes this miasma is way too toxic for any normal human to handle. Gravity itself seems to give up as chunks of the earth start floating away into the sky. Everything is being sucked into a vortex of corruption while the duo watches from the edge of the abyss. Wondering why this filth is coming from the emperor's estate, Ain's blood starts to boil with righteous fury. Seeing a dragon flying over the burning town is the final straw for our main man. While the knights are still fighting for their lives against the endless horde, the real boss fight is about to begin. Looking at the crying children in the shelter, Ain decides he is done playing games with these villains. Challenging anyone who wants his head, he tells the enemies to come and get it if they think they are fast enough. Magic power starts swirling around him with enough force to make the entire atmosphere vibrate. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he is ready to unleash the kind of power that resets the entire map. A massive pillar of light shoots into the sky as the prince decides to drop the ultimate magic nuke. Waves of ice start freezing the very ocean as the temperature drops to absolute 0 in a heartbeat. Every monster in the vicinity gets flash frozen into a popsicle before they can even blink. Even the big dragons are getting turned into statues by the insane display of elemental dominance. Snow starts falling over the burning town as the fires are literally choked out by the cold. Everyone looks up in wonder as the hellscape turns into a winter wonderland in mere seconds. Looming over the city is a luxuriant tree made of ice, showing off power that should not even be possible for a mortal. People are pointing and staring because they know their prince just pulled off a literal miracle. Holding his sword close, Ain looks like he just finished the most exhausting workout of his life. With one final word, he tells the evil to perish as the magic finishes its job. Watching the flames flicker out under the falling snow is honestly the most satisfying thing ever. Peace finally returns to the streets as the citizens realize the nightmare is finally over for now. Rumors start spreading instantly that the crown prince is basically a god walking among men. Dropping to one knee, Ain admits he is a bit cooked from overextending his mana reserves like a madman. Dill tries to get him to rest, but the prince has that no days off grind set and refuses to stop. Despite being drained, he charges off to find any remaining monsters because the job is not finished yet. Standing under the massive ice tree, we see a mysterious figure just chilling like he owns the place. This dude starts laughing like a typical anime villain who has been waiting for this exact moment. He is geeking out over how Ain's power is actually way higher than anyone ever anticipated. Bro is literally licking the snow because he is that down bad for magic power, which is honestly super cursed. Talking about carving open the prince's body to study him, this guy is officially a certified weirdo. Every creepy thought he has makes it clear he is the real threat moving forward. The trader guy is begging him to keep his end of the bargain, looking like a total simp for his own safety. Looking at the back of his head, you can just tell this glasses-wearing villain has zero empathy. Smiling like he is a nice guy, he thanks the trader for being such a useful tool in his scheme. Mentioning how the deal is basically null and void, he explains how the trader's family is definitely not safe. Revealing himself as the legendary researcher Oz, he shows that his trust was just a well-crafted lie. Getting right in his face, Oz explains that pacts end when one party stops breathing, which is a massive red flag. Grabbing the man's head, the researcher starts doing something that looks incredibly painful and messy. Screams fill the air as dark energy starts melting the guy's face right off, proving Oz is a total menace. Walking away as the guy turns into a puddle of goo, Oz bids him a cold farewell like it is just another Tuesday. Stepping through the grass, this mad scientist is already planning his next move against our heroes. Narrating his own twisted story, he mentions that there is still another chapter left to play out. Showing flashbacks of his bloody curiosity, we see that this man has been a monster for a long time. Building towers of wisdom and creating his own realm, he has been playing the long game this entire time. Transitioning into the final reveal, the narrator hints at his true identity being even more insane. Reunited with the prince at last, Oz is looking forward to the absolute chaos that is about to unfold. Hinting at a female chief who is about to enter the chat, the hype for the next waifu is already real. Flashing a final creepy smile, Oz leaves us on a cliffhanger that has got me sweating for the next chapter. Rebuilding a whole town from scratch is basically the ultimate medieval grind set, and these guys are putting in the work after that crazy incident. Watching the community come together like this is actually wholesome, but we all know the peace never lasts in these stories. Deep in the heart of a glowing forest, we find ourselves in the presence of some serious elven royalty. Meditating in a room that screams high-budget fantasy, this elven elder is clearly cooking up something big behind those closed eyes. Look at that, the author definitely knew what they were doing when they gave her that peak aesthetic. Dropping a heavy lore bomb, a mysterious letter from the king confirms that the beasts are finally making their move. Summoning her granddaughter Shara, the elder prepares to send her on a mission that's going to change everything. Acting as a royal envoy is no small task, especially when you're being sent to the first king's villa. Bound by a debt that's older than most civilizations, these elves take their sacred duties way too seriously. Handing over a secret invitation, the elder reveals that the target of this message is none other than our boy the Crown Prince. Realizing that this isn't just a regular meeting, Shara can't believe her ears. Inviting a human to the innermost part of their land is basically unheard of, and Shara's face says it all. Questioning if they're really opening up the sanctuary, she gets shut down immediately because grandma's word is law. Looking absolutely stressed, the poor girl realizes there's no backing out of this high-stakes delivery. Accepting her fate like a total champ, she prepares to leave the forest for the first time in forever. Watching her go, the elder looks up at the moon with a gaze that tells me things are about to get spicy. Praying to a king named Jael for protection is a wild choice, but hey, in this world anything goes. Switching gears to the royal capital, a whole month has passed since the drama in Manga. Grinding through paperwork like a true salaryman, Ain looks like he's about to pass out from the sheer boredom of ruling. Hearing that the restoration will take 2 years is a massive L, but at least the casualties were kept low thanks to his quick thinking. Blaming himself for the lives lost is a total protagonist move, but bro needs to realize he's already doing the most. Realizing that his presence actually saved the city from a total wipeout might help him sleep at night. Noticing her man is down bad, Clone steps in with that top-tier waifu energy. Offering the legendary lap pillow is a move that only a true queen would make. Staring him down until he gives in, she knows exactly how to handle a stressed-out prince. Landing in paradise, Ain finally gets to turn his brain off and enjoy the view from the best seat in the house. Feeling all that stress melt away, he admits that being with her is the only thing that puts him at ease. Looking down at him with those eyes, Clone is proving why she's the best girl in this entire series. Smiling because she knows she's won, she welcomes him to stay as long as he needs. Heading over to the training grounds, we see the knights are still sweating it out to keep their skills sharp. Spotting Chris looking absolutely troubled over a letter, Ain decides to check in on his favorite knight. Startled by the sudden appearance of the prince, she tries to hide whatever is bothering her, but she's a terrible liar. Asking what's in the letter is a bold move, but Ain has that natural curiosity. Blushing like crazy, she finally reveals that a childhood friend is coming to visit the capital. Traveling all the way from the elven forest just to see her is a pretty big deal, and Ain knows it. Suspecting that the elven elder is behind this sudden journey, Chris explains just how rare it is for her people to leave the woods. Fearing the awkwardness of a reunion after so many years, she's clearly overthinking the whole situation. Expecting her friend to show up in full ceremonial gear, she's already exhausted just thinking about the drama. Brightening up instantly when Ain invites her to breakfast, she's back to being the adorable knight we love. Fast forwarding 1 week later, the big day has finally arrived at the royal palace. Entering his grandfather's study, Ain finds the old man looking more serious than usual, warning him that the elves are about to arrive. The king wants to have a private chat before the chaos starts. Finding the elves' recent movements suspicious, the king reveals he sent a letter to their elder months ago. Inquiring about the old demon lord's territory was a power move that apparently got ghosted. Explaining the lore, the king asks Ain just how much he knows about the legendary elven elder. Dropping a massive bombshell, he reveals that she actually stood by the side of the first king. Living for over 5 centuries is some absolute Chad longevity, making her one of the most powerful figures alive. Realizing she might know the location of the first king's tomb, Ain starts to see why this meeting is so critical. Annoyed that she ignored his letter, but showed up unannounced, the king is clearly feeling a bit disrespected. Holding the title of Grand Duke, she's the only person in the nation that the king can't actually boss around. Doubting that the elves would ever team up with the Red Fox, Ain tries to stay optimistic about their intentions. Protected by a sanctuary that repels all threats, the elven village is basically an impenetrable fortress. Hearing the doors open, it's time to see if these elves are friends or foes. Standing tall as the doors swing wide, the king and Ain prepare for the ultimate audience. Wondering if she knows the secrets of the Red Fox, the king keeps his guard up. Gripping his cape, Ain knows that the next few minutes are going to define the future of the kingdom. Walking through the massive hall, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a sword. Discerning their true intentions is the only goal Ain has right now. Opening the gates to the throne room, the grand entrance is finally happening. Marching in with banners flying, the elven procession looks like absolute cinema. Tapping their way down the aisle, the elves show off that peak elegance. Revealing the envoy Shera, the author hits us with that top-tier midriff design that we've all been waiting for. Confusing the king and his guards, she doesn't stop at the usual distance. Walking straight past the throne, she's heading directly for our boy Ain. Stopping right in front of him, the entire room goes silent as they wait for her move. Offering her reverence not to the king, but to Ain, she drops the biggest plot twist of the season. Calling him the most esteemed one, she confirmed has that legendary riz that even the elves can't ignore. Svorenbert. Alright boys, we're back in the throne room and things are getting spicy immediately. Without wasting a single second, our new elf girl Shera drops to her knees and pays her respects not king but to Ain. Look at the sheer audacity on this girl, bowing to the prince while the actual king is sitting right there. Ain is looking at her like, bro, why are you doing this to me? While Shera is staring back with that dead serious elf energy. Trying to save his own skin from an awkward political disaster, Ain straight up asks why she's bowing to him in the presence of his majesty. My man is just trying to stay out of the doghouse today. Watching from the sidelines, the other elves are just chilling while Shera prepares to drop some lore. She's acting with the utmost reverence like Ain is some kind of god, and honestly, can you blame her? Dropping a massive truth bomb, she reveals that the reason for all this respect is because Ain carries the blood of the Dryad. That's right, our boy is officially part nature spirit, and the elves are absolutely here for it. Apparently, for the elves who live in harmony with nature, Dryad blood is basically the holy grail of lineages. Ain is standing there looking completely lost, because he's just realized he's accidentally been walking around with top-tier elf riz this whole time. Even though they've pledged eternal fealty to the first king, their reverence for that royal bloodline is unmatched. Meanwhile, look at Chris in the background looking like she's about to lose her mind over the favoritism. Proving he's an absolute Chad, Ain tells her straight up that he doesn't want any special treatment. If she can't show her respect to the king, then he's not interested in whatever goodwill the elves are bringing to the table. Realizing she might have overstepped, Shera immediately pivots and asks for forgiveness if she caused any displeasure. The king is just sitting there on his throne probably thinking, yeah, that's my grandson, based as always. Telling her to think no more of it, Ain makes it clear that the king is the one who needs to be prioritized above everyone else. Shera finally decides for a proper introduction since she's been acting a bit mysterious up until now. Turns out she's Shera, the granddaughter of the elven chieftain, acting as her envoy. Ain's face says it all, this girl isn't just some random messenger, she's elven royalty in her own right. Beseeching the king for forgiveness, she finally shows him the discourtesy she missed earlier. The king is being a total bro about it, telling her he's not as concerned with those formalities as Ain is. Moving the plot forward, the king asks if she brought the thing she was sent for. Ain is standing back, letting the big dogs handle the diplomatic business for a second. Reaching into her robes, Shera pulls out a letter from the chieftain that's supposed to explain everything. The king isn't even waiting for his advisors. He wants to inspect this bad boy with his own 2 eyes immediately. Taking the letter, the king starts reading, and you can tell by the look on his face that this isn't just a grocery list. Whatever is in those pages is serious business for the future of the kingdom. Standing beside him, Ain is trying to catch a glimpse of the contents, probably wondering if it's an invitation to a party or a declaration of war. The tension in the room is high enough to cut with a sword. Finishing the letter, the king tells them he'll give a response after he's had a chat with the crown prince. He asks how long they plan to stay, and Shara says they've only got 2 days in the capital before they head back. Ordering his advisor Warren to prepare rooms for the guests, the king is officially rolling out the red carpet. It looks like the diplomatic mission is a success, at least for now. Letting out a massive sigh of relief, Ain is just glad the elves aren't planning to invade and turn everyone into compost. He's safe for another day, but the mystery of that letter is still living rent-free in his head. Just as he's about to inquire about the letter, he realizes he's got to wait for his grandfather to summon him. He sheathes his sword, probably thinking it's time to get some training in while he waits. Fast forward to the next day, and we see the elven envoys watching the training grounds with some serious interest. You know things are about to get hype when the background characters start looking impressed. Bro is out here sparring and the impact is so crazy it's sending sparks everywhere. Ain is moving like a blur, and the elves are getting a front row seat to see why this kid is the main character. Look at that impact shot. The power behind these swings is absolutely insane, proving that our boy hasn't been skipping gym day in the slightest. Suddenly, there's a loud snap and the sword just gives up on life. Ain is looking at the hilt like, did I do that? While his sparring partner is left wondering if he's fighting a human or a bulldozer. Realizing that normal swords just can't handle Ain's raw power anymore, the knight tells him he needs some better gear. Training with standard equipment is basically useless when you're this much of a unit. Everyone in the crowd starts clapping because they know they just witnessed absolute cinema. Ain is just standing there being humble, probably thinking about how much it's going to cost to replace all these broken blades. The vibes are immaculate as the knight laughs it off, and the whole squad is hyped up. It's always a good day when you can flex your strength in front of the foreign visitors and make them realize they shouldn't mess with you. Dropping some major praise, the knight says it won't be long before Ain completely outmatches him in a sword fight. Ain is genuinely shocked, probably thinking he's still got a long way to go before he's a true master. Admitting that his own techniques are starting to dwindle, the knight realizes he doesn't have left to teach the kid. He starts reminiscing about the legendary swordsmanship of someone from the past. Mentioning Chris's elder sister, the knight gets a serious look on his face that tells you she was on a whole different level. Ain is all ears because any mention of a top-tier waifu with god-tier skills is a win in his book. Recalling a flamboyant encounter with a certain someone, Ain tries to play it cool while keeping the source of his info a secret. Look at that wink in the flashback, man is living his best life. Talking about Chris's sister, Celestina Dono, the knight reveals she's the only swordswoman he could never land a single blow on. Imagine being so cracked at the game that the kingdom's top knight can't even touch you. Just look at this silhouette, she looks like an absolute beast who would send anyone straight to the lobby. Moment she's missed, the next she's hitting you with a torrent of strikes from every direction. He literally says even 100 of him wouldn't be enough to take her down. After dropping that massive hype, he tells Ain to go take a bath and relax before his afternoon duties. Emerging from the bath all refreshed and looking clean, Ain is trying to figure out what to do with his free time. He runs into Klon, and the compliments start flying immediately because they both look splendid. Suddenly he hears some frantic voices coming from behind a door. It's Shara, Klon, and Chris. He's wondering what kind of secreting is going on, and honestly the curiosity is killing him. Knocking on the door like a polite gentleman, he asks what they're all doing in there. Little does he know he's about to walk into something that'll make his heart skip a beat. While Klon is all for him coming in, Chris is in the background screaming, "Why you mustn't?" which is a classic sign that something legendary is about to happen. The door starts to creak open. Poking her head out, Shara tells him not to mind Chris because she's just being shy. She invites him in with a smile that says, "Prepare yourself, bro." Holy peak. Klon and Chris are standing there in traditional elven garments and they look absolutely stunning. The midriff, the style, the sheer elegance, the author is cooking with 5-star ingredients right now. Just look at the detail on these outfits, they really went all out for the elven aesthetic. This is the kind of fan service that keeps the viewers subscribed, and I am not complaining one bit. Our boy Ain is officially down bad, standing there with a face as red as a tomato. He's completely speechless because he's realized he's the luckiest guy in the kingdom right now. He manages to stammer out that those are elven garments, stating the obvious because his brain has basically short-circuited. Can you blame him? Look at the view. Approaching him with that top-tier riz, Klon asks if the outfit suits her. She knows exactly what she's doing to our poor protagonist's heart right now. Turning away because he can't handle the direct contact, Ain tells her she looks wonderful. The stuttering is real, boys, he's cooked. Klon is giggling because his reaction was more than enough to satisfy her. Ain tries to shift the focus by asking Shara for a coat for Klon, probably to save himself from passing out. Realizing why Chris was so against him coming in, it all starts to make sense now. She's probably dying of embarrassment somewhere in this room. Looking around, Ain finally asks the million-dollar question. Where is Chris? He knows she's hiding somewhere and he's determined to see her in that outfit too. Peekaboo. Chris is hiding behind the curtains like a total dork, looking like a caught rat. She's so embarrassed she can barely say hello, and it's honestly the cutest thing ever. Shara is being the ultimate wingwoman, trying to pull the curtains back while Chris is fighting for her life. There's no need to hide now, Shara says, and we all agree with her. Chris is panicking as Shara gets closer, yelling about why she's doing this. Shara's just like, don't mind me, I'm just drawing the curtain, while secretly doing the Lord's work for Ain. Even Klon is getting in on the action, winking at Ain and asking him to lend a hand. The girls are really teaming up to expose Chris, and Ain is just caught in the middle of this chaotic energy, threatening to use magic if she doesn't cooperate. Shara is playing games anymore. Chris is losing it, but it's too late, the curtain is coming down whether she likes it or not. Finally, Ain steps in and pulls the curtain back, revealing Chris in all her elven glory. She looks like she's about to evaporate from the embarrassment, but man, does she look amazing. Flashing that winning smile, Ain tells her that all is well and she looks great. This wholesome content right here, mixed with just the right amount of chaos. Look at that detail shot again, the outfit is a 10 out of 10. You can tell the artist had a lot of fun drawing this chapter. Chris finally gives in with a soft yes, while Shara is in the background going ara ara. The ship is sailing at full speed today, boys. Everyone finally sits down to chill, and the vibes are back to being immaculate. It's like a little slice of life break in the middle of all the heavy political drama. Look at them laughing and having a good time, this is what we live for. Chris is still a bit flustered, but she's enjoying the moment with her friends. Eventually, Chris decides she's had enough of the spotlight, and heads off to change back. Ain and Shara are left together for a moment and the mood gets a bit more serious. Standing outside the door, the two of them have a quiet moment of reflection. Shara's been a great addition to the cast so far, bringing both lore and top-tier wingwoman skills. Ain notices that Shara's way of speaking has shifted since they were in the throne room. She admits she just wanted it to bring some joyous, showing that she's a real one for her childhood friend. Turns out Shara was actually pretty overwhelmed back in the audience chamber, even though she looked composed. Ain is surprised because he thought she was handling the pressure like a pro. She even admits she was covered in cold sweat along her neck from the stress. It's a nice reminder that even these seemingly perfect characters have their own struggles. Handing him a letter, Shara reveals it's an official invitation from the elven chieftain. She earnestly desires a meeting with Ain in the elven village of Sithmir. Ain is a bit confused about the timing, wondering why he's being invited to Sithmir right now of all times. The king's response was delayed too, so something fishy is definitely going on. Apologizing for the chieftain's oversight, Shara explains that her leader struggled with how to respond to the situation. It's not every day you have to deal with a prince who has dryad blood. Dropping some sad news, she reveals the chieftain's health is declining, and she can no longer travel long distances. This is probably why the meeting has to happen on her turf. Ain gets that thinking face on, weighing the risks and the benefits of heading deep into elf territory. It's a big move, but he knows he can't just ignore an invitation like this. Realizing he's got doubts, Shara tells him she was entrusted with a special secret message just for him. This is where the plot really starts to thicken. Apparently, this message concerns what the chieftain knows about the royal capital's mysterious past. We're finally getting into the deep lore that's been teased since Chapter 1, and the kicker. It also involves matters regarding the Red Fox. Whatever that is, it sounds like some endgame level threat that we need to worry about. Ain is visibly shook by the news, while Shara admits she was only tasked with conveying the message and doesn't know the full details. The mystery is reaching an all-time high. Deciding to take the plunge, Ain accepts the letter and the invitation. Shara then asks that if he makes the journey, he needs to bring Chris along with him. She explains that the elven people can be pretty closed off, and only Ain and Chris would even be permitted entry into their village. Talk about an exclusive club. There's one more reason Chris has to come. She needs to guide him to the sanctuary. The chieftain really wants Ain to set foot in that holy place for some reason. This land is sealed with powerful wards, and according to Shara, only 3 people have ever set foot there in history. We're talking about some ultra-restricted legendary area. Those 3 lucky people? The chieftain herself, Chris, and her legendary elder sister Celestina. Ain is officially following in the footsteps of giants. He wonders why those 2 were allowed in the first place, and even the other elves are equally perplexed by it. It's a riddle wrapped in an enigma, served with a side of elf magic. Connecting the dots, Ain realizes there's a deep link between the 2 sisters who share the surname of the first queen. He tells Shara he'll speak with the king before giving his final reply. Even though he hasn't given a direct answer yet, we all know our boy is going. In truth, there's no alternative but to proceed if he wants to find the truth. The next destination is set, the elven village of Sithmir. Together with Chris, Ain is heading out to seek the truth that lies ahead, and you know it's gonna be absolute cinema. Starting things off, our boy Ain is hitting up Chris at her place because it's time for a field trip to the elf village. Make sure you hit that sub button if you're ready for some high-tier waifu content. Title page looks clean, but the real action starts at the door. Stay tuned because the Riz is about to get legendary. Knocking like he's the police, Ain is ready to see his favorite elf. Bro has zero chill when it comes to his travel plans. Martha the maid is there to give him the green light because she knows Ain has that unspoken charisma. Honestly, she's the real MVP for letting him in. Hearing that Chris is busy deep in her chambers, our MC decides he's gonna holla at her himself. Talk about having the audacity of a true protagonist. Sliding that door open like a total Chad, Ain walks right in without a second thought. This man is either brave or just completely oblivious. Footsteps are approaching and someone yells they're coming. I bet you can already guess the fan service that's about to hit us. Sweat starts dripping because Ain's spider sense is tingling about what's behind that corner. His face says it all, guys. Oh my lord, look at the screen right now, it's the classic boyfriend shirt trope, and Chris is looking like an absolute goddess. This peak fiction, no cap. Bro is absolutely cooked, turning away faster than a speedrunner because he's down bad for those legs. We've all been there. Ain stays strong. Begging him to wait, Chris is blushing harder than a tomato while promising to change. She's clearly just as flustered as he is. Sitting on the couch later, the awkward energy is so thick you could cut it with a sword. They're both emitting steam like a couple of radiators. Reminiscing about that time he let her borrow his clothes, Ain tries to play it cool. It's a classic romance trope, but I'm still a simp for it. Dropping the ultimate compliment, he tells her she looked beautiful, and honestly, the riz is off the charts. Look at that smile. He knows exactly what he's doing, blushing like she just saw a ghost. Chris is completely flustered by the sudden charm offensive. She's struggling to even form a sentence right now. Switching gears to business, Ain reveals the plan to travel to the elf lands of Sithmir. He's ready to leave the castle life behind for a bit. Hearing she gets to be his personal guide and escort, Chris is basically ascending to heaven. This is her dream come true, guys. Thinking back to their deep talks on the water train, the nostalgia is hitting hard. They've come a long way since those early days. All those nights spent praying for his safety while he was out being a hero are finally paying off. She's not staying behind this time. Clenching her fist with pure emotion, she realizes she doesn't have to stay behind anymore. The determination is real. Seeing that smile is pure medicine for the soul, guys. Chris is the happiest she's ever been. Staring at her in awe, Ain is probably realizing he's the luckiest guy in the world. He's completely captivated. Laughing together like a real power couple, they're ready to take on the world. This is wholesome content at its finest. Fast forward to departure day, and the castle is looking majestic as ever. The adventure officially starts now. Secret mission protocol means Ain has to literally hop into a wooden box like he's playing Metal Gear Solid. It's a bit goofy for a prince, but hey, it works. Getting flashbacks to Ist, the duo realizes some things never change in the stealth game. Chris's face says it all, she's over the box life. Keeping things low profile is a must since the red fox is still lurking in this. Safety first when you're a high-value target. Rolling out in the carriages, the squad is moving out in secret. They're making sure nobody tracks their path. Look at that, we've got full-on steam engines in this fantasy world, and it's absolute cinema. I love it when magic and tech collide. Swapping the box for some cloaks, the team prepares for the final leg of the journey. They're looking like a group of mysterious travelers now. Passing through a cozy-looking town at night, they're almost at the finish line. The atmosphere is super chill. Riding out into the wild, the whole group is looking like a high-level raiding party. They've got the horses and the cloaks to match. Entering the forest of pillar trees, these things are so big they make skyscrapers look like toothpicks. The scale is absolutely insane. Saluting the massive nature, Ain is genuinely impressed by the scale of this place. Chris is just happy to be home. Setting up camp, the guards are staying behind to grind some levels while the main duo goes ahead. It's time for the private tour. Explaining that message birds won't work due to the sanctuary's mana, the guide keeps it 100. They're officially off the grid. Walking into the deep woods, it's just Ain and Chris now, which is exactly what we wanted to see. The forest vibes are strong. Sunlight peeking through the canopy makes this place look like a literal paradise. It's a vibe, honestly. Crossing bridges and trekking through giant ferns, the landscape is looking beautiful. They're making good time. Feeling the hype, Chris tells him they're basically at the doorstep of the elven homeland. Everything is going according to plan. Magic fruit and water plants glowing with mana, this forest is basically a cheat code for energy. Ain is feeling supercharged just breathing the air. Joking about moving here permanently, Ain is definitely vibing with the nature. Chris just chuckles because she knows he's serious. Darkness starts to fall as they push deeper into the thicket. The shadows are getting long. Catching a glimpse of the destination, the excitement is peaking. They're almost there. Hearing mysterious giggles from the shadows, Ain is wondering if he's hallucinating. This place is definitely haunted by cuteness. Tree spirits are popping out, and apparently seeing these guys is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Ain is just built different for finding them. Check out this village reveal, it's absolutely gorgeous. Built right into the massive trees. This is some high-budget animation right here. Following the stream into the heart of the settlement, the architecture is top tier. It's the ultimate elf aesthetic. Welcoming the hero, we've got a whole squad of elf waifus ready to greet them. Ain has truly arrived in paradise. Bowing down to show respect, these elves know Ain is a certified legend. The hospitality is on a whole other level. Meeting Sherasan, the welcome is as warm as it gets. Ain is ready for some rest. Sensing something big is about to happen, Ain is keeping his guard up while the spirits keep laughing. Something tells me things are about to get crazy. Cutting over to the kingdom of Heim, things are looking way more serious at the August estate. The mood shifted 180 degrees. Elena is back home, but she's looking more tired than a college student during finals week. Work-life balance is clearly a struggle for her. Checking the mail, her brother has a letter from Klon that's supposed to be good news. At least something is going right. Sitting down to read, the family vibes are a nice break from the political drama. They're just trying to have a peaceful evening, hoping for a reunion soon. They really just want the whole squad back together. It's a wholesome moment in a dark world. Dropping a bombshell report on the table, Elena reveals a new incident that's shaking the kingdom. The peace didn't last long. Eighth victim has been kidnapped, and this time it's the son of a count. This kidnapper is moving like a ghost, blaming Ishtalika for the mess. The local nobles are clearly huffing some major copium. They're just looking for a scapegoat, wondering how Prince Tigre is holding up. They discuss the messy political landscape. Everyone is on edge, looking at the royal brothers. One is a total degenerate at the brothels while the other is a shut-in. Heim's future is looking pretty cooked. Leading candidate for the throne is Tigre, but even he's looking stressed out of his mind. Heavy as the head wears the crown, I guess. Interrupting the quiet moment, someone starts banging on the door like it's a literal emergency. The tension is through the roof. Screaming the news, the messenger reveals that the second prince has been assassinated. This is a massive plot twist that's gonna leave the whole kingdom cooked. Starting off with some domestic bliss, we see a cute girl cooking up a storm while our boy watches. This stew looks like it hits different on a cold night, and the cozy vibes are off the charts right now. Boom! Hard cut to the castle at night where things are definitely not cozy for the royal family. Look at this funeral setup. They really went all out for the fallen prince who just got sent to the lobby. Realizing his kid got cooked in his own room, the king is literally sobbing and losing his mind. Seeing the brothers looking salty and depressed just shows how much of a disaster this whole situation is. Mustache Chad Logus steps up to ask what the guards were doing, but the news is even worse than we thought. Flashbacks show that the entire squad was wiped out without exception, leaving no witnesses behind. Processing the loss, Logus and Chris look absolutely stressed about this massive security L. Using her big brain, Chris wonders why the ops went after the second prince instead of the king or the stronger heirs. Desperate to find someone to blame, the king points fingers at Ishtalika, but Chris shuts that down immediately. Logus pulls a total Chad move and swears on his name that he will find whoever did this. Clinging to his most dependable knight, the king is looking like a total mess while trying to figure out the next move. Asking the real questions, Logus wants to know how they should respond if another nation is behind the hit. Villain arc eyes are fully activated as the king prepares to make the aggressive decision of his life. Full demon mode engaged, he orders the total annihilation of the enemy nation with zero mercy. Handing over the keys to the entire army, he tells Logus to go out there and get that revenge. Moving quickly with the support of the Blueno family, the hunt for the culprits is officially on. Finally feeling some hope, the king is counting on his best men to bring back some heads. Meanwhile, transitioning to a much more peaceful scene, we find ourselves at a cozy little hobbit hole in the woods. Entering the house with Chris, our boy is impressed by how clean the place is after being gone so long. Explaining the magic tech, Chris shows off a device that purifies the air and keeps the dust away. Pooling their first salaries together just to buy this for their sister is honestly the most wholesome thing I've seen today. Salivating just looking at this spread, the author really knows how to make fantasy food look bussing. Deciding to stay at the house instead of the chieftain's place is a smart move for keeping things low-key. Admitting she can barely cook, Chris just glad there were meals ready to be heated up so they don't starve. Locking in with his royal drip, the MC is finally looking like the crown prince he was born to be. Pulling up to a massive forest shrine, the group prepares for a meeting that could change everything. Waiting at the entrance are two elves who look like they take their jobs way too seriously. Big guy standing guard says the chieftain is waiting, but you can tell he's about to be a hater. Approaching Chris with zero chill, Cyrus creates a total vibe check moment right at the door. Cyrus really has the audacity to demand the crown prince's weapons before he lets them in. Refusing to back down, Chris lets him know that rules for commoners don't apply to the main character. Flexing the royal hierarchy, she reminds everyone that only the king can give orders to our boy. Cutting the tension with a stare down, it looks like a fight might actually break out in the hallway. Shara steps in to stop the madness, telling Cyrus that forcing their traditions on royalty is a bad look. Realizing he's about to be cooked if he keeps being stubborn, Cyrus finally folds and lets them pass. Walking through the mansion, the architecture is giving major high-tier fantasy vibes. Apologizing for the awkwardness, Shara tries to smooth things over while Chris stays on guard. Going silent as they reach the inner chambers, the hype for this meeting is reaching a boiling point. Breaking the ice with some small talk, Shara mentions how good wood in the mansion smells. Vibing with the forest atmosphere, our MC flashes a smile that probably has both girls down bad. Arriving at the final set of doors, the group stops to prepare for the big reveal. Staying behind to guard the entrance, the girls let the crown prince handle the business solo. Putting his hand on the door, our boy is ready to face the chieftain and see what's really going on. Yo, what is up my fellow generates? We are back with the lore that's actually worth your time. So buckle up, because this chapter is straight peak fiction. Look at this elf elder, boys. She is a certified high-tier waifu. If you're not down bad for the long ears and that regal aesthetic, I don't know what to tell you. Our boy is standing there looking like an absolute Chad, but the elder is clearly seeing a ghost or something. Realizing something deep is going on, she starts shaking like she just saw a legendary pull in a gacha game. Confused by the sudden tension, the MC just stands there wondering if he accidentally used his hidden riz. Getting straight to the point, they sit down for some tea and truth bombs. C isn't here to play games. He wants the tea on the red fox and this mysterious Vernstein name that's been popping up. Noticing the elder's hesitation, the MC pushes for the real story. He needs to know why a name on a royal tombstone is linked to our girl Chris. The elder mentions Christina-san, noting how she was always a shy girl who tried her best. It's a sweet moment, but we're here for the juicy secrets, not a school report. Rephrasing the question because he's a smart king, he asks about the connection between the tombstone and Chris. You know it's serious when the background gets all sparkly and dramatic like an absolute cinema moment. Talking about the former capital, the elder confirms that the royal crypt is where the real secrets are buried. Apparently, she's the only one left who even remembers the place by its original name. Realizing the weight of this conversation, the elder drops a silence barrier like a total pro. We're talking top-secret government-level intel here, and I'm giving it to you guys for free. Checking in on Marco-sama, the elder is relieved to hear the old man is still kicking. Seeing these legendary figures respect each other is the kind of world building we live for. Diving into the past, we see the elder back when she was helping rebuild after the war. Even in a construction zone, she was a total baddie, let's be real. Receiving a message from Queen Raviola herself, she had to ride out to the Demon Lord's castle immediately. No water trains back then, just horse girl energy and long, exhausting journeys. Arriving at the palace, she finds the queen waiting with Marco standing guard like a total unit. They head straight for the royal crypt, which sounds like the start of a dark fantasy horror movie. Walking through the halls, they reach the royal crypt. The atmosphere is heavy, and just know a massive lore drop is about to hit us. Mentioning the cursed chamber gives our MC some serious PTSD flashbacks. That room was absolutely cooked, filled with bad vibes and memories of a beast that twisted the whole place. Entering the sanctuary, the elder explains how the barrier protects the people of the former capital. It's a holy site, but what's inside is anything but peaceful. Reaching the crypt, they find a fresh coffin for King Jael, also known as the First King. The world thinks he has a public grave, but the real king is hidden away in secret like a true legend. Seeing the elder cry over the grave really hits the feels, man. They kept the truth hidden from everyone, even the king's own heir, which is honestly a top-tier conspiracy. Returning to the hall after the burial, the queen leaves for a moment and comes back with a major surprise. She's holding a literal infant, and the plot just thickened faster than a bowl of oatmeal. Fearing for the child's survival in a shaky kingdom, the queen makes a desperate plea to the elder. She wants this baby to live a peaceful life as a commoner, far away from the royal drama and the target on his back. Handing over her second child to the elder is a massive gamble for the future. Our MC is absolutely shook, realizing the royal family has been hiding a whole branch of the tree this entire time. Explaining how pixie-blooded elves work, we find out they basically look young forever. This baby, Wilfried Vernstein, lived for 3 centuries looking like a total snack while everyone else aged. Finding love in his later years, Wilfried finally opened his heart to a devoted elf lady who loved him for his nerdiness. They started and honestly, seeing this reserved gentleman get a win is based. Expanding the family tree, they had 2 daughters that you guys might recognize. The elder ups the ultimate bomb. Their blood is actually purer than the current reigning royal family. Connecting all the dots, the MC finally realizes the truth that's been staring him in the face. Chris isn't just a talented knight with a cool name, she's the literal great-granddaughter of the first king. Starting off with a massive lore dump because the elf chieftain just dropped a nuke on our boy. Turns out Chris isn't just some random girl, she is the great-granddaughter of the first king himself. Look at the MC's face, bro is absolutely flabbergasted by this revelation. The chieftain is looking all serious and refined, probably thinking about how much trouble this secret is worth. Dropping a deep bow, the elf lady explains she promised Princess Raviola she would take the secret to the grave. Breaking a promise for our MC is some serious main character energy right there. Imploring him to keep his mouth shut, she is basically begging him not to leak the sauce to the rest of the world. Bro is just sitting there taking in the weight of this massive burden. Thinking about his grandfather, our guy realizes he probably should tell the old man, but the vibe is way too heavy for that. Decisions are being made in that head of his, and they are not easy ones. Respecting the wishes of the princess and the chieftain, MC puts his hand on his chest like a total Chad and promises to keep it on the down low. This guy is a man of his word, you love to see it. Relieved that he is not going to snitch, the chieftain gives him a look that's "thank God you are not a fraud." The atmosphere in the room finally starts to chill out a little bit. Mentioning Christina's letters, she talks about how the girl used to be shy and timid before the MC entered the picture. Seems like our boy's presence is the ultimate cure for being a shut-in. Getting curious about what is actually in those letters, the MC looks like he is ready to do some investigative journalism. He is probably hoping for some spicy details about how much Chris simps for him. Laughing at his curiosity, the chieftain basically hits him with the "I could tell you, but then I would have to kill you" vibe. Bro is left hanging with a sweat drop, completely denied the tea. Shifting the topic back to the secret, MC asks if anyone else is in the loop, besides the ones they already mentioned. The chieftain brings up 2 more attendants who were basically the inner circle. Seeing these silhouettes, you already know these 2 were the absolute goats of their era. One was a male counselor who was basically the king's right hand, and the other was a loyal female attendant. Asking for their names is the logical next step, but it turns out they did not even have any. Apparently, being from a foreign land meant you just existed without a tag back in the day. Zeroing in on the most important detail, MC asks the million-dollar question: what race were they? The tension in this panel is actually insane. You could cut it with a butter knife. Preparing to drop another lore bomb, the chieftain looks like she is about to reveal the secret of the universe. Our MC is just standing there, waiting for the beat to drop. Saying the words "Red Fox" with a straight face is enough to send shockwaves through the entire kingdom. This is the ultimate what moment for anyone following the story. Looking like he just saw a ghost, our boy's eyes are practically popping out of his head. This revelation is so cooked, he cannot even process the reality of it. Shouting that it is impossible, MC is fully freaking out while the chieftain stays calm as a cucumber. She explains that these 2 foxes were built different and actually betrayed their own kind to fight for the humans. Mentioning that even Marco worked alongside them, she proves these foxes were the real deal. It turns out the history books might have missed a few pages of absolute cinema. Offering to share even more info about their kind, the chieftain looks up at the moon like she is narrating an epic movie. Our guy is kneeling down, ready to soak up every single drop of lore. Admitting she was too young to be in the actual trenches, she still promises to tell him everything she knows. Even second-hand info is better than nothing when you are dealing with fox people. Flashing back to that old book the first prince bought, MC realizes the pieces of the puzzle are finally starting to fit together. This is a certified eureka moment for the squad. Looking at the pages of the book, we see a mysterious woman depicted as the leader of the Red Foxes. The chieftain warns him that the lady might not be the only threat they need to worry about. Speculating about another will guiding the foxes, she quotes the first king himself. This is some deep state conspiracy level stuff right here, guys. Thinking hard about this hidden mastermind, MC looks like he is trying to solve a 500 IQ riddle. The chieftain admits this is all just a theory, but in this world, theories usually end up being 100% true. Wondering if the author of the book is actually the leader, our boy is throwing out some wild guesses. But then the chieftain hits him with a name he knows all too well. Revealing Wilfried Sama as the actual author is the plot twist of the century. Look at this guy looking all regal with his book, absolute Chad energy emanating from the page. Realizing why the book was so detailed, he is finally connecting the dots between the past and the present. It is like finding out your favorite YouTuber was actually a secret agent this whole time. Explaining how the book ended up in the hands of a wealthy man, the chieftain says it was basically destiny that the princess found it. Fate is really doing some heavy lifting in this plot. Promising to keep the author's identity a secret, MC says he will tell Aunt Katinama to treat the book like a holy relic. This man is the ultimate gatekeeper of secrets. Taking his leave after a long day of lore dumping, MC bows out while the chieftain had a little coughing fit. Probably talked your off for 5 hours straight, planning to stay for a few more days. MC hopes they can have their chat soon. The chieftain is already planning to hit the library to dig up more dirt on those sneaky foxes. Waking up in the kingdom of Heim is a total nightmare right now because everything is going south fast. Staring at the reports, our girl Elena realizes the missing nobles are just the tip of the iceberg while the kingdom preps for a full-scale deployment. Dropping a literal bombshell, the messenger reveals that General Logos's mom just got her head taken off in the most brutal way possible. Thinking this is way too clean for some random bandits, Elena starts wondering if they should even trust the folks over in Euro. Drafting a letter seems like the move to keep things from exploding, but you can tell she's not feeling the vibes. Watching that messenger run off feels like watching a car crash in slow motion because an investigative force is basically an army in disguise. Moving deeper into the castle, we see the atmosphere is getting absolutely toxic. Look at these dudes in the crowd. They are down bad for some violence and screaming for revenge like they're in a Call of Duty lobby. Realizing the nation's patriotism has been turned into a weapon, Elena sees the path to war being paved in real time. Questioning when exactly Heim fumbled the bag so hard, she looks back at the moment the secret pact with Ishtalika was shattered. Throwing it back to the golden days, we see the Crown Prince and Olivia Sama, who were basically the ultimate power couple before everything got cooked. Seeing the Roundheart family at the center of this mess makes it clear that Heim and Ishtalika are now officially ops. Checking the map, It's obvious that Haim is trying to main character their way into ruling the entire continent. Facing off against each other, these two kings are about to turn the whole world into a massive battle royale. Analyzing the hits, Elena realizes no ordinary group of assassins could pull this off without getting spotted once. Suddenly getting hit with a realization, her eyes go wide as the pieces start fitting together. Recalling a specific martial festival, she remembers there is one absolute unit who fits the description of a god-tier killer. Defeating the general multiple times is a feat only one man can claim, and he's not even from this kingdom. Standing tall with that legendary aura, Edward from Euro enters the chat as the prime suspect. Doubting her own theory for a second, Elena tries to cope by thinking it's just a wild coincidence. Remembering a conversation with Prince Tigre, she recalls Lady Shannon being way too interested in sending messages to Euro. Getting a massive headache from all this plotting, our girl is realizing the betrayal might be coming from inside the house. Connecting Shannon to the Roundheart family makes this whole situation look like a massive setup. Knowing the king is a total yapper who can't keep a secret, it decides she can't trust anyone in the throne room. Looking through the window at Prince Tigre, she knows it's time to have a serious talk with the only royal who isn't a total mid. Catching the prince lounging on his sofa like a total Chad, she interrupts his nap for some urgent business. Demanding his full attention, Elena drops the facts about how cooked the kingdom really is. Agreeing that the logic is sound, Tigre realizes they are surrounded by snakes and fake friends. Deciding to take matters into her own hands, Elena announces she's going to Euro to deliver the message herself. Flashing a smile that says she's built different, she tells the prince she can handle the danger despite his protests. Dropping a massive flex, Tigre says he's not letting her go alone and is bringing the personal guard with them. Protesting that it's too risky for a royal, Elena gets shut down because the prince is tired of playing it safe. Realizing something crucial, Tigre's expression shifts from casual to dead serious. Hearing his father's voice in his head, he remembers a name being whispered right after his brother was taken out. Floating in the darkness of his memory, the name Shenandoah confirms all their worst fears. Clenching his fist in pure rage, Tigre is finally seeing the true face of the enemy. Asking what has actually become of their home, the prince prepares to move out as the shadow over Haim gets darker than ever. We are back with the boy Ain, and the waifu vibes are already off the charts. Klon is out here waiting for her man to return while checking out some fancy vases like she's about to start a home decor channel. Don't even get me started on the aesthetics of this room because we've got bigger fish to fry. Seriously, look at this setup. It's basically an isekai HDTV episode in the making. Waking up to the sound of birds chirping is the ultimate main character energy. Bro looks like he just pulled an all-nighter grinding for loot, but he's actually just been meeting with the village elder. Enter Chris, the absolute go to the kitchen, looking like a total snack while she's making a snack. If my morning didn't start with a top-tier waifu asking if I slept well, I'd just go back to bed and restart the day. They're chatting about how much they walked yesterday, which sounds like code for a massive side quest. Look at that bread though. The detail on the carbs is actually making me hungry. Serving up the goods with that gentle smile is peak Riz, and Ain knows he's living the dream. He's just sitting there taking it all in like the absolute Chad he is. Bro starts overthinking the lore because he suspects Chris has that royal blood flowing through her veins. He's connecting the dots while she's just wondering if he wants more butter on his toast. Chris hits him with a suggestion to visit the sanctuary, and you know that means the plot is about to thicken. She's looking way too precious here. Honestly, it should be illegal to be this cute. Apparently this place is VIP only, reserved for the elder and the Vernstein sisters. Ain is wondering if he's even got the invite, but the elder already gave him the green light to enter the holy grounds. Breakfast is over and it's time to gear up for the journey. They're both looking hyped, and honestly if the vibes stay this wholesome, I might actually shed a tear. Walking into a forest filled with fog is the universal signal for something crazy about to happen. This isn't just a walk in the park, it's the entrance to the endgame zone. The mist is getting so thick that Ain can barely see his own hands in front of his face. Chris tells him this is basically the front door to the sanctuary, so stay alert. Bro asks what she and her sister used to do here back in the day, and Chris looks like she just got caught red-handed. That expression is pure gold. She's definitely hiding some childhood shenanigans. She's blushing harder than a tomato, because there wasn't much to do in this town for entertainment. Curiosity is killing the cat, and Ain is leaning in for the spicy details. Turns out they were just out here playing explorers like some absolute gremlins with wooden swords. This some high-tier wholesome content right here. Seeing the little waifus in training. Chris is dying of embarrassment, literally squatting on the ground like she wants the earth to swallow her whole. Ain is just laughing it off, probably thinking about how based her childhood was. Suddenly, something zips past them and Chris goes full bodyguard mode. She's telling Ain to step back like she's about to drop boss-level combo on whatever just moved. Psych. It's just two hyperactive fairies screaming about how amazing everything is. These little guys have zero chill, and are radiating pure chaotic energy. Ain and Chris are standing there looking completely lost because they've never seen wood spirits like this before. The lore is getting messy. And these creatures are definitely what they expected. The little twins start doing gymnastics in the air while insisting they are fairies, not wood spirits. They're introducing themselves as sisters, and honestly their energy is way too high for a Monday morning. These fairies are taking it personally that Ain doesn't believe them immediately. They've that doubting look in their eyes and they're about to prove their greatness. One of them flies right into Ain's face to give him the ocular pat down. She's looking for something specific, and you can tell she's sensing that main character aura. They start doing victory laps because they've discovered a rare being in the wild. Ain is just standing there like a confused NPC while they celebrate their big find. These fairies have no filter and start asking if his parents are as weird as he is. Bro's a massive vein on his forehead because they're really coming for his family lineage like that. Ain tries to play it cool, saying only his father is the strange one while his mother is a graceful dryad. He's got scary smile on his face that says keep talking and see what happens. The fairies go absolutely feral calling him a liar because his birth mother wasn't a dryad. They're screaming at the top of their lungs and throwing a whole tantrum in mid-air. This hits Ain like a truck as he remembers his previous life before the reincarnation. He's starting to realize these little gremlins might actually know more about his soul than he does. They decide they've had enough of his lies and fly off, but not before throwing him a souvenir. They disappear into the light like they didn't just drop a massive lore bomb on our boy. Ain is left holding a literal nut, wondering what the heck just happened to his day. It's a tiny reward for a massive amount of mental damage. Chris explains that this is actually a token of affection, meaning the spirits actually like him. Bro just got rizzed up by some flying forest spirits, you love to see it. Finally, they reach the actual entrance to the sanctuary, and it looks like a literal wall of light. This is where the real business begins, and the atmosphere is getting heavy. Chris shows him the invisible boundary that separates the normies from the chosen ones. She steps through it like it's nothing, proving she's got that special status. Only those deemed worthy can pass through this wall according to the rules. Chris is still confused why she and her sister have the pass, but she's not complaining. Ain starts theorizing that it's all about the Vernstein bloodline being descendants of the first king. He's got that serious detective face on, trying to piece together the royal puzzle. Now it's Ain's turn to see if he's built different or if he's getting bounced at the door. He reaches out his hand, ready to see if the sanctuary accepts his vibe. Without even breaking a sweat, his hand slides right through the barrier like it's water. Chris is absolutely shook, her jaw is practically on the floor seeing him pass the vibe check. She starts teasing him, asking if maybe they're actually from the same bloodline. Ain is sweating bullets internally because he can't exactly tell her the truth about his secret identity yet. They step through together, and the world starts to warp around them. This is the transition to the secret level, and the hype is reaching a boiling point. The mist starts to fade away, revealing the true face of the sanctuary. You can tell by the look on Ain's face that he wasn't prepared for what was behind door number 1. Suddenly, the colors start draining out of the world like someone just hit the grayscale filter. Everything is turning bland white, and Bro is genuinely concerned about his eyesight. Look at this view. We've got massive waterfalls, ancient pillars, and a bridge that looks like it was built by the gods themselves. This is absolute cinema. The background artist really went all out on this one. They're standing in a world of black and white, looking up at the sheer scale of the sanctuary. This is the peak of the arc, and I'm 100 down bad for whatever mystery is waiting for them at the top. Look at this massive rock formation, fam. Our boy Ain and his knight waifu Chris are pulling up to the heart of the sanctuary like they own the place. Chris wants to start from the bottom, probably just to spend more time with her man. Realizing he has no choice but to be a gentleman, Ain suggests they take the scenic route like it's a date. This girl really just said she'd find him anywhere in the world. The loyalty is off the charts, but wait until you hear the sheer audacity of how she plans to do it. Ain is understandably skeptical because that sounds like some main character hacks. Asking for the secret sauce, he sees Chris looking way too proud of herself. Bro, she literally said it's his scent guides her. She's down bad, sniffing him out like bloodhound. This is peak internet culture right here. Homegirl is so confident she's giving him 3 minutes to hide while she closes her eyes. Disturbed that he's being tracked by smell, Ain accepts the challenge anyway to see if she's for real. Standing on this bridge, our protagonist is trying to figure out where to hide from his personal stalker. Thinking about the bottom first, he suddenly spots the high ground and changes his plan. Forget taking the stairs like a normal person, he's going straight up the cliffside, whips out that shadow tail thing and starts scaling the wall like he's playing Assassin's Creed. Using his powers to just bypass the entire map is such a based move. Glitching through the level design, he searches for the perfect spot to bamboozle her. Finally reaching the top, he finds this fancy terrace that looks like a 5-star restaurant. Waiting here seems like a chill enough way to spend his 3 minutes of freedom. Check out this view. The background art is actually absolute cinema. Ain is just vibing by the waterfall, probably thinking about how lucky he is to have a cute knight following his scent. Deep lore alert as he starts wondering about the first king and why this place was even built. Realizing it's not just for monsters, he knows there's some serious mystery cooking in the background. Sitting there like a boss, he's guessing it'll take her 10 minutes to track him down. Clearly he's underestimating the power of a woman who's motivated by her nose. Boom, she's already there. Chris is literally crouching on the railing behind him like she's about to hit him with a stealth takedown in Warzone. Realizing he's been found in record time, Ain is shook to his core. Taking a shortcut because she knows this map like pro gamer, she proves she's got that tracking riz. Since he lost the bet, Ain says he'll do anything she asks as an apology. Look at her face, she knows she has secured a massive W, and is probably already planning the wedding. Saving that favor for later is a high-level play, showing she's playing the long game. That smile says it all, she's definitely got something spicy in mind for our boy. Enough with the flirting, it's time to head to the shrine and see what all the hype is about. Walking off towards the main objective, they look like a total power couple. Walking up to this massive dome, you can tell the budget for the sanctuary was insane. Everything is quiet, which usually means the plot is about to thicken. The architecture inside is looking sharp with those arches and pillars. Exploring the deep dark depths of the shrine, they search for some legendary loot. Descending into the basement, they search for the entrance that's been sealed for ages. Knowing there's something legendary hidden behind these walls makes the hype real. They finally reach the boss door and it's absolutely massive and covered in detail. Looking at the entrance to the shrine, you can tell it requires a high-level key. Chris explains that her and her sister tried everything but couldn't get this thing to budge. Locked tighter than a Discord mod's basement, this door has been a mystery for years. Noticing the suspicious pillars on the side, Ain is ready to use his protagonist brain. Chris steps on the pressure plate to show him exactly how the puzzle works. The white pillar starts glowing like it just leveled up. Cool effect. But apparently, it's only half the solution to this ancient riddle. Showing off the mechanics, Chris demonstrates that the left side always reacts to them. Sadly, the right side is a total ghost town and never does anything. Ain decides to step on the black plate to see if he's got that special sauce. Watching him with doubt, Chris expects another failure like all the times before. Wrong! The black pillar starts glowing because Ain is just built different. Literally being the missing piece of the puzzle, he proves he's the chosen one. Telling Chris to get back on her plate, he's ready to sync up and finish this quest. Stepping on the triggers at the same time, they wait for the magic to happen. Ground starts shaking and the ancient machinery is finally waking up from its nap. Something big is happening, and I'm not just talking about my excitement levels. The giant doors finally slide open, revealing a bright light like they just found heaven. Absolute cinema. The mystery is finally being unveiled and I am here for it. Standing there in shock, they can't believe they actually pulled it off. Dust settles and the path forward is finally clear for our duo to explore. Wait, the shrine starts making some crazy noises and vibrating like a phone on silent. Ain is on high alert because ancient temples usually have some nasty traps for intruders. Relieved that the rumbling stopped, Ain takes a breather. It seems like the building isn't a collapse on them just yet, which is a major plus. Deciding to play it safe, they agree to head back and talk to the elder before diving in. Boring choice, but I guess they don't want to get cooked by some ancient curse on day one. Glancing back at the doorway, Ain's protagonist's senses are tingling hard. Seeing something in the mist makes him wonder if they are truly alone. Thinking it was just his imagination, he follows Chris back out. We all know that in manga, if a character thinks they saw something, they definitely did. Look at that open door just waiting for them to return and uncover its secrets. What kind of legendary loot or terrifying boss is waiting inside for our boy? Starting things off with a vibe check as our boy Ain and the absolute queen Chris are taking a stroll. Just look at the way they're walking like they own the place, honestly absolute cinema right from the jump. Pulling up to the crib, they get greeted by Shara-san, who's probably wondering why they're past their bedtime. Homegirl is really out here asking if they spent the whole day in the sanctuary like she's their mom. Shara drops the invite for lunch with the elder tomorrow, and you already know Ain is down for a free meal. Bro tries to act cool and say he's got questions, but we all know he's just here for the plot. Watching her walk away into the distance, you can really feel the calm before the storm. It's too peaceful, which in manga terms means everything is about to go sideways. Chris is being the ultimate waifu and offering to help with dinner because she's just that based. Look at that moon in the sky, it's giving major vibes but also screaming that something is definitely up. Waking up to the sun hitting the trees, it looks like a normal day at first glance. Little they know, the simulation is about to glitch out on them. Suddenly, Chris is screaming Ain's name like the world is ending, and honestly, her face says it all. If your girl wakes you up looking this stressed, you know you're about to get cooked. Rubbing his eyes and wondering what the heck is going on, Ain is clearly not a morning person. Chris is practically dragging him out of bed because she's seen something that's definitely not on the menu. Realizing the entire room has lost its color, Ain is staring at the walls like he's in an old black and white movie. This giving major sanctuary vibes and not in a fun, let's go on a date kind of way. Running outside to see the damage, they aren't even waiting to put on proper shoes. Chris is already reaching for sword because she stays strapped and ready for whatever smoke comes their way. Stepping out to the forest, the whole world looks like a magical fever dream with glowing butterflies and weird lights. It's like the sanctuary decided to expand its borders without asking for a permit. Gripping his weapon, our boy is ready to defend his girl and his life. You can see the tension in his stance as he prepares for a boss fight that hasn't even started yet. Seeing the locals completely frozen in time is actually nightmare fuel. These poor elves are stuck mid-walk. And even the fish in the water are staying still like they're playing a high-stakes game of mannequin challenge. Realization hits them like a truck when they see that time has literally stopped for everyone else. Ain and Chris are the only ones moving, which means they've got that main character energy protecting them from the lag. Thinking back to when he opened the sanctuary door, Ain is wondering if he's the one who broke the world. Bro is out here having an existential crisis while the environment is literally falling apart around him. Deciding that the elder might be the only one with answers, Ain points the way like a true leader. Chris is following close behind because she's a loyal queen, but you can tell she's worried about the royal capital. Approaching the elder's place, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a butter knife. They're hoping the old man is still ticking, but the silence is deafening. Finding the elder frozen while holding a book is just plain tragic. Even the most powerful people in this forest couldn't escape the worldwide pause button. Chris decides it's time to bounce and head back to the capital immediately because she's worried about the big picture. She's yelling at Ain to move, but Bro is hesitant to leave everyone behind like this. Standing his ground, Ain reminds her that he's the crown prince and he can't just ditch his people when things get spicy. He's trying to be a Chad, but Chris is just trying to keep him from getting sent to the lobby. Grabbing him by the arm, Chris tries to force the issue, but Ain is staying put. This is the classic safety vs duty argument, and honestly, the drama is peaking right now. Looking at the massive trees surrounding them, you realize just how trapped they really are. Nature is beautiful, but right now it feels like a giant cage. Trying to leave the area results in them hitting a literal wall of fog that won't let them pass. Even though the sanctuary is open, the exit is blocked, meaning they are officially stuck in this glitch. Proposing a trip back into the sanctuary, Ain thinks the answer lies within the source of the problem. Chris is scared for his safety, but our boy is determined to fix the server. Reminding her of all the crazy stuff they've survived together, Ain pulls out the ultimate riz. Reaching out a hand like a total Chad, he tells her that as long as they're together, they can't lose. Seeing her face turn red, it's clear that Chris is absolutely down bad for this man. She's trying to keep her composure, but the main character Riz is just too strong to resist. Stealing her resolve, Chris slaps her cheeks to wake up and get back into the game. She's done being a simp for 5 seconds, so she can actually help save the world. Yelling out that they're ready, the duo looks like they're about to drop the hardest album of the year. They're heading back to that giant structure on the mountain to finish what they started. Arriving at the massive gate, it looks exactly like it did yesterday, which is low-key suspicious. It's just standing there, waiting for them to step into the unknown. Noticing that the door isn't even closing, Ain touches the pillar to see if it reacts. They realize the only way to figure this out is to go deeper into the rabbit hole. Holding hands as they prepare to step through, Ain refuses to let her go in alone. This is some peak romance and bravery combined, and I'm here for it. Walking into the light, the transition is smooth as butter. You can almost hear the boss music starting to swell in the background. Widening his eyes, Ain sees something that completely blows his mind. Whatever is on the other side of that light is definitely not what he expected. Discovering a massive, glowing hall that looks like it belongs in a god's palace. The scale of this place is absolutely insane, making our heroes look like tiny ants. Noticing that the color has finally returned, Chris looks relieved to not be living in a North anymore. It's like they finally stepped back into the high-definition version of the world. Finding a spiral staircase that goes down forever, Ain wonders how deep this dungeon actually goes. There aren't even any monsters yet, which is honestly more terrifying than a horde of goblins. Staring down into the abyss, the duo realizes they have a long walk ahead of them. This is the kind of architecture that makes your legs hurt just looking at it. Reaching a new doorway at the bottom, Ain looks completely stunned by the view. They've gone from a basement to something that looks like the edge of the world. Opening up to a massive bridge in the sky, the scenery is straight up absolute cinema. They're walking on a path leads to a giant gate floating among the clouds. Standing on the platform, the sheer emptiness of the space around them is breathtaking. It feels like they're at the very edge of existence itself. Looking down below, Ain realizes they aren't even on the ground anymore. He's confused as heck, cause they were just inside a shrine, and now they're basically in orbit. Seeing the entire continent of Ishtar spread out below them is a total trip. Suddenly, Ain's vision starts to go blurry, and you know a flashback is about to hit him like a freight train. Getting hit with a vision of the past, he sees a man talking about building a new capital. It's like he's watching the history of the world on a 4K monitor inside his brain. Witnessing a crying elf girl thanking someone for saving them is peak emotional damage. This vision is showing him the deep lore that most people would kill to know. Transitioning into more scenes of power and strength, Ain is trying to process all this information. He's seeing conversations and battles that happened ages ago as if they're happening right now. Watching a war break out between different races, the question of why they're even fighting is being asked. It's the classic tragedy of history repeating itself while Ain just watches helplessly. Finding himself in a massive library, he sees a man who looks remarkably like him. This is Magna's villa, and the secrets hidden here are probably enough to break the entire world. Hearing the man say he has no choice but to fight her is a massive cliffhanger. Who is she? And why does bro look so devastated about it? Exploding into a full-scale war scene, the blood and chaos are everywhere. This isn't a game anymore. It's a brutal struggle for survival. Screaming in horror as he watches the carnage, Ain is witnessing the absolute worst of humanity and monsters. The sheer scale of the battle is enough to give anyone a panic attack. Facing a literal army of monsters, the knights look like they're about to get absolutely cooked. These creatures look like they came straight out of a nightmare to ruin everyone's day. Watching the soldiers struggle, you get the desperation in their eyes as they realize they're outnumbered. It's a total massacre in the making, and Ain is forced to watch every second of it. Tearing through the ranks, the monsters are causing absolute mayhem. The battlefield is a mess of swords, claws, and screams as the defense line starts to crumble. Suddenly, a hero on a horse appears, cutting through the chaos like a hot knife through butter. People are shouting that he's here, and a legend has just entered the chat. Ordering everyone to raise their swords, the leader brings back the morale that was completely lost. This man is a total Chad, commanding the entire army with just a few words. Raising his own blade, he prepares to lead a countercharge that will change the course of history. The knights are behind him, ready to die for the cause, because Aura is just that insane. Yelling for everyone to advance as one, the leader charges straight into the mouth of danger. This is the definition of holding the line, and it's honestly inspiring as heck. Clashing with the monsters, the humans finally start pushing back. The battle is intense, with spears and swords everywhere in a desperate bid for victory. Reacting to the vision, Ain is reaching out as if he can stop the violence. He's completely lost in the past, while the real world is still waiting for him. Realizing the identity of the person in his vision, Ain is left speechless. He's starting to connect the dots, and the picture he's forming is absolutely wild. Snapping back to reality, our boy looks like he just saw a ghost. He's sweating and panting, trying to figure out if he's still sane after that mental trip. Chris is immediately on him, asking if he's okay because his face is pale as a sheet. Not seeing any of the crazy stuff he just witnessed, she is left completely in the dark. Wondering why he was the only one shown those scenes, Ain is looking at Chris with a confused expression. It seems like the sanctuary has a special message specifically for our main man. Forcing a smile, he tells her he's fine just to keep her from worrying too much. We all know he's lying through his teeth, but that's just how a Chad handles things. Hurrying forward to see what lies at the end of the bridge, the duo prepares for whatever mystery comes next. The answers are waiting, and we're in for a wild ride in the next chapter. Trusting each other to have their backs is the ultimate flex. Is looking absolutely based with that sword at her side. Approaching the massive gate that looks like it belongs in a Final Fantasy raid, you just know some legendary loot or a worlding boss is behind it. Standing before his towering white and gold decorations, the scale of this place is actually insane. Opening the doors shouldn't be this easy, but Ain just pushes them right open like he owns the place. Noticing the patterns match his own gear. Walking into this massive hall, the vibes immediately shift from cool adventure to we might be cooked. This place is cavernous, and honestly, if I were them, I'd be checking for traps every 2 steps. Artifacts and magic stones are lined up like a twisted museum, and the lighting is giving off major "you're not supposed to be here" energy. Chris notices the atmosphere has completely changed, and her face says it all. This isn't just a building anymore. It's starting to feel less like a shrine and more like a high-end cemetery for legends. Surrounding them are weapons and armor of fallen warriors, making this entire room feel like one giant tomb for the goats of the past. Wondering if these relics belong to the soldiers who died on that legendary battlefield, Ain starts getting those dark flashbacks of war and chaos. Imagine having your gear put on display just so some future protagonist can walk past it centuries later. Reaching the end of the corridor, a blinding light starts pouring in, signaling that the real challenge is finally here. Behold the absolute cinema of these stained glass windows letting in the holy light. This room is massive, and you can tell the author really wanted to flex their architectural drawing skills here. Climbing the stairs toward a central pedestal, our duo realizes they've reached the lowest level of this massive complex. Realizing there's no other path forward, they focus on the only thing in the room, a sword stuck in stone. It's a total dead end, which in manga terms means get ready to fight for your life. Standing there all lonely and rusted, the sword looks like it hasn't been touched since the dawn of time. Taking a closer look at the blade, it's covered in grime and age, but you can still feel the hidden aura radiating off it. This isn't just some random scrap metal. It's a legendary artifact waiting for a worthy hand. Warning Ain not to draw it, Chris senses the danger, but the sword starts sparking with lightning before they even touch it. Something is definitely waking up, and it's not happy about the intrusion. Exploding with light and electricity, a mysterious figure suddenly spawns on top of the pedestal like a secret boss in Elden Ring. Our boy Ain is shook as the rusted blade transforms into a glowing weapon of mass destruction. Standing tall with a cape fluttering in the mystical wind, this new challenger looks like he's about to send our heroes back to the lobby. Clutching the sword with a grip of steel, the figure looks down on them with zero emotion. The sheer presence of this guy is enough to make anyone want to Alt F4 out of there. Recognizing the weapon, Chris loses her mind because that blade is way too famous to be in the hands of some random ghost. Her face is pure, "We are so back. But also we're dead." Demanding to see their power, the figure raises the sword high into the air like he's about to drop a tactical nuke. The edge on this guy is sharper than the blade he's holding. Rumbling through the entire shrine, the power he's releasing starts cracking the very foundation of the room. It's getting loud, it's getting shaky, and the hype levels are off the charts. Swirling darkness begins to consume the light, turning the majestic hall into a void of pure shadow. Our duo is looking pretty small compared to the absolute unit standing on the stairs. Confused by the sudden blackout, Ain tries to track the enemy, but the guy is moving faster than a lag-free server. Appearing behind Ain in the blink of an eye, the figure proves he's got that teleportation riz. This the classic nothing personal, kid moment, and Ain is barely reacting in time. Swinging with intent to kill, the Ghost King lets out a roar as he clashes with Ain's blade. The impact is so heavy you can almost feel the vibration through the page. Blocking the strike by the skin of his teeth, Ain realizes he's dealing with a speed demon. Sparks are flying everywhere as the ancient sword grinds against his own. Screaming for Ain to stop, Chris realizes that fighting this person is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. She's down bad with worry because she knows exactly who is behind that mask. Questioning if that sword belongs to the first king, Ain starts putting the pieces together while gasping for air. If he's right, they aren't just fighting a guard, they're fighting the founder of the whole kingdom. Confirming the nightmare, Chris explains that the sword matches the descriptions in the old legends perfectly. Even though it was rusted before, the glow it has now is unmistakable. Trying to find an exit, Chris realizes the entrance they came through has vanished into thin air. They are officially trapped in a cage match with a legendary king, and there's no referee to stop the fight. Lunging forward for another round, the king doesn't give them a second to breathe or plan. Chris can only watch in horror as the high-speed execution continues. Clashing again and again, the sound of steel on stills the void as Ain tries to keep up with the king's insane pace. Our boy is sweating bullets, but he's holding his ground like a total Chad. Realizing they have no choice but to win or die, Ain tells Chris to stay back while he prepares to go all out. He's playing games and is ready to lock in for the final round. Staring into the darkness, Ain's resolve becomes as hard as diamond. He knows exactly what he has to do to protect his girl. Declaring that he won't hesitate to fight even a god or a king if they threaten his loved ones, Ain's aura starts to flare up. This is the moment where the protagonist finally stops holding back. Unleashing his hidden power, dark wings or appendages sprout from Ain's back as he fully embraces his monster side. He's absolutely demonic, and honestly, the first king might be the one who's cooked now. Walking toward the legend with zero fear, Ain is radiating final boss energy himself. This is absolute cinema, and the real fight is only just beginning. They've sweared. Yo, we're back in the trenches, and the vibes are absolutely rancid right now. Look at this standoff. We got our boy Ain staring down a literal ghost from the past in a room that screams final boss arena. Checking out the competition, Ain realizes this isn't some mid-tier mob he can just flex on. This dude across from him has that "I will end your whole career" aura radiating off him in waves. Trying to be a diplomat like a total Chad, Ain starts yapping about how the first king's body is supposed to be in a grave somewhere else. Basically, he's calling out this imposter for having zero lore accuracy. Offering an olive branch because he's a nice guy, Ain asks the man to put toothpick away. Apologizing for trespassing shows that royal riz is always on deck, even when facing a legend. Instead of talking it out, the hero king decides to choose violence and lunges forward like a heat-seeking missile. Ain barely manages to block the strike, realizing instantly that if he holds back for even a second, he's getting sent straight to the lobby. Moving so fast the camera can barely keep up, the old man starts dancing around the battlefield. Look at that footwork, the man is literally gliding on the pure hater energy he has for our MC, unleashing a massive shockwave that cracks the floor. The hero king is making it clear he's the one holding the controller here. Ain is looking absolutely shook, wondering how a dead guy can have this much power. Standing there like an absolute unit, the hero king doesn't even look winded after that exchange. This is what peak performance looks like. Fellas, take notes on how to be a menace. Getting pushed to his absolute limit, Ain is coughing up blood and looking like he's about to be cooked. The power gap here is wider than the distance between a Discord mod and a shower. Realizing his full strength is being treated like a minor inconvenience is a massive ego check for our boy. The hero king is just brushing aside attacks like they're annoying flies at a summer barbecue. Dropping the name reveal of the century, Ain finally acknowledges that he's fighting the legendary hero king. Talk about a "why do I hear boss music" moment that would make anyone fold. Just when things were looking dire, our favorite blonde waifu Chris drops in like a tactical nuke. Saving her man from getting turned into a kebab is the ultimate based move. Clashing blades with the legend himself, Chris shows us why she's the best girl in the series. Moons this sharp prove her resolve is harder than diamond, and she is definitely not here to play games. Getting caught in a massive explosion, the duo is sent flying into the rubble. Ain is looking pretty beat up, but having a top-tier waifu shield you is definitely a based way to survive a blast. Asking if she's okay, Ain sees that Chris has that darkness in the eyes look that means business. Lock-in mode is engaged, and she's ready to crash out on anyone threatening her prince. Flashbacking to the moment she moved, Chris admits her body just acted on its own to save him. If that isn't the definition of being down bad for someone's safety, I don't know what is. Standing up with zero hesitation, Chris is radiating that main character energy now. Done being the damsel, she's ready to show why she's the vice captain of the Royal Knights. Reintroducing herself with the full title just lets the hero king know who he's about to catch these hands from. Christina Wernstein is officially in the building, and she is not amused by this disrespect. Declaring that she won't forgive anyone who points a sword at Ain-sama, Chris is basically going full girl boss mode. This is absolute cinema, and the hype is reaching critical levels for the next exchange. Seeing the fire in her eyes, Ain finally gets his second wind and realizes they actually have a chance if they team up. Forget the power of friendship, this is the power of having a ride-or-die waifu. Standing side by side, the duo prepares for a fight that might literally be their last. Facing death together is honestly the most Chad way to go out, and they aren't backing down an inch. Finishing the chapter with a pledge of ultimate loyalty, Chris says she could ask for nothing more than to die by his side. Bro, if you marry her after this, the comment section is coming for you.